Chapter 471 Please leave. Su Hao, dressed in simple clothes, walked in. When he saw Zhao Hongyu, a smile of approval appeared on his face, and he said, "Hongyu, I never expected that you would grow up to be so beautiful." "Really, do you like my outfit?" Zhao Hongyu happily twirled around, showing off her perfect figure. "It looks good, but you seem a little awkward. It's not your usual style, is it?" Su Hao smiled and said, "Yes, I usually like to wear my training clothes." Zhao Hongyu nodded. "Then go and change it back," Su Hao encouraged. "Okay." Zhao Hongyu returned to her room and changed her clothes as quickly as possible. When she reappeared, she felt much more relaxed. "Not bad, you're actually a great beauty. You don't need to show off your figure. You're not suited for the seductive route," Su Hao commented. "Brother Hao, what style do you think suits me?" Zhao Hongyu asked expectantly, looking up at her. "You're perfect for playing a crazy girl." Su Hao burst into laughter. Looking back, when she was just a little kid, she was indeed a bit crazy, always following me around even at night. She wanted to stay in the same bed. That past is indeed something to yearn for. Brother Hao, people change, IVE become more beautiful and more powerful now, enough to protect your safety. Zhao Hongyu clenched her fist and said earnestly. "That's true. Your current strength is already close to that of some elders of the Shu Mountain sect, isn't it?" Su Hao exclaimed. "It's just a few elders, most of them are truly skilled and knowledgeable. In short, I still have a lot to learn on the path of martial arts. In the entire eastern province, there are almost no people I can be wary of." Zhao Hongyu was confident and flamboyant. Su Hao had to nod in agreement. Zhao Hongyu seemed just like he used to be, unwilling to suffer any loss. "Brother Hao, can you take me out for a walk? I've been staying at Wulong Manor all day. I'm turning into an old woman." Zhao Hongyu was reluctant to part with him. "Sure, I'm the host after all. Buy whatever you want, I've got the money," Su Hao said with a confident smile. "Are you really rich?" Zhao Hongyu suddenly sounded somewhat distrustful. "He has no connection with the Su family and is said to be just a quack doctor. Now is he really rich?" "Brother Hao, if you need money, I can still help you." Zhao Hongyu revealed a wealthy woman's smile. "No need, I never live off women," Su Hao said. "Okay, let's go shopping." Zhao Hongyu took his hand and left Wulong Manor. Su Hao wasn't really a person who enjoyed eating, drinking, and having fun. The places he took her to were just common tourist attractions. Dong Province was an economic center, but the attractions didn't have much historical significance. Frankly, they were all man-made and looked rather ordinary. But Zhao Hongyu was very happy as long as she had the right people around her. What she looked at didn't matter. She was in high spirits, sometimes asking Su Hao to take pictures of her, and sometimes asking Shushu or Fangfang to take a group photo of them. After a day of sightseeing, I visited all the popular spots that people like to take photos with online. Fortunately, they were all martial artists. Even after walking all day, my spirits didn't wane. I was still full of energy. "Brother Hao, what shall we eat?" Zhao Hongyu's face was a little red. She was already hungry at this hour. "You really aren't a lady," Su Hao laughed heartily. Of course, a starving young lady can eat a whole cow," Shushu said with a smile. "You brat, believe me or not, I'll marry you off to a foreign country." Zhao Hongyu said this catchphrase again. You two seem to get along quite well." Su Hao wasn't very familiar with Shushu and Fangfang before. When they were little, the two of them mostly stayed at the Zhao family's house. It wasn't until Zhao Hongyu joined the Shu Mountain sect that they followed her there. He smiled confidently and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to eat something good." "Really?" Zhao Hongyu's eyes lit up. Panglai Restaurant. This is an enterprise under the Kunpeng gang, and it has always been doing well. When Su Hao brought Zhao Hongyu and the other two here, they saw many people dining here, including some martial arts practitioners. The Kunpeng gang is a force among all walks of life, with close ties to various sects in the martial arts world, making this place one of the gathering places for martial artists. "Boss Su, would you like a private room?" Manager Wang of the restaurant came out respectfully. "Let's do it here." It has a Zhenghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry, vibe. Zhao Hongyu said she didn't like private rooms, always feeling they were a bit oppressive, unlike the bright and spacious lobby. Okay, let's do it here. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Bring up some of the restaurant's best dishes. Remember, this is a distinguished guest, so don't disappoint her. Okay. Manager Wang replied respectfully. Before long, while other tables had not yet been served their food, this place was already filled with delicacies, including the famous Buddha jumps over the wall and boiled cabbage in clear broth. Wow, so much delicious food. Zhao Hongyu picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. She prefers to eat meat, whether it's fish, beef, or pork. She eats whatever is available. Su Hao was somewhat surprised to see her eating so voraciously. As her two maids had said, Zhao Hongyu could indeed eat a lot. This table of food would be too much for 7 or 8 people to finish, but there were only 4 of them, and Zhao Hongyu ate most of it by herself. Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? Su Hao said with a smile. I'm naturally strong, so what's wrong with eating more? You can't possibly not afford to treat me to a meal, can you? Zhao Hongyu said with a grin, her mouth full of grease. No, this restaurant is under my name, so this meal is on the house. Su Hao said with a smile. Oh, okay, then give me another 5 pounds of beef. Zhao Hongyu immediately called over the waiter and placed the order. Guest, please wait a moment, we'll bring it to you right away. The waiter said respectfully, surprised. The group of people here were enjoying their meal, while the people at the next table were not so happy. Hey, what's going on at your restaurant? Why have we been waiting for half an hour and still not received a single dish? Are you looking down on our young master? Someone suddenly slammed their hand on the table. Su Hao frowned. He didn't like these troublemakers, but it wasn't convenient for him to intervene in this matter, since their table had indeed been served a lot of dishes, which would slow down the serving speed for other tables. Beautiful lady, you can eat so much, how about coming with me? I'll take you to eat some delicacies. Suddenly, the young master at this table saw Zhao Hongyu and was immediately struck by her beauty. He then walked over with a smile. Stop. Shushu blocked his way and said rudely, our young lady doesn't like to be disturbed while she's dining. Please leave. 472, Chapter 472. Shocking the audience. The young master had a dark complexion and walked unsteadily, as if he had some kind of illness, but he was quite good-looking, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and with his noble temperament, he could be easily distinguished from ordinary disciples. Little girl, I just want to make friends with your young lady, I mean no harm. Can you speak a little more politely? The young master frowned and said unhappily. After speaking, the man brazenly sized up Zhao Hongyu, swallowed hard, and was clearly a lecherous man. Polite? It's already being very kind of us not to gouge out your eyes. Shushu was furious. This person's gaze was incredibly rude. Presumptuous. The young master was very displeased. He had never been so disrespected by a maid. He introduced himself and said, I am the young master of the 100 Flowers sect. How dare you look down on me? If you dare to be rude again, believe me, I will have you thrown out. 100 Flowers sect? Shushu frowned. There seemed to be such a sect in the martial arts world of the South. What, he's the young master of the 100 Flowers sect? The 100 Flowers sect still holds a certain status in the martial arts world of the South, and is stronger than the 5 Tigers sect. It is said that the 100 Flowers sect has over 1,000 experts at the innate realm. The people around this young master all seem to be quite strong. There's another theory. They want to make a name for themselves at this martial arts tournament, and they've come prepared. The other diners, who knew more about the 100 Flowers sect, changed their expressions. When everyone looked at the young master, they still felt a bit of fear. The customers at the 2 tables next to them subconsciously paid their bills and got up, but were reluctant to leave, feeling that something interesting might happen next. You don't really think the 100 Flowers sect has a high status, do you? In front of our young lady, they are nothing. Shushu still gave the coldest answer. You actually underestimate the 100 Flowers sect? The young master, Fanwei, was furious and said disdainfully, little girl, don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. Today I'll show you the strength of the young master of the 100 Flowers sect. After speaking, the man waved his hand, and a surge of true energy rushed towards Shushu. By projecting his inner energy, this man displayed this skill, winning thunderous applause from the audience. Everyone could see that young Master Fan Wei's strength was quite impressive. Do you need any help? Su Hao asked casually. No comparison. Shu Shu said proudly, standing still without dodging or avoiding. Boom! When Fan Wei's attack reached her, it was blocked by an invisible burst of true energy. Taking advantage of the moment when her opponent was stunned, Shu Shu suddenly disappeared from her spot and reappeared behind Fan Wei. Her long legs, like whips, struck him hard in the back. Clang! The young master of the 100 Flowers sect knocked over 2 tables and landed successfully. Just then, a scalding hot pot was thrown down on him. Ah! Fan Wei was in so much pain that he was grimacing and felt terrible. He was covered in hot pot broth, and had several strands of instant noodles on his head, making him look very funny. This is the young master of the 100 Flowers sect? He can't even beat a woman. Damn, I overestimated him. Their reputation is impressive, but their strength is just so-so. They're a disgrace to the 100 Flowers sect. Everyone's opinion immediately changed. They thought it was very strong, but it turned out to be nothing special. You filthy woman, you're resorting to dirty tricks, aren't you? To stab someone in the back, that's a true villain. Everyone attack together, don't let her pick them off one by one. The other members of the 100 Flowers sect all took action. The attack, launched by a dozen or so people, looked aggressive and had a numerical advantage. Shu Shu just smiled blankly, then immediately pounced. Her aura was icy, like an eagle, defeating these chicks of the 100 Flowers sect one by one. The whole process took less than a minute. Zhao Hongyu had been eating the whole to me. As soon as she finished the other meat, she immediately shouted, "Waiter, where's my beef?" "Here it is." The waiter, still bewildered, greeted them and immediately brought over 5 pounds of cooked beef. "Brother Hao, would you like some?" Zhao Hongyu picked up a piece of beef and offered it to Su Hao, saying, "The beef here is pretty good. Can I pack some more to take home for a late-night snack?" "Can you be serious for once? There's a fight going on over there," Su Hao said, both amused and exasperated. "Those clowns? There's no need to worry at all. Just leave it to Shu Shu and Fong Fong," Zhao Hongyu said nonchalantly. The tense atmosphere dissipated as everyone burst into unrestrained laughter after Zhao Hongyu's few words. However, the expressions on the faces of the 100 Flowers sect members were extremely unpleasant. Unexpectedly, they couldn't even defeat a single maid. Fan Wei stared at Shu Shu, a fierce glint in his eyes, and said, "If you have the guts, wait here. I am going to find reinforcements right away." After saying that, he tried to make a quick getaway. "Who let you leave?" Fong Fong said softly. "I want to leave. What can you do to stop me?" Fan Wei ran several meters away, about to leave, and said without turning his head, "Can't be stopped?" Fong Fong picked up a teacup, gently rubbed it, and the porcelain shattered into pieces. She picked up a piece and flicked it away. Bang! The shard hit Fan Wei squarely in the spine, knocking him to the ground and making him fall flat on his face. Another expert? The others were startled. Shu Shu and Fong Fong looked delicate and sweet, but they turned out to be ruthless. Fong Fong showed no smile at this moment, only staring at Fan Wei on the ground, and said indifferently, "You offended miss, and you didn't admit your mistake. Who gave you permission to leave? Who exactly are you? You don't even respect my 100 Flowers sect? I'm warning you, if you hurt me today, the consequences will be severe. None of you will leave Dong Province." Fan Wei was still making arduous threats. Interesting. Fong Fong popped out 2 more fragments. One bullet struck the right ankle joint, splitting it open. Another hit the lower abdomen, causing severe damage comparable to a bullet wound, with blood gushing out. Hateful! Fan Wei screamed in agony. With just these 3 blows, his spine, ankles, and lower abdomen were all injured, leaving him not only unable to move but also bleeding profusely. His complexion was already not good, but now it completely lost all color, and his face was as pale as a ghost. Everyone was greatly surprised. The 100 Flowers sect is a sect that can be ranked in terms of prestige, and its disciples are undeniably strong. In several encounters, he couldn't even defeat 2 maids. That's so embarrassing. The loss might not be just about their own reputation, but about the reputation of the entire southern martial arts world. I wonder what these two beauties' names are, if only they would be willing to work as guards in my house. She is truly a heroine, in no way inferior to men. I guess he comes from some major sect? It's also possible that their young lady was too strong, and the two of them learned a lot of skills from her. Everyone was interested in the identities of the other people, but they were even more interested in Zhao Hongyu's identity. Su Hao was also somewhat moved. Compared to them, his maid Huang Niuniu was rather insignificant. 473, Chapter 473 Arrogance. Shushu, Fangfang, have you had enough fun? Throw these stray dogs out, they're making too much noise. After finishing a piece of beef, Zhao Hongyu said unhappily. You're lucky, Miss is in a good mood today and doesn't want to bother with you. Shushu said coldly. Are you going to crawl out yourselves, or will we kick you out? Fangfang also gave them the opportunity to choose. Fanwei and the others were in despair. Having their heads stepped on by two women was an utter disgrace. How about we fight them? One of them suggested. What can we fight with? None of us can beat them, Fanwei said with great indignation. Hurry up and climb, so we don't get our hands dirty. Shushu shouted loudly. The group of people had no choice but to swallow their anger and squat on the ground, pretending to crawl out. The others laughed. Are these the people from the 100 Flowers sect? They're just a joke. Presumptuous. Just then, a muffled, thunderous sound rang out from the doorway. Fanwei looked over happily, as if he had seen a savior. The newcomer was a young man in his mid-20s, dressed in all black, and exuded a powerful aura that far surpassed that of Fanwei. Behind him followed several disciples of considerable skill. Senior brother, you've arrived just in time. Quickly avenge me and take down these two bitches. Fanwei suddenly felt confident and stood up proudly. Junior brother, are those two very strong? Are they teaming up against you? The senior brother in black asked in surprise. This Fanwei was embarrassed. He couldn't even beat them one-on-one, let alone join forces. He could only downplay the issue and say, in short, they keep saying they look down on the 100 Flowers sect. Senior brother, you must stand up for our sect. You look down on the 100 Flowers sect? The black-clad senior brother roared angrily. Respect is earned through strength. This young master can't even beat us, so why should anyone respect him? Shushu said disdainfully. Very well, I'd like to see just how strong you really are. Senior brother Haiyan roared and flew up, slapping his large hand towards Shushu. This person acted extremely arrogantly, actually aiming for Shushu's chest. Shushu was furious and hardened her heart, responding with her own palm technique. The two palm strikes met from a distance, but with a loud bang, Shushu was no match for him and was sent flying backward. Not good. Fangfang immediately used the scattering flowers technique to throw out several fragments, blocking the black-clad senior brother's attack route, and then caught Shushu. He's pretty formidable. Shushu sighed. He's more than just somewhat impressive. Fangfang frowned. If I'm not mistaken, this person has definitely made it onto the heavenly ranking, and is ranked quite high. That's right. Fanwei laughed heartily, using the audacity of someone else's power, and said, my senior brother has of course ascended to the heavenly realm and ranks 27th. Dealing with you two maids is a piece of cake for him. Two mere women, what makes them think they can roam the martial world? Do they really think my 100 Flowers sect has no experts? After the senior brother in black finished speaking, he made another move. A powerful palm strike swept towards the two of them in an instant. When Fangfang and Shushu tried to block the attack together, they suddenly realized that they were far inferior in strength, and both of them were sent flying backward. Its speed is astonishing. If it were to collide with any object, it would likely result in death or serious injury. Dare to hurt my people? Zhao Hongyu finally finished eating the beef. She even took a tissue, wiped herself clean, and then calmly leaped up, stopping Shushu and Fangfang. The three of them landed steadily. The two maids barely escaped death, their blood and chi churning. Who are you? The senior brother in black glanced at her a few times and suddenly noticed that Zhao Hongyu had a hot figure. His eyes lit up and he became lecherous. You are not worthy to know who I am. Zhao Hongyu said arrogantly, since you've injured my maid, I'll give you the chance to strike first. Remember, you only have one chance, and you can't afford to lose. Woman! Don't be arrogant. With your strength, you're no match at all. I'll show you what it means to be outmatched. If you lose, I'll drag you back and ravage you until you give birth to a big, fat son. The senior brother in black grinned lewdly. Ha ha ha. The others joined in the laughter. You have such strength? Zhao Hongyu looked at him coldly. That one look alone made the man feel uneasy. He gritted his teeth, said nothing, and made his move. This hasty move carries a hint of a sneak attack, an attempt to seize the initiative. Oh, what a frog in a well. Zhao Hongyu sighed dismissively, too lazy to even lift a finger. She simply picked up a chopstick and flicked it away with a whoosh. The black-clad senior brother, who had just been performing well, landed instantly. The seemingly soft chopsticks actually caused his internal energy to dissipate and several of his meridians to shatter. Little did he know that Zhao Hongyu was only showing mercy, otherwise, if she had unleashed her full power, she could have pulverized him. Senior brother. Seeing his senior brother injured, Fan Wei's mind started working again. He knew he couldn't win in a fight, so his priority was to save his own life. You lot, why aren't you climbing out? Zhao Hongyu said coldly. Hateful. Fan Wei dared not disobey, and they all crawled on the ground again, with him at the front and the others following behind, like a centipede, scrambling out of the restaurant in a sorry state. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The others could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The 100 Flowers sect is really interesting. I originally thought that the young master could turn the tide, but now I realize that he is still a clown and no match at all. Zhao Hongyu nodded in satisfaction. She could barely accept this result. Just as everyone was mocking him, the senior brother in black saw Su Hao sitting alone. He hardened his heart, slipped over, pulled out a dagger, and held it to Su Hao's hand in his neck. You stinking woman, look over here. He shouted sternly. Zhao Hongyu turned around and saw that Su Hao was under her control. Her expression changed, and she said, Release Brother Hao. If he has even the slightest injury, your entire sect will be wiped out. Trying to scare me? I have hostages now, why would I be afraid of you? The senior brother in black laughed loudly. Shu, is he taking young Master Su hostage? Feng suddenly asked. It seems so. They think young Master Su is easy to bully and treat him like a pushover. Shu smiled. What are you two laughing about? Do you think Brother Hao is not in any danger? Zhao Hongyu laughed along with her. She was just slightly surprised, not really worried about Su Hao's safety. Of course there's no danger. Shu and Feng said at the same time. The senior brother in black seemed quite displeased. Su Hao looked harmless. Could he possibly be a master? However, the kid was still eating and didn't seem to take him seriously. 474, Chapter 474 makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Stand up. The senior brother in black was very unhappy, feeling that the hostage was uncooperative, not only showing no fear but also eating and drinking excessively. Wait a minute, I'll eat this piece of fish. Su Hao slowly picked up his chopstick. Zhao Hongyu had eaten a lot of meat earlier, and it was already quite good that she still had a piece of fish belly left. This could not be wasted. Still want to eat? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now? The senior brother in black said somewhat exasperatedly. Kill me, that might not work, right? We have no grudge against each other. Su Hao slowly ate the fish. He then noticed a chicken foot, picked it up with a smile, and started eating it. No enmity or grudge? I'm asking you, what is your relationship with these three women? The senior brother in black angrily rebuked him. Of course we're friends. After finishing his meal, Su Hao wiped his dirty hands on the man's clothes. Grass. You're incredibly arrogant. Since you're friends, it's reasonable for them to seek revenge on you after they tipped the 100 Flowers sect members, isn't it? The senior brother in black had bloodshot eyes. He was already consumed by hatred. It makes sense, but do you have the ability? Su Hao said calmly. How could I not be able to beat you? The senior brother in black was furious. He had just suppressed Zhao Hongyu completely, and he had nowhere to vent his anger now. He couldn't deal with this person. Stop now. If you crawl out now, you'll only lose face. And in this world, face is the least valuable thing. Su Hao's tone gradually turned cold. You think face is worthless, that's because your two weak true masters value face highly. The senior brother in black roared, finally losing his temper, and stabbed the dagger into Su Hao's neck. The two were very close, and even if Zhao Hongyu wanted to stop them after seeing this, it would be too late. A sudden ding sounded, and an unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes. The sharp dagger, facing the skin and flesh of the neck, could not cause any damage at all. It was as if it had pierced a body of steel. I told you, face is the least valuable thing, but you just wouldn't believe me. Su Hao stood up proudly and threw a punch at him. Before everyone's eyes, the enormous body flew backward. Whether it was calculated or just good luck, the person landed right on top of Fan Wei, who was crawling out. The two senior brothers collided and were both seriously injured. Fan Wei was already seriously injured, and this time he coughed up a lot of blood. The senior brother in black barely managed to stand up after taking just one step. He felt as if countless silver needles were piercing his body, and all the meridians in his body were at risk of breaking. Brothers, carry me. After speaking, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, indicating that his injuries were more severe than the extent of his wounds. Everyone watched as the 100 Flowers sect members left in a sorry state, and they laughed for a full half hour. Brother Hao, I didn't expect your strength to not have weakened at all. You seem to be no worse than me. Zhao Hongyu smiled. This was the best outcome. At least this person is able to protect himself. No wonder he was once the #1 young master of Yanjing. Shu Shu exclaimed. It seems the two of us can only be maids. We're still far from being true masters. Fang Fang smiled helplessly. The two of them were the black-clad senior brothers from earlier. Even together, they were no match for them. And Zhao Hongyu, she can easily handle it with just one chopstick. Su Hao was even more exaggerated. This person seemed to be invulnerable to swords and spears, showing no fear even when facing a sharp dagger. Stop praising me. Wasn't someone ordering beef to go? Su Hao has a good memory. It's me. Zhao Hongyu obediently raised her right hand and said directly. Come on, prepare some beef for Miss Xiao. Su Hao said with a smile. Okay. The waiter obeyed and immediately got to work. Fan Wei and his group ran for a distance and realized that Su Hao and his men didn't bother to chase them, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. They eventually decided to take a taxi and return to their remote mountain villa without any further incident. Father, come out quickly. Fan Wei went in and shouted loudly. What's with all the shouting and yelling? You have no manners. A dashing middle-aged man emerged from the hall, his eyes piercing upon seeing that all his disciples were injured, especially his beloved son and apprentice who were both seriously wounded. His expression changed drastically. He demanded, Who on earth injured you? It's not clear yet, Fan Wei said with some guilt. He had asked earlier, but the other party refused to say anything. Was the one who made the move a man or a woman? This person was Fan Yi, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, who asked in a deep voice. There are men and women, and they are all experts. Fan Wei cried and said, Father, don't ask about this yet. My senior brother is seriously injured. You have to heal him. Fan Yi examined the injury seriously, his brows furrowed, looking somewhat surprised. The person who attacked had actually ruptured his beloved disciple's main meridians, yet hadn't caused a devastating blow. That's much more difficult. It was as if the other party was merely issuing a warning. Don't speak now, I'll heal your wounds. Fan Yi took out 7 healing pills in one go and fed them directly to the black-clad disciple. After that, he frantically channeled his true energy to help the pills dissolve. Time passed slowly, and the black-clad disciple's complexion gradually improved, while Fan Yi's face grew considerably paler. This healing process took a full 3 hours. Afterwards, Fan Yi let out a heavy sigh, a feeling akin to surviving a life-or-death battle. Master, the Eastern Province is full of hidden talents. Should we go back? The black-clad disciple cried. Nonsense, we've come here to challenge the martial arts world of the South. How can we back down because of a little setback? Fan Yi rebuked angrily. Those two young men are simply too strong. If they are representatives of the Southern martial arts world, we have little chance of winning. The black-clad disciple was completely disheartened. No, don't underestimate yourselves. We also have experts, they just haven't reached that level yet. In short, you must believe that the Southern martial arts world is no match for us this time. The title of Martial Arts Alliance leader will definitely belong to our northern sect," Fanny said firmly. "Senior Ouyang, why are you calling all of a sudden?" Su Hao had just left the restaurant when he received a call from Ouyang Ko, and he was somewhat surprised. "Little Su, do you still remember our promise from last time? As long as you win representing the Southern martial arts world, I will tell you about the elixir." Ouyang Ko's voice came. "You mean, we're going to choose the fighters now?" Su Hao's heart stirred. "Yes, the selection process for the Southern Martial Arts Association is about to begin. Although I recommended you, the procedures still need to be followed. I'll give you the address. Go there tomorrow to show your appreciation, and you'll definitely pass the assessment." Ouyang Ko had complete confidence in him. Alright. Su Hao's goal was simple, to find the last spiritual medicine, the Nine-Turn Spirit Mushroom, which he was determined to obtain. 475, Chapter 475. Thank you for wanting to save me. Brother Hao, what are your plans for tomorrow? Zhao Hongyu asked with great curiosity. Here's the thing, I promised Senior Ouyang that I would represent the Southern martial arts world at the martial arts conference, but to ensure fairness, I need to take a test. The reason I called just now is to ask you to attend an interview tomorrow to qualify for the martial arts conference. Su Hao explained to her. Can I come with you? Zhao Hongyu blinked. Sure, but don't cause trouble, Su Hao agreed. I'm not the kind of reckless person, why would I cause trouble? Zhao Hongyu said unhappily. When he said this, neither of the maids believed him. They thought it would be a miracle if he didn't cause trouble. Sooner or later, I'll marry you off to foreign countries. Zhao Hongyu joked again. You don't like such good maids, how about this, give them all to me, Su Hao said with a smile. I'll give them to you, they can be your dowry maids. Would you marry me? Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Su Hao was taken aback. He shouldn't have brought up the topic. He gave an awkward laugh and said, never mind, see you tomorrow. Coward. Zhao Hongyu muttered resentfully, you didn't even appreciate the opportunity one gave you, really. The next morning, Su Hao returned to Wulong Manor and met up with Zhao Hongyu. Her attire was slightly different today. She opted for a looser robe and carried a retractable pistol. She didn't want people to focus on her figure, so she concealed it perfectly. Let's go. When Zhao Hongyu saw Su Hao, she immediately grabbed his hand, and they left the villa hand in hand. Aren't you going a bit too far? Su Hao tried to break free, but Zhao Hongyu held on tightly. It's just holding hands, what's the big deal? Zhao Hongyu said willfully. Okay, just don't cause me any trouble, Su Hao said helplessly. When this girl was being temperamental, there was no way to reason with her. They finally arrived at the SARC headquarters. This is a tall building, surrounded by high walls, with various surveillance cameras and security guards, heavily guarded. It looks like a magnificent building, but it is actually a martial arts organization with a history of hundreds of years. Ouyang Jun stood at the door, watching Su Hao and the others walk over, a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Su, you finally arrived. Ouyang Jun said with a faint smile. Okay. Su Hao nodded. He then noticed Zhao Hongyu and the other two, and wondered why he had a different female companion by his side again. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu was a little shy in front of outsiders and didn't hold his hand, otherwise it would have been difficult to explain. Mr. Su, you were recommended by our Ouyang family, so you should have been able to directly enter the martial arts tournament. However, in order to prevent other families from spreading rumors, Grandpa has decided to let you participate in the test. I believe Mr. Su is incredibly capable and will pass with ease. I'm just here to keep you company, Ouyang said politely. It's okay, I also want to experience the whole process, Su Hao said nonchalantly. Mr. Su, let me explain the process to you. The entire test is divided into 4 parts, strength, speed, true chi or internal strength test, and the final combat test. Ouyang Jun explained. The strength and speed tests cannot use internal energy. I hope Mr. Su understands this. No problem. Su Hao nodded. Okay, this way. Ouyang Jun led him to the first testing ground. Today is an extremely important day for the martial arts world in the south. Who wouldn't want to attend the martial arts tournament? to become famous in one battle is the dream of countless young people. The huge testing site was packed with tens of thousands of people. Su Hao and his group arrived quite late, and there was already a long queue ahead of them. He looked closely and saw a 9-meter-tall force gauge erected in the middle, shaped like a drum, and the testing method was simple and direct. A straight punch, a clenched fist, or a palm strike, simply unleashing physical power. Mr. Su, this force measuring device actually has an upper limit, the highest being 100,000 Jin so far. No one has been able to break the force measuring device. Ouyang Jun smiled. It is actually a modern device, but with the addition of advanced technology, it can detect whether people are using internal force. I really want to try it. Zhao Hongyu murmured to herself. Don't destroy it. Su Hao said calmly. I don't believe you can be any better, Zhao Hongyu said bluntly. Ouyang Jun was a little confused. Did the two mean that this force measuring device could not withstand their physical strength? Is this still possible? Who can achieve a force of 100,000 Jin without using internal energy? This is based on the Southern Alliance's experience over the past few hundred years. Basically, anyone below the Grandmaster level cannot exceed 100,000 power. Do these two people have the strength of a Grandmaster? If not, merely possessing innate superhuman strength wouldn't grant such immense power. In any case, this is definitely good news. Using his family's influence, Ouyang Jun arranged for Su Hao to be placed in a prominent position. Ha! The person in front threw a punch, and the force gauge buzzed, eventually reaching a value of 5,000. Test failed. The SAARC registration personnel announced loudly. What a pity, just a little short. The man said with some regret. You call this almost? 10,000 is the passing grade, you're way too far off. This is to select a master to represent the martial arts world of the South. Those with ordinary talent have absolutely no chance. Others expressed their feelings. 10,000 is the passing grade. Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. Just then, a commotion arose behind us. All that could be seen was a powerful thug suddenly grabbing a woman behind him and saying rudely, "Get out of the way, you bunch of trash, can't pass the test at all." The one that made this sound was a woman. Why should I? The woman behind him was unhappy. She had been waiting in line for half an hour and it was almost his turn. Why should he give way to her? With my strength. The woman suddenly grabbed the person behind her and threw him into the air. Ah! The woman behind him, with her long hair flowing, looked helpless in mid-air. If she landed, she would surely be badly injured. Ha, see that, this is what happens when someone stands in my way. The woman said coldly. Su Hao looked closely and saw that the woman was large and burly, like a mountain of flesh. At first glance, she looked like an uncontrollable fat person, covered in fat that made her seem greasy. More importantly, there was a repulsive quality in her eyes. Bang! Just as the lithe woman was about to hit the ground, Shushu gently grabbed her collar and lifted her up, then comforted her. You should step back first, you can't afford to mess with these people. Thank you for saving me, the woman nodded and left helplessly. 476, Chapter 476 Unreasonable. Who exactly are you? Shushu's gaze darkened, and she looked very unhappy. It's absolutely infuriating that people bully the weak like this. Listen up, I am the personal disciple of the leader of the Dharma aspect branch of the Vermilion Bird Sect's Listening Rain Hall. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way right now, or I'll slap you away. As the fat woman spoke, more than a dozen disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect appeared behind her. Two of the male disciples were somewhat intimidating. The one on the left was gaunt and thin, but his sharp eyes suggested considerable strength. The one on the right had explosive muscles that were almost suffocating to look at. His fists were the size of watermelons, clearly indicating a power-type martial artist. They're actually from the Vermilion Bird sect. Tingyu Hall is very strong, Huaxiang branch is very strong, and their branch leader's personal disciples are even more skilled among skilled ones. Beautiful lady, don't mess with them. It's just a test. Even if we're a few steps ahead, it doesn't matter, the results won't change. Those around her tried to persuade Shushu. Interesting, can your fists really hurt people? Shushu said disdainfully. Damn it, you're asking for it. The fat woman couldn't take it anymore with a roar. She threw a punch like the wind. His punch was powerful and forceful, indicating considerable strength. The test hadn't even started when they started fighting. The staff of the Southern Alliance were in a particularly difficult position if they tried to stop it. One side was from the Vermilion Birdgate, so they had to give them some face, but if a real fight broke out, it would disrupt order. After some deliberation, everyone decided to wait and see how it went. If Shushu loses, it will be easier to kick them out. Bang! Shushu could tell at a glance that the fat woman was not very strong, so she punched her fist back. After a loud bang, the fat woman was sent flying backward, her massive body knocking over many onlookers. Senior brother, she bullied me. The fat woman stood up, blood slowly seeping from the fist on her back. She had clearly been at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. Woman, you're dangerous, how dare you offend our Vermilion Bird sect? The thin man stepped forward. He was Zhang Feng, the fat woman's third senior brother. The Vermilion Bird sect is bullying others with its power. I believe that anyone with a backbone would not allow you to do whatever you want, Shushu said disdainfully. Really, who dares to object? Zhang Feng stepped forward proudly and surveyed the area. Everyone instinctively looked away. The Vermilion Bird sect is too powerful, there's no need to break ties with them. Furthermore, everyone recognized Zhang Feng. This person's strength has already reached the heavenly ranking 38th, and he is not someone that everyone can deal with. See, everyone else has no objections, but you don't even qualify for the test. If you don't want to suffer, kneel down now and apologize to my junior sister. My patience is limited, you'd better make a decision quickly. Zhang Feng exuded an imposing aura and looked quite formidable. Shushu, step back. Zhao Hongyu stepped forward and said coldly. Okay. Shushu handed over her seat. Zhang Feng was slightly surprised when he saw Zhao Hongyu. It's absolutely gorgeous. Zhao Hongyu has excellent physical condition, and can definitely be compared with Bai Jiruo and Lin Yao, the two beauties of Dong province. In addition, her heroic spirit makes her even more charming than the two of them. For a martial artist, she might be the most perfect woman. I don't like the look in your eyes. Zhao Hongyu said coldly. Hey beautiful, I think you should stop hanging around that good for nothing. Just give in to me, and I guarantee you'll become someone of high status. Zhang Feng grinned lewdly. Because of what you said, I've decided that I'm going to teach you a lesson. Zhao Hongyu said in a deep voice. Alright, I admire your courage. In that case, I'll beat you into submission first, and then I'll win the heart of my beauty. Zhang Feng took a breath, and his domineering aura immediately intimidated the testers present. The aura of a master on the heavenly ranking is enough to instill fear in people from the bottom of their hearts. He suddenly extended a claw, appearing extremely frivolous, and lunged at a part of Zhao Hongyu's body that she found difficult to talk about. Court death. Zhao Hongyu frowned, rolled up her long sleeves, wrapped them around his fist, and suddenly exerted force. But upon hearing the cracking sound, the powerful force instantly dislocated Zhang Feng's arm. He fell to the ground, about to utter some harsh words, when a flash of cold light appeared ahead, and Zhao Hongyu's short spear transformed into a long spear, pressed directly against his heart. Who exactly are you? Do you know the strength of Tingyu Hall? Hurting me will do you no good. Zhang Feng forced himself to speak. Is that so? Zhao Hongyu exerted a little force, the tip of the spear piercing his flesh, seemingly about to strike his heart. The chilling killing intent terrified Zhang Feng. Stop. The muscular man stepped forward and said coldly. As the second senior brother, Lu Fei would never allow anyone to bully the people of Tinjiutang in front of him. Try it, let's see if your attack is faster, but my gun is faster. How could Zhao Hongyu be afraid of him, she said coldly. Lu Fei's face was grim. He dared not gamble at all. Zhao Hongyu's spear was too close to Zhang Feng's heart. If there was any disturbance on his side, someone would immediately die. Are you really not afraid of the Vermilion Bird sect? Lu Fei asked in a deep voice. Don't you think it's tasteless to bring up your sect when something goes wrong? Only simple-minded people would do that. Don't you understand a principle? If a martial artist of the same age is stronger than you, his sect is also far stronger than yours? Zhao Hongyu said dismissively. Upon hearing this, everyone applauded. That's absolutely right. The Vermilion Bird sect only bullies weaker forces when they encounter experts. They can take them down without making a sound. Beautiful lady, it's so good to have you stand up for justice. You got thwarted, didn't you? Isn't the Vermilion Bird sect supposed to be strong? Try being arrogant again. Some people even made provocative remarks. Lu Fei's face was grim. It wasn't that he didn't dare to make a move, but he was afraid that his junior brother would die. Forget it, let him go. Su Hao said it would be a bit unreasonable to just kill him outright. Snort! If it weren't for Brother Hao speaking up for you, this day next year would be the anniversary of your death. Before Zhao Hongyu could retract her spear, she suddenly swung her staff down, tearing the man's skin and flesh. Damn it, you still dare to make a move? Lu Fei, leading the Vermilion Bird sect members, was about to charge straight in. Enough! Ouyang Jun stepped forward and said, Don't embarrass the southern martial arts world. We're all here to test ourselves. If you want to spar, let's do it in real combat, then you can retaliate however you want. What kind of behavior is this? Young Master Ouyang has spoken. You'll be spared for now, you wretched woman. I hope the man beside you passes the test smoothly. I want to teach him a lesson. Lu Fei grinned maliciously. Su Hao was stunned. Was this a case of being shot while lying down? All he had done was say something to defuse the situation, yet this was enough to make him hold a grudge. However, since they are from the Vermilion Bird sect, it makes perfect sense. This sect never listens to reason. 477, Chapter 477 Crushing. Fine, let's settle this with a test. The fat woman said provocatively to Su Hao. Do as you please. Su Hao, however, yielded. The people ahead of them had already finished their tests when they clashed. The fat woman confidently walked forward, and upon reaching the strength testing device, she took a breath, raised her fist, and said, You stinky man, watch closely. She shouted loudly, exerting all her strength, and threw a punch. The display screen on the force gauge suddenly jumped to 8,000. Impossible, I should have been able to pass the test. It was definitely that woman who attacked me just now. She severely injured me. The fat woman's expression changed drastically. Stop embarrassing yourself, okay? It's clearly because you're too fat. How can you have any strength if you eat so much? Remember, this is a test of strength, not weight. Shushu said dismissively. What do you mean? The fat woman glared at her angrily. When she's angry, the fat on her face moves. Everyone laughed at the sight. Junior sister, that's enough. Zhang Feng said coldly. Wasn't this a disgrace to the sect? Making trouble was useless. Without passing the test, they couldn't even get past the first stage, let alone obtain an entry ticket. Senior brother, let them see for themselves what kind of strength the disciples of Ting Yu Hall really have. The fat woman said coldly. No problem. Zhang Feng nodded, giving Su Hao a provocative look. Watch closely, I'll show you what terrifying power really is. The man clenched his fist and punched out with a bang. He seemed much stronger than the fat woman. After the punch, the electronic screen flickered wildly and finally displayed a golden number, 11,000 Jin. Congratulations Zhang Feng, you passed the test. The recorder said with a smile. Only 11,000? Zhang Feng was a little unhappy. His junior sister was right. After being bled out by Zhao Hongyu, he was also severely weakened and his performance was not as good as usual. But at least I passed the test and reached the passing grade. Puff. I thought he was something amazing, but he's just a passable player. It's like a classmate who gets 60 points and then goes on a rampage. What right do you have to provoke me? Shushu said bluntly. What are you so happy about? Look at that man, he looks so weak. How can he have 10,000 strength? Zhang Feng said disdainfully. Young Master Su, let him see what's what. Shushu said indignantly. No rush, there's still one person left, isn't there? Su Hao appeared very calm. Yes, let this person embarrass himself first, and then young Master Su will decisively finish the job. Shushu laughed heartily, suddenly understanding that this was the most satisfying way to do things. Young man, you have enough confidence. Unfortunately, this is useless? See my fist, see my muscles? Is my strength comparable to yours? The man asked 4 questions in a row. After he finished speaking, he started showing off his muscles from every angle, like a bodybuilding coach. The bulging muscles do look very strong. But it also looks extremely unbalanced, with only muscles remaining, making the whole person look like a broiler chicken. You talk too much nonsense, Su Hao said coldly. Very well, I'll show you true power. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he walked proudly forward. All eyes were on him, although no one liked his tone. His status and size made it clear that he would definitely pass the test. Everyone was just wondering if he could break the record. Does anyone know the record for the strength test? I know the answer to this question. I checked it before I came. The current record is 51,000 jin. The person who left this record was none other than the previous chief disciple of Ting Yu Hall. Is the glory of the strength test going to be taken entirely by Tin Jiutang? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Su Hao watched with great interest. Drink! Lu Fei took a breath and punched the force gauge. Although the speed seemed slow, the power contained within it distorted the surrounding air. So strong! Shushu was startled. This person, though noisy, was indeed quite strong. It does look pretty good. Fong Fong nodded, looking forward to the final result. Boom! Boom! When the punch landed, the entire drumhead vibrated. To everyone's astonishment, both pillars of the force gauge were trembling. The numbers on the monitor kept refreshing, from 10,000 to 20,000, rushing headlong all the way, and finally settling at 55,000 jin. A new record has been set. Lu Fei, the second disciple of Ting Yu Hall, has set a new record of 55,000 jin and has successfully passed the test. The recorder said with delight. Upon hearing this, everyone fell completely silent. Although the new record surprised everyone, the thought that Tin Jiutang was full of unreasonable people made them unhappy. In particular, the thought of their arrogant faces made them feel disgusted. Congratulations, second senior brother, you truly are the strongest man. Did you see that? This is the power of Tin Jiutang. 55,000 caddies, 10 ordinary people combined can't compare to senior brother Lu Fei. Now you know how terrifying Tin Jiutang is, right, you bunch of useless trash. Many disciples from Ting Yu Hall arrived, and they all spoke arrogantly and domineeringly. Shushu and Fong Fong were a little unhappy. What was there to be proud of? You brat, did you see that? The power of my punch could kill you in one hit, right? Lu Fei said arrogantly. Only 50,000 jin, what's so great about that? Su Hao said indifferently. Wrong, it's 55,000 jin. 5000 jin is also a very strong force. Your size is no match for mine. How could your strength compare? Lu Fei laughed heartily, thinking victory was assured. How pathetic! Didn't your master teach you that a martial artist's strength relies solely on weight? Instead, it relies on only by mobilizing every muscle and every hair in the body can one unleash their full power. Su Hao said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. If you're so capable, why don't you go and test it yourself? Lu Fei said disdainfully. That's right, words are no proof. Everyone will soon see what you're really capable of, the fat woman said sarcastically. The benefit of testing is that it quantifies data. Don't you dare get a score of 5,000 jin, or you'll be worse than my junior sister. Zhang Feng said calmly. All eyes turned back to Su Hao. Su Hao has a perfect physique and handsome looks, making many beautiful women's hearts flutter when he appears. But now is not the time to compare looks. We need to look at the test results. Judging from his height, Su Hao seems to be far inferior to his opponent. Can he really suppress Lu Fei in the test? Mr. Su, don't force yourself. Conserve your strength and just fight for more than 10,000. Ouyang Jun believed that he could pass the test, but he was a little skeptical that he could crush Lu Fei. 478, Chapter 478 Failure. Su Hao. Your turn. The recorder nodded to Su Hao, confirmed his name, and waited for him to enter. Su Hao rubbed his shoulders, a nonchalant expression on his face, and walked over to the force gauge. He asked the recorder, what's the limit of this thing? Exactly 100,000 jin, no more, no less. The recorder said in a serious tone. Sigh, it's still too little. Su Hao sighed. Hurry up and make your move, stop playing coy. You're dreaming of hitting someone for 100,000, you're dreaming. If you can do that, I'll kowtow to you 3 times right now. Lu Fei said dismissively. Okay, I accept your bet. Su Hao agreed with a smile. What a stroke of luck, someone was practically forcing him to accept a new bet. What if you can't do it? Lu Fei said in a deep voice. That's easy. Do you see that beautiful woman over there? Su Hao pointed at Zhao Hongyu. Are you going to marry her to me? Lu Fei was overjoyed. He would gladly give up 10 years of his life to marry Zhao Hongyu. Of course not, it's 2 other maids. If I can't do it, you can choose one to take back. Su Hao said with a smile. Okay. Although Lu Fei was a little disappointed, Shushu and Fang Fang were also good. He looked at the 2 women and felt that Shushu was too sharp-tongued, while Fang Fang was cold and Luffy was unsure which to choose, but finally pointed to Fang Fang and said, she's the one. She's better than that gossipy woman. Can't you speak properly? Shushu said, displeased. Hey, young Master Su, I'm Mrs. Maid. You have no right to make this decision. Fang Fang started to get nervous. Marry Lu Fei, isn't he a beast? Just thinking about it made her feel disgusted. It's alright, I can accept Haogid's decision. If he loses, you can pack your things and marry him, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Fang Fang was about to cry. Why should she bear the bitter consequences of young Master Su's test? Su Hao, let's begin. The recorder frowned. Wasn't this ridiculous? It's just a test, why make such a fuss? But since Su Hao was introduced by Ouyang Jun, he didn't dare to overdo it. Okay, let's begin. Su Hao nodded and looked at the force gauge again. Go, young Master Su, don't lose to Tinjiotang. The girl who had just helped Shushu stood outside and cheered loudly. Go, young Master Su. The remaining thousands of people were also shouting loudly. Everyone, look carefully. The time has come to witness a new record. Su Hao waved his hand, signaling everyone to take a good look. He clenched his fist, suddenly assumed a horse stance, and then a shocking scene unfolded. He didn't use any internal energy, yet the ground cracked instantly, and he seemed like a mountain, exerting an unbearable pressure as he threw a punch. The force sensor shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. A line of text appeared on the display screen, 100,000 Jin. Young Master Su, you're awesome. Fang Fang exclaimed excitedly. Fortunately, he kept his word. Holy crap, the force gauge exploded? People from Tinjiotang, are you convinced now? 100,000 Jin is not young Master Su's limit, it's just the limit of the force measuring device. Ha, someone's about to kowtow, hope you keep your word. How did he manage to make the ground crack? Everyone was filled with surprise and delight. Su Hao, who had kept a low profile, actually possessed such power. Is it really as he said, that a martial artist's power requires mobilizing every part of the body? It sounds easy, but how exactly is it done? Brother Hao, your strength has indeed not declined. Perhaps if we fight again, you will still win in the end. Zhao Hongyu recalled the days when she was a child and was ruled by him. During that period, not only her, but even her brother Zhao Qianjun couldn't beat him. On one occasion, the 2 siblings teamed up, but still suffered a crushing defeat. Su Hao is that kind of person. He seems ordinary, but in reality, he never sees any bottom line. Impossible, how could this kid, with his weight, throw such a punch? Did he cheat? The fat woman couldn't believe it. She weighed more than twice as much as Su Hao, but her strength was only 5,000 Jin. Su Hao struck out 100,000 Jin, which was actually 20 times more than her. Who exactly is Su Hao? Zheng Feng was arrogant and hadn't done his homework before coming. He knew nothing about the experts who had recently risen to prominence in Dong province. Junior brother, junior sister, please help me block them. Lu Fei was terrified. If he really had to kneel down, he would lose face terribly. He risked his life to escape. Look, someone's going to cower like a turtle. However, his size was so astonishing that even when he was bent over, he was still spotted and someone shouted it out loud. Nonsense, saying you're going to be a coward? Lu Fei had no choice but to stop, and said angrily. With so many witnesses, do you intend to keep your promise? Su Hao looked at him indifferently. Nonsense. Ting Hall keeps its promises and never breaks them, but you didn't hear the bet clearly. There's another part. If you can defeat us in all the tests, then I'll kneel down before you. If we lose to Tin Jiutang or any other sect's disciple in any of these aspects, this bet will be null and void. Lu Fei said with absolute certainty. Su Hao was so angry he laughed. I initially thought this muscular person might be a little dim-witted. Unexpectedly, he reacted quickly enough to come up with such a shameless bet. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Su Hao said dismissively. You said it yourself, everyone heard it. He said not to play very well. Now I solemnly declare that my bet with Su Hao is invalid. Lu Fei took the opportunity to cancel it. You are all shameless. Shu Shu trembled with anger. A bunch of shameless disciples. It seems the leader of Ting Hall is also a shameless scoundrel, Fang Fang said disdainfully. Shut up, don't you dare slander our master. Lu Fei and the other disciples shouted in unison. Alright, everyone, say less. Everyone who passed the first test, please proceed to the next test point. Ouyang Jun had no choice but to step forward and maintain order. Fine, we won't stoop to your level. Lu Fei led the people from Tin Jiutang away in a dejected manner. Brother Hao, is this what the martial arts world is like? It's true that different people are born into different worlds. Zhao Hongyu laughed. Yes, Su Hao nodded. Mr. Su, let's go to the second round of testing. Ouyang Jun led the way. The second round of testing took place indoors, with a rectangular area measuring 50 meters long and 40 meters wide set up with hundreds of plum blossom stakes. When the group arrived, some people were testing the plum blossom stakes, which kept extending and retracting. The testers had to jump repeatedly to maintain stability, and at the same time, many lasers were also being shot out. If you are hit by a laser while dodging, you will immediately lose. 479, Chapter 479. I'll let you have a round. You, surnamed Su, your movement skills must be pretty bad, right? The fat woman said coldly. I'm definitely better than you. Su Hao retorted sharply. I don't believe it. I'll show you just how strong I really am. The fat woman said confidently. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Su Hao gave a half smile. The second challenge is actually very difficult. Test takers need to keep dodging and weaving within 10 minutes to stand steadily on the plum blossom stakes. Once they land or are hit by a laser, they are considered to have failed. These two strict conditions caused all the disciples who had been tested to fail. Everyone was somewhat unconvinced, feeling that this was a hurdle no human could overcome. They stood there one by one, eager to see who would be the first to pass the test. When everyone found out that the fat woman was a disciple of Tin Jiutang, they became curious. Would she be able to pass the test? I think it's unlikely. She doesn't look like she'd make it through. It said she didn't pass the first round. Even if she passes this round, her score won't be very good. She definitely has no chance. There are only 5 people to be selected, and they will choose the top 5 with the best scores. There's no way it will be her turn. Some people were whispering among themselves. What did you say? Speak louder if you dare. The fat woman glared angrily at these people, and her words silenced them all. Let's get started. Shu Shu urged. Alright, watch closely. The woman stood confidently on the first plum blossom stake. When the recorder shouted start, the stake descended. She took a breath and jumped onto the second stake. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, a laser beam struck precisely, and an alarm immediately went off. Test failed. The recorder shook his head. That's it? Shu Shu mocked directly. Damn, can't I even perform well? The fat woman refused to admit she wasn't capable. Leave it to me. Another disciple from Ting Hall stepped forward. His situation was slightly better, but not by much. He only lasted less than a minute before failing. The other disciples took the test one after another, and the final result was the same. No one passed. The difficulty of the second round was astonishing. As you can see, the further you go, the faster the plum blossom stakes fall, and the more numerous and varied the laser beams become, making it extremely difficult to maintain your balance. It's my turn. Zhang Feng stepped forward confidently. Senior brother, let them see how powerful our listening rain hall is. The fat woman said. Junior brother, you can definitely do it. Lu Fei nodded. Certainly. Zhang Feng proudly declared that he was the highest ranking among them. He leaped up and stood firmly on the first plum blossom stake as the recorder shouted start. The plum blossom stake descended, and his body followed suit. Only his left foot stepped on his right foot, and he soared into the air again. Just then, the laser beam arrived, and he moved horizontally in the air again, landing steadily on another plum blossom stake. Pretty! Lu Fei and the others cheered. Zhang Feng's test continued. His movements were indeed agile enough. In the last minute, there was almost no place to put his feet down, but he managed to stay afloat for 10 minutes by relying on his agile movements and constant shifting. Zhang Feng, you passed the test. That's what the recorder announced. Congratulations, senior brother. The plump woman said happily. This is the strength that Ting Yu Hall should have. Lu Fei smiled. Su Hao, isn't it your turn next? Zhang Feng said coldly. He simply didn't believe that this person could pass the test. Fine. Fine, I'm too lazy to wait either. Su Hao nodded and appeared directly on the first plum blossom stake. I boldly predict he won't last a minute. The fat woman said with a laugh. It's not just a minute, that's considered long. They could fall down in just a few seconds. The other Tinjiutang disciples were even less optimistic. Nonsense, how could you possibly compare to young Master Su's agility? Shushu retorted without hesitation. Open your dog eyes and watch carefully, young Master Su will tell you how to pass the level. Fong Fong said with great trust. Test begins. The recorder announced. Su Hao stood directly on the first plum blossom stake. When the thing descended, he took a breath and hovered in the air. He didn't move forward at all, he stayed at the first plum blossom stake position. Time passed slowly, and his descent became very slow. To everyone's astonishment, they discovered that this was a way to play. Does this count as exploiting a bug? Everyone knows that the laser will not hit the first plum blossom stake position. Because when the others descended the plum blossom stakes, they fell straight down and were unable to maintain their balance. Su Hao was different, he managed to hover for over 3 minutes using only one breath. As a new round of plum blossom stakes appeared, the first one reappeared, and he stood steadily on it. At this time, the plum blossom stakes in front were still descending and emerging, and the laser beams were constantly shining, making it look extremely dangerous. However, Su Hao remained calm and composed, standing there for 7 minutes. He cheated. Who plays like that? The fat woman said unhappily. Is this considered cheating? The recorder reviewed the rules but couldn't find anything wrong, so he announced, Congratulations, Su Hao, you have successfully completed the second round of testing. Su Hao smiled faintly and went straight back to Zhao Hanyu and the others. Brother Hao, you did a fantastic job. Zhao Hanyu said with a smile. Hey everyone, didn't you see that? This guy couldn't even dodge a single laser beam. How can he be considered to have completed the test? He's just cheating and exploiting a bug. The fat woman continued to shout and yell, still feeling it was unfair. Do we need to avoid the lasers? Su Hao asked casually. The fat woman was stunned. It seemed there was no such rule. The rules required holding the position for 10 minutes anyway. I don't acknowledge their strength at all. Do I need you to admit it? Su Hao said disdainfully. Who did she think she was? Someone who failed the test twice was not qualified to be compared to him at all. Tinjiutang, stop making trouble. You all know better than anyone how difficult it is to hover in the air for 3 minutes. In any case, Mr. Su completed the test through proper means and with integrity. Ouyang Jun admitted it directly. Yes, Su Hao's test results are perfect. If you're not satisfied, you can file a complaint, but I believe the result won't change. The recorder said fairly and impartially. Big guy, it's your turn. Su Hao looked at Lu Fei with a mocking attitude. Lu Fei's face was grim. This level was definitely not his forte. His sheer size made him a much larger target, and once entangled by the laser, he would have no chance of evasion. The only solution was to hover over the wound on the first plum blossom stake, just like Su Hao had done, but could he do that? Oomph, I'll let you win a round. Lu Fei blushed and gave up immediately. 480, Chapter 480 Down to Earth. Give me a game, you're really generous, you're obviously jealous. I'm warning you, even in the test of internal strength, you are far inferior to young Master Su. Shushu couldn't help but laugh coldly. Are you kidding me? Do you really think our Tinjiotang is all talk and no action? Even if we are not as strong as Su Hao, and not as prestigious as Su Hao, we will definitely have the advantage in the internal strength test. The fat woman retorted sharply. Really, among you, are there any truly capable individuals? Shushu looked at them and shook her head repeatedly, her expression one of disdain. Don't be too happy yet, I'll show you just how powerful the internal energy of Tinjiotang is. The fat woman said confidently. Junior sister, why bother chatting with someone who doesn't even have the qualifications to take the test? Zhang Feng sneered. Hey Su, I absolutely won't lose to you in the third round. Lu Fei was equally confident. All you guys do is talk the talk, you don't actually have any skills at all, Su Hao said disdainfully. Arrogant, I'll make you submit in a moment. Lu Fei said in a deep voice. Let's go, everyone, to the third testing site. Ouyang Jun smoothed things over again, and everyone moved from indoors back outdoors. There were still quite a few people at the third testing site. Looking around, I recognized some of the faces. Many were planning to complete all 3 tests. If their results weren't good, they wouldn't participate in the final test. The device used for testing internal strength is similar to a magic crystal ball in a movie. About the size of a basketball. It was placed inside a recessed slot. Recorder, how do we know if we pass this round of testing? Ouyang Jun asked with a smile. It's actually very simple. The crystal ball will display different colors depending on the strength of the tester's internal energy or true qi, namely yellow, red, purple, and gold, which are 4 levels. Reaching purple is considered passing. Reaching the gold level is considered excellent, which means a perfect score. The recorder explained the test rules to everyone. What would be the result if someone managed to burst the crystal ball? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smile. To date, no one has achieved this. The best result is gold, which is considered a perfect score even among gold-level competitors. There has only been one person so far, and that is the legendary Grandmaster Huang Shihu. The recorder announced proudly. Yellow Lion Tiger? I never expected him to leave such a good reputation during the league's testing. It turns out that even in their early stages, Grandmasters had already demonstrated astonishing dominance. I wonder if anyone will break Huang Shihu's record this time. Those who participated in the test were filled with anticipation. Su Hao was also somewhat surprised to hear Huang Shihu's legend here. Recalling Huang Shihu's performance that day, it was indeed astonishing, easily defeating even the Poison Gu Master at the Grandmaster level. He had few rivals. However, Huang Shihu did not leave any records of strength tests, so he probably did not train his strength to its maximum level when he was young. Brother Hao, are you confident you can surpass Huang Shihu's record? Zhao Hongyu blinked and asked with a smile. You'll only know once you've compared them, Su Hao said calmly. Did everyone hear that? This kid's gotten too cocky, he actually wants to break the record. Why don't you just go home and dream about it? The plump woman said calmly. Upon hearing this, others also began to question it. After all, that was Huang Shihu, who had become a grandmaster and a legend. Is it really that easy to surpass? He is indeed a bit arrogant. His previous achievements gave him confidence, but he still became arrogant. Young Master Su's strength is still worth looking forward to, but I think it's doubtful that he can surpass Grandmaster Huang. Many others looked down on him, thinking it was too difficult. Who wants to be the first one tested? The recorder gave a faint smile. I'll go first. The fat woman volunteered. She always takes the lead, and this time is no exception. Everyone, watch closely. The fat woman said confidently. After gathering her energy for a while, she finally placed her hand on the crystal ball and suddenly activated her internal energy. The entire sphere emitted a dazzling light. From yellow to red, the test results were quite impressive. Test failed. The recorder said calmly, next, follow along. It didn't meet the purple standard, it's passable, but not excellent. You always brag the most, but you're actually the weakest. It's laughable, Shushu said coldly. Why are you in such a hurry? We have several senior brothers in Tingyu Hall, and their grades are definitely better than mine, please believe me. The fat woman said proudly, as if her senior brother's strength represented a portion of her own. It's my turn. Zhang Feng confidently took a step forward, placed his hand on the crystal ball, and his aura suddenly erupted. Powerful forces poured into the crystal ball. Under the dazzling light, everyone's eyes were almost unable to open. The final color was purple. Zhang Feng passed. The recorder nodded, clearly satisfied with the result. See that? Third senior brother's internal energy is not the strongest. Our second senior brother is not only muscular, but also has extremely strong internal energy. I believe he will definitely amaze everyone. The fat woman said confidently. Really? Shushu shook her head. Third senior brother, bring us the amazing spectacle of Tingyu Hall. Zhang Feng said expectantly. Okay, no problem at all. The man then came out. His palm was quite astonishing, half the size of an average person's, and it looked incredibly powerful. Start. After the recorder announced it, Lu Fei revealed a charming smile. Rong placed her hand on the testing crystal ball. Before long, the dazzling light turned purple, and when the purple light was fully bloomed, it turned gold. Wow! This is the only gold medalist today. Has the second senior brother of Tingyu Hall become this powerful? After all, he is a disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect. He must be quite strong to be able to establish himself in the provincial capital. I hope he can pass today's test. Most viewers highly recognize his abilities. Lu Fei, you passed the test with a perfect score. The recorder announced. Ha, this is the power of second senior brother. Everyone saw it clearly, right? The fat woman said arrogantly, looking at Shushu provocatively. Your young master is about to embarrass himself. It's good enough that he got a purple test result. As for a perfect score, that's impossible, not to mention that elusive record-breaking achievement. One must be down to earth in life, especially in cultivation. Don't boast or brag, or you'll end up with nothing. Zhang Feng looked at Su Hao with sarcasm. 481, Chapter 481 cleared ahead of schedule. Who's next? The recorder's gaze swept across the room, landing on Su Hao as he reviewed the data. Su Hao, first round of testing, a record-breaking perfect score. Second round of testing, a perfect score. Currently ranked first. Next is your third round of testing. Hope you perform well. When his results were announced, those who had previously been skeptical immediately changed their minds. What, he got perfect scores in 2 rounds? The leader of the Kunpun gang is certainly powerful. Is there any need to question that? Everyone, watch closely. Let's witness what young Master Su's score will be in the third round. The change came so quickly that neither Su Hao nor the others had expected it. Why do you think so highly of him? He just got 2 perfect scores by luck, the fat woman said dismissively. Do you think everyone should have faith in you? You didn't even pass 1 round of tests. Shushu mocked mercilessly. Young Master Su, may we begin? The recorder looked at him with a hint of admiration. He was a staff member of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance, and of course he hoped that a peerless genius would emerge here, so that they could achieve better results in the subsequent competitions. Can. Su Hao nodded. He walked straight to the crystal ball as if he were completely at ease and gently placed his hand on it. Test begins. The recorder shouted. All eyes fell directly on him. All we saw was Su Hao touching the crystal ball, then letting go and saying, my test is over. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Is that all? The entire crystal ball was completely devoid of light. I see this kid knows he can't surpass second senior brother, so he simply admitted defeat. I admire that. At least he knows when to back down instead of just being a clown. The fat woman kept laughing. What are you laughing at? Su Hao said calmly. Your test results were 0, so why can't I laugh? The fat woman said rudely. Who said there won't be any results? Su Hao said casually, I'm just replenishing my true energy for a while, and soon we'll witness a miracle. That's all. The once tranquil crystal ball suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, like the sun, forcing everyone to close their eyes and avoid looking directly at it. The next moment, the crystal ball emitted a soft cracking sound. When the golden light illuminated the entire world, the crystal ball shattered. Did you see that? This is young Master Su's strength. He has set a new record once again. I'll say it again, young Master Su's testing crystal ball is golden, because that's the limit of the crystal ball, not young Master's limit. Shushu said loudly. Impossible. This is definitely cheating. He took advantage of the moment when we couldn't open our eyes and used some unseen means to destroy the crystal ball. The fat woman was very unwilling to accept that Su Hao had achieved such brilliant results. Destroy the crystal ball? So, how do you think this can be achieved? Su Hao asked casually. Of course, it's the fat woman paused, somewhat at a loss for words. The crystal ball was tested for its hardness and proved to be virtually impervious to blades and spears. Otherwise, how could it remain intact after being destroyed by the exceptionally high-intensity true energy rarely seen in geniuses? There is only one way to destroy the crystal ball: use overwhelming power to shatter it directly. Without a doubt, that's exactly what Su Hao did just now. Gentlemen, please have no doubts. Our tests are all monitored. I'll pull it up and show it to everyone. The recorder took out a tablet computer containing the test results. When Su Hao was the test subject, the crystal ball emitted a golden light and then shattered with a crash. Throughout the entire process, Su Hao did not make any moves or use any weapons, relying entirely on his superior strength to pass the test. Su Hao. Test passed. He successfully broke the record set by his predecessor, Huang Shihu. I hereby announce that young Master Su has successfully set 2 new records in the Southern Martial Arts Alliance's test. He continues to lead the pack with scores exceeding a perfect score. The recorder announced his score with great enthusiasm. At first glance, surpassing a perfect score seems unrealistic, but in reality, he did achieve it. My God, young Master Su's strength is actually so great. So far, we still don't know how much of his strength he's been holding back. It seems they haven't even used their full strength yet, but they're already far ahead of the other testers. As long as he performs consistently in the 4th round, he will definitely be one of the 5 representatives. Countless young men looked at Su Hao with admiration. Countless young women looked at Su Hao with adoration. The group of people from Tinjiutang looked like defeated roosters. At this point, making any sarcastic or mocking phone calls seems pointless. What can he do if he's unwilling? His results from the 3 rounds of testing were indeed perfect. Let's go. Lu Fei didn't want to linger and immediately moved on to another location. The disciples of Tinjiutang followed suit. The only way for them to turn the tide is through final combat. Marvelous. Young Master Su, you've brought us a wonderful surprise. Shushu seemed very happy. Indeed powerful. Miss has good taste. Fong Fong smiled. Brother Hao, you are incredibly strong. I can't even see through you. Zhou Hongyu admired the result, but was also a little dissatisfied. When could she find an opportunity to have a proper spar with him? It's SOSO, just perform as usual. Su Hao smiled faintly. Mr. Su, no wonder Grandpa values you so much. It turns out your strength has reached such an outstanding level. Ouyang Jun exclaimed. To be appreciated by Senior Ouyang is my honor. Fortunately. Su Hao said calmly. Young Master Su, shouldn't we go to the final test? Shushu said with anticipation. Probably. Su Hao nodded. There were 4 rounds of testing in total, and only one final practical test was needed. Just then, an elder from the Martial Alliance walked over. After comparing Su Hao's scores with the recorder, he loudly announced, Young Master Su, on behalf of the Martial Alliance, I hereby declare that you are now one of the 5 representatives with perfect scores in 3 rounds. You have successfully secured your ticket to the martial arts tournament. The 4th test is completely unnecessary for you. Is this appropriate? Su Hao scratched his head. He was really curious about who the other 4 people were. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Is this appropriate? The elder asked with a smile. Suitable. Everyone shouted in unison. Isn't this enough? Triathlon, 2 records, this is unprecedented, and I'm afraid there will be no one to surpass it in the future. Alright, I'm going back now. Su Hao could only smile and reluctantly accept the result. 482, Chapter 482 Eagerness for Talent. Su Hao and the others left chatting and laughing, as if he had become a student who had been recommended for admission to university through the National College Entrance Examination. The others accompanied him to watch several good shows. Brother Hao, shall we go somewhere to eat something delicious to celebrate getting your ticket to the martial arts tournament? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smile. I think you're just starving. Su Hao was too embarrassed to call her out on it. Brother Hao, don't say that, she's a lady, you know. Zhao Hongyu used a high-pitched voice, which gave everyone goosebumps. Miss Xiao, if you're asking what's good to eat in Dong Province, you've come to the right person, I think, Ouyang Jun boasted, trying to leave a good impression on Zhao Hongyu. Unexpectedly, her phone rang at that moment, and she looked a little serious when she saw the number. I need to take this call. Zhao Hongyu took a few steps to the side, and her maids Shushu and Fangfang blocked everyone's way, subtly preventing anyone from getting close. A minute later, she hung up the phone, her expression somber. Brother Hao, I have to go back. Something happened at home, a few reckless people are causing trouble at my house, and I have to go back to deal with them, Zhao Hongyu said menacingly. Do you need my help? Su Hao asked kindly. No need, it's not Brother Hao's place to deal with this little thief. Just stay here and wait patiently. I'll come back to keep you company when I'm done with my work, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile, looking at him with some reluctance. I think you'd better not come back. Su Hao sighed. Her appearance had already caused some disruption now, by Zhiruo, Lin Yao, and she were the 3 powers, and none of them were inferior to the others. Wait for me. Zhao Hongyu gave a final wink, then gracefully departed with her 2 maids. Su Hao thought to himself, with her strength and Zhao Qianjuan's help, there shouldn't be anything that could stump these 2 siblings, so there's no need to worry. Young master, who are you looking at so longingly? Believe me or not, I'll tell Miss Bai that you found someone new. Huang Niu's voice came from the side. There was another person, Yi Long, the vice leader of the Kunpeng gang. The 2 found out that the selection test was being held again and wanted to come and see what was going on. I didn't expect to be too late. I arrived just as Su Hao's test was over. Don't cause trouble. Zhiruo doesn't need to know about her existence. Su Hao's expression flashed with panic. Was this just making things worse? Hee, so even the young master can be scared. I thought he was fearless. Huang Niu said with a laugh. Su Hao was speechless. He was indeed fearless, but he dreaded beautiful women causing him trouble, like Lin Yao, which was a real headache. The 2 had argued and hadn't made up yet. Chief, I've settled. Zhang Duwang and the others in Yi Long took the opportunity to report on the progress of the work. They are all quite capable and want to stay in the Kunpeng gang, so I've arranged for them to recuperate within the gang. You did a good job. They've only suffered heavy losses. Once they fully recover, they'll be a valuable force. Set aside some manpower for them to manage and establish the punishment hall, with that old gang leader as its head. Su Hao immediately gave the instructions. Understood. Yi Long nodded and agreed. Our Kunpeng gang is developing quite rapidly right now, and our original headquarters seems inadequate. Do you have any good locations that would be worthy of our gang's current status? Su Hao asked directly. Boss, you know what, there really is a good address. It's the former Fengyun Manor. It used to be a sword-making manor, very famous in the eastern province. Later, they faced a crisis of extermination, causing the manor to fall into disrepair. Fengyun Manor is a good location, easy to defend and difficult to attack, with a spacious terrain, making it the best choice for the Kunpeng gang headquarters. Yi Long was somewhat prepared. Su Hao nodded, agreeing to his suggestion. Yi Long has been performing very well lately. He is genuinely considering the interests of the Kunpeng gang. Most importantly, this person is very obedient. Although he is not very capable, an obedient deputy leader is more important and easier to control than an ambitious one. Young master, everyone has something to do now, so how about finding me a job in the Kunpeng gang too? Huang Niu asked expectantly. You should probably give up. Wait until you've improved your martial arts skills. Su Hao shook his head. This Huang Niu smiled helplessly. She felt that Su Hao might be considering her identity and didn't want her to show her face in public, so she thought for a moment and said, "Young master, I recently met a very powerful and beautiful woman who might be able to play a role in our gang." Who? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. What kind of important person could she possibly know? "It'll be a secret for now. You'll find out when you come back with me." Huang Niu was unwilling to say anything. Okay, let's go back." Su Hao couldn't help but wonder what Huang Niu's taste was like. He is currently very eager to find talented people, and if they are truly capable, he can certainly entrust them with important responsibilities. Think about it, apart from Mi Long and the help of the Punishment Gang, the rest of the Kunpeng Gang members are practically useless, especially recently, with many new members joining the Kunpeng Gang. It's become a mixed bag, making it even harder to control. The three returned to the Kunpeng Gang and heard sounds of fighting inside. In the backyard, several gang members were making swift moves. Their opponent was a beautiful woman in red, whose movements were agile and playful. Those disciples of the Kunpeng Gang couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. "Young master, do you see this? This is the talented young lady I was talking about," Huang Niu announced excitedly. So it was her. Su Hao's gaze darkened. He would recognize the beautiful woman before him even if she were reduced to ashes. Isn't this Xiao Meinyang, the disciple of the Poison Gu master who once gave her master's head to the Bai family? She disappeared for a while, and then finally reappeared. Su Hao's guess was correct. Huang Niu indeed had few opportunities to meet capable people, but Xiao Meinyang was a different story. She would definitely take the initiative to approach him, using Huang Niu's status as a maid to get close to Su Hao. "Beautiful lady, come here for a moment. This is my young master. His name is..." Huang Niu was about to introduce him. "No need, I know him." Xiao Meinyang walked over with a smile, rushed towards Su Hao, hooked her arms around his neck, and said with seductive eyes, "Handsome boy, we meet again. Did you miss me? Hey, can you please be a little more mindful of your image? We're not even friends, so there's no need for us to be hugging and cuddling." Su Hao instinctively reached out and pushed him away. Xiao Meinyang wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she dribbled the ball and bumped into people. Su Hao released his grip in a flash, his face flushed, and said, "Miss Xiao, please have some self-respect." "Chief Su, I've never harmed you, don't be so formal, okay? I've helped you before, shouldn't you be a little more polite?" Xiao Meinyang tilted her head and said nonchalantly. "Tell me, what exactly do you want to do this time?" Su Hao said in a deep voice. 483, Chapter 483 Golden Token. "What else could I do? Of course, I've been thinking about you day and night, unable to sleep, so I came to see you," Xiao Meinyang said with a smile. "Be serious, I don't want to hear this nonsense." Su Hao frowned. Xiao Meinyang was indeed improper. "Okay, since that's the case, I'll tell you the truth, but you might not want to hear it. I know Huang Niu's identity. She is the holy maiden of the Poison Gu sect, and her status is very noble. If I can get along well with her, could I also thrive in the Poison Gu cult?" Xiao Meinyang revealed her true thoughts. "How did you know?" Su Hao was surprised Xiao Meinyang wasn't there when Huang Shihu's identity was exposed that day. "Have you forgotten? I am a disciple of the Poison Gu master. Before he died, he told me about the Poison Gu cult," Xiao Meinyang said calmly. "Before he died?" Su Hao immediately realized that the Poison Gu master had died at her hands. He was presumably talking about the Poison Gu cult when he was killed. He was unaware of the hatred between Xiao Meinyang and the Poison Gu master, only that killing his master was a major taboo in the martial arts world, and that there was a certain misunderstanding between the two. "Please rest assured on this point, I will not allow her to return to the Poison Gu cult," Su Hao affirmed. Huang Shihu entrusted Huang Niu to him, which represents his trust in her. Huang Niu is an innocent girl, how could she go to the Poison Gu cult? Just think about it, the infighting among the disciples of the Poison Gu master has reached this point. The Poison Gu cult will only become more complicated once Huang Niu joins. She may not even know how she died. Chief Su, some things are not up to you. Miss Huang's identity will be exposed sooner or later, and then the Poison Gu cult will definitely come knocking on our door, Xiao Meinyang said confidently. The Poison Gu cult is no ordinary sect. it is known as the leader of the four great evil sects. Some even believe they are the evil version of the Shu Mountain sect, holding a very high position. Given this, once Huang Niuniu's identity is exposed, she will definitely attract the attention of various experts. Whether she stays or leaves will be uncertain even for Su Hao alone. Because the leader of the Poison Gu cult is actually Huang Niuniu's maternal grandfather. This kind of relationship is really not something outsiders can interfere with. I can only take it one step at a time, but I will do my best to protect her, Su Hao said firmly. Chief Su, you value her so much, you haven't already taken advantage of her, have you? She's still a young girl. If you want a woman, you can come to me. As Xiao Meiyang spoke, she licked her lips. This move is really tempting. Fine, if you want to stay, I won't interfere too much, but if I find out you're doing anything to harm Huang Niuniu, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Hao warned. Chief Su, you can rest assured I consider Miss Huang my future strong backer. How could I possibly have any ill intentions towards her? Xiao Meiyang promised. Can her promise be taken seriously? Su Hao simply refused to believe it. Sister Meiyang, let's have a spar. Huang Niuniu suddenly shouted. Sure, I'll be right there. Xiao Meiyang chuckled and said, see, this little girl trusts me a lot. Hee hee, Su Hao said with a hint of helplessness. Looking back, Huang Niuniu and Xiao Meiyang were exchanging blows. She actually became Huang Niuniu's sparring partner. I must say, it really suits you quite well. Su Hao glanced at her a few times, then blushed slightly. Xiao Meiyang's figure was too good, looking at her too much could easily make one lose their senses. Let them be. Su Hao thought to himself, this is Huang Niuniu's own decision. He was somewhat reluctant to admit it, but it seemed that having several beautiful women around him wasn't so bad. At least it's pleasing to the eye. The next morning, the area downstairs was bustling with activity. Su Hao got out of the car and saw that Ouyang Jun's car was already waiting. The Kuanping gang members were surrounding him and talking about something. Mr. Su, I'm here to deliver the token to you. As Ouyang Jun spoke, he walked over, holding a gold medal in his hand with 4 characters written on it, Martial Arts Tournament. Having this means having a ticket to the game. This token is an honor, far better than being chosen by someone who doesn't win, regardless of whether they win or not. Made of gold, it has collectible value in itself. Wow, it's so beautiful. Huang Niuniu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing it. Yes, this thing looks valuable. Xiao Meiyang said, holding it in her hand and weighing it in her hand. It's alright, it's just a pass. Su Hao said with a nonchalant smile. Mr. Su, let's go to the martial arts tournament. Ouyang Jun came to pick someone up. Young master, may I come along? Huang Niuniu especially loves fighting and killing. There must be many exciting duels at the martial arts tournament, right? Just thinking about it makes her excited. She held Su Hao's hand, reluctant to let go. Sure. Su Hao nodded. And what about me? Xiao Meiyang blinked and twisted her waist. Whatever, go or don't go. Su Hao was a little afraid of her eyes were too alluring. The two of them hadn't spent a lot of time together before. Things are different now, they're staying together directly, making the test for him incredibly difficult. He still clearly remembers that Xiao Meiyang took off all her clothes at Tianxiang residence that day, and he can still remember that scene clearly. Only by seeing her real body can one understand how hot Xiao Meiyang's figure is. Of course I'll go. Xiao Meiyang said with a smile. Ouyang Jun was in charge of driving. Su Hao sat in the middle of the 3 seats in the back. Huang Niuniu was alright, sitting properly. Xiao Meiyang, however, was different. She was holding his hand, almost hanging on him. Even with 2 other people present, she remained completely composed. Can you just shut up for a second? Su Hao said helplessly. Okay. Xiao Meiyang nodded, released his hand, and then looked out the window. The martial arts tournament is in the south, the grand gathering of the northern martial arts world, held once every 10 years. Both the martial arts world of the south and the martial arts world of the north will send out their masters to compete. The conference was held in Qiandao Lake. Ouyang Jun led everyone to the lakeside, and then took a speedboat to Laojun Mountain on the other side. As you get closer, you'll find the place is packed with people. Everyone is looking forward to witnessing the birth of a new generation of legends. Who will emerge victorious in the martial arts tournament? So many people? Xiao Meinyang frowned. As a disciple of the Poison Gu Master, she subconsciously disliked such lively occasions. The whole scene looked like there were tens of thousands of people there. The most critical thing is that there are security checks to prevent anyone from causing damage. Mr. Su, it's alright, we are participants, we don't need to queue. Ouyang Jun led everyone to communicate directly with the organizers. When Su Hao revealed the token of the martial arts tournament, everyone was filled with awe and respect, for he was one of the representatives of the southern martial arts world. Please. Everyone got their bearings and headed towards the mountaintop. 484, Chapter 484. A disagreement. The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the mountaintop. Suddenly, a group of people blocked their way. Su Hao looked closely and saw that it was Tinjiutang and his group. Hey, you surnamed Su, hand over the token. You are not qualified to represent the southern martial arts world. You can only leave today if you hand over the token. The fat woman jumped out. Su Hao frowned, took the token, and looked at it, finding that it was indeed inside. All 5 gold medals were uniformly made and personally handed to the winners by members of the alliance. Unexpectedly, these people suddenly appeared, intending to seize the token. Is this in accordance with the rules? Su Hao asked Ouyang Jun in surprise. Theoretically, it's possible to steal it as long as you use the right means. Taking the token head-on would mean you're stronger, right? But this has never happened. Ouyang Jun shook his head. Why? Huang Nianyo asked subconsciously. Since they are no match, no one would want to make a fool of themselves. Ouyang Jun said calmly. Huang Nianyo thought for a moment and immediately understood. Yes, the token in the young master's hand was obtained through legitimate channels, which meant he had extraordinary strength. Aren't those defeated underlings of Tinjiutang just clowns jumping out like that? You really think Su Hao is strong? You think he's no match for you? Suddenly, a person stepped out from behind Lu Fei and said coldly. Ouyang Jun's expression immediately changed. This person was Meng Jia, the senior brother of Lu Fei and the others, who had also obtained the token. And who are you? Su Hao asked nonchalantly. You surname Su, are you scared now? This is our senior brother. The fat woman said arrogantly. Be smart and hand over the token now, otherwise, with so many of us fellow disciples here, dealing with you alone is more than enough. You fatso, don't push your luck. Huang Nianyo was very unhappy and cursed angrily. Damn it, where did you come from? You're not very strong, yet you dare to insult me. The fat woman stared at Huang Nianyo, then suddenly rushed forward. He lost track of time and went straight to Huang Nianyo's side, suddenly raising his hand to slap her. Huang Nianyo saw her action clearly and was overjoyed. She thought to herself, block it. However, when it came time to act, it was a little too late. Snap. I got hit on the right side of my cheek. Huang Nianyo stood there, stunned, and asked somewhat awkwardly, why couldn't it be blocked? Nonsense, you're so weak. How could you possibly stop the attacks of a master of innate level? The fat woman said disdainfully. It wasn't until this moment that Huang Nianyo realized that after practicing for so long, she still couldn't perform well on stage. Hey, what right do you have to hit Miss Huang? On the other side, Xiao Meinyang was displeased. She swung a palm at the fat woman, seemingly light and without much force, but the fat woman looked as if she were facing a formidable enemy, not daring to take the blow head on, and appeared very serious. Even so, after she regretted it, she suddenly discovered that a colorful poisonous scorpion had appeared on her right hand. You actually used poisonous insects? The fat woman had already noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Meinyang, but she didn't expect it to be this terrible. As they were speaking, the scorpion stung them. A deadly poison spread from her right arm throughout her body. She cried out in alarm, Senior brother, please get us the antidote. When everyone looked closely, they saw that her arm had turned black, and the wound smelled terrible. It's only been a short time, yet it's already so toxic. If this is delayed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Meng Jia glared at Xiao Meinyang with hostility, drew his long sword with a whoosh, and said coldly, "Apologize to my junior sister now and produce the antidote, and I might spare your life." Apologize? She dared to hit Miss Huang. Has she apologized? Xiao Meinyang said disdainfully. Let's keep things separate just now. It was that guy surnamed Huang who was disrespectful and provoked my junior sister, thus giving him a chance to teach her a lesson. As for you, using poison is despicable and must be apologized for. Meng Jia's face darkened. Enough, you all started this mess today. Su Hao stood in front of Xiao Meinyang. You want to protect her? Meng Jia asked in a hostile tone. Otherwise what? You guys made the mistake first today. It has nothing to do with anyone else, Su Hao said forcefully. Hey, I have something to tell you. I left in a hurry today and didn't bring the antidote with me, but there are a few other kinds of poisonous insects. Do you want to give them a try? Xiao Meinyang said confidently, and even added a reminder, I advise you to save her as soon as possible, otherwise the poison will spread throughout her body and she will be completely beyond saving. How can we save him? Meng Jia asked coldly. Cut off her arm. Xiao Meinyang's tone was even colder. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Su Hao keenly realized that she only wanted to establish a good older sister image in front of Huang Nyonyo, but her methods were indeed somewhat vicious. Perhaps, for Xiao Meinyang, this punishment was already lenient? The overweight woman was unwilling to accept it. Her perfectly good arm was gone. Senior brother, don't listen to her nonsense, there must be other ways. She panicked. How would she live if she became a one-armed woman? Junior sister, hesitation will only lead to disaster. You should just bear with it. Meng Jia said with tears in his eyes as he severed one of the fat woman's arms. Thump! After the arm hit the ground, it quickly festered and became riddled with holes. The fat woman's severed arm was bleeding normally, indicating that she was no longer in any danger of death. Huang Nyonyo stood there, stunned. This must be what it means to be a dangerous person in the martial arts world. She was attacked directly because she spoke out of turn. The fat woman lost her entire right arm because of her reckless attack. You wretched woman, I must avenge this. Meng Jia suddenly slashed out with his sword. The dazzling sword light attracted everyone's attention. Someone shouted from below, look, a fight has broken out halfway up the mountain. Xiao Meinyang was agile and had no intention of fighting him. In a flash, she appeared behind Su Hao and said, Husband, he hit me, aren't you going to help? Who's your husband? Su Hao frowned. She frowned, and that husband came out even more smoothly than Bai Jiruo's, which was enough to give anyone a headache. I don't care, I don't want to die here today. Xiao Meinyang said with a grin. Enough. Ouyang Jun couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward, saying, Today is the day of the martial arts tournament. Internal strife must be avoided. Any grudges can wait until after the competition. Let your anger and resentment be directed at your opponents. Meng Jia, if you disobey and insist on attacking, hand over the token now. Meng Jia's face turned ugly. Ouyang Jun's identity wouldn't be so useful at other times, but this moment is different. As a descendant of the former alliance leader, he still has the power to disqualify someone from the competition. This isn't over between us. Meng Jia roared. What are you looking at? I can beat you with one hand. The fat woman roared at Huang Nyonyo, but when she saw Xiao Meinyang take a step forward, she immediately ran away in fright. The group from Tinjiotang, filled with anger, climbed Mount Laojun. 485, Chapter 485. Despicable. Miss Xiao, you went a bit too far. After these people had gone far away, Su Hao said unhappily. Is this considered ruthless? I have 100 ways to poison them all to death. Nyonyo, don't be afraid. If anyone dares to harm you again, I will definitely not let them get away with it. Xiao Meinyang solemnly promised. Sister Meinyang, I'm so grateful to you just now, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. Huang Nyonyo was still shaken. The pain on her face reminded her that she had just escaped a disaster. Mr. Su, in short, Meng Jia is not someone to be trifled with. Be careful in the future, Ouyang Jun reminded him. It's alright, I have nothing to be afraid of as long as he doesn't do anything reckless, everything will be fine. Su Hao didn't care at all. Ouyang Jun smiled. This young man was truly unfathomable, as if he feared no one. Come on, I'll take you to see someone. He suddenly smiled mysteriously. Lead the way. Su Hao nodded. At the summit of Laojun Mountain stands a magnificent and imposing manor, which is the headquarters for today's martial arts tournament. The hall was already filled with the leaders and elders of various sects. Among them, Mr. Ouyang Ku, in good spirits, was chatting with the people around him. Wan Yin, I only have faith in one young man this year with him, we're sure to win this competition. Ouyang Ku said with a smile. Master, which disciple has caught your eye? The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing next to him was Lei Wanyan. His identity is also quite extraordinary. He is the current leader of the martial arts world. He was Ouyang Ku's most promising disciple, inheriting his mantle and preserving some face for the Ouyang family. It was precisely because of Lei Wanyan's existence that Ouyang Ku's position in the martial arts world remained very stable. With the title of former leader and current leader's master, who would dare to disrespect him? Ouyang Ku was about to say something when he suddenly saw Ouyang Jun leading Su Hao and the others, and he smiled and said, Here you are, you can experience it for yourself. Lei Wanyan's gaze immediately fell on Su Hao. The newcomer was distinguished by his imposing presence, handsome appearance, and refined demeanor. Every gesture he made was natural and effortless. Su Hao was completely different from other geniuses, possessing a sense of profound maturity that came from a life untouched by worldly concerns. It was this kind of person who truly had a promising future. Mr. Su, this is Lei Wanyan, the leader of the Lei Alliance, Ouyang Jun introduced. Lei Wanyan? Su Hao couldn't help but glance at Huang Niu. Was this the same person who had given him the token before Huang Shihu left? It turned out that the relationship between these grandmasters was so close. Su Hao greets Alliance leader Lei. He bowed slightly and said respectfully. No need to be so polite. Lei Wanyan said with a smile, You have been kind to my master, so you are also half a benefactor to me. Since this is our first meeting, I haven't prepared any special gifts. Here is a dagger, which can be considered a divine weapon. Please accept it, young Master Su. As Lei Wanyan spoke, a golden light flashed. Su Hao looked closely and saw a dagger flying steadily towards him. It carried no killing intent, yet it contained powerful true energy. It seemed Lei Wanyan wasn't simply handing over a weapon, but rather testing him. He chuckled softly, reached forward with his right hand as if catching a fish, and easily snatched the dagger. Examining it closely in his hand, the dagger was incredibly sharp, its golden gleam emanating from its golden hilt. To say it could cut through iron like mud would be no exaggeration. Thank you very much, Alliance leader Lei, Su Hao said with great joy. As expected, Master was right. You are the hope of our southern martial arts world. Lei Wanyan nodded in satisfaction. Of all the people who had just passed the test, only Su Hao had been able to resolve it so easily. If one's strength is insufficient, even encountering a dagger will cause one to cough up blood due to the power it contains. This dagger is not so easy to take down. Only Su Hao could handle it so calmly and quietly. This person's strength is clearly unfathomable. Alliance leader, I will do my best, but as for the outcome, it depends on fate. Su Hao dared not make any guarantees. It's getting late, Xiao Zhenggo and gather the other players over. We need to briefly discuss our tactics, Ouyang Ku said. Okay, I'll go and invite them over. Ouyang Jun agreed and went out to find someone. As soon as Su Hao and his two companions sat down, someone came to serve them tea. They took a leisurely sip, only to find Ouyang Jun rushing over immediately. He said with a serious expression, Something terrible has happened. When I went over to check, I found that all three contestants have been poisoned. They are foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Their condition is critical. Poisoned? Everyone present changed their expressions drastically. The martial arts tournament is about to begin, and the fact that they were poisoned at this particular time speaks volumes. Quickly, send people to investigate thoroughly and catch the mastermind behind this. Lei Wanyan frowned deeply. Understood. I have already given the order to temporarily close all passages. Only entry is permitted, no exit is allowed. Ouyang Jun said solemnly. No, I have to go check it out. Lei Wanyan couldn't sit still. Such a major event had occurred, and he had to go and see for himself. He led everyone to the training venue in a great hurry. The situation here is the same as Ouyang Jun described. Lying on the ground were three men with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. They were the representatives of the southern martial arts world, Gu Tao, Zhang Yuanhua, and Li Zetian. Alliance leader, what should we do now? A person standing nearby said with a worried expression. We can only ask the divine physician for help. I don't know if the people from Medicine King Valley will make it in time. Lei Wanyan frowned. Given his status, it shouldn't be a problem for him to ask the people from Medicine King Valley to come out. However, the round trip caused too many delays. If there were renowned doctors here, things would be different. Wanyan, how could you forget? Xiao Su is a renowned doctor, even more skilled than those people from Medicine King Valley, Ouyang Ku said with a smile. Oh yeah, how could I forget about him? Lei Wanyan smiled apologetically, recalling how Su Hao had helped his master when he was ill. Now that these people are poisoned, there might actually be a chance. He immediately looked at Su Hao and said in a pleading tone, Little Su, there's no time to lose, please provide assistance as soon as possible. Good. Su Hao walked over and examined the three of them one by one, his expression grave. Is there any hope? Lei Wanyan asked. There is definitely a way to save them. They were poisoned with a potent toxin, and the effects took hold on the spot. They are likely being targeted by someone. I am confident that I can save them. However, this will also mean that they will completely lose their chance to compete today. After all, even after they recover, they will be weak and exhausted. Without a few days of rest, they will not be able to regain their strength. Su Hao said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lei Wanyan understood. This was a deception by the other side. They didn't even need to take direct action by poisoning them. They directly caused them to lose 3 contestants. 486, Chapter 486 First Battle Defeat. Anyway, you should save people first. Lei Wanyan said solemnly. No problem. Su Hao took out silver needles and began performing acupuncture on the 3 of them. Wisps of black smoke emanated from the needles. This kind of poison was quite easy for him to handle. The toxicity comes on quickly, but it also goes away quickly. Under his care, the people's condition improved significantly. Lei Wanyan's brows were tightly furrowed, unable to relax. This sudden incident was definitely related to the Northern Martial Alliance. If they were the ones who were frightened, who else could it be? The loss of 3 top fighters on their side immediately diminished the strength of their contest. Wanyan, don't panic. Go find 3 substitutes first. No matter what, we in the Southern martial arts world need to gather 5 people, otherwise we will be looked down upon. Ouyang Ku said seriously. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Lei Wanyan couldn't help but perk up. Finding 3 replacements was quite simple. However, the replacements were far weaker than the 3 who had fallen, causing the overall strength of the Southern martial arts world to drop a level. He used the simplest method to find 3 substitutes. He selected the 3 strongest people present based on the heavenly ranking. In the backyard of the resort, a fighting platform more than 7 meters high was set up. The competition was about to begin at noon. The long-awaited audience was filled with excitement, finally about to witness the competition. The Southern Martial Alliance is located in the east, while the Northern Martial Alliance is located in the west. Are the 3 of you even qualified to participate in the competition? Meng Jia of Tinjiotang looked grim. Weren't these just small fry? Standing before him were 3 people besides Su Hao, a fat man, a thin man, and a man with long hair. All 3 looked rather listless, which displeased him greatly. Who do you think you are, strutting around like that? The 3 of us are all at least top-ranked experts on the heavenly ranking. Do we need you to slander us? The fat man was very unhappy. The 3 of them were about the same strength, all around the 30th place on the heavenly ranking. Even I didn't know? My name is Meng Jia, ranked 11th on the heavenly ranking. The man said proudly. After he finished speaking, the 3 men immediately became obedient. Good heavens, they're ranked higher than them. Ignoring other factors, the heavenly ranking is essentially a ranking of strength. Meng Jia's entry into the top 15 signifies that he is already a top-tier expert. When they looked at Meng Jia again, they were filled with admiration and said, Young Master Meng Jia, please make a reasonable tactical arrangement for this competition. That's more like it. We'll work together closely later, just follow our instructions. Fatty, you go first and make sure they see the power of the Southern martial arts world. Meng Jia said coldly. No problem, leave it to me. The fat man was very happy. He also had dreams, and he participated in the test that day, and performed quite well. Now that he had this opportunity and obtained the token, it was an honor in itself, he thought to himself. Even if he could be cannon fodder, it wouldn't hurt if he were lucky enough to win in the end. He would be one of the 5 experts. It could be described in 2 words, an easy win. Knock knock knock. The war drums have already been sounded. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Is it finally about to begin? Huang Niu was somewhat expectant. Yes, I wonder what the final result will be. Xiao Mengyang said calmly. Alright, now it's your turn to appear. Meng Jia said proudly. Okay. As the fat man walked toward the arena, people from the southern martial arts world stood up and applauded, giving him the highest honor. The man was overjoyed. He waved to everyone, took a deep breath, and flew towards the arena. He was standing at the edge of the stage, but he didn't forget to strike a cool pose. Go for it, fatty. Someone shouted from underground. This made him even more confident, and he turned around to return to the ring. Suddenly overjoyed, he lost his footing and plummeted downwards. With a thud, the person landed in a rather ungraceful manner. This scene shocked everyone. What's going on? He just went on stage, and he's already made a complete fool of himself. You fatso, are you even capable? Why did someone like this have to appear in the final test? Is he really qualified to represent the martial arts world of the South? This immediately drew a barrage of insults from everyone. The fat man stood up awkwardly, this time not daring to show off his skills, and landed steadily in the middle of the stage. This scene greatly displeased the members of Tinjiutang. Has he forgotten his place? He's just a vanguard, yet he's acting like this. The fat woman, her arm bandaged, said weakly in anger. Yes, he didn't just lose face for himself, but for the entire martial arts world in the South. Zhang Feng was also quite unhappy. In the end, we'll have to rely on our senior brother to clean up the mess. Lu Fei shook his head, having no confidence in this person at all. The martial arts community from the north across the way burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. At that moment, a white figure set off from their direction and gracefully descended. The man stood there, holding a long sword, motionless, exuding extreme confidence. You brat, what's so amazing about that? The fat man was very unhappy. He pounced over instantly and slapped the fat man with his hand, which was as large as a fan. This time, they went all out. From an outsider's perspective, the person's body was surrounded by surging internal energy, and the force of his palm strike appeared quite powerful. But his opponent smiled coldly, his longsword flashing as he charged forward, neutralizing the fat man's attack. Taking advantage of the fat man's momentary daze, the man transformed into a blur, appearing instantly in front of him and slapping him away. Thump! The fat man landed right at the edge of the ring, almost out of the competition. The next moment, a white light appeared, and the opponent followed closely, a long sword pressed against his neck, coldly saying, "We lost." Who exactly are you? The fat man reluctantly admitted defeat, but he was still unwilling to give up and wanted to find out his name. Remember this, my name is Qin Tian. Ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking. The man in white sheathed his sword and said arrogantly. 10th on the heavenly ranking? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, the first person sent by the northern martial arts world is so powerful. Their tactics are truly unpredictable. I lost. The fat man walked off the stage, completely convinced of his defeat. Losing to the 10th ranked person on the heavenly ranking wasn't shameful, he was just afraid he couldn't beat anyone else either. If the entire southern martial arts world couldn't even defeat him, that would be a complete and utter defeat. Senior brother, I never expected there would be someone ranked higher than you, the fat woman exclaimed. Don't boost others' morale and diminish our own. It's only 1 place difference, it's not a big problem. Meng Jia was naturally unwilling to admit that there was a gap between him and Qin Tian, and still maintained his confidence, looking at the other two, preparing to choose one of them to go on stage. 487, Chapter 487 Solo Run. Next, it's your turn. Meng Jia's gaze fell on the skinny man. Why me? This person was somewhat unconvinced. If he went up now, wouldn't he just become cannon fodder? This competition is a test of the cooperation of the martial arts community in the South, not a test of personal honor. Please do not worry about personal gains or losses at this time. Go up there and do your best to last a few more rounds and wear him down. Then I'll come out and finish them off. I'm sure I can eliminate this person. Meng Jia said coldly. All right. The skinny man reluctantly stepped onto the ring. What does Southern martial arts world mean? Does it mean there are no more talented people? They actually sent someone like this. Qin Tian appeared extremely disdainful. Enough talk, take this. The skinny man's face darkened, sensing the other's obvious disdain. He became very displeased. He grabbed a handful of hidden weapons and hurled them out in a flurry. In an instant, the hidden weapons covered the other's entire body. It's useless. Qin Tian's longsword danced rapidly, transforming into a sword curtain that easily blocked all the hidden weapons. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the man's longsword directly drew a bloody gash on the skinny man's body. The powerful impact described in the text directly knocked the person off the stage. Is the martial arts world in the South any good? 2 people came up, but they couldn't last 5 moves in total. Does our young master Qin Tian really think he can take on all 5 of you single-handedly? The martial arts world in the north appeared arrogant, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. Lei Wanyan, you're going to lose face today. Did you bring out these good-for-nothings just to make the northern martial arts world laugh? In the middle seat opposite, sat an arrogant middle-aged man. This person's status is equal to Lei Wanyan's. He is the leader of the northern martial arts world. Su Jinyuan, don't be too happy yet. This is just the beginning. Until the very last moment, no one can be sure which side will win. Lei Wanyan shouted from afar, sounding quite disdainful. Is that so? I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve to turn the tide now. Does anyone dare to challenge Qin Tian? Su Jinyuan said arrogantly. Meng Jia's face darkened. The skinny guy's mediocre skills were hardly any threat. He finally looked at the long-haired youth and said coldly, now it's your turn. Hope you don't mess up. Alright, I'll fight with all my might. The long-haired man nodded, showing no arrogance, only grief and indignation. Since we're going to be cannon fodder, we have to be prepared to be cannon fodder. We should at least try to delay things for as long as possible. After arriving at the arena, he didn't make a move immediately, but stood still. Qin Tian initially thought he was preparing some kind of attack, until he finally realized that the man was just faking it and there was no true energy fluctuation at all. He shouted, swung his long sword, and instantly unleashed a ruthless attack. The long-haired youth didn't accept the challenge at all. Instead, he turned and left. The arena was large, and he started running. He thought that this avoidance of battle should have some effect. Is avoiding war also a strategy? Useless thing, you don't even dare to fight head-on. You don't really think you can surpass me in agility, do you? Qin Tian sneered. Their Northern Martial Alliance had also tested several basic data points. After speaking, his body appeared in front of the long-haired youth with a whoosh, like a ghost. The long sword swept across, its powerful sword energy reaching a point where there was no way to avoid it. The long-haired man had no choice but to extend both palms in an attempt to intercept the attack. However, all of this was in vain. The difference in strength between the two was too great. He was directly blasted away, crashing heavily into a pillar at the edge of the ring, coughing up blood. The next moment, Qin Tian kicked him out of the ring as if he were trash. Is the martial arts world in the South this year really this weak? Where did they find these 3 clowns? None of them are worthy of being looked at. Is he really that weak? Is young Master Qin Tian really going to clear the game all by himself? The martial arts practitioners opposite them all laughed and ridiculed them. Of the 5 opponents, 3 have already been defeated. If Qin Tian defeats 2 more people, he will set a new record by soloing the entire martial arts tournament instance, which will surely leave behind the best legend. Faced with such blatant mockery, the martial arts practitioners from the South felt only resentment. The 3 people selected later were simply too ordinary. If I had known we would lose so badly, I would have just forfeited. This was a complete waste of time. Lei Alliance leader, your Southern martial arts world has completely declined. Why don't you join our Northern martial arts world? Come and be our dog, and we might still be able to get a few bones to eat. Su Jinyuan said with great disdain. Seeing him laughing happily, Lei Wanyan's face darkened. Not long ago, they had also competed on the same stage. Lei Wanyan was the winner back then, but now he is being mocked by his defeated opponent, which is extremely painful. Strange, these three people chosen by the southern martial arts world seem to be out of sync in terms of strength. Fan Wuxian, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, standing next to Su Jinyuan, said in surprise. I heard a rumor that someone on their side was poisoned, and they temporarily brought in these people to fill in. Su Jinyuan wasn't unaware of the truth, but with victory so close at hand, he was somewhat excited. No way, a righteous competition, and someone actually poisoned it? Fan Wuxian looked extremely disdainful. Who knows, anyway, I didn't send anyone to poison them. Maybe there was some internal conflict among them. In any case, this is definitely a good thing for us. Su Jinyuan also disdained poisoning. On the other side, Lei Wanyan's face was grim. If they keep losing like this, the martial arts world in the south will never be able to hold its head high again. Although Qin Tian is very strong, we can't let him clear the level alone. Which of you two will go up and defeat him? Lei Wanyan said coldly. Leave it to me. I've already figured out his strength, he definitely won't lose next. Before Su Hao could agree, Meng Jia spoke first. He was unwilling to give the opportunity to shine to his competitors. Although there is still a risk of defeat if she fights now, wouldn't all the good reputation fall on her if Su Hao wins? Even if she wins the later matches, what people will remember is still the battle between two strong opponents. Meng Jia, this matter is of utmost importance, so don't let us down. Lei Wanyan said with some doubt. Alliance leader, rest assured, leave it to me. You can be sure there won't be any problems. As Meng Jia spoke, she looked at Su Hao provocatively. It's as if it's saying, watch carefully, learn carefully. Fine, since you've made up your mind, then do your best no matter what, you have to win against one person. Lei Wanyan's goal has now been lowered, he'll defeat Qin Tian first, and then look forward to whether he can achieve final victory. Qin Tian, stop being so arrogant, your opponent has arrived. Meng Jia stomped her foot, and when she landed on the arena, the entire ground trembled. 488, Chapter 488. Shocking. Don't worry, everyone, senior brother Tinjiutang has made his appearance. There is still hope for the martial arts world in the south. The fat woman shouted loudly, as if afraid that everyone wouldn't recognize Meng Jia. That's great, this is our last hope, Lu Fei said happily. Senior brother's strength is far beyond what the three who were defeated before could match. Zhang Feng said proudly. It must be said that Meng Jia had quite an aura when she appeared. The entire arena trembled, bringing a glimmer of hope. Great, we haven't lost yet. Finally, a master has arrived. This is going to be a good show. Qin Tian has played 3 matches, shouldn't he be going to step down now? Keep going, young Master Meng, you must go all the way. The people of the southern martial arts world had all given up hope, but seeing Meng Jia's good performance, they all chose to support him firmly. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Meng Jia grinned from ear to ear. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, to gain everyone's recognition on such an important occasion, relying on his formidable strength. I have great ambitions. I hope to succeed Lei Wanyan and become the next leader of the martial arts world. Today's competition will be the first battle in his rise to power. Who are you? State your name. Qin Tian was already in a killing frenzy and didn't care much about Meng Jia. I am Meng Jia, ranked 11th on the heavenly ranking. Meng Jia said proudly. Upon learning his identity, Qin Tian finally took him seriously. The 11th and 10th places on the heavenly ranking are only one place apart. Strictly speaking, their strengths are similar. If Meng Jia wants to achieve a higher ranking, he only needs to challenge and win more matches. Who was blocking his way, isn't it Qin Tian? The two fought fiercely at the martial arts tournament, and the outcome was decided, which seems somewhat like fate. The heavenly ranking is based on strength. I advise you to just admit defeat and stop deceiving yourself. Qin Tian said coldly. Take this. Meng Jia made her move with confidence. Both were masters of the sword, and their first move created an impression of countless sword shadows filling the arena. Meng Jia's swordsmanship was agile and graceful. Without dodging, she reached Qin Tian's side, multiplying from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4, appearing incredibly powerful. Qin Tian made his move without saying a word, his swordsmanship steady and accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Boom, boom, boom. They clashed several times on the stage, their inner energy surging, and each took a step back. It seems like they're evenly matched. That's all you've got? Meng Jia said with a cold laugh. See, my senior brother isn't afraid of this kind of person at all. As long as he uses a few more moves, he can definitely defeat him easily. The fat woman said confidently. Can we really win? I feel like we're still a little short, Xiao Meinyang said calmly. The fat woman was still a little scared when she saw her and didn't dare to argue back. You stinking woman, don't talk nonsense. How could senior brother lose to him? Lu Fei said displeased. Stinky, I smell wonderful from head to toe. You can ask my husband if you don't believe me. Xiao Meinyang said, taking Su Hao's arm in a warm and sweet gesture. You're actually his husband? Lu Fei stared at Su Hao, unsure whether to feel envious or sigh. Xiao Meinyang possesses irresistible charm, but she is riddled with poison. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death one day if you're with someone like that? None of your business. Su Hao broke free from Xiao Meinyang's arm, but he was too lazy to explain to Lu Fei. Stop talking, they're fighting again on stage. Zhang Feng stared intently at the stage. Qin Tian's attack began. With a single sword strike, he channeled his inner energy, unleashing an aura that seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. Meng Jia used the same move, abandoning the fancy techniques and relying solely on his internal energy to fight back. Boom! 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 The two unleashed their powerful sword energy in a breathtaking display. After just a few moves, both sides were somewhat moved, realizing that the other was quite strong. I advise you to admit defeat. You were slightly stronger than me to begin with. But after expending some of your true energy, you are no match for them. Admitting defeat will at least save some face. Meng Jia said dismissively. Yeah? Can you really beat me? Qin Tian looked disdainful. Of course. Meng Jia said with particular confidence. But the next moment, things didn't go as he expected. Qin Tian launched another attack, once again a devastating sword strike. Meng Jia proudly blocked it, thinking that if the attack continued a few more times, his opponent's true energy would surely be exhausted, and then it would be his time to win. Just when they thought they could remain unchanged and win, Qin Tian suddenly disappeared from his spot, using a ghostly movement technique to suddenly appear on the left and strike out with a sword. Meng Jia's desperate defense barely held up for half a move, but it couldn't withstand all of his attacks. Bang! He was struck as if by a heavy blow, and his whole body flew backward and fell off the ring. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering a serious injury. Despicable, you actually launched a sneak attack. The fat woman said indignantly. Damn it, he couldn't beat senior brother head-on, so he ran to the side. He has no martial ethics at all. Zhang Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Senior brother, are you alright? Lu Fei came down from the arena and helped Meng Jia up. He saw that there was a deep wound on his body that exposed the bone, which was quite shocking. It would probably take a long time to heal. If the body's meridians are damaged, then things will be even more complicated. A sneak attack? This is just a tactic. Your senior brother is like a complete idiot, standing on the arena without any guard. Someone like that is lucky to get injured in a martial arts competition. If he really encounters a powerful enemy, he won't even know how he died. Qin Tian said dismissively. Upon hearing this, everyone else nodded in agreement. From any perspective, Meng Jia lost, and that's it. There are absolutely no excuses. Why? Lei Wanyan's expression turned serious. He had high hopes for today's competition. He never expected it to turn out like this. 4 people have now been eliminated, leaving only Su Hao. Northern Martial Arts Lin's side was now filled with mocking faces. Here's a joke, the martial arts world of the South. If they can't beat young Master Qin Tian even in a 4-on-1 fight, could they still lose in a 5-on-1 fight? Who's the last one? Might as well just admit defeat to save time. The martial arts world of the South will be a disgrace today. I think talented young people should come and join the martial arts world of the North. Not only did others loudly mock him, Su Jinyuan stared at Lei Wanyan and said, I remember that the southern martial arts world, led by Senior Ouyang, was quite strong. It seems that some people have leadership problems. Why don't they also step down in public after today's crushing defeat? Su Jinyuan, don't be too happy yet, we still have one more person who can surprise you. Lei Wanyan said this with some uncertainty. But we still have to say the polite things. There's another one. Can he defeat 5 of the top 10 masters on the Northern Martial Arts ranking? Su Jinyuan said disdainfully. 489, Chapter 489, Going into Battle. Everyone was surprised when he said this. It turned out that Qin Tian was the weakest among them, and there were 4 powerful martial artists behind him. 5 top 10 spots on the heavenly rankings. That does sound a bit shocking. It's over, we're going to suffer a crushing defeat this time. All 5 people lost? Why don't we defeat Qin Tian? Their attitude is too disgusting. Everyone's expectations have shifted from winning to defeating one person. We need to win at least one game, otherwise it will be too frustrating. Master, what should we do next? Lei Wanyan was at a loss. Don't worry, there's still one more person. I believe in Xiao Su's strength. Although Ouyang said this, he was still a little unsure if he could beat 1 or 2, it shouldn't be a problem, but facing 5 would be difficult. Grandpa, Qin Tian is probably at his last gasp. Strictly speaking, Mr. Su only needs to defeat 4.5 experts, so there is still a glimmer of hope. Ouyang Jun said, his confidence waning. Just admit defeat, you can't possibly be his match. Meng Jiao returned, looking utterly disdainful. How could someone like you possibly be a match for Qin Tian? Even if you were lucky enough to beat Qin Tian, you'd be even less likely to defeat the others who come after him. In short, the southern martial arts world has to admit defeat this time. You spineless coward, you start to admit defeat as soon as you lose. Xiao Menyang said disdainfully. I've seen too many people like this. They always think they represent everyone, but in reality, they're nothing. Woman, apologize to your senior brother, you have no right to say such things to him. Lu Fei roared. Apologize, he lost like this, and he still has the nerve to talk? Xiao Menyang said. You really won't apologize? Lu Fei roared, his voice barely concealing his intention to attack. What, you really think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Menyang said, and actually took out a green snake and started playing with it. The flicking tongue of that green snake was frightening. Lu Fei dared not speak out in anger. He felt that Xiao Menyang's strength might not be that great, but the poison on her body was too terrible. Once she got involved, there was no antidote, and she would at least lose an arm. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Xiao Menyang gave a disdainful sneer. This kind of person was all bark and no bite. He had no real ability. Looking around, Su Hao was still the most pleasing to the eye. He was known as immune to all poisons. Being with him would be truly comfortable. Huang Niu looked at the green snake and found it strangely cute. She gradually realized that venomous creatures weren't so scary after all as long as she had it in her own hands. What did it matter if others were afraid? At least it provided a sense of security. Is anyone else here? Qin Tian waited on the stage for a while, then grew a little impatient. Me too. With a loud shout, Su Hao vanished from his spot like lightning and reappeared on the arena. State your name. Qin Tian said proudly. Su Hao. The handsome guy opposite him said coldly. Many people were surprised by this statement. Is he Su Hao? People in the martial arts world of the South remember that this person seemed to have gotten a perfect score on the test, and his strength was unfathomable. Perhaps his appearance will bring some surprises to everyone. Only one seedling remains. The last hope of the southern martial arts world rests on this man. Lei Wanyan sighed. Yes. My young master will surely win. Huang Niu smiled. So far, she hadn't seen young master Su lose. He could defeat any enemy as long as he made a move. Believe him? Meng Jia said disdainfully. If I hadn't been ambushed, I would still have a sliver of a chance, but if I had believed that Su guy, I would have been truly finished. So why were you ambushed? Xiao Menyang asked sarcastically, her face close to hers. Of course it was an accident. Meng Jia said, feeling a little guilty. Then be more careful next time, so you don't regret it later. Xiao Meinyang said disdainfully. Very well, I want to see how many moves Su Hao can last. He absolutely mustn't be defeated in the first move. Qin Tian is quite weak right now. Meng Jia sneered. The two on stage looked at each other and both felt that their opponent's strength was nothing special. Make your move, I'll give you a chance. Qin Tian said arrogantly. He even believed that an opponent like Su Hao, if he couldn't seize the initiative, could be eliminated in a single move. No need, you should make the first move. Su Hao said calmly. You brat, your name isn't even in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. How could you possibly be my match? Qin Tian said coldly. He also has a quantifiable standard for evaluating a person's strength, which is the heavenly ranking. He wasn't entirely sure whether Su Hao was on the heavenly ranking. After all, the heavenly ranking has 100 people, and the dozens behind them, as well as the top 10, are not of interest. Anyway, Su Hao wasn't in the top 10. Is the heavenly ranking very strong? Su Hao said calmly. These words made many people uneasy. This wasn't him looking down on Qin Tian, but rather on all the experts on the heavenly ranking. Arrogant. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Tian roared and unleashed a powerful attack with his longsword. It seems they've gone all out, aiming to finish off Su Hao in one fell swoop. Overestimating yourself. Su Hao said calmly, and with a thought, a powerful giant hand suddenly appeared in front of him, shattering his opponent's sword move with overwhelming force. Finally, he clenched his fist and instantly sent Qin Tian flying. You won? When Qin Tian landed and couldn't get up for a long time, everyone went crazy. They finally saw victory. Qin Tian's face was grim. He was horrified to discover that the move he had just made was entirely based on true qi, without any rhyme or reason. Even after being injured, he still felt a lingering sense of fear. It was as if the two were worlds apart in strength. Could it be that this is just an illusion? The opponent hasn't even made it onto the heavenly ranking, so how could they possibly have an overwhelming aura? In short, he couldn't understand it. Quickly, bring Qin Tian back. Su Jinyuan gave the order. Qin Tian received a warm welcome when he returned. Everyone he was treated as a hero because he only lost the 5th game, but won the other 4. This man is the pride of the northern martial arts world. Alliance leader Lei, I must say, the southern martial arts world is quite formidable. It took 5 of them, using a war of attrition, to defeat one of our masters. Does this mean that the northern martial arts world is already 5 times stronger than the southern martial arts world? Su Jinyuan laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? You'll be crying later. Lei Wanyan's confidence in Su Hao gradually grew. If he can defeat one opponent, does that mean he can't defeat a second one? Perhaps today's solo record doesn't belong to Qin Tian, but to Su Hao. Cry? I'll show you right now how powerful the remaining masters of the northern martial arts world are. Next up is the 9th ranked being on the heavenly ranking. Lin Bai, go into battle. Su Jinyuan announced proudly, and then a young man in black slowly walked onto the arena. The appearance of this person caused another sensation. 490, chapter 490. This kid's gotten cocky. It really is Lin Bai. He's the senior disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. 9th on the heavenly ranking. The smaller the number, the stronger the individual. Su Hao defeated Qin Tian by taking advantage of the situation, but now young Master Lin is different. He is at his peak. People in the northern martial arts world trusted him greatly, and also had unwavering trust in the 100 Flowers sect. Alliance leader, you have excellent judgment. You actually let Lin Bai take action. We're sure to win, Fan Wusheng said happily. Everyone wants to become famous at the martial arts tournament. There are still 3 masters in the southern martial arts world, but they no longer have a chance. That's how life's opportunities work. Lin Bai just happened to be ahead of Qin Tian, and Qin Tian just happened to lose, so the opportunity fell into Lin Bai's lap. I hope he takes this seriously, defeats this person, and leaves a good name for himself. Su Jinyuan said calmly. Opportunity is something that comes to those who are prepared, but they also have to be able to seize it. On the arena, Su Hao relaxed and looked at Lin Bai with great interest. Isn't this the same guy you easily defeated when he caused trouble last time? His original name was Lin Bai. Are you about to make a move? Su Hao asked coldly. Lin Bai's face was grim. He didn't want to take action, but it was entirely Su Jinyuan's order, and he couldn't refuse. Young Master Su, could you please be a little gentler when you strike? Lin Bai's first words were completely baffling. What does this mean? It was as if the moment the words left his mouth, he had already lost the upper hand. It was a completely pleading tone. What's wrong with Lin Bai? Fan Wei, do you know what's going on? Fan Wuxian was quite unhappy. Fan Wei was equally intimidated when he saw Su Hao, so he didn't dare to say anything. On the stage, Lin Bai was still pondering what method he could use to defeat this person. Last time, my close quarters ambush yielded no results. Should we now engage in a direct confrontation? Why doesn't he have confidence? Do you remember what happened to Qin Tian? Don't worry, I won't let you be less injured than him. Su Hao said coldly. Lin Bai's face was grim, recalling his injuries from last time. He realized that without his master's help, he would probably still be lying in bed. The difference in strength between the two was simply too great. If you make a move, you're bound to lose. So how can you save face in a dignified way? He suddenly gestured towards Su Hao with his lips, as if hinting at something. Su Hao didn't quite understand, but he still raised his hand. At this moment, he had not yet used any of his true energy. Lin Bai let out a scream as he fell backward, landing right at the edge of the ring before rolling off. Su Hao wins! Someone shouted loudly. This result is a pleasant surprise. Impossible, what happened? Lin Bai actually admitted defeat. The fat woman couldn't believe it. From their perspective, Lin Bai clearly hit thin air and was defeated immediately. Su Hao didn't even make a move, he simply rolled off the stage himself. Match fixing? Zhang Feng couldn't figure it out either. Did Su Hao know him and pay Lin Bai to cheat? After thinking about it, I realized that the possibility is extremely low. Who wouldn't want to become famous overnight? I don't understand. Meng Jiao was greatly shocked, wondering why he was so unlucky and couldn't encounter such an opponent. The martial arts world in the north was in an uproar. What does Lin Bai mean? Does he want to come to Lao Jun Mountain and make a fool of himself? Even if you can't win, you should at least try, right? Do you think we can't tell just because you deliberately admit defeat? Even with his back turned, you can tell that Su Hao didn't use any true energy at all. When Lin Bai ran back, Fan Wuxian's expression was grim. Lin Bai, what exactly happened? He asked in a deep voice. Master, don't blame Meido. You remember a few days ago, my junior brother and I were both seriously injured. The person who attacked us that day was this person. He trembled with fear. What? Su Hao actually possesses such strength. Fan Wuxian also remembered that day. Both of them were seriously injured at the time. Lin Bai, in particular, was almost crippled. Enough. I have no interest in your fabricated reasons. Su Jinyuan was quite unhappy. Alliance leader, we are telling the truth. Fan Wuxian emphasized. Sect leader Fan, your behavior shows absolutely no sense of collective honor. Even if Lin Bai is no match for Su Hao, can't you at least weaken him? Look at how the southern martial arts world is behaving. They rushed forward one after another. Even if they couldn't win, they had to give it their all. Only a useless disciple like you would admit defeat outright. Is today his legendary day? No, it's his day of shame. Who will forget his pathetic escape? Su Jinyuan said dismissively. As a martial artist, he didn't even have the courage to take on a challenge. This person's achievements are, at first glance, nothing special. These words left Lin Bai feeling utterly helpless. Yes, why not take action? Running away like this, everyone looks down on me now. Master, should I go back? Lin Bai wanted to escape again. Shut up and watch the whole competition. Fan Wuxian roared. Oh. Lin Bai dared not continue speaking. Behind him were two men and a woman. A man holding a long spear looked imposing and ranked 8th on the heavenly ranking, second only to Lin Bai. The woman wore a veil, obscuring her true appearance, but she possessed considerable skill, ranking 7th. The other man had a sallow complexion. It was unclear whether he was ill or had some unique training method. Lin Bai, you've really disgraced us. Luckily, we still have 3 experts, otherwise the northern martial arts world would have been utterly humiliated, said the man with the gun. He's a spineless man, so what? Let me make my move. Watch how I defeat Su Hao and prove to you that those who can't make it onto the heavenly ranking are inherently weak. The veiled woman said confidently. Impossible, it's my turn to make a move now. The sallow-faced man volunteered. Unlike Lin Bai, everyone wanted to seize the opportunity, a chance from heaven. The southern martial arts world only has one opponent left. If they don't make a move now, won't they miss their chance? Several people started arguing. Seeing this, Lin Bai felt somewhat ashamed. Perhaps he really should have intervened. No, he recalled Su Hao's terrifying nature, and a chilling thought crept over him. Even if all 3 of them attacked together, they might not be a match for Su Hao. Yes, only if something like this happens can he save face. In the end, all people will remember is the famous scene where even the 3 of them combined couldn't defeat it. It's best to have someone share the burden, isn't it? He looked at Su Hao, hoping the man would become a little more arrogant. Don't waste your time. The remaining 3, come at me all at once. Su Hao did not disappoint him and announced it loudly. He's going to challenge 3 masters who are ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking? Everyone present was stunned by these words. Has this kid gotten too cocky? Strictly speaking, he didn't defeat a fully fledged expert at all. Qin Tian was severely injured, and Lin Bai fled without a fight. Why was he so confident? 491, chapter 491 is too weak. Ah, this guy is really hopeless. He got cocky after winning 2 games. The fat woman was very happy. What, can't my husband be a little arrogant? He's strong enough to defeat the remaining 3. Xiao Menyang trusted him completely, believing that Su Hao's strength was in no way inferior to that of the Poison Gu master with grandmaster level strength. Dealing with 3 top-ranked experts should be a piece of cake, right? Which grandmaster do you see on the heavenly ranking? Because it has long surpassed the influence of this list. Don't exaggerate. Su Hao is just a person, not a god. Do you know that the pressure of facing 1 expert is completely different from facing 3 experts? Lu Fei said dismissively. Is it the same? I don't believe it. At most, I'll just prepare a few more poisonous insects. Just like if you guys are not convinced, I can take on all 4 of you at once. As Xiao Menyang spoke, 4 poisonous insects lay in her palm, making Meng Jia and the others' scalps tingle. They couldn't believe how many poisonous insects were on her body, so they subconsciously moved to the side. Lei Wanyan stared at Xiao Menyang for a while, feeling that her aura was different from that of the righteous path, somewhat sinister, but since she was someone brought by Su Hao, he couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Menyang noticed the look in his eyes and slowly became more discreet. It seemed it was best to keep a low profile. After all, she was a successor of the Poison Gu sect, and somewhat incompatible with the righteous path. Meanwhile, 3 masters from the northern martial arts world were still arguing. I'll go first, it's my turn, said the man with the gun. Lin Bai was in 9th place ahead of him, and now it was his turn to go 8th. Didn't you hear? Su Hao wants to challenge all 3 of us at the same time. Then let's all come at him together. What are we afraid of? The veiled woman thought this is Su Hao's own doing. Why not grant his wish? Yes, let's all go together. After saying that, the sallow-skinned man suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared directly on the arena. You despicable man, wait for me. The man with the gun immediately rushed forward. Me too. The veiled woman was not to be outdone and flew over as well. On the huge arena, Su Hao was surrounded by 3 opponents. The 3 men appeared one after another. He had no intention of defeating them one by one. He waited until they had all regained their footing before coldly saying, "Make your move, your chances are running out." Good lad, don't be too arrogant. This time you're facing the 3 of us. The man with the spear took a step forward and said, "Let me test your strength first and see just how much you're capable of." Oh no, he beat me to it. The veiled woman was a little unhappy. Fine, let her make the first move. The sallow-faced man frowned. Alright, you can stand aside for now, the man with the long spear said proudly. The other 2 also disdained to join forces, retreating to the edge of the ring and coldly awaiting their duel. You really won't unite? Su Hao was taken aback. They're already on the ring, yet they're still talking about martial ethics? I am enough to deal with you on my own. You'd better watch out. Su Hao, the man with the long spear, flew directly into the air. His marksmanship was dazzling, his attack was unstoppable. The shot was even stronger than Qin Tian's at his peak. Su Hao nodded slightly, appreciating this power, but remained steadfast in his stance with a thought. A large hand appeared, rising from below and rushing forward. Good timing. The man with the long spear roared and unleashed all his power to fight back. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as the two clashed, their moves exuding a destructive force. However, this was not an evenly matched battle. Su Hao's fist still had the upper hand, directly knocking the spear-wielding man away. After landing, the person steadied himself before standing on the arena, nearly falling off. Not bad, your strength is not bad. Su Hao nodded, revealing an appreciative look. Senior brother, who had the upper hand in this exchange? The fat woman asked, looking directly at Meng Jia. Of course Su Hao has the upper hand, but don't forget, he's facing 3 experts. Once the other 2 join the fray, he'll be overwhelmed and ultimately lose the match. Meng Jia was even less optimistic about Su Hao, believing that his defeat was inevitable. Xiao Meinyang frowned, wanting to say something, but out of fear of Lei Wanyan, she chose to remain silent. Master, isn't Su Hao being a bit too arrogant? If we take them down one by one, it seems like we have a great chance of winning. Lei Wanyan frowned. It's alright, we should have faith in him. Ouyangke smiled, now feeling that Su Hao had a very good chance of winning. Really? Lei Wanyan was a little skeptical. On stage. The man with the long spear looked rather unwell, he had just been at a disadvantage. The most frightening thing is that his spear has developed a crack, and if he fights alone again, things will definitely be even more difficult. Beautiful lady, handsome gentleman, let's stop arguing. Since he's so fearless, we should grant his wish. The 3 of us should team up and defeat him. The man with the long spear gave in. Okay, I can accept that, the veiled woman agreed. That makes sense. The sallow-faced man nodded. The 3 people's positions looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this where they stood when they first came up? They formed a pincer movement, surrounding Su Hao. That's right. The 3 of you are all too weak. If you team up, at least you won't lose so badly. Su Hao said confidently. We'll lose, the combined power of the 3 of us is beyond your imagination, it will absolutely shock you. Said the man with the long spear. That's right, today might be your death day, the veiled woman said with a cold laugh. Arrogant fools deserve to die, said the sallow-faced man. You guys make the first move. Su Hao beckoned with his finger. Even when facing 3 experts, he remained confident and even gave up the opportunity to make the first move. The 3's attack directly start. They were somewhat resentful, it was the first time they had ever been looked down upon like this. No matter what, they were determined to prove themselves. The top experts on the heavenly ranking are seen by everyone as unattainable figures. When the 3 of them joined forces, they realized that the aura emanating from the stage was incredibly terrifying. If you accidentally get too close, even an ordinary person with the strength to withstand the pressure from these people would not be able to withstand it. Su Hao seemed to be struggling against 3 experts on his own. He didn't attack at all, but instead adopted a defensive stance. The 3 veiled women launched a relentless barrage of attacks, each unleashing a different move, making the stage appear extremely dangerous. Marvelous. This is what happens when you're arrogant. Now I just hope those 3 will be motivated to kill. Meng Jia didn't say it, but he was actually a little jealous of Su Hao. This guy had already overshadowed him. If the other 3 were more capable and killed him directly, he would still be the most dazzling guy in the southern martial arts world, wouldn't he? 492, Chapter 492 Escaping a Calamity. Are we going to win? In the northern martial arts world, someone asked in a low voice. Impossible, Su Hao didn't even use his full strength. Lin Bai stared at the stage and said calmly. You mean, he's strong enough to fight 3 experts all by himself? This person clearly didn't believe it. Yes. Qin Tian, who was also defeated by Su Hao, spoke next. His injuries are severe at first, he thought it was an illusion, but after Lin Bai's fright, he now understands how terrifying Su Haochang is. Once this man unleashes his power, victory will follow. Qin Tian and Lin Bai exchanged a glance and both gave a wry smile. In a way, the two were in the same boat, both losing to Su Hao. What do you mean? Why do you trust Su Hao so much? You should know that he is our enemy. Alliance leader Su Jinyuan was quite displeased that two of his top fighters actually favored their opponent. Alliance leader, this isn't a matter of belief or disbelief, but rather that this person's strength is indeed unfathomable. Qin Tian said with a grim expression. That's right, I believe the results will be available soon. Lin Bai nodded. Su Jinyuan's face was quite ugly as he stared at the stage without saying a word. On the arena. The Sallow-skinned man's attacks were somewhat astonishing. His moves were incredibly tricky, always launching attacks from unbelievable angles. The veiled woman's movements were exceptionally agile, and the two coordinated perfectly, causing Su Hao a lot of trouble. Coupled with his wide-ranging and aggressive shooting skills, Su Hao's pressure suddenly increased. The three of them were not from the same school and had never teamed up before. However, the combat skills of experts were very high, and as they fought, they developed a mutual respect for each other, their cooperation improved, and the pressure on Su Hao increased. Anyone with common sense would assume that the northern martial arts world has the upper hand after reading this. Lei Wanyan's brows were also furrowed. This was a crucial moment. If Su Hao could turn the tide, he would create a new legend. He had single-handedly defeated 5 top-ranked experts, a battle that would be very significant for the southern martial arts world and would be an inspiration to others. But there's no joy in this situation. At first glance, Su Hao's life seems to be in imminent danger. If he gets hit, it could trigger a chain reaction, and others might follow suit. Sigh, young people are still too arrogant. Even if I were 20 years younger, I wouldn't be as arrogant as Su Hao. Lei Wanyan sighed. Maybe that's just his style? Both low-key and arrogant. Ouyang Ke smiled helplessly. Su Hao is a very complex person. When he's low-key, no one notices his presence, but when he's high-profile, everyone can feel his presence. It seems contradictory, but that's exactly the kind of contradiction he is. Gentlemen, I'm about to use my ultimate move. The sallow-skinned man suddenly spoke in a cold voice. You still have a trump card? The man with the spear couldn't believe it. Even now, he was still holding back his strength. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense. The veiled woman just wanted to win. Okay. The sallow-faced man suddenly grinned maliciously, and then grabbed a black sphere with both hands and threw it violently to the ground. Suddenly, black smoke appeared. They spread out in all directions. The two people beside him smelled it and suddenly realized something was wrong. They tried to circulate their internal energy and found that they had been poisoned. Their true energy was gradually dissipating and they were unable to gather it. On the other side, Su Hao also absorbed the poisonous gas and stood there in disbelief. What exactly is your identity? The veiled woman said in horror. This person actually used poison? Isn't this the most despicable offensive tactic of the righteous path? Holy crap! Why didn't you warn us? The man with the long spear said angrily. Why should we warn them? It would be a bad idea to alert them and let them notice. That's a terrible strategy. Now that you're all injured, doesn't that mean the final victory is mine alone? The sallow-faced man cackled loudly. You're treating us like sacrificial lambs? The man with the long spear said unhappily. Everyone is willing to sacrifice for victory, including myself. The sallow-faced man said coldly. Alright, now that Su Hao has been affected, you can take out the antidote, right? As the man with the long spear spoke, he couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. No, the antidote is too precious. I can't bear to use it on a piece of trash like you. The sallow-faced man shook his head slightly, revealing a regretful expression. What do you mean, aren't we allies? The man with the long spear was stunned for a long time. Who the hell is your fellow disciple? Go to hell. The sallow-skinned man suddenly walked up to the man and kicked him in the head, smashing it open. The veiled woman was completely stunned. This person is too cruel. Beautiful lady, do you have any last words? This person had a cold expression and exuded a murderous aura. Who exactly are you? The veiled woman was stunned. Was this still a righteous person? A righteous person would never harm their fellow human beings. You don't need to know. Because I'm not from your country at all. As he spoke, the man kicked again. It seems that the same method should be used to directly deal with the veiled woman. At this moment, the veiled woman was terrified. She never imagined that a competition would cost her her life. She wanted to fight back, but found that after being poisoned, she could not gather her true energy. Now she was just an ordinary woman. How could she possibly defeat a powerful flying kick? Just when they were in utter despair, they suddenly saw a figure walking over and kicking out as well. Bang! The sallow-faced man took a half-step back, and was horrified to find that Su Hao was unharmed. Impossible! If you don't have the antidote, how can you still stand firm? The sallow-skinned man found it unbelievable. He has mixed several potent poisons, and I just saw Su Hao inhale quite a bit of it. How can he act like nothing happened? Poison, don't you know that some people are immune to all poisons? Su Hao said dismissively. He only fell for the cartilage powder once. These poisons had no effect on him. Are you also a master of poisons? A hint of murderous intent flashed across the man's face as he spoke calmly. Handsome, can we put aside our current positions and save me first? The veiled woman was barely holding on. She felt as if she were being burned by a raging fire inside her body, and she was in great pain. Good. Su Hao walked over, lifted her veil, and fed her a dose of antidote. Even this simple action, revealing half her face, was somewhat stunning. Who exactly is she? Su Hao couldn't help but wonder. The veiled woman wasn't thinking about any of that. She only felt the effects of the poison in her body gradually wearing off. The antidote was very effective, working almost instantly. The burning sensation lessened, and her inner energy slowly returned. Handsome, thank you. The veiled woman said gratefully. You actually have the antidote? The sallow-faced man was now even less convinced that Su Hao was immune to all poisons, thinking that Su Hao had only escaped death by taking the antidote. 493, Chapter 493. Showing off. What's so great about mere poison? Su Hao stared coldly at the vicious man before him. Arrogant. Still somewhat unconvinced, the man waved his hand again, launching more than a dozen poison darts. The toxicity of each type of poison dart is completely different. At that moment, the veiled woman immediately hid. The scene looked very strange. People in the northern martial arts world have actually begun to avoid attacks from their own people. Under the sunlight, the poison darts emitted a terrifying aura, causing even those at the edge of the stands to avoid them. Only Su Hao stood in the middle of the arena, completely unfazed by the poison darts, not even moving. Bang, bang, bang. When the poison dart got close, he easily blocked it with his protective inner energy. You're really not afraid of poison? The man's expression changed. Even though Su Hao blocked the physical attack of the poison dart, the magical attack of the poison gas was still there. He clearly saw that he had inhaled a lot of it, but he didn't react at all. He remained standing firmly, looking over with a disdainful tone. Tell me honestly, what is your true identity? Su Hao shouted. So what if you're not afraid of poison? Today is still your death day. With a cold shout, the man vanished from his spot, displaying his movement technique to its fullest extent. At that moment, the veiled woman was astonished to discover that the man's aura had completely vanished. Where did they go? Just as he was wondering, a head suddenly popped out from the arena floor, pulled out a sharp dagger, and stabbed it viciously towards Su Hao's back. Earth is a type of underground escape technique? The veiled woman was stunned. She couldn't understand what kind of trick this was. Hearing the sound of wind, Su Hao suddenly turned around to face the dagger head-on. Laugh. The sharp dagger pierced his heart in an instant. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the man sneered, Idiot, you actually turned around now that your heart is in danger? Let's see how you survive? Who said I got infected? Su Hao said dismissively. Hearing the other man's confident tone, he looked down and discovered a deep crater where the dagger had struck. Su Hao had used a method he couldn't understand to shift the position of the entire muscle, creating a space to bury the dagger. This scene is extremely illogical, but he is able to do it. What kind of technique is this? The man couldn't understand it, and his expression changed drastically. I'll ask you one more time, what exactly is your identity? Su Hao said in a deep voice. You are not worthy to know my identity. The man was on high alert and said coldly. Fine, so they won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Su Hao took a full step forward, his aura suddenly intensified, and he unleashed a shocking punch that swept over the man. The man barely managed to muster some resistance before he realized that Su Hao's power was overwhelming, instantly suppressing him. Boom! He collapsed to the ground instantly. The entire arena was shaking. He was horrified to discover that with just that one move, he couldn't lift his entire right arm, and his body was covered in countless wounds, a gruesome sight. He tried to say a few words to save face, but unexpectedly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly became completely weak. Confess! Su Hao roared, and a golden dagger appeared in his hand, radiating a chilling killing intent. I'll talk. The man immediately confessed, I am a disciple of the Shadow Sect of Eastern Island, hiding in various sects, profiting from sowing discord. East Island, Shadowgate? Su Hao's expression changed. He had heard of this sect 10 years ago. Located on an island, they have always harbored ambitions to conquer the eastern province, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Shadowgate is one of the strongest sects on the eastern island, and its evil is no less than that of the Poison Gu cult, and may even be more so. Now that you know who I am, why don't you just release them? How can you deal with the Shadowgate all by yourself? Let me go, and we'll call it even for today. The man threatened him coldly. A sinister smile played on Su Hao's face. Is he afraid of threats? The facts that followed proved the answer to be no. Su Hao stomped on the man's head, crushing it. I lost. When the veiled woman announced the news, everyone was still in shock. Su Hao actually won? Even though the sallow-faced man's actions were somewhat unpredictable, no one could deny that Su Hao had managed to win in the end by relying solely on his own strength. Saying he single-handedly defeated 5 top players is barely plausible. Impossible. Why has such a powerful person emerged in the martial arts world of the South? According to our information, this person is merely the leader of the Kunpeng gang. Su Jianyuan's expression changed drastically, he could hardly believe it. From the perspective of righteous sects, the leader of the Kunpeng gang is undoubtedly of the lowest status, merely a gathering of people from all walks of life. Unexpectedly, they ended up having the last laugh. I told you long ago, this person is very strong. If you encounter him, the wisest decision is to run away immediately. Lin Bai said with lingering fear. On the other side, everyone in the southern martial arts world was dumbfounded. He actually won? Oh no, in this martial arts tournament, Su Hao has become the one who's stealing the spotlight. He stands out from the crowd, making everyone else seem insignificant. Meng Jia's face was grim. We finally won. Young Master's strength is indeed formidable. Congratulations, young master, congratulations to the southern martial arts world. Huang Yonyo jumped up happily. As expected of you. Just how strong are you? Xiao Meiyang stared at Su Hao with a faint smile on her face, becoming increasingly interested in this man. Ha, so it turns out we were the ones who had the last laugh. Su Jianyuan, remember this for the future, never start with champagne, or you'll just become a laughingstock. Lei Wanyan burst into laughter. That's more like it. How could the person I have high hopes for lose to those scoundrels? Ouyangku also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best possible outcome. Grandpa, Mursa's victory in this battle can be considered a place in history. Ouyang Jun said with a smile. Alliance leader Su, we are about to hold a victory celebration banquet. Would you like me to save you a seat? Lei Wanyan said with a smile. The petty man is smug. Su Jinyuan had no desire to stay and simply turned and left. The others also left. Only the veiled woman looked at Su Hao, as if deep in thought. She finally sighed silently and left helplessly. Su Hao, come on, you're a hero today, please stay and let us throw you a celebration banquet. Lei Wanyan enthusiastically pulled him along. After the victory, many people from the southern martial arts world stayed behind. A grand celebration banquet was held, attended by tens of thousands of people. Su Hao became the focus of everyone's attention, and everyone wanted to toast him, which annoyed him a bit. He muttered to himself, if I had known I would be in such the limelight, I should have kept a low profile. Unfortunately, our strength doesn't allow it. 494. What happened in chapter 494? Gentlemen, let us raise another glass to Su Hao. At the banquet, Lei Wanyan's face turned red from drinking. He had already offered toast several times, but still felt it wasn't enough. Young Master Su, cheers. The others also raised their glasses. Gentlemen, please spare me. I'm a very average drinker. Su Hao reluctantly drank it again, a bitter smile on his face. So young Master Su has a weakness too, it's his low alcohol tolerance. Ouyang Jun chuckled. Next time, let's not challenge him to a fight, let's just drink. Xiao Jun, young Master Su was just being modest. How could his alcohol tolerance be bad? So many people are toasting him, did he even blush? If you ask me, his alcohol tolerance, like his drinking skills, is still unfathomable. Ouyang Ke shook his head. Su Hao simply smiled faintly. He also had a good master when it came to drinking. The drunken sword immortal old man could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and he was pretty much the same. Even so, there were tens of thousands of guests here. Even if someone could drink a lot, there had to be a limit, right? Senior Ouyang, I don't think you've forgotten your previous promise, have you? Su Hao looked over and gave a faint smile. Certainly. I will tell you the truth about the elixir. It's really not convenient to be here today. Sometimes we can talk about things tomorrow, okay? Ouyang Ke said with a smile. No problem. Su Hao nodded. There were too many people around, so it wasn't convenient to chat casually. Young Master Su, today is your big day, please celebrate. I'm feeling unwell and must take my leave now. Ouyang Ke, being of advanced age, slowly departed with the support of Ouyang Jun. Su Hao thought to himself, why not wear it himself? He also wanted to extricate himself. The next moment, several beautiful women walked over with smiles and pulled him to continue the fun. The next day, when Su Hao woke up, he had a headache. Sigh, I drank too much yesterday. He remembered that when he finally came back, Huang Niu had to carry him back, and he looked quite disheveled. Although those people of the martial arts world can drink more than the next one. Never mind. He splashed cold water on his face, patted his cheeks, and tried to wake himself up. After that, he quietly slipped away and went to the Ouyang family. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw that Ouyang Jun was already waiting. Young Master Su, the fact that you can still get up today shows that you have a good tolerance for alcohol, Ouyang Jun joked. Xiao Jun, lead the way. Su Hao said calmly. Okay, Grandpa is waiting for you in the study. Ouyang Jun nodded and led him inside. Su Hao quickly noticed the fear and anger in the eyes of the Ouyang family's guards. He recalled his previous rampage against the family, during which he had indeed defeated many people, most of whom were his defeated adversaries. Their hatred now is understandable. However, no one dared to make a move. Yesterday's battle shocked the entire martial arts world in the south, enough to make these people behave themselves. Young Master Ouyang, your house is really big. Su Hao followed him around and around, but they hadn't even reached the so-called study yet, and he couldn't help but sigh. A business built over thousands of years should naturally be larger. Ouyang Jun smiled and said. Finally, they came to a forest where there was a wooden cabin. The place is filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, making it very tranquil. Grandpa is inside, you can go in. Ouyang Jun stopped and said. Okay. Su Hao nodded and walked away slowly. Inside the wooden house, Ouyang Ke was meditating. There was also some kind of aromatherapy burning inside, which made the room even more tranquil. Senior Ouyang, I have arrived as promised. Please keep your promise and tell me the whereabouts of the nine-turn spirit mushroom. Su Hao said calmly. He waited for a while, but seeing that Ouyang did not react, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He rushed forward and was shocked to find that the old leader's head was drooping. It wasn't practicing meditation at all. Instead, he had already died. Su Hao was shocked. He had experienced Ouyang's strength firsthand. Although he was old, he still had the strength to approach that of a grandmaster who could defeat this senior expert silently. I rushed over and found that he was still warm and had not completely cooled down. This is enough to prove that he died this morning. This is troublesome. Su Hao muttered to himself. Young Master Su, Grandpa, would you like some tea? Ouyang Jun walked in from outside and was taken aback when he saw Su Hao standing in front of Ouyang Ko. After looking him over, he suddenly realized that the old man was dead. It was like a bolt from the blue. The pillar of the Ouyang family was gone? How should this family maintain its existence in the future? Ouyang Jun's expression turned ugly as he looked at Su Hao, filled with intense hatred. Young Master Su, my grandfather and I have treated you well, why did you harm him? Xiao Jun, calm down. Your grandfather died at the hands of villains. It has nothing to do with me. Su Hao frowned. None of your business? Grandpa is incredibly powerful, ordinary people simply cannot get close to him. Who else but you could kill him? Ouyang Jun gradually lost his mind. I'll emphasize again, this has nothing to do with me, Su Hao sighed. You, surnamed Su, don't try to deny it. Surrender. Our Ouyang family will investigate this matter thoroughly. You are currently the only and most likely suspect. If you have a clear conscience, why not stay at the Ouyang family for a while? Ouyang Jun said in a deep voice. You want to put me under house arrest? Su Hao said, somewhat displeased. House confinement? If that's how you think, then there's no problem at all. Ouyang Jun said angrily. Just as they were arguing, the other members of the Ouyang family heard the noise and rushed over. What exactly happened? Dad. The first to enter was Ouyang Qing, whose face turned pale upon seeing Ouyang's death. Bai ran over in a few quick movements, knelt down in front of the old man, and burst into tears. Why are you crying? Su Hao must have done this. He killed the patriarch. From this moment on, he is our enemy. Ouyang Tian said unhappily. Hey, can you guys calm down? This is clearly a conspiracy. Someone must have known that I met with the old man today and tried to kill me before I arrived. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Yeah? Then tell me, who is the murderer? Ouyang Qing said, heartbroken. This person used a sleeping potion. You all smelled it, didn't you? As for their identities, they are not yet clear. If you give me more time, I will give you an explanation. Su Hao said frankly. Quibble. You look like the murderer to me. Ouyang Tian said angrily, men, arrest this man, we absolutely cannot let him leave today. At a command, the guards of the Ouyang family drew their weapons and surrounded him menacingly. 495, Chapter 495. Calm down. I don't want to have a conflict with you, but I'll give you an explanation for what happened today sooner or later. Su Hao flew straight out of the window. The Ouyang family members were completely dumbfounded. Their opponent's movements were simply too fast. What are you still standing there for? Quickly, chase after them. We will also issue an arrest warrant if anyone captures or kills Su Hao. Our Ouyang family will reward them handsomely. Ouyang Tian said angrily. When they chased after him, Su Hao was nowhere to be seen. Even so, the guards still dutifully dispersed and pursued the enemy in all directions. At the Southern Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, everyone wore a joyful expression. While everyone was still basking in yesterday's victory, Lei Wanyan felt a sense of satisfaction when he recalled Su Jinyuan's dejected expression as he left. Alliance leader, what do you think of young Master Su Hao's strength? An elder asked with a smile. It's hard to say, but I estimate he may be close to or have just entered the threshold of Grandmaster. Lei Wanyan pondered for a moment before saying. Yeah? If we really become grandmasters, wouldn't we have gained another peerless expert? We must cultivate a good relationship with such a young grandmaster. He may very well be the future of the martial arts world in the South. Another elder praised Su Hao highly. Yes, he is the hope of our southern martial arts world. Su Hao made a great contribution yesterday. How should we reward him? Lei Wanyan asked with a smile. That's very simple. Young Master Su is not yet married. Why not betroth my granddaughter to him? Our family taking a loss is also a contribution to the martial arts world in the South. One of the elders pretended to be very embarrassed. Old son, you're dreaming. You think you're the only one with a granddaughter. My granddaughter is prettier than yours. We'll have to make a move first. Another elder was unhappy. Others chimed in, saying that even if they didn't have granddaughters, they had granddaughters-in-law, so it was pretty much the same. Lei Wanyan was both amused and exasperated. He knew everyone admired Su Hao, but such a noisy display was still quite rare, he thought with a touch of regret. Why didn't he have any beautiful granddaughters or great-granddaughters? Otherwise, with the position of leader of the alliance, they would still be very competitive. Alliance leader, something terrible has happened. Suddenly someone rushed in from outside in a panic. What happened? Lei Wanyan asked unhappily. Can't you see everyone was having a good time? This guy came in and ruined everyone's mood. Something's happened to the Ouyang family. The man said hesitantly. What happened? Lei Wanyan frowned. I received news that old Master Ouyang Q was murdered this morning, the man said cautiously. What? How is this possible? Lei Wanyan's expression changed drastically. Master watched the competition together yesterday, and the two of them had a very pleasant chat. Why did such terrible news come today? He immediately became furious and said in a deep voice, Did they say who killed Master? I said it. Many members of the Ouyang family witnessed Su Hao murdering the old man. The man finally told the whole truth. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. Could there be a mistake? Su Hao is a rising star whom Master greatly admires. How could the two of them have a conflict that led to a fight? Lei Wanyan sensed that something was wrong. Yes, there must be a mistake. Young Master Su is the hope of our southern martial arts world. His strength is indeed comparable to the old leader, but there is no reason to kill him, is there? The others also expressed their doubts. Alliance leader, elders, it seems the matter is true. The Ouyang family is now hunting down Su Hao. The man said firmly. Hey Su, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Lei Wanyan roared. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Was he bribed by someone? With his character, he wants a reward. Dream on. Alliance leader, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. We must give the old alliance leader and the Ouyang family an explanation. The other elders spoke angrily. This one incident caused Su Hao's reputation in their eyes to plummet. Everyone, please come with me to the Ouyang family. Regardless, let's first pay our respects to our master. Lei Wanyan felt heavy-hearted. Yes, the old leader was highly respected, and we should all go and pay our respects. The others readily agreed. Everyone followed Lei Wanyan and left. Su Jinyuan was in an extremely bad mood at the Northern Martial Alliance's temporary outpost. Yesterday, we were confident of victory, but we ended up suffering a crushing defeat. The other elders were not in much better spirits either. It was supposed to be a debriefing meeting, but nobody really wanted to speak. The reason they lost was very simple, they couldn't beat Su Hao alone. All that strategizing and deployment is completely useless. What can we do if this person goes solo? Gentlemen, do we have any ideas on how to deal with Su Hao? Su Jinyuan sighed. As the leader of the alliance, he had to speak up. Su Hao is our greatest threat. We must concentrate all our efforts to nip this person in the bud. A white-bearded elder said in a deep voice. That's right, once he becomes a grandmaster, the strength of the martial arts world in the south will be greatly enhanced, another elder said. However, this person is already very strong, and ordinary people simply cannot deal with him. If Lei Wanyan is not stupid, he will definitely use all means to protect him if he really wants to assassinate him. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Another elder calmly said. Instead of killing them, we should try to win them over. Su Hao wasn't trained by the southern martial arts world, he just had a good relationship with Ouyang Ku. I think he's young and impetuous. We should send a few beautiful female martial artists instead. What young man could resist a beautiful woman? Fan Wuxiang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone else nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. They merely sent a female general. If they can gain Su Hao's favor, they won't lose out. If they can stick close to this powerful figure, their future will be bright. The other elders burst into laughter. The group actually discussed who they were afraid of going over. Just then, someone brought some shocking news. Alliance leader, elders, this is fantastic news. Ouyang Ku is dead. The person who killed him was none other than Su Hao. After he said that, everyone was stunned. Is this news reliable? Su Jinyuan asked excitedly. It's absolutely true. It happened this morning. The Ouyang family is currently issuing a warrant for Su Hao's arrest, and Lei Wanyan has also arrived at the Ouyang family residence to discuss how to deal with Su Hao. The man said excitedly. Great, let them fight like dogs. Let's hold our breath for now. Once the internal strife in the southern martial arts world has subsided, we'll take the opportunity to clean up the mess. Su Jinyuan was happy. The current chaos in the southern martial arts world is actually most advantageous to them. They only need to observe from the sidelines and maintain their strength. 496, Chapter 496. No motive. Fengyun Manor. Su Hao rushed back to the Kunpeng gang's headquarters after leaving the Ouyang family. He was in a bad mood. He must have been tricked today. But who exactly is it? There's no clue yet. He spent too little time in the cabin to conduct any investigation. Even the cause of Ouyang Ku's death wasn't investigated. Think back, Ouyang Ku was dead with his head down. The sleeping incense nearby is definitely suspicious. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed a sharp wound on Ouyang Ku's neck, as if he had been slit in the throat by some weapon. Suddenly, he felt uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. Boss, something terrible has happened. The Ouyang family has led their men to attack. Yi Long walked in and said nervously. How many people came? Su Hao frowned. Besides their family, there's also Lei Wanyan, and many experts from the Martial Alliance headquarters. In total, there are more than 1,000 people. Boss, why don't you find a place to lay low for a while? As long as you're not around, they won't dare to do anything to the Kunpeng gang. Yi Long said loyally. The Kunpeng gang is not what it used to be. It's full of talented people. If the other side really tries to cause trouble, they won't let them get away with it. Forget it, I'll still meet with them. I have a clear conscience, and running away all the time isn't a sustainable solution. Su Hao sighed helplessly. He simply didn't want to get into a conflict with them that morning, to avoid accidentally hurting innocent people, but now things have escalated, and even Lei Wanyan has come along. If they flee now, they'll appear to be in the wrong, and they might really become the public enemy of the entire southern martial arts world. No one could have imagined that things would turn out this way. Master, I have gathered all the experts. If they dare to cause trouble, we will fight them to the death. Yi Long roared. Get out. Su Hao nodded. The gate to the mountain villa opened from the inside. Su Hao led a group of experts from the Kunpeng gang out in a grand procession. Upon exiting, they indeed saw Lei Wanyan leading over 1,000 men, looking menacing. The other party was also extremely surprised to see the current strength of the Kunpeng gang. After integrating the 4 major gangs, the Kunpeng gang is truly not to be underestimated. Su Hao, you've got guts, you actually dared to come out. Ouyang Tian said angrily, today, no matter what, you have to give me an alliance leader Lei an explanation. Yes, young Master Su, if you didn't do this, please provide solid evidence. Lei Wanyan didn't want things to escalate beyond control. Explain? I hope you can calm down. I've already said it, the whole thing is a conspiracy. I received an invitation from the old man this morning, and under Ouyang Jun's guidance, I entered the wooden house. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Ouyang Chang looked at Ouyang Jun, who nodded. This was indeed the truth. After I went in, I only asked the old man about the whereabouts of the elixir, and when he didn't say anything for a long time, I realized that he was already dead. That's the whole story. Su Hao said coldly. So you're saying it has nothing to do with you? Lei Wannian didn't believe it at all. Of course. Su Hao nodded. You, surnamed Su, are incredibly eloquent, managing to absolve yourself of all responsibility. Look what this is. In Ouyang Tian's hand now lay a bloodstained dagger. Su Hao felt the dagger looked familiar upon closer inspection. He realized it was the dagger Lei Wannian had given him yesterday with that golden hilt. There was no mistake. This is my dagger, how did it end up in your hands? Su Hao realized that an invisible net was slowly tightening around him. Very well, you still dare to admit it. This dagger is the murder weapon that killed my father, and it's been brazenly left in the cabin. His actions are a provocation against our Ouyang family. It is also a provocation against the entire righteous path. If we let the murderer who killed our old leader go unpunished, how can we dare to call ourselves the righteous path? Ouyang Tian attempted to hijack the entire martial arts world in the south, turning everyone against Su Hao. Su Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. So that was the key. Many people have seen this dagger. He drank too much yesterday and has no idea where the dagger is. He didn't really care about this kind of weapon. But something terrible happened today. It is unknown who obtained the dagger and took the opportunity to kill Ouyang Ku. This is how things will turn out. Now that the Ouyang family has witnesses and the murder weapon, they are almost certain that he is the murderer. He frowned, somewhat powerless to refute. Just say he was drunk last night and the dagger is missing? This reason sounds so weak. The Ouyang family members are currently furious and won't listen to anything. Su Hao, today you will pay for your grandfather's life. Ouyang Jun said, turning against him directly. Su Hao, are you admitting it? Lei Wannian was heartbroken. We were just discussing today whether you were the hope of our southern martial arts world. I never expected you to pull this stunt on us like this. If it's true, you're an utterly wicked person. How can you face your master? He trusted you a lot in private and even thought you were qualified to succeed him as the next leader of the alliance. Lei Alliance leader, please calm down. I had no motive to kill the old leader. Su Hao loudly defended himself. Upon hearing this, some people nodded in agreement. Yes. Su Hao's current status in the southern martial arts world is already very high. Leaving aside the fact that the Kunpeng gang is already on par with the major elite families, the fame it gained from yesterday's battle has already far surpassed that of people of the same age. If things stabilize for a few more years, becoming the leader of the alliance will be a very simple matter. Why would he need to target the old leader? Even with a murder weapon and witnesses, the lack of a motive makes it impossible to convict. I know what your motives are. Suddenly, a person walked out. It was the veiled woman from yesterday's competition. Who are you? Someone asked in surprise. Who I am is unimportant. The man said confidently, but I know who Su Hao is. You would never guess his identity. Everyone knows that the sallow-faced man used multiple poisons during the competition yesterday, right? I had a question at the time. Why was Su able to prepare the antidote in advance? Why? Someone asked instinctively. That's because this person and the man who poisoned them are in cahoots. They're both from East Island, affiliated with the Shadow Sect, and their goal is to infiltrate our East Province, disrupt the situation, and seize control of all the sects. The veiled woman said firmly. These words were spoken. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Everyone vividly remembers what happened in the second half of yesterday's competition. Especially those poisons, they were terrifying to look at. That's right, he's a member of the Shadowgate. Meng Jia immediately jumped out and pointed at Xiao Meinyang, saying, this woman also has many poisonous insects and is in cahoots with them. Don't talk nonsense, my husband and I are not from the same sect. Xiao Meinyang was stunned. How could things have turned out this way? 497, Chapter 497 7-Day Onset. Mingyang, don't speak. Su Hao pulled her behind him. If Xiao Mingyang's identity were exposed, it would lead to another bloody storm. Did everyone hear that clearly? This person is from the Shadow Gate of East Island. He's a spy. They really hid it so well that they fooled all of us. Ouyang Jun said with grief and indignation. He had the most contact with Su Hao, but he never expected that it would take him so long to figure out Su Hao's identity. So he was a spy. No wonder he targeted the old leader. Luckily, I wasn't familiar with him, otherwise I would be down there with the old leader by now. We absolutely cannot let this kind of person go. Others said indignantly. Su Hao's gaze towards the veiled woman turned utterly cold, devoid of any emotion. He said, "What exactly is your identity? I saved your life, and you repay kindness with enmity." Yesterday she was pleading and begging, today she's framing her. This kind of woman is simply too vicious. You don't need to know who I am. In short, I share the same feelings as everyone else. We absolutely cannot allow spies to roam the martial world. People like you deserve to be killed by everyone. The veiled woman said coldly. Everyone has the right to kill him. Don't let this thief get away. Everyone, take out your weapons and kill him. The Ouyang family members, filled with righteous indignation, all took action. The scene became incredibly chaotic. Don't even think about harming the gang leader. Yi Long roared. Just then, members of the Kunpeng gang began to emerge from Baiyun Manor. In just 1 minute, their personnel increased 6 or 7 times, totaling 7 or 8,000 people. In comparison, the Kunpeng gang is much larger and more powerful. In the contest with the guards of the Ouyang family, they immediately gained the upper hand. You think you can fight against the Kunpeng gang? Yi Long felt a sense of exhilaration, as if he had finally achieved something great. They used to be driven away by powerful families, but things are different now. The Kunpeng gang has an advantage now. Now that Ouyang Ku is gone, the strength of the Ouyang family is almost laughable. Presumptuous. Su Hao, you've allowed your gang to commit violence, don't blame the Martial Alliance for being impolite. Lei Wanyan roared. They attacked first. Why can't we fight back? Su Hao said coldly. He has been putting up with this for a long time. But the Ouyang family doesn't know when to back down. Do they really think the Kunpeng gang is just for show? What strength could you rabble possibly have? Martial Alliance, heed my command, help the Ouyang family and first defeat the Kunpeng gang. Lei Wanyan said in a deep voice. A bunch of useless trash who can't be taken in by any sect, and they actually think they're someone important? Even if you are the deputy leader, you're just a half-baked expert. Faced with experts from the Martial Alliance, you should obediently surrender. The elders of the Martial Alliance all joined the battle. Their strength is indeed quite formidable. The situation was quickly stabilized. Some members of the Kunpeng gang were killed and routed. Stop! Su Hao shouted suddenly, and the ground cracked open. A golden fist descended from the sky, knocking away everyone nearby, whether they were from the Kunpeng gang or the Martial Alliance. His powerful move stunned the entire audience. Just how strong is this kid? Meng Jiao was stunned. How come he felt that this attack was even stronger than yesterday's? One of the elders was also sent flying, his blood churning as he looked at Su Hao with a hint of horror. Lei Wanyan frowned, secretly wondering if he could do better than Su Hao if he were to take action. He vaguely felt that Su Hao's strength had likely already reached the Grandmaster level, but he just didn't have a suitable opponent to force him to use his power. Stop! Lei Wanyan shouted at the same time. Su Hao, what exactly is your decision? First of all, the old man's death has nothing to do with me. I am also a victim. Secondly, I need 7 days to investigate. I will definitely give you an explanation once the 7 days are up. Su Hao said coldly. Nonsense, why should we believe you? Ouyang Tian said unhappily. Do you intend to wipe out your entire family? Su Hao's forceful question left Ouyang Tian speechless for a moment. Yes. The strength that Su Hao just displayed was enough to suppress everyone in the family. Even if Lei Wanyan is willing to help, he is still an outsider. If the Martial Alliance were to truly fight the Kunpeng gang to the death, it would be a huge loss for them as well. Alliance leader, are we just going to let him go like this? Meng Jia, being an outsider, was unwilling to accept this. Today is the best opportunity. If we let Su Hao catch his breath, things will get complicated. Otherwise what? Lei Wannian frowned. What if this person runs away? Meng Jia was anxious. 7 days was enough time for him to run to the ends of the earth. I will definitely take responsibility for what I promised. If he dares to run away, I will personally bring him back. Lei Wannian looked at Su Hao with a hint of threat. No, I don't think it's enough. The next person to speak was actually Su Zhenyuan, who had also come to join in the fun. What are you doing here? Lei Wannian asked, clearly displeased. We're all martial arts practitioners, how could I be absent from such an important occasion? Although I don't like you personally, I still have great respect for Senior Ouyang Su Hao. I think that for the sake of fairness, we need to impose some restrictions on you. Su Zhenyuan still couldn't stand idly by, he preferred to get involved himself. What restrictions? Su Hao asked without any fear. I have a poison here that takes effect in 7 days. If you take it, will everyone believe you and not run away during these days? Otherwise, you will never get the antidote and will only have 7 days to live. As Su Zhenyuan spoke, he took out a jet black pill and slowly handed it to Su Hao. Su Zhenyuan, you are truly despicable, you actually have such disgusting poison. Lei Wannian said with utter disdain. How could a righteous person use poison? Lei Wannian, I only did it for what's so despicable about considering the bigger picture. Su Zhenyuan felt no remorse whatsoever. Yes, Alliance leader Su did a great job. Hey Su, if you really don't want to run, why don't you take the poison? Ouyang Tian, on the contrary, supported it. Eat quickly. Meng Jia shouted. With so many people watching, if you don't want to run away, why don't you dare eat it? The others shouted in response. Su Hao glanced at the poison, picked it up, and said, Alliance leader Su, you really are a kind-hearted person, getting involved in the affairs of the southern martial arts world. What southern and northern sects are actually all from the eastern province. They're not truly northern and southern martial arts circles. To put it bluntly, 800 years ago, we were all one family. Su Zhenyuan chuckled and said. Boss, you absolutely mustn't eat it, who knows if they'll give you the antidote. Yi Long said worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a mere life-threatening pill, it won't kill you. Su Hao shook his head, took the pill, and put it in his mouth. 498, Chapter 498 Discussing Business. Very good, it seems that Chief Su was a man of his word. Look carefully, everyone, this is the antidote. I am now handing it over to your leader. Just go to him for the antidote in 7 days. In front of everyone, Su Zhenyu took out a bright red pill and handed it to Lei Wannian. Is this really the antidote? Lei Wannian asked in a deep voice. Of course, what kind of identity do I have that I could fake? Su Zhenyu said proudly. Alright, I'll trust you for now. If there's anything wrong with this antidote, I'll definitely come after you. Lei Wannian said. Alright, my mission is complete. I wish you all peace and harmony in the southern martial arts world. Su Zhenyu laughed loudly and said in a sarcastic tone. The people from the southern martial arts world looked rather grim upon hearing this. What happened today has already caused quite a stir. Ouyang Jia and the Kunpeng gang clashed, resulting in casualties on both sides. Even Lei Wannian brought his men into the fray. Can things really remain peaceful from now on? How could anyone not be happy that Su Zhenyu personally intervened and stirred up trouble in the southern martial arts world? He left in triumph, exuding confidence. Father, are we really going to let Su Hao go? Ouyang Jing asked, somewhat displeased. What else can we do? Don't you know that our Ouyang family is already extremely weak? How can we fight them head-on? In short, in 7 days, Alliance leader Lei will definitely give us an explanation. Aren't you satisfied? Come on, all of you, come home with me. Ouyang Tian glared angrily at Su Hao and reluctantly went back. Ouyang Jun's eyes were filled with complex emotions, a mixture of hatred, disappointment, expectation, and confusion. They used to be friends, but now they were enemies. This feeling was truly awful. Su Hao. Now that everyone has left, I only have one question for you, is Master's death related to you? Lei Wanyan asked coldly. It's irrelevant. Su Hao shook his head, his eyes revealing sincerity. Very good, I choose to believe you, but please remember the 7-day agreement and don't miss the deadline. Lei Wanyan said. Don't worry, Alliance Leader Lei, I will definitely give you and everyone an explanation. Su Hao assured him. If you encounter any obstacles during the investigation, you can ask me for help. Lei Wanyan promised. Okay, Su Hao nodded. Goodbye. Lei Wanyan left with the rest of his men. The members of the Kunpeng gang were not entirely happy about it. Master, how could you take the life-taking pill? Yi Long was somewhat displeased, this was an extremely risky act. Don't be afraid, I trust Alliance Leader Lei's character. Su Hao smiled faintly. Chief, even if a fight breaks out, we have no chance of winning. Zhang Dewang said confidently. The punishment hall has now recovered its strength, and with the white-haired elder present, dealing with 1 or 2 martial alliance elders should not be a problem. Forget about fighting and killing, harmony brings wealth, that's the most important thing. Are we going to make enemies of the entire southern martial arts world? What good would that do us? Su Hao shook his head. He's the gang leader, not a thug. We need to consider the big picture. If we fight to the death today and both sides are severely weakened, will other forces let the Kunpeng gang off the hook? Being attacked from all sides is the worst decision. The gang leader is right, harmony brings wealth. Zhang Dewang sighed. Chief, are you really alright after taking the life-snatching pill? Xiao Menyang asked in surprise. It should be fine. Aren't I immune to all poisons? Su Hao smiled faintly. Then they realized something was wrong. He felt his hands and feet were cold, and his head was a little dizzy. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was not immune to the effects of the deadly pill. It only took a short while for it to take effect. Chief, what's wrong? Xiao Menyang noticed something was wrong and asked anxiously. It's nothing, I'm just tired. Su Hao was about to go back to rest when, unexpectedly, he fell to the ground after taking just one step. Saying you're immune to all poisons is a lie. Upon seeing this, Xiao Menyang hurriedly took him to the hospital. Honey, thank goodness, you've finally woken up. When Su Hao opened his eyes and heard the word husband, he didn't react for a moment. Who was it? It wasn't until he saw Bai Jiruo sitting next to him that he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was Xiao Menyang. Why are you here? Su Hao asked, somewhat surprised. Of course, Yi Long notified Meihei said you were hospitalized, so I came straight here. Bai Jiruo sighed. Su Hao then realized what was happening. It turned out that he fainted after the effects of the deadly pill took effect. Xiao Menyang had no choice but to take him to the hospital. After some emergency treatment, he finally woke up. He felt a bit helpless. He used to think he was immune to all poisons, but it turned out there were some that slipped through the net. It has to be said that Su Jinyu had carefully selected certain components of the deadly pill. He also had to admit that there are always people better than him, and there are always more poisons than poisons. Don't listen to his nonsense, I'm perfectly healthy. Su Hao blared at Yi Long. Doesn't he even understand the principle of reporting good news and not bad news? I understand, you're just being stubborn. Bai Jiruo said, somewhat displeased, after seeing his actions. Okay, it's just poisoning, nothing serious. I'll do some research and come up with a formula, don't worry, Su Hao reassured him. Okay, I believe you. Bai Jiruo nodded, and upon hearing that it was poisoning, she immediately felt no pressure. With Su Hao's abilities, researching poisons wouldn't be a problem. Jiruo, you've become even more beautiful these past few days. Su Hao said with a smile. Really? Bai Jiruo immediately smiled happily. Just then, a little girl walked in and called out, Dad. To Yi Long then came a woman with a large pregnant belly and a gentle appearance, who said to Yi Long, Honey, I've brought you food. Yi Long held the little girl in his left arm and pulled his wife's hand with his right, holding hands affectionately. She introduced Su Hao, Boss, this is Huan Huan, and my daughter is Guogua. Very nice. I felt a little envious of Su Hao's actions. Having a wife and daughter is wonderful. Uncle, are you sick? The little girl asked in her childish voice as she walked over. Yes, Uncle wasn't feeling well, but he'll be fine soon. Thank you for your concern, Guogua, Suhao said gently to the child. That's good. The little guy smiled very innocently. This scene triggered by Jiruo's maternal instinct. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if I could marry Suhao and have a lovely daughter. Boss Su, I've made some food. I hope it suits your taste. It turned out that Huan's food was prepared for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilong presented the food, opened the lid for him, and immediately the aroma of the food filled the air. Thank you. Suhao smiled faintly. Wow, this looks good, honey, feed me some. Bai Jiruo said in a doting tone. 499, chapter 499. I won't say if you don't want to hear it. Here, eat. Suhao picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fish on her plate. Thank you. Bai Jiruo said sweetly. Seeing this, Huan was surprised. She opened her mouth, wanting to say that the gang leader's wife was really beautiful. Yilong shook his head at her, signaling her not to say anything. Huan immediately understood that the two were not married, and tacitly stopped talking. After Suhao tried it himself, he also praised it highly. Uncle, isn't my mom's cooking amazing? Guogua asked, tilting her head. In her little mind, her mother's cooking was the best. Yes, it's especially delicious. You have a wonderful mother. Mother, Suhao said, raising his hand and pinching her nose. Ha, I know too. Guogua is so funny, so well behaved and cute. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Huan seized the opportunity and said, Boss, tomorrow is Guogua's birthday. I'd like to ask for leave for alone so we can take the kids out to play. Is that alright? She knew that Suhao was Yilong's boss. Although it's not company policy, the Kuanping gang still needs the boss's approval. No problem, you have to spend time with the child on their birthday. Suhao agreed without hesitation. Thank you. Huan said gratefully. Tomorrow, the family will finally have time to reunite. Uncle, you are such a good person. You are a great hero in Guogua's heart. Guogua said happily. He. Suhao laughed, somewhat confused as to why this could make someone a great hero. He couldn't understand a child's logic. Bai Jiruo particularly liked this child and waved to her. Pretty sister, Guogua is here. She ran over with a smile. Sister, you really know how to talk. Bai Jiruo immediately smiled. Usually, children like this would call her auntie. My mom said that pretty girls should be called older sister, and those who aren't pretty should be called auntie, Guogua explained. This remark immediately drew laughter from the room. Huan was a little embarrassed. She had only taught him this in private, and he hadn't expected her to reveal it to her. Huan, is it a boy or a girl in your belly? Bai Jiruo asked with a smile. It's not clear yet, we haven't checked. Huan shook her head. She could accept it whether it was a boy or a girl. Anyway, congratulations, you have 2 children, that's wonderful. Huan, I have a question, could we celebrate Guogua's birthday together tomorrow? Bai Jiruo suddenly said. Of course, are you and the gang leader both coming? Huan said, flattered. Boss, what do you think? Bai Jiruo blinked. She had 2 ideas. First, she wanted to spend more time with Suhao. Second, she wanted to use Guogua's cuteness to provoke him. If he had any thoughts about marriage, that would be great. Okay, let's celebrate Guogua's birthday tomorrow. As Suhao spoke, he rummaged through his pockets, but couldn't find a suitable gift for a long time. All he carried with him was gold needles, which were indeed unsuitable for a child. Guogua, I have a gift for you. Bai Jiruo chuckled, took off the Buddhist prayer beads from her wrist, and handed them to the child, saying, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Guogua, you can't accept this. Huan was extremely surprised. Bai Jiruo looked like a very wealthy person, and since these were Buddhist prayer beads, they were probably more expensive than jade and gold. But Guogua likes it very much. Guogua was a little embarrassed. She didn't understand the value of the gift. She just thought the Buddhist beads were fun. Huan, didn't I eat a piece of your fish? If it's a small gift and the child likes it, then accept it, Bai Jiruo said nonchalantly. Alright, Guogua, why don't you thank your sister? Huan thought to herself, this piece of fish is really expensive. This gift must cost at least $1 million. Thank you. Auntie Guagua quickly kissed Baijiruo on the cheek and then said innocently, Auntie, if you like children, why don't you have one yourself? You're so beautiful, your own child will definitely be very pretty and cute. Guagua, you're so good with words. Baijiruo couldn't stop smiling just for those words. The gift was worth it. She then added, why don't you ask uncle for me when he and my sister are going to have a baby together? Uncle? Elder sister? Su Hao frowned, wondering why he wasn't the older brother. Uncle, when are you going to marry that pretty lady? Guagua is really smart. Everyone laughed when he said that. Su Hao was both amused and annoyed. He knew that Baijiruo was using a child's voice to urge him to get married, but he could only reply, this is a matter between adults. Children shouldn't ask too many questions. Guagua, come back to daddy. Yilong said if he continued to ask questions, things would get a little complicated. Okay. Guagua nodded and said, see you tomorrow, uncle. The little boy ran back excitedly, and Su Hao was a little reluctant to let him go. The kid was just too much fun. Guagua, you and your mother go back together. Yilong then winked at Huan. Boss, Miss Bai, we're going back now, bye-bye. Huan said, and the little girl waved to Su Hao and Baijiruo before happily leaving. Baijiruo looked in the direction they left, still feeling a little reluctant. Yilong, I never imagined you would have such an obedient daughter and such a virtuous wife. Su Hao exclaimed. Maybe I'm just lucky, Yilong smiled. I didn't know you had a pregnant wife. You can confidently entrust gang affairs to others from now on. Don't worry, no matter what, you will always be the second in command of the Kuanping gang, and that will never change. Su Hao made that promise. Thank you for your trust, Chief. Yilong immediately smiled happily. This is what he wants to hear, a stable position is more important than anything else. Just then, a person walked in through the door. The situation immediately became awkward. It was the one that Camelin Yao. Who sent you? Baijiruo asked first, displeased. Su Hao is sick, I came to see him, but that's not allowed. Do I need your permission? Lin Yao put down a fruit basket she was carrying and sat down next to the hospital bed. You're going to take care of him, it's already a miracle you haven't made him sick, Baijiruo said unhappily. Don't worry, it won't happen again this time. Lin Yao looked at Su Hao and said earnestly, I'm here to sincerely apologize. Let's be good to each other from now on and not hurt each other, okay? President Lin, is this your apology? Su Hao asked, somewhat displeased. He didn't want to forget that slap. I was just drunk that day, it wasn't intentional, I'm sorry. Lin Yao said calmly, but immediately added, in any case, young Master Jiang is very strong, you'd better be careful. Enough, don't mention other men in front of me. Su Hao's face darkened. Fine, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say it, Lin Yao said helplessly. 500, chapter 500, looking at me won't help. Do you have anything else to say? Su Hao asked casually. Tomorrow night is my mom's birthday, did you forget? Lin Yao asked. Does this concern me? Su Hao hadn't forgotten, but he had never remembered it was Chen Xuanhua's birthday. Why should he remember it? I'll be celebrating her birthday tomorrow, and I hope you can come too, Lin Yao said earnestly. We'll see when the time comes, it depends on my mood. Su Hao neither agreed nor refused outright. Anyway, I hope you come. Lin Yao looked at her expectantly. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Su Hao said calmly. I think you just want to be with that vixen. Lin Yao stomped her foot in anger, turned around and left. You're talking about me, aren't you, vixen? Baijiruo laughed loudly and said, Su Hao, your ex-wife has run away, aren't you going to chase after her and coax her back? Su Hao sensed her gloating, but couldn't bring himself to argue. He merely frowned but didn't get up. Let her be angry, he'd been too good to Lin Yao, and she didn't appreciate it. It was time to ignore her for a while. Okay, I won't be angry with you anymore. Baijiruo looked at the fruit basket, casually took out a banana, peeled it and handed it to him. You may be angry, but it's important for you to get better. Listen to me and eat some fruit. I have no appetite. Su Hao was actually not in the mood, and seeing Lin Yao made him a little irritable. Really? Baijiruo took a bite out of the meat and was about to feed it to Su Hao. Su Hao was stunned. Could this really be done? Just then, Zhang Duwang rushed in and, seeing this scene, immediately retreated outside in fright. What's the matter? Su Hao glared at Lin Yao. Boss, good news. Zhang Duwang walked in again, excitedly saying, we found the murderer who killed Senior Ouyang. You did a good job. Su Hao's face darkened, and he asked, who exactly is it? According to our investigation, this person should be from the Shadow Sect. He has been lurking in the Ouyang family for a long time. Yesterday, he took the opportunity to kill someone and even framed the gang leader. Now we have a grasp of his location and can arrest him at any time. Zhang Duwang said seriously. I'll be discharged immediately. You go and gather the men this time. We must capture them alive. Su Hao gave the order in a cold voice. Shadowgate again. This sect is really going after him. 2 or 3 times in a row, it was their people causing trouble. He suddenly remembered, what was the veiled woman's identity? If she was also a member of the Shadowgate, then things would be even more complicated. The Shadowgate is hiding in Dong province in countless numbers. They were hiding in the shadows, somewhat like the poison goo master of the past. The enemy was in the dark, while he was in the light, making things really difficult. Okay. Zhang Duwang agreed with a smile. Jiruo, you go back first, I have something to take care of. Su Hao got up immediately. No, I want to go too. Bai Jiruo didn't want to be separated from him. Half an hour later, Su Hao led the Kunpeng gang to Laojun Mountain at top speed. This is the location where Zhang Duwang discovered the Shadowgate's hiding place. At this moment, all around is completely silent, as if there is no sound at all. Thinking back to yesterday when it was packed with people, it feels like a lifetime ago. Wait a minute, something seems a bit off. Bai Jiruo said immediately. What's wrong? Yi Long asked in surprise. Don't you guys think it's too quiet here? Bai Jiruo pointed out. It's a bit quiet, but there aren't usually many people here. All the tourists from yesterday have gone home, which is normal. Yi Long smiled. Now that it's dark, who would come to a place like this for no reason? Miss Bai is right, the atmosphere around us is not right. Zhang Duwang came from the dark prison and had excellent night vision. He sensed a strange aura emanating from his surroundings. Su Hao frowned and quickly looked around. Just then, he saw a faint reflection ahead, and his heart skipped a beat. Exclaimed, everyone be careful, we might be ambushed. Before he could finish speaking, several gunshots rang out from ahead. One sniper bullet flew towards Su Hao himself, while the others were fired at other people. Su Hao gripped the bullet with one hand, protecting Bai Jiruo, and found cover. Looking around, he saw several members of the Kunpeng gang already lying dead. The ground reeked of blood. His face immediately darkened. The Shadowgate was truly vicious, they actually used guns. Everyone, please leave now. Yi Long, protect Bai Jiruo, don't let her get hurt. Su Hao calmly gave the order. Good. Yi Long instructed 2 female guards to escort Bai Jiruo as they fought their way back. Su Hao charged forward alone, directly into the sound of gunfire. After landing, Meng grabbed a handful of pebbles and, with the speed of a scattering flower, took down several snipers. It was at this moment that the enemy saw him appear and immediately surrounded him. Half of you continue the pursuit, the other stays behind and finishes him off. Someone behind him gave the order directly. The enemy split into 2 groups, attempting to bypass Su Hao and directly pursue the Kunpeng gang. You want to spare me? Su Hao suddenly shouted and unleashed 2 powerful punches. Golden light shone from the darkness, instantly striking the off-road vehicle. One punch and he's blown to bits. The sound of the explosion was particularly startling in the darkness. You, Su Hao, even when you're about to die, you still dare to kill my men. One person faced him, revealing a cold smile. Is he about to die? Are you talking about yourselves? Su Hao smiled dismissively. Men, seize him. The man ordered immediately. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared and walked towards him from the left and right. Them? Su Hao smiled disdainfully, his movements as swift as a ghost, transforming into a killing god in the darkness. The first person, he smashed to pieces with a single punch. The second person, he kicked to pieces with a single kick. The power he displayed even impressed his enemy's eye was terrified. It appears even more terrifying, especially in the dark. Feng Yun Manor. Yi Long and the others escorted by Jiruo back. No one looked particularly well. There were many dead and injured when they broke through the encirclement. Miss Bai, are you alright? Yi Long asked worriedly. If Bai Jiruo had been hit by a stray bullet or something, he would be in a difficult position to explain himself. It's alright, you did a great job. Bai Jiruo smiled and said, but Su Hao is still in danger, we must go back to save him. Yes, Master Zhang, go and gather more men immediately today, the Kunpeng gang must go all out, we must not let the gang leader be in danger. Yi Long said solemnly. Clear. Zhang Duwang left coldly. I never expected the Kunpeng gang to have such a powerful opponent. Su Hao, who did you offend? Bai Jiruo muttered to herself, then looked at Yi Long, as if to say, are you hiding something from me? Miss Bai, there's no use in you looking at me, this is the gang leader's own business, not the Kunpeng gang's enemy. Yi Long said with a wry smile. 501, Chapter 501 is too ruthless. Bai Jiruo smiled helplessly, that was indeed true when it came to causing trouble, Su Hao was second to none. Don't worry, Miss Bai, the gang leader is exceptionally capable and will definitely return safely, Yi Long reassured her with a smile. I hope so. Bai Jiruo nodded. Just then, they suddenly saw some people returning covered in blood. The person in the lead was none other than Wan Long. Where's the gang leader, why are only you guys back? Yi Long asked, somewhat surprised. It was so dark back then, we couldn't find the gang leader at all. Wan Long shook his head, a regretful expression on his face. Useless trash. Yi Long roared. Yi Long, who are you calling a superior? We're both vice leaders. You just joined the Kunpeng gang earlier than me. You don't really think you're my superior, do you? Wan Long said unhappily. You don't follow the gang leader, you're just cowards who fear death. What are you if not good for nothings? Yi Long said unhappily. I'm afraid of dying, you're the one who runs faster than anyone else. Wan Long was very annoyed. I was given a mission by the gang leader to escort Miss Bai back. If it weren't for this mission, do you think I would have run away? Yi Long said disdainfully. Wan Long's eyes kept moving. Suddenly, he sighed deeply, slapped himself hard, and said, you're right, I'm no human being, I actually abandoned the gang leader. Alright, let's gather our forces immediately and go back to fight. We must rescue the gang leader. Yi Long felt a little embarrassed seeing how self-reproachful he was. Okay. Wan Long nodded and walked over. Yi Long thought he had genuinely admitted his mistake and reached out to pat him on the shoulder unexpectedly. Wan Long suddenly grinned maliciously, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed him in the abdomen. What the hell are you doing? Yi Long's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. Damn it! Who the hell do you think you are? I used to be the leader of the Raptors gang, do you think I need to be bossed around by you? Su Hao is in dire straits himself. If we don't seize power now, when will we? Wan Long said coldly. Yi Long couldn't believe that this person actually harbored rebellious intentions. Wan Long, is today's news fake? Yi Long suddenly came to his senses, his face turning pale with fright. Certainly. Do you really think the murderer who killed the old leader will reveal himself so easily? I'm the one who told Zhang Duwang this news. That idiot even called Su Hao over. He's such a simpleton, I had no choice but to devise a plan to leave him there. Give up on that idea, Su Hao isn't coming back. Wan Long laughed heartily. He thought to himself, today is the best opportunity. Now that Su Hao is missing and Yi Long is injured, the Kunpeng gang is now under his control. Once we take down this gang, all the humiliations we suffered before will be nothing. It's important to know that the Kunpeng gang is far stronger than the Menglong gang. Now, immense power is finally about to fall into his hands. Despicable. Yi Long said coldly. Men, kill Yi Long, leave this woman here, I want to have some fun with her. Wan Long laughed shamelessly. As soon as he finished speaking, several thugs rushed over with a cold expression. Protect the vice leader. Protect Miss Bai. Several trusted men, armed, stood guard in front of the two. They fought and retreated, heading towards the interior of the gang. Yi Long, you'll die a horrible death. Yi Long roared, but then suffered several more stab wounds, and his condition worsened. Damn it, how could this guy be so stupid? They're actually going to such lengths to protect a woman? Yi Long was very unhappy. He gave a signal, and his men attacked even more frantically. Bai Jiruo had just run inside when she heard the door close behind her. She thought to herself, oh no, I'm safe for now, but what about Yi Long? Aren't you going to move aside? Wan Long appeared extremely angry and punched Yi Long in the stomach. The wound immediately widened again, and blood gushed out. Miss Bai, leave through the back door. Yi Long roared madly. Get out of the way. Wan Long threw another punch. Each punch landed solidly, making Bai Jiruo's heart pound with fear. Yi Long was too loyal. Why don't you just open the door? Bai Jiruo shouted, he wouldn't dare do anything to me as long as Su Hao is alive, I'm safe. No, Yi Long's voice was already almost inaudible. Alive? Are you dreaming? How could he possibly survive the trap I set? Wan Long appeared quite disdainful. He kicked again, sending Yi Long flying. Boom! The man crashed into a stone pillar, sustaining several wounds on his back. Blood gushed from his body like a spring, a heartbreaking sight. Wan Long sneered disdainfully, ignorant and foolish, what era are we living in, to still be so loyal to someone like this? There must be something wrong with your brain. He looked at the door again, clenched his fist, and was about to smash it open. Suddenly, several cars came rushing towards us from a distance. Boss, someone's coming, we can't stay here any longer. The subordinates said immediately. Whoever returns, it can't be one of their people. Grass. Hopefully it's not Su Hao who's coming. Wan Long and his men left in a panic. In less than a minute, two battered cars stopped, and Su Hao got out of them. Seeing the situation before him, his face darkened, and he walked directly to Yi Long's side. Run. He was still muttering to himself, but his voice was so faint that Su Hao, standing beside him, couldn't hear him. He only noticed that Su Hao opened his mouth slightly, looking at his body again. There wasn't a single patch of intact flesh. There was a pool of blood beneath him, a sight that was enough to give anyone a headache. Su Hao, you're finally back. When Bai Jiruo opened the door and saw Yi Long's condition, she turned pale with fright. This person's aura has become so weak that it is completely undetectable. Su Hao was holding silver needles, trying his best to save her, but his complexion was off. Even so, he also felt a sense of helplessness, as if there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. He is a skilled healer, not a deity. Wan Long was too ruthless. He shattered Yi Long's heart. If Yi Long hadn't clung to life with his last breath, he would have died long ago. Chief Su, is that you back? Yi Long opened one eye, the other was blind. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much. Su Hao said weakly. Chief, this isn't your fault, it's my fault. I should have investigated this sooner. You asked me to reorganize the internal affairs before, but I didn't do my job properly. Yi Long's life force was fading, and he murmured, Chief, I only have a wife and daughter left. I hope you can take good care of them. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Su Hao promised as best he could. Dad, what's wrong? Just then, Huan Huan arrived with Guogua. The little girl ran very fast, and when she saw her father lying in a pool of blood, her face turned pale with fright. Guogua, don't look. Su Hao stopped her directly. It was too tragic that such a young girl had to go through such a tragedy. 502, Chapter 502, Seeking Death. Uncle, what happened to my dad? He's celebrating my birthday tomorrow, he can't lie here. Uncle, you're his boss, can you help my dad stand up? I want him to lull me to sleep. Guogua struggled fiercely in Su Hao's arms. Guogua, Daddy's Fanny's just tired and needs to go to a very, very far place. Huan Huan was also heartbroken, but she couldn't collapse, she still had a child to take care of. Guogua, come into your sister's arms. Bai Jiruo felt extremely guilty. If Yi Long hadn't been protecting her, would he have survived? She thought the possibility was slim. After all, Wan Long had also seized power, and the deputy gang leader was an obstacle. it was impossible for him to live. No, I want my dad. Guogui refused to give up. She actually broke free from Su Hao's embrace and ran towards Yi Long, who was covered in blood. Helpless, Su Hao had no choice but to knock her unconscious. Looking back, I found that Huan had also fainted. You hold Guogui. Su Hao had no choice but to hand Guogui over to Bai Zhirua, while he personally carried Huan back to the Kunping gang and settled her in. Bai Zhirua looked heartbroken. Such a well-behaved child, what would become of her without her father? A thought came to her mind. No matter what, she couldn't let the child be without a home. Since she'll be the one taking care of the child, we must take good care of her. Someone tell me, what exactly is going on? Su Hao gathered everyone together and asked in a deep voice. Boss, I found out the truth. It was Wanlong who did this. He not only betrayed you, but he also attacked the vice leader. Zhang Duwang stepped forward and said. Has this investigation been completed? Su Hao replied coldly. Boss, tonight's events were all part of Wanlong's plan. I was tricked. Zhang Duwang said with deep remorse. Fine, I don't want to hear your explanation. Everyone, listen up, find Wanlong as soon as possible. I'll make him pay with his life as the vice leader. Su Hao's voice was icy cold. He's very angry tonight. The most disgusting thing is betrayal by those closest to you. Wanlong must die. Inside the villa. When Wanlong returned, he had a look of disbelief on his face. He still doesn't understand why Yi Long did that. What an idiot! He roared. Honey, is that you back? A beautiful young woman dressed in light clothing came out from upstairs. She swayed her slender waist, and several of her subordinates secretly swallowed their saliva as they watched. Couldn't you have worn more clothes? Wanlong roared. You rascal, last night you told me not to wear anything. The young woman said unhappily. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Can't you see how many people are here? Wanlong said unhappily. They might glance at me, but what will they do to me? The young woman didn't care at all, but proudly puffed out her chest and then asked, Honey, have you won over Su Hao? Am I the gang leader's wife now? What's your hurry? Wanlong frowned. He had left in a hurry and wasn't sure if the person who came back was Su Hao. How can we not be anxious? Su Hao is not someone to be trifled with. I've told you, either we don't make a move, or we have to kill him. We absolutely cannot leave any future trouble. The young woman said coldly. Someone, find out if Su Hao is dead or not. Wanlong angrily addressed his subordinates. Someone immediately took out their phone and contacted a friend within the gang. They quickly learned the news, and the man said with a grim expression, Chief Wan, something terrible has happened. Su Hao isn't dead, he's successfully returned alive, but the good news is, Yi Long is dead. Is Yi Long dead or not? Does it matter? Wanlong's face turned extremely ugly. How could Su Hao still escape when today's plan was so perfect? Wasn't it said that it was a flawless ambush? Honey, what do we do now? Should we run away? The young woman's face changed drastically. Yes, hurry up and pack your things. Don't bother with clothes, just bring your bank book also. Call your son and tell him not to come back, to run as far away as possible. Wanlong's face was grim, and his hands began to tremble. I lost this bet. The problem is very serious. The young woman immediately rushed upstairs. In less than 10 minutes, when she came down with her bag, she realized that something was wrong. Several armed men stood beside Wanlong, staring at the two of them with hostile eyes. Are you going to become traitors? Wanlong roared. Master Wan, isn't this something I learned from you? You are the least qualified to say such a thing, his security captain said coldly. I've always treated you well, why would you rebel? Wanlong tried to win them over. Ridiculous, how dare you, a shameless person like you, say such things? The security captain gave a signal, and immediately several men drew their weapons and rushed over. Men, take care of these people, and I'll give you a generous reward. He loudly gave orders to several of his trusted confidants. When the command ended, everyone remained motionless, staring at him with cold eyes. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down now that things have come to this, who will protect him? If I kick Wanlong now, I might save my life, but if I follow him down this dark path, I'm definitely doomed. Even if you die, we can still divide your money among ourselves. Or, I could even take care of your wife for you. One of his confidants laughed loudly and even walked over to the young woman, staring at her without any restraint. Dream. The young woman suddenly slapped him. Snap. The loud sound reached everyone's ears. Grass. You fucking want to die. This confidant was a ruthless man. He took out a knife and chopped off the young woman's head. Blood splattered onto Wanlong's face. You're insane. Wanlong's eyes were bloodshot. He watched helplessly as his wife died a horrific death. I feel somewhat powerless. Should we kill him? The security captain said dismissively. No need, we don't need to kill him ourselves. The confidant immediately took the young woman's bag. Upon seeing this, the others rushed upstairs, ready to divide Wanlong's assets. A bunch of ingrates. Wanlong cursed angrily, then rushed straight to the door without daring to linger. As soon as he took a step out, he saw hundreds of Kunpeng gang members standing outside. The crowd automatically parted, and Su Hao walked out with an icy expression. Chief Wan, where are you headed? Su Hao's voice was devoid of any emotion, chilling to the extreme. Chief Su. Listen to me, I was also misled. I was originally the most loyal, but I couldn't resist being deceived by someone. Wanlong knelt on the ground with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Wanlong, you've done so many heinous things, and you still want to live? Zhang Dewang said disdainfully. Boss, don't you want to know who's behind this attack on you? Wanlong suddenly asked. 503, Chapter 503. Accept it. Oh, would you like to talk about it? Su Hao said with a smile. That smile gave Wanlong a sense of impending doom. A smiling tiger is the most terrifying. He used to think Su Hao might not be ruthless enough, but today he realized that wasn't the case at all. This young man was incredibly cunning. I have only one request. I hope to gain the gang leader's understanding. Wanlong pleaded. Okay, no problem. Su Hao agreed without hesitation. Alright, I'll confess. Wanlong immediately said, this rebellion originally had nothing to do with me, it was all instigated by young master Zhang Xiuhu. Old Zhang, what's your relationship with Yi Long like? Su Hao suddenly interrupted him. He only needed to hear the name Zhang Xiuhu, he didn't need to know anything else. Brother Long and I are as close as brothers. Zhang Dewang, being a shrewd man, immediately stepped forward and said, Boss, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can personally take action to avenge Brother Long. Fine, as you wish. Su Hao said coldly. After hearing this, Wanlong trembled all over and said unwillingly, Su Hao, you clearly promised to spare my life, why are you going back on your word now? Did I go back on my word? Su Hao sneered. It was Zhang Dewang who dealt with you, what does that have to do with me? Zhang Dewang walked over with a sinister grin, kicked Wanlong to the ground, and, being a ruthless man himself, pulled out a bone-scraping steel knife and stabbed him repeatedly. Since it was revenge, he wanted Wanlong to experience the ultimate fear. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the villa. Several people from the second floor rushed down carrying gold and silver jewelry. One of them knelt on the ground and said, Chief Su, you finally come, we are loyal to the Kunpeng gang, please take us in. Chief Su, we are all loyal people, please take us in. The others knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly. Did you kill Wanlong's wife? Su Hao asked coldly. Yes, this woman deserves to die. One of the men stepped forward. It was the one who had murdered the young woman. Master Zhang, it's all up to you. After Wanlong's voice disappeared, Su Hao coldly uttered a sentence and turned back to his car. These traitors among traitors not only harmed the mistress of the house but also robbed the family property. Who would be willing to take them in? Kill them all? Zhang Dewang hardened his heart and said. Right. Su Hao's voice came from inside the car. No. Master Zhang, we are all loyal subjects. These people cried and wailed. Make your move. Zhang Dewang said disdainfully, and several of his men immediately took action and eliminated them all. Finally, all the gold, silver, jewels, and other valuables appeared before Zhang Dewang. He swallowed hard, but ultimately resisted the temptation, saying, "Come on, register all of these things and confiscate them all." After doing all this, Zhang Dewang returned to his car. Su Hao heard everything he said and nodded silently. Zhang Dewang was quite capable. He wasn't as loyal as Yi Long, but he knew how to behave appropriately. Losing one helper but gaining another was somewhat reassuring. "Boss, what should I do next?" Zhang Dewang asked for instructions. "Find Jiang Xiaowu for me," Su Hao said coldly. "Boss, are we really going to start a war against the Jiang family?" Zhang Dewang hesitated. Jiang Xiaowu was the young master of the Jiang family in Yanjing. With a very powerful background, it wouldn't be good to offend him. "So what?" "Yi Long's death is related to him. Anyone who has wronged me will not be spared," Su Hao said coldly. "Clear." Zhang Dewang agreed. His methods were no less effective than Yi Long's. It might even be a little stronger. The disciplinary hall is full of talented people, and through their concerted efforts, they quickly found Jiang Xiaohu's whereabouts and handed the address directly to Su Hao. "It's actually this place," Su Hao muttered to himself, then his eyes turned cold as he led his men directly over. The banquet hall of the Ruyua Hotel was bustling with activity. Today is Chen Xuanhua's birthday. To please her mother, Lin Yao still held a grand birthday banquet here. People from all walks of life who received the invitation all came over. Chen Xuanhua sat in her seat, receiving everyone's blessings, a happy smile on her face. Today was truly a glorious day. As the mother of the CEO of the Lin Group, she received everyone's respect, and everyone gave her face. Chen Xuanhua, who was extremely vain, would love to have an occasion like this every day. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the gifts she had received today were piled up like a mountain, and her smile became even brighter. She thought to herself that it would take quite a while to open them. A little while later, Chen Hong came over, holding a gift box, and said, "Auntie, happy birthday, may you live a long and healthy life. It's enough that you're here, why bring a gift?" Chen Xuanhua said with a smile, then put the gift behind her back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lin Yao sitting there, looking somewhat sullen, as if waiting for someone. "Daughter, who are you meeting up with?" Chen Xuanhua asked expectantly. "Of course it's young Master Jiang," Chen Hong answered quickly. "No." Lin Yao shook her head. She was waiting for Su Hao, and recalling their conversation at the hospital, she still felt a lingering fear. If he really didn't come, did it mean he had absolutely no feelings for her anymore? That's the scariest part. When the relationship ended, she didn't know how to cope. "You mean, young Master Jiang will also be coming?" Chen Xuanhua seemed not to have heard Lin Yao's words at all, and looked directly at Chen Hong. "Of course. Young Master Jiang is very fond of my cousin, he will definitely come to wish you a happy birthday," Chen Hong said confidently. As they were talking, they saw Jiang Xiaohu leading two people into the hotel. One of them had a cold expression, as if someone owed him money, and he seemed very difficult to get along with. The other looked like a servant. "Young Master Jiang, we just mentioned I didn't expect you to show up like this." Chen Xuanhua walked up and said happily. "Auntie, this is a little gift I prepared for you." Jiang Xiaohu opened it proudly, revealing a crystal-clear jade pendant inside. "This jade pendant is a fine piece, worth millions. I hope you like it, Auntie." "So valuable?" Chen Xuanhua was a little at a loss. Jade is priceless, and as a birthday gift, she really didn't know what to do with it. "Please accept this, it's just a small token of my appreciation," Jiang Xiaohu said with a smile. "Thank you so much." Chen Xuanhua smiled broadly. "Good evening, Miss Lin." Jiang Xiaohu glanced around and walked directly toward Lin Yao, his expression ingratiating. "Hello?" Lin Yao wasn't in high spirits, she only gave a faint smile, which seemed rather perfunctory. A hint of displeasure flashed across Jiang Xiaohu's face. "What was with this ugly woman putting on airs? I spent so much money and couldn't even buy a smile. I'll find a chance to take her away and ravage her." 504, Chapter 504 is practically invincible. "Young Master." The servant winked at Jiang Xiaohu, looking somewhat anxious. "What happened?" Jiang Xiaohu stood up and walked over to ask. "I just received news that Su Hao escaped. Our men didn't kill him." the servant said angrily. Our ambush couldn't take him down? Jiang Xiaowu was also somewhat surprised. That was an ambush that had gathered all their elite troops. Young master, this man is the one who won the martial arts tournament, so we must be careful. It's actually quite dangerous for us to be here for the banquet today. We should leave now to avoid Su Hao coming after us. The servant said loyally. You expect me to run away with my tail between my legs? Jiang Xiaowu was very displeased. What is his identity? Having just arrived here without even having a sip of water, they were actually scared away by Su Hao. If word gets out, wouldn't it make Jiang Xiaowu seem like a coward who's afraid of death? Young master, safety comes first. The servant cried out anxiously. What's there to be afraid of? The cold-faced man beside him said dismissively. Yes, what's there to be afraid of? I have Brother Ding by my side, so there's no need to fear Su Hao. If he comes, that would be even better. I am sure with Brother Ding's strength, he can easily defeat him. Jiang Xiaowu sneered. The servant looked at the man with distrust in his eyes. What, you actually doubt my strength? The man surnamed Ding's eyes were unfriendly, revealing a cold gaze. I wouldn't dare. The servant stammered, trembling with fear. All right, let's stay here and not bring this up again. Jiang Xiaowu made the final decision. When he looked at Ling Yao again, he found that she was smiling very happily, and his mood immediately improved. He realized that she had just not realized it was him before, and after recognizing him, she still had to smile ingratiatingly. That smile was so beautiful, I had never seen it before. He strode forward with a smile, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Their eyes didn't meet at all. He followed Ling Yao's gaze and saw a handsome man walking in from the direction of the hotel entrance. The person who arrived was none other than Su Hao. Jiang Xiaowu almost vomited blood in anger, so that smile was for Su Hao. Others also saw Su Hao appear. His attire was somewhat unusual. He was dressed entirely in black, which looked rather ominous. Is he wearing funeral attire? Someone whispered something. He was wearing funeral clothes? Someone couldn't help but shout. More and more people are joining the discussion, feeling that this is clothing worn by people at funerals according to a certain custom. Su Hao. Why is he here? What bad luck! Chen Chunhua had no intention of inviting him today, and seeing this, she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Ling Yao. Everyone's saying this is a funeral outfit? What does this kid mean? Is he trying to curse Auntie? Chen Hong appeared very unhappy. He's come at the perfect time. Today is his death day. Jiang Xiaowu was very unhappy since the ambush failed. He had to confront him head-on and kill him on the spot. Su Hao, I know you still have feelings for me. Lin Yao walked up to him with a big smile, even preparing herself to throw herself into his arms. Strangely, Su Hao didn't even glance at her, as if choosing to ignore her, and walked directly in another direction. She keenly noticed that Su Hao was different today. His eyes were icy cold, filled with an unprecedented murderous intent. Even she felt a chill run down her spine at this scene, wondering if someone had harmed the people around him. Jiang Xiaowu, get out here right now. Su Hao let out a loud shout. Hey, what do you mean, you surnamed Su? Today is your aunt's birthday party, don't you even consider the time when you're causing trouble? Chen Hong glared at her angrily. Shut up, get lost if you don't want to die. Su Hao was unusually irritable today, like an enraged lion, unlike his usual temper. Chen Hong met his gaze, broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately shut up. Su Hao! What right do you have to swagger around here? Jiang Xiaowu slowly stood up, his expression unfriendly. Jiang Xiaowu, you know what you've done. My goal today is simple, to take your dog's life. Anyone else who doesn't want to die should stay away. Su Hao's voice was icy cold. Those nearby scattered in fright. However, many others simply watched with a detached, spectator's attitude. Jiang Xiaowu was no ordinary person, he's a young master from Yanjing with a prestigious status. If the two sides really fight, the outcome is hard to predict. Su Hao. Chen Chunhua slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Today is my birthday banquet. Not only did you not bring a gift, but you also showed disrespect to my most distinguished guest. Did you come here on purpose to cause trouble? I'm not targeting you, he just happened to be here. Yuri, all irrelevant people, you'd better leave now to avoid harming innocent bystanders. Su Hao was equally rude to her. Mom, stop messing around. Lin Yao appeared from behind Su Hao and pinned Chen Chunhua down. You brat, I will remember this incident forever. Chen Chunhua said angrily. Su Hao's gaze wasn't on the two of them at all, he was still staring at Jiang Xiuhu, as if he was ready to make a move at any moment. Enough! You dare to be disrespectful to young Master Jiang, that's enough to warrant a death sentence. The man surnamed Ding slammed his fist on the table and stood up. You ignorant lackey, state your name. Su Hao said coldly. I am Ding Wuming, the soul-chasing swordsman. The man said proudly. These words shocked the entire banquet hall. What, young Master Ding actually showed up here? He is ranked third on the heavenly ranking and has never been defeated. There's going to be a good show today. One is a rising star shining in the martial arts tournament, and the other is a renowned swordsman on the heavenly rankings. The top 3 spots on the heavenly ranking are highly prestigious. These masters all possess unique skills, surpassing other masters on the heavenly ranking. Once they reach their level, each of them would receive the respect due to the major families, be hired at high prices as guest advisors, and be well fed and cared for. Everyone had heard of Ding Wuming's name, but no one expected that he would actually join the Jiang family. So he is Ding Wuming. The servant immediately became respectful. You only just realized that now? Jiang Xiaohu was a little helpless. The servant's eyesight was really too poor, he couldn't even tell that Ding Wuming was a person. He came to Dong province well prepared this time, and his family trusted him greatly, sending such a peerless expert. Now there's no problem. The servant laughed heartily. Is Su Hao strong enough? At the martial arts tournament that day, the people sent by the northern martial arts community were no match for Ding Wuming, he was no match for him. The soul-stealing swordsman is virtually invincible among the younger generation. 505, Chapter 505. You're crazy. Third on the heavenly ranking? You don't think this title is anything special, do you? Get out of the way, or die. Su Hao said coldly. You're quite arrogant, kid. I hope your abilities can back up your words. Ding Wuming said coldly. Certainly. Su Hao said proudly. Go to hell. Ding Wuming was too lazy to waste words with him as he spoke. He suddenly took out a 3-foot-long green sword and flew it directly towards Su Hao. This person's moves were as swift as lightning. The moment he struck, his powerful sword energy instantly destroyed the surrounding seats. Finally, they've made their move. Yuri going to die. Jiang Xiuhu was very happy with you. Ding Wuming around. Dealing with Su Hao would be an easy task, wouldn't it? The others also smiled, eager to witness just how powerful the third-ranked person on the heavenly ranking truly was. Your weapon seems a bit strange. Su Hao said coldly, and suddenly reached out and grabbed. As soon as they approached the opponent, they discovered that the long sword had split in two, and another green peak had appeared. Mother and child swords. The first sword was just a cover, the second sword was the real killing move. You're clever, but unfortunately your moves are outdated, you're no match for me. Ding Wuming smiled coldly. With this weapon, he defeated many masters. Even if Su Hao figured it out, so what? He felt that this move was perfect and had no flaws. As the sword tip was about to reach Su Hao's throat, he adopted a victor's posture, thinking that victory was just around the corner. See killing upon contact with blood? Brother Ding, you are truly the strongest person I have ever met. Jiang Xiaohu smiled excitedly. Not good. Is his life in danger? Lin Yao was the only one worried about his safety. The rest of the people looked on with schadenfreude, that was the reality. Those ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking could easily crush Su Hao with a single move. Su Hao remained calmly in place when the sword reached his throat. He suddenly lowered his head, actually using his bare body to directly block the sharp weapon. With a clang, the sword tip bent, unable to pierce his flesh. Impossible. Ding Wuming suddenly realized that his opponent seemed to have practiced a martial art similar to the Golden Bell Shield, as he couldn't break through the defense at all, and immediately had a bad feeling. Su Hao's attack didn't stop. He suddenly grabbed Ding Wuming's arm, pulled hard, and the entire arm instantly broke in two. Su Hao coldly grabbed the long sword that had fallen to the ground, and with a sudden swing, a powerful sword aura instantly sent Ding Wuming flying. Bang! His head slammed hard against the ceiling, making a startling sound. Pain! Pain! Those present who witnessed this scene all thought that this person's head was incredibly hard. If it were an ordinary person, their head would have been blown apart, and they would be dead beyond any hope of survival. Even so, the current situation is still somewhat bad. His right arm was completely destroyed, and he fell to the ground, barely alive. Third on the heavenly ranking, is this person an imposter? Perhaps Su Hao is simply too strong, completely disregarding the experts on the heavenly ranking? Are top experts on the heavenly ranking so worthless now? Such a result is enough to shock everyone. The arrogant Ding Wuming was no match for him. Only then did everyone realize just how highly qualified the masters selected in the martial arts tournament were. Ding Wuming couldn't beat him? Jiang Xiaohu's expression changed drastically. That move, the mother and child swords, would be impossible for any opponent of the same level to handle. Wrong. Even Su Hao didn't completely dodge it, but this person's defense was somewhat strange. Things suddenly seemed to get complicated. Su Hao walked forward coldly, put away his other weapon, and said indifferently, "What did I just say? Anyone who blocks my way dies." He combined the two weapons into one and held it to Ding Wuming's neck. "I admit defeat because I am inferior in skill. Do with me as you please," Ding Wuming said proudly, without bowing his head. Die. Su Hao wouldn't let him go either. With a single slash of his sword, his head was severed. When they saw the blood, everyone realized that the top experts on the heavenly ranking had all moved up one place, and the third-ranked expert was already dead. He looked at Jiang Xiaohu coldly and said, "Everyone else, get out of the way. My target is only this person. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices." The murderous intent emanating from the cold storage made Jiang Xiaohu tremble with fear. He exclaimed in astonishment, "You surnamed Su, you'd better think this through. I am a descendant of the Jiang family. Do you think you can deal with a powerful family in Yanjing?" "Whether I can or not is none of your business," Su Hao continued, walking forward. "Guards, protect the young master," the servant shouted. Immediately, more than a dozen people, armed with pistols, walked towards Su Hao. Their goal was simple: to protect Jiang Xiaohu's safety. "It's useless." Su Hao's gaze darkened, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of silver needles flew out, killing all the gunmen before they could even exert their strength. "Young master, hurry up and go, I'll hold them off for you," the servant shouted, rushing towards Su Hao without hesitation. His strength was inferior to Ding Wuming's, but his loyalty was unwavering. Su Hao was slightly taken aback when he saw him, and then he thought of Yi Long. He didn't make things difficult for her and just knocked her unconscious with a single punch. "Su Hao, are you crazy? With so much bloodshed today, can you control it?" Jiang Xiaohu said coldly. "Now you know fear? My target is only you. Everyone else's deaths are your fault. You will die today," Su Hao said coldly. "Su Hao, haven't you made enough of a scene?" Lin Yao suddenly stood up and blocked his way. "What do you mean?" Su Hao frowned. "Young Master Jiang is my guest today. Dealing with his subordinates is enough. Do you really want to wipe them all out? Aren't you afraid that the Jiang family will come after you later?" Lin Yao asked in surprise. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a trivial matter. The Jiang family is nothing to fear," Su Hao said dismissively. "You always say that, and it always affects everyone." "Su Hao, wake up, stop causing trouble for those around you," Lin Yao advised. "Get out of my way, there's nothing to say between us," Su Hao said coldly. "As long as I'm here today, you won't be able to hurt young Master Jiang." Lin Yao stood firmly in front of him, thinking that she had to stop Su Hao from making a mistake this time, no matter what. As Su Hao walked past her and looked at Zhang Xiaohu, he saw that the man had already taken the opportunity to slip away and was about to disappear. He immediately shouted angrily, "Woman, get out of my way! No way! Unless you kill me, I will absolutely not let you run rampant today." Lin Yao's attitude was firm. Nonsense! Su Hao leaped into the air, about to chase after Zhang Xiaohu. Unexpectedly, Lin Yao was resolute and reacted incredibly quickly, grabbing his right leg and refusing to let go. "Are you crazy?" Su Hao had no choice but to stop, holding her with one hand. If he had flown faster and thrown her off, she would have been half dead upon landing. 506, Chapter 506 Roar. "Su Hao, why are you so determined to kill young Master Jiang?" Lin Yao asked, puzzled. "He killed my deputy leader, how can I let him get away with this?" Su Hao roared. "Such a thing actually happened, is there some misunderstanding?" Lin Yao was a little incredulous, feeling that young Master Jiang didn't seem like a bad person on the surface. "Misunderstanding? I've investigated thoroughly. Please step aside if you dare to obstruct me again, don't blame me for being impolite," Su Hao said coldly. "Pursuing her is the priority right now, I don't have time to waste on idle chatter. Su Hao, if you dare to leave here, don't ever come back to see me." Lin Yao gritted her teeth and said the threatening words. "Ill." Su Hao glanced at him coldly, then turned and left. Lin Yao was completely stunned. Why did he leave so resolutely? Did he really not have a single regret? Outside the hotel, Zhang Xiaohu got into the driver's car and drove off frantically. "Young master, this is bad, a vehicle is chasing us." The driver looked in the rearview mirror and saw a black sedan chasing after him at full speed. "What the hell, get away from him!" Zhang Xiaohu was terrified. Today, Su Hao is simply a demon. The air of killing was terrifying. Even Ding Wuming is no match for them. If they were caught up, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Young master, there are even more cars now," the driver exclaimed in horror. "This is the Eastern Province, not Yanjing. The number of vehicles from the Kunpeng gang chasing behind them will not decrease, but will only increase. Can't you drive faster?" Zhang Xiaohu shouted angrily. "Young master, the other car is also a nice one. No matter how fast I drive, it's useless. I can't gain an advantage." The driver was about to cry. This was a main street with so many vehicles coming and going. Cars can't fly, so how fast could they go? "Hurry up, faster, if you can get me out of here, I'll give you $1 million afterwards," Zhang Xiaohu promised. "Good." The driver suddenly got excited. Money makes the world go round, and his driving skills were much better than usual. He unleashed his potential and quickly weaved through several cars, heading towards Yanjing. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohu took out his phone and made the call. "Father, I've gotten into trouble in the Eastern Province and I'm on my way to Yanjing. There are a lot of cars chasing me. Please come as reinforcements quickly." He shouted for help. On the other end of the phone was a middle-aged man named Zhang Qingda, who was handling official business. Upon hearing this, he turned pale and said, "Someone in the Mere Eastern Province dares to target you. Don't worry, just run this way. I'll have the Hanyuan sect pick you up, and I'll also have someone take a helicopter and go there personally." "Good." Zhang Xiaohu hung up the phone, turned around, and was immediately terrified, his face turning pale. There were at least 20 vehicles chasing after them, looking very aggressive. The Kunpeng gang are local bullies, and when they all come out in force, it's really quite frightening. Su Hao was sitting in the car, and Zhang Duwang was driving. He remained silent, simply staring ahead. "Boss, if we go any further, we'll be approaching the provincial border," Zhang Duwang warned. "He must die today," Su Hao said firmly. "Okay." Zhang Duwang had no choice but to agree. The chase lasted for hundreds of miles until the car in front gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Su Hao was overjoyed. The car in front had run out of gas. "What the hell is going on? Why the hell did you slow down the magazine? Don't tell me you're a spy for the Kunpeng gang." Zhang Xiaohu started cursing loudly. "Young master, you've been driving all day, and I haven't had time to refuel. The gas is almost gone. Why don't you get out and run?" the driver said helplessly. Damn, can I outrun a car head-on with my 2 legs? Jiang Xiaohu cursed angrily. He's not some kind of expert who can fly or anything. Despite his cursing, the car stopped after running out of gas. Jiang Xiaohu steeled himself, opened the door, and sped off. At some point, dozens of cars turned on their high beams, illuminating his escape route clearly. Su Hao's car stopped, and Zhang Duwang, eager to try, said, "Boss, give me a chance to bring him back." "Can." Su Hao nodded. Overjoyed, Zhang Duwang exerted his strength and shot forward like an arrow, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Before long, he kicked the exhausted and panting Jiang Xiaohu to the ground. "Big brother, please let me go. I can give you anything you want. Whether it's money or women, you can have as much as you want." Jiang Xiaohu only wanted to survive, so he made random promises. Smack! In return, Zhang Duwang slapped the man, leaving him dazed. Zhang Duwang then grabbed the man by the collar and began to drag him away. Jiang Xiaohu rubbed his entire body against the cement road surface, and soon his clothes were torn and his skin was bleeding. "You bastard, who do you think you are, daring to be so disrespectful to me? Believe it or not, when my men arrive, the first thing they'll do is hack you to pieces." Jiang Xiaohu threatened angrily. Zhang Duwang ignored him. After years of training in the dark prison, he felt that this level of scolding was ineffective and had no effect whatsoever. He threw Jiang Xiaohu in front of Su Hao, and didn't forget to kick the man hard in the stomach as a reward for all the nagging along the way. "Su Hao, spare me. I didn't mean to target you." Jiang Xiaohu lay on the ground like a dead dog, begging for mercy frantically. "Weren't you being very assertive just now?" Su Hao walked over and stomped hard on his right hand. He exerted force suddenly, but with a loud bang, his right hand split open. "Grass! You're really going all out, aren't you? Did you know that experts from the Jiang family are on their way to the rescue? You people are about to be finished." When Jiang Xiaohu saw that begging for mercy was not working, he resorted to threats. "Threaten? I love your rebellious spirit." Su Hao burst into laughter. "Chief, I happen to need to urinate urgently. May I use young Master Jiang as my toilet?" someone suggested. "Allow." Su Hao nodded. Killing him outright would be too lenient. Yi Long has suffered so much, today he's going to be tortured severely. Immediately, someone urinated directly on Jiang Xiaohu. Jiang Xiaohu was completely stunned. He was a young nobleman, yet he had suffered such a great humiliation today. It was worse than death. "Is there anyone else who wants to avenge Chief Yi?" Zhang Duwang said with a sneer. "Me too." Immediately, others volunteered, and they took out various weapons, such as shoe soles and bricks, and started attacking Jiang Xiaohu. Yi Long was very polite to everyone, and everyone wanted to avenge him. Not long after, Jiang Xiaohu collapsed to the ground, covered in countless wounds. Some genius had stuffed cow dung into his mouth, making it utterly stenchy. "Su Hao, you just wait, I'll make you pay." Jiang Xiaohu roared one last time. 507, Chapter 507. I'll be with you. Still being stubborn? Zhang Duwang walked over and kicked him, instantly splitting his mouth open and swallowing his front teeth mixed with blood. "You scoundrel who relies on his master's power. After I kill Su Hao, the first person I'll kill is you." Jiang Xiaohu glared angrily at Zhang Duwang, his words already somewhat slurred. "Keep barking." Zhang Duwang was ruthless and fearless, completely unafraid of these threats. He raised his right foot and kicked out wildly. "Jiang Xiaohu's injuries are worsening. Enough!" Su Hao shouted. "Fine." Zhang Duwang stepped aside and looked at Jiang Xiaohu coldly. "I was wrong. Brother Su, Grandpa Su, please spare me. I have money, how much do you want? Is 50 million enough? Is 500 million enough? How about 5 billion? As long as you let me go, I'll give you whatever you want." Jiang Xiaohu was utterly terrified. That kid and his men are all lunatics. They acted like they had no regard for their lives. That was too ruthless. He was just a rich kid. Even if he plotted against Su Hao, he wasn't even present. Even if Yi Long died, he didn't witness the whole thing. When you encounter a truly ruthless person, you instinctively feel fear. Especially when there are no helpers around, they will feel helpless. My request is simple, I just want to kill you. Su Hao said calmly. I feel a deep-seated disgust for such a cowardly bully. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone handed him a sharp knife. Su Hao held it in his hand with satisfaction and thrust it directly at Jiang Xiaohu's collarbone. Instantly, he was pinned to the ground. Blood gushed out. It looked like he was in excruciating pain. Jiang Xiaohu was pale and weak, staring at Su Hao with horrified eyes. Had this demon already begun to torture him? Again! At Su Hao's command, he obtained a second dagger and pierced the second collarbone. No! Jiang Xiaohu shouted as if he had used up his last bit of strength. Just then, a group of martial artists suddenly rushed out from the front. The leader, upon seeing the injured Jiang Xiaohu, was furious. Who dares to lay such a cruel hand on young Master Jiang? And who are you? Su Hao glanced at him coldly. I am Wang Meng of the Hunyuan sect. The newcomer said arrogantly. Elder Wang, why are you only arriving now? Quickly, save me. Jiang Xiaohu was happy. The Hunyuan sect is a sect supported by their family and has a small reputation in Yanjing. It cannot compete with the major sects, but dealing with the Kunpeng gang should not be a problem. I order you to release Jiang Xiaohu immediately, or all of you will die here. Wang Meng said coldly. His aura was indeed astonishing, and his strength was almost on par with that of a grandmaster. Just because of your words? Su Hao said dismissively. Do you want to go against the Hunyuan sect? Wang Meng laughed. People from small places like this are so arrogant and have no idea of the power of major sects. If you want to be Jiang Xiaohu's dog, I'm not afraid of you. Su Hao said coldly. I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Wang Meng grinned maliciously and was about to make a move. The next moment, Su Hao's actions caught him completely off guard. The young man took out a dagger and plunged it into Jiang Xiaohu's heart, twisting it forcefully to ensure that the man could not be resurrected. You fucking... Jiang Xiaohu thought he could escape, but in the end, his eyes widened in disbelief as he died. Boss, well done. Zhang Duwang was overjoyed since he had already taken action. There was no need to be merciful. No matter what you do, you've already broken off all pretense of civility. Sending Jiang Xiaohu back today won't solve anything. Does he think that if he kneels and begs for mercy next time he's outmatched, the other side will remember the favor he did today? No. Jiang Xiaohu will definitely be a jerk, and he'll disgust you to death in the end. Serves him right, he dares to go against the gang leader. The deputy gang leader can rest in peace now. We didn't follow the wrong person. Our leader will settle scores and avenge any wrongs. The other members were also very happy. You're the leader of the Kunpeng gang? I'm warning you. You're finished. You've offended the Jiang family. A large number of people will be coming to kill you soon. At that time, everyone will have to die with you. Wang Meng said coldly. What do you mean by this? Are we going to fight or not? If I don't dare to make a move, I have to go back. I don't have time to waste with you. Su Hao could see that with Jiang Xiaohu dead, this person's willingness to take action had become very low. He's just a lackey now that his master is dead and no new master has appeared. Why should he fight to the death? Even if they look down on the Kunpeng gang, the two sides are still roughly equal in number. When navigating the world of martial arts, it's best to avoid direct confrontations if possible. You can't leave. Wang Meng suddenly shouted. Why should I? Su Hao's gaze darkened. Didn't you hear that? There's the sound of a helicopter in the distance. That means young Master Zhang's father is here, Wang Meng said, pointing to the sky. Everyone, get on the bus, retreat. I'll cover the rear. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Boss, I'll stay with you. Zhang Duwang was reluctant to leave. Don't be silly, I can walk, but you might not be able to. Su Hao smiled confidently. Zhang Duwang thought for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Boss, please come back safely. The brothers will all be waiting for you. He didn't dare linger, so he waved his hand and led the Kuanping gang members away. Wang Meng had no intention of taking action. She simply kept an eye on Su Hao to ensure that the culprit hadn't left, and that was enough. A short while later, a helicopter hovered in the air, with machine guns pointed at Su Hao. The next moment, 3 more helicopters arrived. Jiang Xiaowu's father, Jiang Qingde, walked down indifferently with 12 assassins. Master Jiang, you finally arrived. This Su Hao is audacious and arrogant, completely disregarding our Han Yuan sect. Wang Meng walked over instantly, fawning over him. The Han Yuan sect is nothing, who the hell would take you seriously? Jiang Qingde scoffed. He was only using these people as cannon fodder to try and hold off the enemy. Suddenly, he smelled blood and cried out in terror, Elder Wang, how is my son? Master Jiang, we're a step too late. When I arrived, this man had already brutally murdered young Master Jiang. Wang Meng said with grief and indignation. Su Hao frowned. This old guy was interesting. He was timid and cowardly, not even loyal enough to be a dog. He was really disgusting. What, little tiger is dead? Jiang Qingde felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost fell over. He rushed over as fast as he could, but it was still too late. Nonsense, he's been causing trouble in the eastern province, he deserves to die. Su Hao said disdainfully. It was you who killed my son? Jiang Qingde's face turned extremely gloomy. 508, Chapter 508 Harboring Malicious Intent. That's right. Su Hao coldly admitted. You think you're asking for death? Jiang family assassins, listen to my command, kill this man on the spot. Jiang Qingde was furious and immediately issued an order. Instantly, the 13 assassins who had come with him took a step forward. Each of them stood like a javelin, expressionless, as if they were killing machines obeying orders. You're finished, you surnamed Su. Elder Wang Meng of the Han Yuan sect revealed a cold smile. These assassins are invincible below the Grandmaster level. Working together, dealing with you alone would be far too easy. I advise you to just kill yourself to avoid wasting their time. Are you sure they're strong? Su Hao asked coldly. Certainly. Wang Meng and Jiang Qingde spoke at the same time. As they spoke, the 13 assassins launched their attack. Each of them wielded a completely different weapon. Some carried knives, some swords, and a few used strangely shaped weapons. However, as they advanced, their expressions were cold and their attacks were all deadly. Most importantly, they showed no intention of returning to defend. The goal is to exchange lives for lives. It seemed as if these people thought their lives were worthless. If they could perish together with the enemy, that would be the most worthwhile outcome. Su Hao frowned. These people were too foolish to be willing to give their lives for the Jiang family. But will it even work? Su Hao held a dagger in his hand, a disdainful sneer on his face. Ping 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 ping. Suddenly, his weapon clashed with all of theirs. No one could see his movements clearly, yet in the blink of an eye, he was fighting against more than a dozen people simultaneously. The speed of their move was so fast that it was completely incomprehensible. Wang Meng's expression changed. Could it be that Su Hao's strength hadn't been fully unleashed? Was he even stronger than he had shown at the martial arts tournament? Why didn't anyone spread this news? Could it be that the people he fought had no chance of survival? Attack! Don't stop! Jiang Qingde shouted loudly. Yes, sir. The killing machine moved forward again. Su Hao frowned. It seemed these people had no reason to live. Even if he spared them this time, they would still harm others in the future. Die! He gave a cold reply, and the dagger suddenly flew from his hand, piercing through an enemy's chest with a whoosh and shattering his heart. His offensive momentum didn't falter. The dagger continued to fly forward, swiftly killing 7 or 8 more people in quick succession. At the same time, Su Hao, like a fierce tiger, rushed in front of the assassins and punched one of them. In the blink of an eye, all 13 assassins were killed. Everyone was completely stunned. The Jiang family's elite assassins were surprisingly weak? Impossible. Jiang Qingde was somewhat unable to accept it. He had spent hundreds of millions to train these loyal assassins, ensuring their absolute devotion. He never expected that they couldn't even withstand a single move from Su Hao. Wang Meng's expression changed. The situation was getting worse. Su Hao's strength is simply too great. If Jiang Qingde is also in danger, will he be able to survive? I heard you want revenge? Su Hao looked at Jiang Qingde with disdain, revealing a cold killing intent. What you up to? I'm warning you, the Jiang family is a powerful family in Yanjing, and the Kuanping gang is absolutely not someone they can mess with. If you dare to touch me, the Jiang family will definitely take revenge and slaughter your Kuanping gang. Jiang Qingde gave a cold threat. Oh, so the Jiang family is that powerful. I just don't know how strong you are, or whether you can protect yourself. Su Hao stared at the dagger in his hand, which was covered in blood. I'm a respectable person, why would I do what you're doing and personally get involved? Jiang Qingde said coldly. So you're just a piece of trash? Su Hao pointed it out dismissively. Can't you speak properly? I am a noble person and I would never stoop to violence. The man emphasized this again. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Su Hao said coldly. Ha ha ha. I knew it, you wouldn't dare to go against the Jiang family. If you're really afraid of death, you might as well kneel down now and let me kill you with one stroke, so you can avoid suffering later. Jiang Qingde said excitedly. He thought that the Jiang family's identity had played a role. Wang Meng followed with a cold laugh, thinking that Su Hao was a fearless person, but it turned out that he was also a bully who preyed on the weak. Are you leaving, or staying? Su Hao said in a deep voice. Very well, I'll spare your life today. Go back to the city. Jiang Qingde dared not make things too difficult for Su Hao, so he waved his hand and boarded the helicopter with several guards. Su Hao, you're such a coward. Wang Meng said disdainfully. Yeah? Why do you say that? Su Hao said calmly. Of course it's because you don't dare to make a move. You don't really think Jiang Qingde will let you off the hook after he goes home, do you? When he gets back, he'll gather all his forces, storm the eastern province, and settle accounts with you. Wang Meng said disdainfully. I wonder, whose lackey are you anyway? Why do you so desperately want the director to fall from grace? Su Hao said coldly. Damn it, I've never been a lackey. The man retorted defiantly. Suddenly, helicopters took off. There were 3 when they arrived, and 3 when they left. Your finishe's already set off. It's too late to regret it now. Wang Meng laughed heartily. Really? Really? Su Hao took out a dagger and threw it out suddenly. Boom! The dagger pierced the fuel tank of the first helicopter, sending it into a flash of light and causing it to explode. Su Hao then repeated the process. The 3 helicopters crashed like fireworks. Wang Meng was stunned. Suddenly realizing that Su Hao had never intended to spare Jiang Qingde, he understood. He just wanted to hear the helicopter explosion voice. He gave Jiang Qingde hope, and then despaired him. Amidst the deafening explosion, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of Wang Meng. He instinctively reached out and was shocked to discover that it was Jiang Qingde's head. You, Elder Wang, so you were secretly harboring malicious intentions and plotting against the director. As Su Hao spoke, he took out his phone and snapped a picture of the scene. Before Wang Meng could react, it was too late to throw away his head. Hey, Su, what do you want to do? Wang Meng was stunned. If this photo got out, he would be in deep trouble no matter what. What would people think if they had Jiang Qingde's head in their hands? Should we consider him Su Hao's accomplice, or even the mastermind? Elder Wang, if you're a dog for someone, you'll be a dog for life. When you see me in the future, remember to bark at me, understand? Your life is in my hands. Su Hao walked over indifferently, retrieved the head, and turned to leave. Wang Meng watched his retreating figure, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. He pondered whether or not to make a move, but ultimately held back, feeling the odds of victory were too low. 509, Chapter 509 Seeking Revenge. The Nangong Family. As the masked woman entered, she said regretfully, reporting to young master, our plan has failed again. Jiang Xiaohu failed to kill Su Hao, allowing him to escape once more. Where is Jiang Xiaohu? Nangong Yu asked casually. A piece of trash, confirmed dead, the masked woman said disdainfully. Sigh, what a disappointment. Nangongyu shook his head, but there's no need to worry too much about Su Hao is still the suspect in the killing of Ouyang Ko, and he's been poisoned by the life-taking pill. He won't live much longer. Does the young master mean that our target is still the Bai family's treasure map? The masked woman inquired. Right. Keep a close eye on Bai Jinyu and urge him to rebel. If he can't do it, then help him out. As long as this person becomes the head of the Bai family, we can obtain the treasure map. Nangongyu said coldly. Young master, your strategies are brilliant. How could the Bai family be a match for you? I believe that soon the entire eastern province will fall under the control of the Bai family. The masked woman said obsequiously. That's right, I am the future controller of this city. Nangongyu rarely showed a smile. Kunpeng Gang. Yi Long's death had a great impact on the entire gang. The mourning hall has already been set up at Fengyun Manor. Su Hao returned with 2 heads, filled with regret. These are the heads of Jiang Shouhu and his father, used to appease the spirit of Yi Long. Vice leader, I have avenged you. May you rest in peace with a smile on your face. Su Hao muttered to himself. Also, there's absolutely no need to worry about the things you've asked me to do. From now on, Sister Wan will be under the protection of the Kunpeng gang, and Guogua has entered the Bai family and is being taken care of by Bai Jiruo. As Su Hao spoke, he poured him a glass of wine. Boss, you didn't do anything wrong. Zhang Dewang advised from the side. Sigh, his death is ultimately related to the Kunpeng gang, and as the leader of the Kunpeng gang, how can I bear no responsibility at all? Su Hao said helplessly. Boss, you're too kind. The entire gang has several thousand members now. It's impossible to ensure the safety of everyone as the boss. It's enough to maintain overall stability. Zhang Dewang said firmly. Don't say that, it will discourage the brothers. Su Hao said. Boss, the position of second in command is now vacant. What are your plans? Zhang Dewang suddenly asked. This internal strife has resulted in significant losses for the Kunpeng gang. Now that Ji Long and Wan Long are both dead, the other hallmasters and incense masters have also suffered heavy losses. Now is not the time for sadness. We need to find a way to reorganize the internal affairs. Su Hao glanced around and realized he wasn't entirely familiar with many of the cadres present. The Kunpeng gang had expanded too rapidly. Many of them were followers of Yi Long. Now that Ji Long is dead, it feels like the group is leaderless. Master Zhang. You rendered meritorious service in protecting the emperor during this civil turmoil. Furthermore, the disciplinary hall is full of talented people and has not suffered any losses. I have decided to promote you to vice leader of the Kunpeng gang, effective immediately from now on. Whenever I am not in the gang, your orders will be the only commands, and everyone must obey them. Did everyone understand? Su Hao made a decisive decision. The people in the disciplinary hall are still trustworthy. They all possess considerable strength, and their methods are far superior to Yi Long's, making him the best choice for the current situation. Clear. The others readily agreed. Boss, that's not what I meant. Zhang Dewang was a little embarrassed. His words just now made it sound like he was coveting Yi Long's position. That's settled then, Vice Chief Zhang. Your task ahead is quite challenging. You must thoroughly reorganize all the factions, eliminating those that need to be eliminated without exception. From now on, the Kunpeng gang will halt its expansion, consolidate its operations, and focus on internal reorganization. That's more important than anything else. Su Hao gave instructions. Understood. Zhang Dewang agreed. Where is Su Hao? Suddenly, a delicate shout came from outside Baiyun Manor. Who's here? Su Hao and Zhang Dewang walked out at the same time. Who is she? A group of women skilled in ancient martial arts appeared before him. The leader, with a single ponytail, looked incredibly sharp and had a cold expression. When she looked at Su Hao, she revealed a murderous aura. You surnamed Su, you have to be buried with my brother. The man pulled out a red-tasseled spear and charged directly at Su Hao. Presumptuous. Enraged, Zhang Dewang unleashed a powerful strike, preventing the red-tasseled spear from getting close to Su Hao. After landing, he struck again, this time with overwhelming true energy, quickly suppressing the woman. When Su Hao made his move this time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Zhang Dewang's strength had almost recovered. He was originally close to the Grandmaster realm, but his strength had declined after spending several years in the dark prison. If he had more time to cultivate himself, he might have been able to break through and become a Grandmaster. "Miss, we'll help you." The other female warriors drew their swords, ready to join the battle. "You guys?" Zhang Dewang exuded a powerful aura with a sweeping palm strike. The female warriors staggered and fell from their hands, unable to get close to Su Hao. "Get out of my way, I just want revenge." The woman shouted and stared at Su Hao. "You're not from the Jiang family?" Su Hao could tell that this woman was quite strong, much stronger than the people from the Jiang family. "Of course, my brother is Yi Long, and my name is Yi Wanxia. How could I possibly have any connection with the Jiang family?" The woman said disdainfully. "Are you the former deputy leader's sister?" Zhang Dewang paused for a moment, then his expression softened considerably. "So you're a relative of Brother Yi. His memorial hall is inside. You can go in and pay your respects." Su Hao made way for him. "Don't give me that fake concern. My brother wouldn't have died without you. You have to pay for my brother's life." Yi Wanxia, undeterred, swung her spear again and launched a direct attack to Su Hao. Laugh. Surprisingly, Su Hao did not dodge. Yi Wanxia's gun struck his shoulder, and blood immediately gushed out. "Boss, has the poison in your body flared up?" Zhang Dewang was shocked. In the previous exchange, he was able to suppress Yi Wanxia with Su Hao's strength. How could he be injured if he was performing normally? "Miss Yi. You're right, I have to take half the responsibility for Yi Long's death." Su Hao smiled wryly. "Don't think that just because I've done this once, I'll forgive you. You still owe me a life." Yi Wanxia said willfully. "Little girl, don't push your luck." Zhang Dewang roared. "Never mind, she's angry right now." Su Hao shook his head, not particularly bothered. He did feel somewhat guilty towards the Yi family, especially when he thought of Guiguo's disappointed look yesterday. He felt heartbroken. "Now that Yi Wanxia has arrived, I feel much better. Get out of the way, I need to go pay my respects to my brother." Yi Wanxia suddenly stepped forward and shoved Su Hao aside, appearing extremely rude. 510, Chapter 510. Sarcastic and uncomfortable. "Someone, bandage the leader's wounds." Zhang Dewang shouted. A female warrior immediately stepped forward, carrying gauze and disinfectant, and gently bandaged Su Hao's wound. "Boss, aren't you being a little too lenient with her?" Zhang Dewang felt that as the leader of the gang, he shouldn't be so accommodating to Yi Wanxia. "It's alright. She's Yi Long's sister, so it's understandable that she can be a little willful," Su Hao said calmly. "Sigh." Zhang Dewang sighed. An hour later, Yi Wanxia came out, her eyes swollen from crying, clearly heartbroken over her brother's death. "Su Hao, where's my sister-in-law, where's my niece?" Yi Wanxia addressed her by name without any politeness. "Of course I've settled in properly. If I don't let them follow you, they'll starve," Su Hao said calmly. "What do you mean? Do you think I can't take good care of them?" Yi Wanxia said disdainfully. "Nonsense, they need a quiet and stable life. Can you provide that?" Su Hao retorted sharply. She was a little helpless, but felt that what he said was right, so she had to take back what she wanted to say. Then she changed the subject and asked, "What was wrong with those two heads when I was worshipping just now?" "They're the ones who killed your brother, and I've avenged him," Su Hao said firmly. "At least you still have some conscience." When Yi Wanxia said those words, she was actually somewhat swayed and even showed a bit of appreciation. However, the young girl was shy and a little embarrassed to admit her mistake. "Where did you come from?" Su Hao asked curiously. Yi Long had never seen a younger sister before. She suddenly appeared like this, and if she hadn't introduced herself, no one would have known. "I came from Yanjing. Have you ever heard of the flower-shifting palace? I am a disciple of this sect," Yi Wanxia said proudly. "The palace of transplanted flowers?" Su Hao thought about it carefully and realized that there seemed to be such a sect. They only recruited female disciples and were one of the 3 major female sects. If I remember correctly, the Yeohua Palace is a second-rate sect, isn't it? He said casually. Your Kunpeng gang is only a second-rate gang. The Yeohua Palace is quite powerful in Yanjing, okay? Coming here isn't like a complete annihilation? Yi Wanxia said unhappily. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Whether the Yeohua Palace was strong or not was not up to them to decide. Compared with the Shushan sect and the Kunlun sect, such a sect was still far inferior. Calling it a second-rate sect was already a compliment. Did you come here just to pay respects to your brother? Su Hao asked in surprise. Not at all. Our sect has other missions. Seeing that there were many people around, Yi Wanxia didn't want to be too direct. In fact, the Yeohua Palace had lost an important treasure, and her master had brought people to search for it, Yi Wanxia being one of them. Is that so? Su Hao said calmly. Chief Su. I have a favor to ask. Yeohua Palace has no foothold in the eastern province. Could you lend us some houses so that everyone can stay here for a while longer? Yi Wanxia suddenly said somewhat awkwardly. No problem, the Kunpeng gang will always be your home. Those houses on the west side are currently empty. Vice Chief Shang, please relay my order. No one is allowed to approach that area during this period, or they will be dealt with according to gang rules. Su Hao said coldly. Clear. Zhang Duwang nodded and immediately had someone pass on the order. I didn't expect you to be such a good person. Yi Wanxia was a little touched. This was a great help. Many people had come to Yeohua Palace, and most of them were young girls. It would be too inconvenient for them to stay in other places. Fengyun Manor is far from the city center, making it the best place to stay. After thinking for a moment, she decided to make some compensation. She took out a bright red pill and said, Brother Su, this is a good thing for nourishing blood and health. It is made by our Yeohua Palace and cannot be bought anywhere else. Take this, and you'll definitely recover from your injury quickly. Su Hao nodded and threw it directly into his mouth. The medicine melts instantly upon entering the mouth, and the injured area is rapidly scabbing over, demonstrating its excellent efficacy. This medicine is actually quite effective. He thought to himself. Yi Wanxia then took out her phone and started contacting someone. Half an hour later, a large group of people walked in. They were all beauties in their early 20s, with the leader possessing the strongest aura, the best temperament, and the most attractive appearance. Yi Wanxia introduced, this is their senior sister, Xiao Shui. Junior sister Yi, is this the house you found? It looks very ordinary, but there's actually a morning hall inside. The moment Xiao Shui opened her mouth, her tone was utterly repulsive. Senior sister, this is my brother's morning hall. Yi Wanxia said, somewhat displeased. Yeah? You need to figure this out. The master will be moving in later, so you're going to find her a place to stay like this? Xiao Shui said unhappily. This place is great, it's far from the city and spacious. Yi Wanxia said. That's true, but why are there so many men in this manor? Hey, aren't you moving out yet? From this moment forward, this place will be our temporary base. All irrelevant personnel, please leave. Xiao Shui said with great disdain. Upon hearing this, the Kunpeng gang members' expressions changed drastically. What's going on with these people? They kindly lent them a place to stay, but instead of being grateful, they kicked the host out? Sister Wanxia, I understand now your temper is probably considered good in the Yeohua Palace. Su Hao sighed. What do you mean? If you have any complaints, just say them directly, don't be sarcastic. Xiao Shui roared angrily. Dissatisfied? You still have the nerve to bring this up? You should know that I am the master here. Even if someone moves out, it has to be you guys. I'm just lending my house to polite people, not a bunch of hooligans. Su Hao said in a deep voice, his voice laced with obvious anger. These people are so arrogant. Do they really think the Flower Palace is some kind of celestial maiden descended to earth, pointing fingers and picking and choosing? What kind of behavior is this? Presumptuous. We wouldn't even look at this lousy place of yours. You should feel honored to have this land requisitioned. You should know that you are just a small sect, nothing special. Only by following us will you have a future. The Tao is high above the autumn waters. Woman, are you out of your mind? Su Hao stared at her, looking very unhappy. What did you say? Man, this is provoking me. Xiao Shuwei was furious. She considered herself a major sect in Yanjing and didn't take the Kuanping gang seriously at all. This provocative remark made her furious. Provocative? You can't even handle a single sentence? What makes you think you can roam the martial world? You're such a giant baby. Su Hao's words were even more impolite. 511, Chapter 511. Get away. Feng Yun Manor. Early the next morning, Su Hao sat on the rooftop, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, meditating. The harmful effects of the life-stealing pill still lingered, causing him considerable trouble. Even last night, there were signs of a recurrence. Unable to sleep, he climbed onto the roof and began to cultivate. With powerful internal energy, he suppressed the burgeoning poison. When Su Hao opened his eyes gleamed with intelligence, and he looked full of energy. Immediately afterwards, he leaped from the air and landed silently. Slap, slap, slap. Huang Niu clapped her hands and came out, exclaiming in surprise, "Young master, your lightness skill is amazing. I can't learn that move at all. You've only been practicing for a few years. As long as you don't neglect your martial arts, you can definitely do it." Su Hao patted her head and encouraged her. "Young Master Su, why are you running up to the roof so late at night? Has the poison in your body taken effect?" Xiao Menyang rushed out and asked. "That's not true, don't spread rumors." Su Hao's face darkened, he couldn't admit to this. "Okay, I was just overthinking it." Xia Shumi shook her head, realizing that some people were being stubborn. Suddenly, Zhang Duwang beckoned mysteriously from a distance, as if he had something to say. "What's going on?" Su Hao walked over. "Boss, we've found the whereabouts of the Nebula Divine Skill." Old Zhang exclaimed in delight. "Excellent, you've done a great job." Su Hao immediately found Yuanxia and said, "We've found the whereabouts of the Nebula Divine Skill. Do you want to go and take a look?" "So fast?" Yuanxia seemed very surprised. Their sect had spent so much time searching for it and still hadn't found it. They had just asked him for help yesterday, and he could find it so soon. Was this real news or fake news? When it comes to gathering information, the Kuanping gang is far more capable than any of your respectable sects, Su Hao said with a confident smile. Many of their members made a living by selling information and had various channels, making them far superior to the Yihua Palace. "Don't lie to me," Yuanxia emphasized. "If you're not interested, there's nothing I can do. I'll go there myself." After finishing his sentence, Su Hao turned around and walked straight outside. "Brother Su, wait for me." Yuanxia followed immediately, a hint of embarrassment on her face. She had only been slightly suspicious, but she hadn't expected the other party to nod and leave. Huanyuai Restaurant. When Su Hao and his two companions went up to the second floor, they saw a distinguished-looking man sitting there. He looked like a businessman. Seeing that they had entered first, he smiled faintly and said, "Hello, my name is Huang Sanxiang. I am here from out of town to do business. It's a pleasure to meet you all." "I heard you have news about the Nebula Divine Skill?" Su Hao asked directly. "Yes, I have obtained the Nebula Divine Skill. I paid a high price to get it." The man emphasized the high price, as if implying that he would not hand it over easily. "How much do you want to sell it for?" Yuanxia asked bluntly. "Miss, that's not how business is done." Uve arrived early, but the others will be here soon. We can discuss it and see which customer pays the most," Huang Sanxiang said with a smile. "Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? I'll just offer a high price and guarantee you'll make a fortune." Yuanxia said proudly. The Yihua Palace is quite wealthy, with a budget of 6 billion for this treasure hunt. Isn't that enough to acquire this divine skill? Let's have some tea first. Huang Sanxiang still didn't budge, and said with a smile. "Very well, I'd like to see what price the others can offer," Yuanxia said coldly. The three sat down, each with a steaming teacup in front of them, which was the premium Longjing tea that Huang Sanxiang had handed over. A short while later, a second person rushed in. He seemed unwilling to reveal his identity. Wearing a golden mask as he stepped in, he saw Su Hao and nearly tripped in fright. What's wrong with this guest? Huang Sanxiang asked curiously. Yu Wanxia and Zhang Dewang also looked over in surprise. Just who was this kid? He couldn't even stand up straight. It's all right. The man went inside and sat in the corner. Then other people arrived one after another. Su Hao smiled faintly. This Huang Sanxiang was really something. He must have spread the news to countless people. This private meeting had turned into a mini auction. The Nebula Divine Skill holds a very high status in the martial arts world, and many consider it a skill sufficient to establish a sect, especially for wealthy sects that lack a high standing in the martial arts world. Acquiring it is definitely a worthwhile investment. Many other families are also eager to make a move. Is this all the people? Huang Sanxiang checked the time. It seemed to be getting late, and he was about to preside over the auction. Wait a moment. Then another man walked in. He had a dashing appearance and was accompanied by several escorts. When he saw Yi Wanxia, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this a stunning beauty? He walked straight over and said, "Beautiful lady, what's your name? Can we be friends?" Not interested. Yi Wanxia frowned, disliking this kind of playboy. I am Lin Xingyu, the future heir of the Lin family. Don't you really want to think this over? The man said arrogantly. That's right, he's young Master Lin, a local bigwig in Dong province. Don't push your luck. Woman, this is young Master Lin giving you a chance. I hope you'll know what's good for you. Stop pretending to be arrogant. Women are all for being taken advantage of. Lin Xiao is definitely your best choice. The women around him spoke very vulgarly and were all proud to be with Lin Xingyu. I said I'm not interested, get lost. Yu Wanxia was furious. How could there be such a shameless person? Beautiful lady, at least let me know your name, okay? Lin Xingyu persisted relentlessly. Yi Wanxia. She had no choice but to say her name, hoping to stop the harassment. Sunset Glow, what a lovely name. Wait, I'll buy the Nebula Divine Skill, then we can talk. Lin Xingyu said, sitting down near the door. He had just sat down when he was startled to see the man opposite him raise his head, which made him turn pale with fright. Young Master Lin, you're so impressive. We haven't settled our score yet. Su Hao said coldly. Su Hao, what are you doing here? Settled the accounts? You've already gone on a killing spree, there's just a misunderstanding between us. Lin Xingyu said in a panic. Misunderstand? Su Hao sneered disdainfully. Back then, this person had given him a push when he was sent to the dark prison. Lin Xingyu's face darkened, and he dared not say a word. It was a real miscalculation to have no bodyguards with him this time. He had thought it would be a commercial auction, but who would have thought he'd run into this nemesis? Everyone, now that everyone's here, please give me some face and don't fight in this restaurant, okay? Huang Sanxiang, as the host of the event, smiled faintly. 512, Chapter 512 Disbelief. Yes, we all have to give Boss Huang face, no fighting is allowed here. Lin Xingyu said tremblingly. Okay, Su Hao frowned, but still agreed. Huang Sanxiang is quite mysterious. The fact that he was able to obtain the Nebula Divine Skill suggests that he possesses some special abilities. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future, so it's not advisable to break ties. I believe everyone here today is here for the Nebula Divine Skill, right? This technique used to belong to the Yihua Palace and was their most prized possession. After being lost in the martial arts world, it changed hands many times before I finally found it. As Huang Sanxiang spoke, he took out a sandalwood box. After opening it, there was an ancient and simple secret manual inside, with the words Nebula Divine Skill written on the cover. It's actually true? Su Hao was startled. The ancient book looked undamaged and was clearly a secret manual of divine skills passed down for thousands of years. Great, I've finally seen the Nebula Divine Skill here. Yi Wanxia was very happy once she brought this back. She was sure she would receive praise from her master. I'm definitely getting my hands on this. I haven't even made a move yet, so how could you possibly have the right to lay a finger on me? Let's all compete with our financial resources. Those who don't have money should probably stay out of trouble. The others clamored, determined to obtain the Nebula Divine Skill. Lin Xingyu sneered when it came to financial resources. He wasn't afraid of any. Onade recently had a stroke of incredible luck, making a fortune in the stock market, which was just the right amount to buy the Nebula Divine Skill. If he were to return and help the family cultivate a peerless master, wouldn't that be a great achievement? The position of family head would surely be his in the future. Everyone, I believe you have all heard about the importance of the Nebula Divine Skill. This is a cultivation technique suitable for women. After mastering it, one's power will increase greatly, and there is even a chance to reach the Grandmaster realm. Not only that, it can also beautify the skin and improve complexion. It is definitely the most suitable cultivation technique for women. I hereby announce that this bidding conference is about to begin. The starting price for the Nebula Divine Skill is $1, the highest bidder wins. Huang Sanxiang shouted, "Start!" The entire restaurant erupted in chaos. $1? Whom do you look down on? I'll offer 10 million. Someone immediately shouted. Don't join the fun if you don't have money. What's 10 million? I'll bid 50 million. Someone immediately raised the price. I'll offer 80 million. The masked man shouted. You all step back, I'll offer 10 billion. Yi Wanxia said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her in surprise. Miss, this isn't how it works. Going directly from 80 million to 1 billion makes many people feel like they're not even involved. Even though the Nebula Divine Skill is amazing, without money you can only watch the show. 1 billion, is there a higher price? Huang Sanxiang just smiled faintly, feeling that the bidding had only just begun and the previous bids were just small-scale warm-ups. 11 billion. The masked man immediately raised the price by 100 million. 12 billion. Yi Wanxia immediately shouted out the bid. The competition between the two was fierce, and Yi Wanxia quickly raised her bid to 2 billion, causing the other party to hesitate. Judging from Yi Wanxia's confident demeanor, she must have even more funds available. Everyone else was shocked. Who was this woman? How could she be so rich? Everyone, I come from the Yihua Palace, and the Nebula Divine Skill is originally our technique. I advise you not to oppose our sect. Yi Wanxia introduced herself proudly. So she's a disciple of the Yihua Palace. No wonder she's so beautiful. Is the Nebula Divine Skill really theirs? It's possible they stole it from them before. The Yihua Palace is all women, and they hold grudges very much. If you don't have some strength, it's best not to offend them. Many people were discussing it privately. Yi Wanxia frowned. She had thought that revealing her identity would bring envious glances. Unexpectedly, the reputation of the Yihua Palace in the martial arts world was not good, which infuriated her. She glared fiercely at the man who was speaking ill of her. If it weren't for the auction, she would have really wanted to punch him. Su Hao smiled faintly, feeling that everyone's assessment was correct. He'd had some contact with the Yihua Palace these past few days, and they were indeed difficult to get along with. It was a very complex sect, rife with open and covert struggles. They say 3 women make a drama, and with tens of thousands of female disciples in the Yihua Palace, who knows how many factions they'd formed. Most importantly, Bai Yuxia was not a very fair person. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked too, which has led to some chaos and disorder in the sect. You think you can take the Nebula Divine Skill for 2 billion? Do you really think everyone in the Eastern Province is a poor wretch? Lin Xingyu didn't bid at first, but only spoke up at this moment, tapping the table and confidently saying, Listen carefully, I'm willing to offer 5 billion. This display of wealth and power startled Yi Wanxia, almost pushing her to her limit. We'll offer 6 billion. Yi Wanxia said, glaring fiercely at Lin Xingyu. Stop arguing with us, your Lin family is too weak, you have no way to protect the Nebula Divine Skill. You can only talk about whether you can keep the technique if you want to get your hands on it. Lin Xingyu said disdainfully. 61 billion, you've already reached your limit, haven't you? Do you have any other funds to spare? He wasn't stupid, he could tell that Yi Wanxia could only use the money provided by the sect. 6 billion is all the operating funds she has. She can't handle even 100 million more. Yi Wanxia's expression changed. She deeply understood the pain of being penniless. She whispered to Su Hao, Brother Su, do you have any money? Lend me some, and I'll have my master pay you back when we get back. No. No. Su Hao didn't believe the Yihua Palace. Yi Wanxia then looked at Zhang Dewang, who smiled wryly and said, Do I look like a rich person? Are you kidding me? In this kind of situation, Zhang Dewang's net worth wouldn't even make a sound. Don't be fooled by Lin Xingyu's current bid of 61 billion, he could easily add another 1 billion or even more at any time. Billions. Compared to him, others certainly don't have such substantial resources. Sister Wanxia, why don't you leave Yiwa Palace and join our Lin family? We can form a marriage alliance as long as you consummate your marriage with me. I will teach you the Nebula Divine skill. Once you have mastered the skill, we will turn the tables on Yiwa Palace and help you seize the position of Palace Master. Lin Xingyu said with certainty. Seeing that Yi Wanxia was beautiful and happened to be a disciple of the Yiwa Palace, he had a crazy idea. Dream on, I will never leave Yiwa Palace. Yi Wanxia said disdainfully. Then there's nothing we can do. There's only one copy of the Nebula Divine skill in the world, but there are plenty of beautiful women with legs. Even if you don't agree, I can train other female masters and still storm the flower-shifting palace. I want to turn the entire Yiwa Palace into my harem. Lin Xingyu made a surprising statement. You want to die, don't you? Yi Wanxia suddenly went berserk, brandishing her spear and pointing it directly at his throat. 513, Chapter 513, a startling statement. Yes, we all have to give Boss Huang face, no fighting is allowed here. Lin Xingyu said tremblingly. Okay, Su Hao frowned, but still agreed. Huang Sanqiang is quite mysterious. The fact that he was able to obtain the Nebula Divine skill suggests that he possesses some special abilities. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future, so it's not advisable to break ties. I believe everyone here today is here for the Nebula Divine skill, right? This technique used to belong to the Yiwa Palace and was their most prized possession. After being lost in the martial arts world, it changed hands many times before I finally found it. As Huang Sanqiang spoke, he took out a sandalwood box. After opening it, there was an ancient and simple secret manual inside, with the words Nebula Divine skill written on the cover. It's actually true? Su Hao was startled. The ancient book looked undamaged and was clearly a secret manual of divine skills passed down for thousands of years. Great, I've finally seen the Nebula Divine skill here. Yi Wanxia was very happy once she brought this back. She was sure she would receive praise from her master. I'm definitely getting my hands on this. I haven't even made a move yet, so how could you possibly have the right to lay a finger on me? Let's all compete with our financial resources. Those who don't have money should probably stay out of trouble. The others clamored, determined to obtain the Nebula Divine skill. Lin Xingyu sneered. When it came to financial resources, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He recently had a stroke of incredible luck, making a fortune in the stock market, which was just the right amount to buy the Nebula Divine skill. If he were to return and help the family cultivate a peerless master, wouldn't that be a great achievement? The position of family head would surely be his in the future. Everyone, I believe you have all heard about the importance of the Nebula Divine skill. This is a cultivation technique suitable for women. After mastering it, one's power will increase greatly, and there is even a chance to reach the Grandmaster realm. Not only that, it can also beautify the skin and improve complexion. It is definitely the most suitable cultivation technique for women. I hereby announce that this bidding conference is about to begin. The starting price for the Nebula Divine skill is $1. The highest bidder wins. Huang Sanqiang shouted, "Start!" The entire restaurant erupted in chaos. $1? Whom do you look down on? I'll offer 10 million. Someone immediately shouted. Don't join the fun if you don't have money. What's 10 million? I'll bid 50 million. Someone immediately raised the price. I'll offer 80 million. The masked man shouted. You all step back, I'll offer 10 billion. Yi Wanxia said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her in surprise. Miss, this isn't how it works. Going directly from 80 million to 1 billion makes many people feel like they're not even involved. Even though the Nebula Divine skill is amazing, without money you can only watch the show. 1 billion, is there a higher price? Huang Sanqiang just smiled faintly, feeling that the bidding had only just begun and the previous bids were just small-scale warm-ups. 11 billion. The masked man immediately raised the price by 100 million. 12 billion. Yi Wanxia immediately shouted out the bid. The competition between the two was fierce, and Yi Wanxia quickly raised her bid to 2 billion, causing the other party to hesitate. Judging from Yi Wanxia's confident demeanor, she must have even more funds available. Everyone else was shocked. Who was this woman? How could she be so rich? Everyone, I come from the Yihua Palace, and the Nebula Divine Skill is originally our technique. I advise you not to oppose our sect. Yi Wanxia introduced herself proudly. So she's a disciple of the Yihua Palace. No wonder she's so beautiful. Is the Nebula Divine Skill really theirs? It's possible they stole it from them before. The Yihua Palace is all women, and they hold grudges very much. If you don't have some strength, it's best not to offend them. Many people were discussing it privately. Yi Wanxia frowned. She had thought that revealing her identity would bring envious glances. Unexpectedly, the reputation of the Yihua Palace in the martial arts world was not good, which infuriated her. She glared fiercely at the man who was speaking ill of her. If it weren't for the auction, she would have really wanted to punch him. Su Hao smiled faintly, feeling that everyone's assessment was correct. He'd had some contact with the Yihua Palace these past few days, and they were indeed difficult to get along with. It was a very complex sect, rife with open and covert struggles. They say 3 women make a drama, and with tens of thousands of female disciples in the Yihua Palace, who knows how many factions they'd formed. Most importantly, Bai Yuxia was not a very fair person. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked too, which has led to some chaos and disorder in the sect. You think you can take the Nebula Divine Skill for 2 billion? Do you really think everyone in the Eastern Province is a poor wretch? Lin Xingyu didn't bid at first, but only spoke up at this moment, tapping the table and confidently saying, "Listen carefully, I'm willing to offer 5 billion. This display of wealth and power startled Yi Wanxia, almost pushing her to her limit. "We'll offer 6 billion. Yi Wanxia said, glaring fiercely at Lin Xingyu. "Stop arguing with us, your Lin family is too weak, you have no way to protect the Nebula Divine Skill. You can only talk about whether you can keep the technique if you want to get your hands on it." Lin Xingyu said disdainfully, 61 billion, you've already reached your limit, haven't you? Do you have any other funds to spare? He wasn't stupid, he could tell that Yi Wanxia could only use the money provided by the sect. 6 billion is all the operating funds she has, she can't handle even 100 million more. Yi Wanxia's expression changed. She deeply understood the pain of being penniless. She whispered to Su Hao, "Brother Su, do you have any money? Lend me some, and I'll have my master pay you back when we get back." No. Su Hao didn't believe the Yihua Palace. Yi Wanxia then looked at Zhang Dewang, who smiled wryly and said, "Do I look like a rich person? Are you kidding me? In this kind of situation, Zhang Dewang's net worth wouldn't even make a sound. Don't be fooled by Lin Xingyu's current bid of 61 billion, he could easily add another 1 billion or even more at any time. Billions. Compared to him, others certainly don't have such substantial resources. Sister Wanxia, why don't you leave Yihua Palace and join our Lin family? We can form a marriage alliance as long as you consummate your marriage with me. I will teach you the Nebula Divine Skill. Once you have mastered the skill, we will turn the tables on Yihua Palace and help you seize the position of Palace Master." Lin Xingyu said with certainty. Seeing that Yi Wanxia was beautiful and happened to be a disciple of the Yihua Palace, he had a crazy idea. "Dream on, I will never leave Yihua Palace." Yi Wanxia said disdainfully. "Then there's nothing we can do. There's only one copy of the Nebula Divine Skill in the world, but there are plenty of beautiful women with legs. Even if you don't agree, I can train other female masters and still storm the flower-shifting palace. I want to turn the entire Yihua Palace into my harem." Lin Xingyu made a surprising statement. "You want to die, don't you?" Yi Wanxia suddenly went berserk, brandishing her spear and pointing it directly at his throat. 514, Chapter 514 is not finished. "Boss Huang, help!" Lin Xingyu was all talk, but when he saw real weapons, he immediately backed down. "Miss Yi, we made an agreement, please show mercy." Huang Sanxiang said sternly. "Fine, I'll let you off this time, but if you dare to use foul language again, I'll tear you apart next time." Yi Wanxia said angrily. Humph, I won't stoop to your level." Lin Xingyu stubbornly insisted. "Young Master Lin, do you want to complete the transaction now?" Huang Sanxiang was implying that it was time to pay. Seeing that the matter was settled, the others lost interest in staying and left one after another. After leaving, the masked man immediately made a phone call, saying that he had seen the enemy he had discovered in Medicine King Valley that day and asked for reinforcements as soon as possible. It has to be said that Lin Xingyu is indeed rich, directly writing a check for 61 billion to acquire the Nebula Divine Skill.
Boss Huang, now that the deal is done, can you take care of him?
Yu Wanxia couldn't stand his smug look, her pretty face darkened, and she was about to take action again. No fighting is allowed within the entire restaurant. Huang Sanxiang shook his head, he still had other business to do.
Humph.
Yu Wanxia was very dissatisfied.
Su Hao, you just wait as long as the right person masters the Nebula Divine Skill, I'll come and settle accounts with you.
Lin Xingyu threatened, clutching the sandalwood box. Actually, this technique isn't only for women. I'll teach you a way so you can practice it yourself and then do it yourself.
Su Hao said with a smile. What method? Are you really that kind?
Lin Xingyu asked, still somewhat skeptical.
For very simple words, castrate yourself. Su Hao said calmly.
In the martial arts world, there are indeed training methods for harmonizing yin and yang, and some people have succeeded in doing so.
Grass. You fucking want to get me killed. Lin Xingyu said angrily that he did not want to be a eunuch, because then he would not be able to play with women, and what would be the point of living? You'd better think this through. This is your only chance to become a master. If you're going to be a coward for the rest of your life, then just pretend I didn't say anything.
Su Hao earnestly advised.
Grass. You're the coward. With my wealth, how could I not find a suitable bodyguard?
Lin Xingyu said with great disdain. Just as he finished speaking, a group of masked men carrying weapons walked in and angrily demanded, "Who is Lin Xingyu?"
That's me.
Who the hell are you guys? Lin Xingyu said proudly.
Are you Lin Xingyu?
The man looked at him with surprise. How could someone so weak defeat senior brother Lu Shanhai?
Nonsense, who would dare impersonate me?
Lin Xingyu said arrogantly.
Very good, you're the one we've been looking for.
Attack, kill him. The man brandished his weapon, adopted a serious stance, and slashed at the target. He thought it was a suicide attempt, but it actually hit him directly, and blood immediately flowed out.
Lin Xingyu, pale with pain, shouted angrily, "Who are you? I haven't offended anyone recently."
The women screamed in fright and tried to run away. But the masked men were ruthless, killing each victim with a single blow, sparing no innocent bystander. Then, one of them coldly said, "Offending young Master Lu, today is your death day."
Damn, it's definitely not me, you've got it all wrong. If anyone's offended someone, they're standing over there.
Lin Xingyu's eyes darted around. These people must have made a mistake. Someone must have discovered Su Hao's presence and called these assassins.
But somehow, they only got Lin Xingyu's name. You can fight all you want, what does it have to do with me? Su Hao said calmly.
Yes, don't try to use someone else to do your dirty work. Our mission is to kill Lin Xingyu, and it has nothing to do with anyone else.
The man roared angrily and continued swinging his knife.
After being hit twice more, Lin Xingyu finally felt the fear of impending death. He looked at Su Hao and said, "Su, I order you to protect me. Please be polite, and perhaps I'll consider it. Furthermore, hand over the Nebula Divine Skill." Su Hao said coldly.
Okay, here you go.
Please remember your promise, you must protect my safety. Lin Xingyu didn't hesitate and threw the sandalwood box over directly.
After firmly grasping the object, Su Hao stood still, showing no intention of making a move. Damn it, why don't you do it? Lin Xingyu roared. Didn't I just say I'd think about it? Now I've finished thinking about it, and I've decided not to help you.
Su Hao said coldly.
I'll haunt you even as a ghost.
Lin Xingyu screamed in agony. The assassins didn't stop, they attacked one after another, and no matter how much Lin Xingyu begged for mercy, he was still hacked to death. After completing their mission, the group stared at Su Hao for a moment, but ultimately did not make a move and left.
Boss Huang, didn't you say we couldn't fight here?
Afterwards, Yu Wanxia said angrily.
These are my rules, and some people don't follow them, so what can I do?
Besides, young Master Lin simply doesn't have the ability to protect the Nebula Divine Skill. A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If he has this divine skill, it will be stolen from him sooner or later, and his fate will be pretty much the same. Huang Sanxiang said with great disdain. So what if he has a little money? Lin Xingyu's attitude was so awful that even he couldn't stand it. So, this divine skill is mine now? Su Hao held the sandalwood box and said calmly. I've already received the money. Who ends up with the divine skill is none of my business. Huang Sanxiang said nonchalantly. Doing business with you has been truly memorable. Su Hao smiled. Young Master Su, besides occasionally selling cultivation techniques, I can also sell information and collect various spiritual herbs. I wonder if you would be interested? Huang Sanxiang continued sipping his tea, speaking slowly. Oh. In that case, I do have two requests. First, help me investigate the real culprit who killed Ouyang Ku. Secondly, help me find the nine-turn spirit mushroom. I will reward you handsomely if you complete any one of them. Su Hao's heart stirred, and he decided to test his abilities. Alright, I will inform the Kunpeng gang as soon as I receive the news. Please ask young Master Su to return and await good news. Huang Sanxiang drank his tea without paying attention to himself. Su Hao nodded and left with Yi Wanxia. This person is very mysterious and has not revealed any further information about his identity. Even Su Hao thinks highly of him. Just as they were leaving, a group of mysterious people came out of the restaurant, quickly cleaned the floor, disposed of the corpses, and restored the restaurant to its original state. Huang Sanxiang suddenly raised his head, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face, and said, The Divine Doctor sect is really reckless, actually killing someone on my turf. Fortunately, it was just an insignificant guy who died. If they had harmed a VIP, I would have made them pay. 515, Chapter 515 was utterly astonishing. Stepping out of the restaurant, Su Hao opened the sandalwood box, examined the Nebula Divine Skill, and frowned. Brother Su, could you teach me the Nebula Divine Skill? Yi Wanxia said, blushing. I can certainly give it to you, but this technique is rather strange. It seems to be fundamentally flawed. Su Hao casually handed her the sandalwood box and said indifferently. A positive outlook is flawed, isn't everything fine? After Yi Wanxia finished flipping through it, she found that there were no missing pages. It was a complete manual. Forget it, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Su Hao couldn't explain anything. This is the secret manual that the Yihua Palace lost. No one else damaged it. Little did they know, the manual itself was incomplete. Su Hao had actually seen this manual in ancient books and memorized it completely. Even he had to admit that the true Nebula Divine Skill was incredibly powerful. Once mastered, reaching the Grandmaster realm would be no problem at all. However, it was indeed a technique only women could practice. Perhaps if one castrated themselves, they could learn it. However, Su Hao had no interest in becoming a eunuch, so he only memorized the technique and had no interest in cultivating it. Brother Su, thank you so much for today. Without you, I would never have been able to obtain the Nebula Divine Skill. What she was most grateful for was that such an expensive cultivation technique was handed over without hesitation. You are Yi Long's sister after all, which makes you my sister too. Don't take this little thing to heart. Su Hao said calmly. Zhang Duwang nodded secretly. He used to think Su Hao was too kind, but now he realized that was wrong. This was called benevolence. Only by following a leader like this could one be completely loyal. If a gang only has cold, hard rules and no human touch, it's suffocating. Brother Su, please rest assured, I will definitely put in a good word for you with our master and get you some rewards. Yi Wanxia said with great conviction. Whatever. Su Hao didn't care at all. Upon returning to Fengyan Manor, Yi Wanxia happened to run into Qiushui. She walked up to him with a smile and said, Senior sister, Brother Su and I have found the whereabouts of the Nebula Divine Skill today. You think you can find our sex techniques? Qiushui was completely unconvinced. Senior sister, she's definitely lying. She just wants to curry favor with master. What merit or ability do these two people have to find the Nebula Divine Skill? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You're the weakest among us, so what makes you think you deserve the sex secret manual? The other senior female students were very disdainful, and their words were full of doubt about Yi Wanxia. Su Hao frowned immediately. Were these her fellow disciples,
anyone who didn't know better would think it was an evil sect, with such a cold and distant relationship between the disciples. Senior sister, I'm not lying to you. Look, this is the Nebula Divine Skill. Eager to prove herself, Yuanxia immediately opened the sandalwood box and took out her unique manual. It's actually true? Xiao Shui stared at the ancient book, snatched it away, flipped through it, and burst into laughter. I never thought that our Iwa Palace's divine skills would finally return. As long as Master masters them, we will definitely become the #1 sect. Congratulations, senior sister, for helping me regain my divine skill. The others offered their congratulations. Senior sister, don't forget that Brother Su and I also contributed to finding the divine skill. Yi Wanxia reminded her. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud slap resounded across her face. Xiao Shui glared angrily and said, "What merit have you made? I spent a great deal of effort to retrieve the Nebula Divine Skill. What does it have to do with you?" Senior sister, what do you mean? Yi Wanxia was completely stunned by the blow. Could it be that senior sister Xiao Shui wants to claim all the credit for herself? Junior sister Yi, listen to me clearly. This recovery of the Nebula Divine Skill has absolutely nothing to do with you, and even less to do with that good-for-nothing man. It's all my achievement. Don't try to take credit in front of Master, understand? As Xiao Shui spoke, he grabbed her neck and threatened her fiercely. Senior sister, how could you do this? We are fellow disciples, we should take care of each other. Yi Wanxia felt like the sky was falling. Is it really appropriate for fellow disciples to be so petty about these things? The sect she imagined was far more wonderful than this. Haven't I taken care of you? As Xiao Shui spoke, he kicked her stomach hard. Yi Wanxia squatted on the ground in pain, tears streaming down her face. Su Hao flashed a hint of displeasure, but didn't step forward. Yi Wanxia had too much of a soft spot for the Iwa Palace, always thinking that her sect was the best. Now that she was facing reality, it wasn't a bad thing. Only after being brutally beaten will one understand the wickedness of human nature. What are you looking at? Did you hear what I just said? This has nothing to do with you. Xiao Shui showed no respect to Su Hao, speaking coldly. Mad dog. I have no interest in your internal strife, so just don't mess with me. Su Hao said calmly. You're insulting me again? Xiao Shui's expression was unfriendly, and she was about to take action to teach this person a lesson. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuxiu came out with her maid. She immediately put on a smile and said, Master, I have great news. Through my efforts, I have finally recovered the Nebula Divine Skill for you. After she finished speaking, she respectfully handed over the most important technique of their sect with both hands. Is this true? After reading it, Bai Yuxiu smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Shui, you have made a great contribution to our sect. As long as I master this divine skill, you will be my successor. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Xiao Shui was overjoyed. This was exactly what she had wanted. The Nebula Divine Skill is too important. Whoever retrieves it will gain Bai Yuxiu's trust, which means they will have a greater chance of becoming the next sect leader. Master, senior sister is lying. It wasn't her who retrieved the Nebula Divine Skill, but Brother Su. This is something we brought back from Huang Yuelu, it has nothing to do with her. Yi Wanxia gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and spoke loudly. Oh, is that really true? Bai Yuxiu's face darkened. Junior sister, you can't team up with outsiders to slander your senior sister. I've always treated you like my own sister, and you actually slandered me to my face? Tell me, what are your intentions? After Xiao Shui finished speaking, he slapped Yi Wanxia hard across the face, knocking her to the ground. Master, look at senior sister, she's actually harming her fellow disciples. Yi Wanxia was very unhappy and shouted angrily. You call this harming fellow disciples? What I see is merely a rule of our sect. You can never go to me and complain about me, bypassing senior sister. Guards, give him 50 slaps. Make sure she remembers this lesson. Bai Yuxiu shouted angrily. Immediately, a man who disliked Yi Wanxia stepped forward and slapped her 50 times. Yi Wanxia was completely stunned, her mind went blank from the blow, and she ended up with a pig's head. 516, Chapter 516 Torture. Yi Wanxia's mouth split open, and a lot of blood spilled out.
She felt excruciating pain even when she opened her mouth slightly, and could no longer utter a single word.
Yuanxia, do you have anything else to say? Bai Yuxiu asked coldly. No. Yuanxia was at a loss. Was this her beloved master? Reality was so cruel. She was simply an unloved disciple of her master, who seemed to think that Qiu Shui was the rightful heir, while she was just a troublemaker. Master is wise. Qiu Shui was very happy. And you, don't try to be clever behind my back anymore. Who found the Nebula Divine skill is completely unimportant. I will decide who becomes the next sect leader, not someone you can gain by trying to be clever and claim credit, understand? Bai Yuxiu, facing her, also showed no kindness and directly reprimanded her. Clear. Qiu Shui immediately replied tremblingly. Alright, I must go into seclusion now. I am giving you a task. Be on guard 24/7 and don't allow anyone to enter my cultivation area. Bai Yuxiu said coldly. Master, rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. Qiu Shui assured him. Bai Yuxiu nodded and was about to leave when she suddenly heard someone shout behind her. Wait a moment. She turned around and saw that it was Su Hao who was speaking. Her face immediately darkened, and she said, Are you an outsider trying to interfere in our sex affairs? I have no interest in your sex affairs. But as the owner of the manor, I still have to remind you that there is a problem with this technique. Your Yihua Palace never obtained the complete Nebula Divine art from the very beginning. This is just an incomplete copy. Su Hao said loudly. An incomplete version. This is the divine skill passed down through generations of our Yihua Palace. You're just a frog in a well. How could you possibly know the value of the Nebula Divine skill? Alright, enough chit-chat, don't interrupt my practice. Bai Yuxiu simply waved her sleeve and left. Hey, you surnamed Su, tell your men to stay away from my master. If anything happens, you won't be able to take responsibility. The autumn water was icy cold. I tried to give you my best advice, but you just wouldn't listen. Su Hao sighed and said helplessly. What good intentions could you possibly have? I don't think you're interested in Yuanxia at all. Qiu Shui looked on with a hint of jealousy. Wherever she goes, she is the object of everyone's admiration. Su Hao, however, completely ignored her. You can get out now. Su Hao said coldly. Snort. Qiu Shui and her fellow disciples began to be on guard. Su Hao turned around, looked at Yuanxia, who was so badly injured, and said, Are you still not giving up on Yihua Palace? Brother Su, master has treated me well. She was just misled by senior sister Qiu Shui. Yuanxia shook her head, unwilling to admit it. Forget it. Forget it, I'm too lazy to try to persuade you. Your injury is serious, I'll go get some medicine to rub on it for you. Su Hao sighed. What a silly girl. He took Yuanxia to the inner room, applied some white medicine to treat her wounds, and fed her a blood stasis removing pill. Brother Su, you're such a good person. Yuanxia said emotionally, I really feel the shadow of my brother in him. No. Su Hao was gentler and more reassuring than Yi Long. Don't do that, I don't need any nice guy cards. Su Hao said calmly. Late at night, Bai Yuxiu was practicing her martial arts when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She couldn't catch her breath and suffered a qi deviation, vomiting a mouthful of blood and falling into a state of severe injury. Miss, what's wrong? The maid, Granny Feng, was extremely surprised. She immediately helped her up and checked her over. She found that her internal energy was disordered. She fed her a few healing pills from the Yihua Palace, but they were of no use. The Nebula Divine skill has a problem. Bai Yuxiu said angrily. Someone, bring Qiu Shui here. Granny Feng's expression changed drastically, and she said directly. Good. The others, though confused, still brought Qiu Shui in as requested. Grandma Feng, did Master succeed? Qiu Shui asked with a fawning smile. Smack! No sooner had she finished speaking than Granny Feng slapped her, causing her to vomit blood. Grandma Wind, what does this mean? Qiu Shui was bewildered. Tell me honestly, how exactly did you obtain the Nebula Divine skill? Now your master has suffered a qi deviation, and it's all your fault. Granny Feng said angrily. Autumn waters were even more clouded. How could there be a problem with the nebula divine skill? The master himself examined it and it was clearly a divine skill passed down from his ancestors. At this moment, she didn't have time to think about the problem, she needed to find someone to take the blame immediately. A perfect candidate instantly popped into her mind, and she shouted, I know, it must be Yi Wanxia's doing, the manual she brought is completely wrong, this person is trying to seize power and harm master. Is it really her? Granny Feng asked coldly. Yes, it's definitely her. If you don't believe me, ask the other junior sisters. After Qiu Shui finished speaking, she looked coldly at the others. These junior female students were all trembling with fear, not daring to resist at all, and they all expressed their opinions in accordance with her wishes. It was Yi Wanxia who did this. She's always been dissatisfied with master. Yes, that woman is so vicious. Grandma Wind, we have to capture her, we absolutely cannot let her get away with this. These people all tried to persuade him. Alright, bring this traitor here to me. I want Miss to handle this herself. Grandma Wind said coldly. Yi Wanxia, who was fast asleep, was dragged away by her junior sisters before she could even react. With a bang, it was finally thrown back onto the ground. Yi Wanxia looked up and saw that Bai Yuxiu's face was pale and she was sitting in a chair, swaying as if she had been seriously injured. Junior sister, confess honestly, did you tamper with the nebula divine skill? Qiu Shui shouted sternly. What, the nebula divine skill really is an incomplete version. Yi Wanxia finally realized that Su Hao had been talking nonsense. Real. You won't confess, huh? Guards, slap him. Qiu Shui used her senior sister's authority to directly order punishment. Yi Wanxia's injuries had barely begun to heal when she was slapped several more times, reopening her wounds and causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Again her screams carried far and wide, heart-wrenching to hear in the darkness. Yi Wanxia, what are your true intentions? Granny Feng asked sternly. Grandma Feng, I'm innocent. Ever since I got the nebula divine skill, I handed it over to my senior sister and haven't touched it since. Yi Wanxia confessed. Now that things have come to this, how dare you frame your senior sister? Guards, give her the whipping. The wind goddess was furious. Suddenly a man stepped out, holding a meter-long leather whip. He swung it sharply in the air, producing a particularly piercing cracking sound. Are you going to confess or not? Grandma Wind gave her one last chance. It's not mine, what can I do? Yi Wanxia said with a wry smile. Guards, use torture, give him 50 lashes. The old woman said coldly. 517, Chapter 517. You can get out of here. Master, I'm innocent. Yi Wanxia shouted loudly. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why were the people she trusted most always making things difficult for her? Injustice? You've ruined me like this, and you still dare to say you're innocent? Give him 100 lashes and expel him from the sect. Bai Yuxiu said weakly. But what he said was chilling. Yi Wanxia was completely stunned. Did this mean that she was no longer a disciple of the Yihua Palace from now on? Beat them hard. Qiu Shui grinned maliciously. Granny Feng stood to the side, sneering coldly, quite pleased to see this scene. Snap. With one lash, Yi Wanxia's skin was torn and bleeding, and she was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. Some of the senior female students couldn't bear it and secretly turned their backs on him. After 100 lashes, someone could really die. Bai Yuxiu was indeed a bit ruthless today. Yi Wanxia quickly became numb, and the pain left her too weak to even scream. After being lashed 50 times, she collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to withstand any further blows. Master, junior sister's injuries are already severe. Should we continue? The senior sister who was administering the whipping asked, feeling somewhat reluctant. Continue. Bai Yuxiu waved her hand and said calmly. Good. The senior sister dared not disobey, hesitated for a moment, then walked over and snapped the whip, but the force was noticeably lighter. Useless thing. Yi Wanxia is no longer a disciple of Yihua Palace. She is a sinner to us. How can she be beaten so lightly? Xiao Shui kicked the disciple away, then turned around with a cold smile, whip in hand, and said, Yuanxia, you don't understand the rules of the martial world at all. I'll teach you two things now. First, disrespecting your master is a major taboo. Second, disrespecting your senior sister is also a major taboo. You've committed both offenses, so today you'll suffer the consequences. After saying that, the long whip seemed to come alive, suddenly rising high and then falling heavily down. Snap! This single blow nearly knocked Yuanxia unconscious. The intensity has increased more than 3 times compared to before. Senior sister, you're going to kill your junior sister. The disciple who had just pleaded said, unable to bear it any longer. I just said, she's not your junior sister. Xiao Shui's face darkened, and she turned around and lashed out with her whip, tearing the disciple's skin and flesh. Is there anyone else who wants to plead for mercy? The autumn water was icy cold. The others kept their heads down, not daring to make eye contact. Xiao Shui smiled with satisfaction and swung the whip again, about to bring it down on Yuanxia. At this moment, the person being punished had no choice but to close her eyes impolitely, thinking that after the final lash, she might lose her life. Stop! Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. 2 figures rushed in. The first one was Su Hao, who immediately helped Yuanxia up, fed her a healing pill, and said, silly girl, they're trying to kill you. Why are you putting yourself through this? Brother Su, master is not wrong, she just listened to slander. Yuanxia murmured to herself. At that moment, she didn't know whether she was trying to convince Su Hao or herself. Hey Su, this is an internal matter of our sect, it has nothing to do with you, please move aside. Xiao Shui wielded his long whip, and it fell again. Presumptuous. This is Kunping gang territory, how can we let you be so arrogant? Another one arrived, Zhang Duwang, who suddenly grabbed the long whip, pulled hard, and snatched it away. What do you want to do? How dare you lay a hand on me? Xiao Shui said, very displeased. You attacked the gang leader first, I was merely protecting him. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Duwang said coldly. Very well, I'd like to see what kind of skills a lackey like you has. Xiao Shui hardened her heart and suddenly slapped out a palm, aiming at Zhang Duwang's shoulder. Upon seeing this, the latter neither dodged nor yielded, but directly met the palm strike. Boom! As their inner energy clashed, Xiao Shui churned violently, her face turning deathly pale. With just this one move, she was immediately at a disadvantage. She looked over with disbelief. This person was only the vice leader of the Kunping gang, yet he possessed such strength? Take this! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Granny Phone launched a sneak attack. Old woman, you're not following the rules of the martial arts world. Su Hao rushed forward and exchanged a palm strike with him. The situation was exactly the same next time. Granny Phone retreated instantly, her blood and chi churning, but she still did not gain any advantage. This scene was enough to shock all the disciples of Yihua Palace. They originally thought that their sect's arrival in Dong province would be a game changer, but now it seems that their 2 top experts are no match for the Kunping gang. Enough! Bai Yuxiu took a breath and stood up with difficulty. Su Hao, did you team up with Yuanxia to create a fake manual to deceive me? Are you an idiot? Has the Nebula Divine Skill not been verified? Didn't I try to persuade you? Don't be ungrateful. The Nebula Divine Skill that your sect obtained was originally an incomplete version. Otherwise, with the talent of each disciple of Yihua Palace, how could it still be a second-rate sect? Su Hao said with great disdain. A few words from her left Bai Yuxiu stunned. He seemed to have said that there was a problem with the Nebula Divine Skill, but I didn't take it to heart at the time. Now, they are receiving positive criticism instead. At first glance, Su Hao's words seemed perfectly reasonable. However, Bai Yuxiu was the palace master of Yihua Palace, a position even higher than that of the leaders of ordinary sects. She could not bear the criticism from her junior. She angrily said, guards, throw them out. Yes. Immediately, the disciples of Yihua Palace gathered together, took out their weapons, and aimed them at Su Hao and the others. You want to outnumber us?
Zhang Dewang clapped his hands, and immediately hundreds of Kunpeng gang disciples walked in, with many more waiting outside. Seeing everyone's fierce and menacing expressions, Bai Yuxiu however, they were somewhat apprehensive with the main force of Yihua Palace absent. They would have no advantage whatsoever if they were to truly fight them.
Old woman, don't forget, this is Kunpeng gang territory. I lent you this place to stay because of Yi Wanxia. Now that she's no longer your disciple, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone get out of here right now. Anyone associated with the Yihua Palace is forbidden from staying in the Kunpeng gang. Su Hao coldly gave the order to leave. Let's go. Bai Yuxiu coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with the disciples of Yihua Palace, prepared to slink away. Stop. Only I can heal your injuries. I hope you'll be more polite next time you come asking for help, otherwise, with your current arrogance, you'll never get any help. I've finished speaking, you can all get out of here. Su Hao said coldly. When had Bai Yuxiu ever suffered such humiliation? When she left, she was so angry that she vomited blood again. To make matters worse, the injury aggravated her injuries, and she fainted in the end. It was the people from Yihua Palace who carried her out. 518, Chapter 518. No right to punish me. Master. Yi Wanxia watched Bai Yuxiu and the others leave, a sorrowful expression on her face. Silly girl, how can you still not understand? There's no place for you in the Yihua Palace. Su Hao sighed and advised. Brother Su, you don't understand. My master was very good to me. Knew nothing before. If it weren't for her taking me in, how could I have my current martial arts skills? I don't care who bewitches master now. I only hope that one day I can return to Yihua Palace. Yi Wanxia shook her head and said firmly. Why? If you really want to go back, I can help you. They will definitely come back to me within 2 days. I can help you return to the Flower Palace then, but is it really worth it? Even if you go back, things might still be the same, and there might be no place for you. Su Hao said helplessly. Brother Su, I have to give it a try no matter what. Otherwise, I'll never be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Yi Wanxia said gratefully. Su Hao had no choice but to help her inside and treat her injuries again. Her injuries looked serious, but they were actually alright, just some superficial wounds. Zhou Shui's whip strike was the most serious, but fortunately, she didn't have many chances to escape. Su Hao told her to rest well and not to move around too much. Brother Su, you are truly a good brother. A strange emotion flickered in her eyes. Just don't let me down. Su Hao sighed and left her room. Just as I was leaving, I received a call from Baianan. Brother-in-law, something terrible has happened. My sister is in trouble. Please come to the Bai family right away. She exclaimed loudly. Okay, try to stall for a bit, I'll be there soon. Su Hao hung up the phone and rushed over immediately. Inside the Bai family ancestral hall, Bai Jiruo was pinned to the ground and unable to get up. She was dealing with business matters when Bai Zhenyu walked in with a group of people and, without any explanation, dragged her into the ancestral hall. Bai Jiruo, tell me honestly, did you plunder the treasure vault completely? Bai Zhenyu said coldly. What? Why would I loot a treasure vault? Bai Jiruo only now realized that the Bai family's treasure vault had been stolen, and she had become the scapegoat. You still don't want people to acknowledge what you've done? I ask you, who is in charge of the keys to the treasure vault? Bai Zhenyu said coldly. Besides the head of the family, there are only his descendants. Bai Jiruo forced herself to speak. The Bai family's treasury contains many priceless treasures. To ensure the vault's security, the family invested heavily in building a top-tier vault with only 2 keys. 1 key was entrusted to the family head, and the other was given to the family's future heir. In other words, She frowned, sensing that impending doom. Now that the treasure vault has been opened from the outside and looted clean, you still dare to say that this wasn't your doing? Bai Zhenyu said angrily. Yes, I think you're clearly embezzling from your own post. Tell me, where did you hide the family treasure? Bai Yufang said fiercely. What exactly are you two trying to achieve by working together like this? Do you think I need to embezzle funds? How much wealth have I created for the Bai family? Now that the treasure vault has been stolen, you actually want to blame it on me? Bai Jiruo was very unhappy. But after she finished speaking, everyone else looked on with disbelief, as if they had already confirmed that she had made a mistake. Still dare to be stubborn. Someone, bring the identification. Bai Zhenyu said coldly. Immediately, a disheveled man was brought in. He looked as if he had been subjected to severe torture, and he appeared listless upon entering. Gentlemen, this is the person who kept watch for the thief of the treasure vault. He didn't have time to escape. Listen up, everyone, let's see who's behind this. Please tell us honestly, prisoners who gave you the mission to steal the treasure vault? Bai Zhenyu asked in a deep voice. Grandpa Bai, spare my life. This has nothing to do with me, it's all the young lady's fault. She gave me $1 million in cash and told me to steal from the treasure vault. The man immediately knelt on the ground, pointed at Bai Jiruo, and said regretfully. Nonsense, I've never seen you before. Bai Jiruo's expression changed drastically, feeling as if she had fallen into a shocking conspiracy. Now that we have lost all initiative, we appear extremely passive. Jiruo, why are you still making excuses even now? Bai Zhantang said unhappily. That's right, cousin, we're all family. If you do something wrong, just admit it and everyone will forgive you. Bai Yilong advised. Bai Jiruo was stunned. How come even my third uncle and the others have all sided with my eldest uncle? What is their purpose? Everyone, I would never do anything to harm the Bai family, please believe me. Bai Jiruo emphasized this. How dare you say that? When you broke off your engagement with Nangongyu, you put the entire family in danger. Now you want to rewrite the history books, is that it? Bai Yufang said disdainfully. Zhan Tang, according to our Bai family's ancestral precepts, how should we deal with the traitor who stole from the treasure vault? Bai Zhenyu said angrily. According to ancestral teachings, anyone who steals from the treasure vault shall have their limbs broken, be locked up in the back mountain, and never be allowed to leave again, imprisoned until death. Bai Zhantang said sadly. Bai Jiruo, is there anything else you want to say? Bai Yufang said angrily. I am innocent. You have no right to punish me. According to ancestral teachings, the power of punishment for future heirs rests solely with the head of the family. Bai Jiruo shouted loudly. For some reason, she thought she should stall for time as much as possible. She absolutely couldn't give up now, otherwise she'd be ruined for the rest of her life. The law can turn the tide. Deep down, there was still a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Su Hao is already on his way. After today's incident, Bai Anan must have already called for help. Now, only that man can save her. Nonsense. You are the fourth brother's daughter, how could he possibly enforce family discipline on you? Bai Zhenyu said angrily. Uncle, are you questioning the authority of the head of the family? Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Regardless of whether you are of a higher generation than my father, you have absolutely no right to enforce family rules. Bai Jiruo said disdainfully. Guards, slap him in the face. You have no respect for your elders. If family rules can't be enforced, can't I at least give you a beating? Bai Zhenyu was furious and shouted an order. Bai Yufang chuckled and stepped forward, saying, Cousin, you've been disrespectful to your elders. A couple of slaps should be enough for you, right? After saying that, she raised her right hand, ready to strike. Slap. Bai Jiruo seized the opportunity to break free of the control, stood up abruptly, and slapped her across the face, saying disdainfully, Who do you think you are, daring to hit me? 519, Chapter 519, Taking the punishment in place of another. Smack. Bai Yufang was stunned by the beating. Aren't they the ones who have the upper hand? Instead of responding, Bai Jiruo slapped him across the face. I feel really unwell. A flash of anger crossed her face, and she raised her hand again, ready to retaliate fiercely. Smack. Bai Jiruo struck first, delivering another resounding slap to the other side of the face. Two bright red handprints appeared on her face. It does look somewhat symmetrical. Put. Bai Yilong couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Bai Yufang said angrily.
I'm laughing at you for being useless. You've never been able to compare to Sister Zirua since you were little. Bai Elong laughed loudly, his laughter becoming even more unrestrained. Bai Zirua, how dare you hit me? Do you know that I am now young Master Nangong's fiancé? I am far more noble than you are now. Bai Yufang spoke with an air of superiority. So what? Nangong Yu is just a man I don't even want, don't you dare show off in front of me. Bai Zirua said disdainfully. You Yuri shameless. Bai Yufang trembled with anger as she muttered. Enough. Zirua, no matter what, this theft is related to you. We need to give an explanation for what happened today. If you refuse to admit your mistake, I'll have to lock you up. Bai Zhenyu roared angrily. Who's going to lock my daughter up? Suddenly Bai Ziyuan rushed in and looked around seriously. The patriarch's imposing presence caused everyone to instinctively lower their heads, avoiding eye contact. Dad, why are you back? Bai Zirua remembered that he seemed to have work to do. Is there anything more important than someone trying to harm my daughter? Bai Ziyuan said in a deep voice. He also received a call from Baianan, and immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over. Fortunately, they arrived just in time, and it seems that no major disaster has yet occurred. Fourth brother, you've come at the perfect time. Now that the treasury has been robbed, Zirua is the biggest and only suspect. How do you plan to handle this matter? I believe you are the head of the family and you will not let everyone down. Bai Zhenyu launched a direct attack. You say Zirua is a suspect, but do you have any evidence? Bai Ziyuan frowned deeply. These are witness testimonies, the confessions you've all heard, right? Bai Zhenyu pointed at the person who had been beaten and said angrily. Right. The others nodded in agreement. Bai Ziyuan glanced at the man with some doubt, but it seemed that the man had already been forced to confess, and no matter how he questioned him, the result would be the same. This is far from enough. Bai Ziyuan said angrily. Fourth brother, I must ask you, where is the key to your treasure vault? Bai Zhenyu said calmly. Of course it's on me. Bai Ziyuan took out his key and said angrily, do you still suspect that the head of the family stole it? No, I just wanted to confirm something. Since you have the key on you, is there only one key left for the treasure vault? Bai Zhenyu said coldly. Yes. Bai Ziyuan nodded. These keys are custom-made, there are only 2 available. At first glance, it appears to be gilded, but it is actually made of black iron, which is extremely tough, impervious to water and fire, and can be passed down for thousands of years. Bai Zirua, where are your keys? Bai Zhenyu's gaze then fell on his niece. Bai Zirua subconsciously reached for the key in her bosom, but immediately froze in an awkward position. The key that had been with me all along suddenly disappeared. Everyone, I've lost my keys. She said, her face pale. Lost? Look what this is. Bai Zhenyu took out a key from his pocket and showed it to everyone. That's right, this is the key that was left next to the treasure vault. Is it the one that opens the treasure vault? He walked over to Bai Ziyuan, took the keys, and compared them side by side. Immediately, the Bai family members exclaimed in surprise. These 2 keys are exactly the same, there's no mistake, they're the ones Bai Zirua left behind. What do you mean left behind? It's obvious that they didn't have time to deal with all the evidence during the theft. I never imagined Bai Zirua would be this kind of person. Everyone looked at her with anger. Stealing from one's own family is a cardinal sin for any family. Now that she has cleared out the family's treasures, does this mean that the Bai family's wealth will be greatly reduced? Bai Zirua, are you the head of the company, facing financial losses, and trying to rob Peter to pay Paul? No wonder you always act like a strong woman, it was all a lie. There must be a serious problem with your company's operations. Bai Yufang took the opportunity to frame him. Bai Zirua's best persona is that of a business whiz. Everyone believed that this person had made a lot of money for the family. If this persona collapses, her eligibility as a future heir will also be questioned. Nonsense. The company's finances are perfectly healthy, how could it be in deficit?
Bai Zhihua said indignantly.
Zihua. Don't change the subject, we just want to know if you ordered the theft of the treasure vault. Bai Zhenyu roared angrily. Absolutely not.
Bai Zhihua shook her head, her gaze resolute.
Fourth brother, you are the head of the family now that things have come to this, please give everyone an explanation. Please handle this fairly. We must not let everyone down. Bai Zhenyu threatened.
Bai Ziyuan's face was grim now that things had developed to this point. It was clear to everyone that Bai Zhihua had been wronged. However, she couldn't clear her name. The loss of the vault key was a huge blow.
This is practically an inheritance token, how could it be lost? In addition, the value of the Bai family's treasure trove exceeds 10 billion. Even Bai Zhihua cannot bear the responsibility for such a theft. It is the father's fault if he raises his son but does not teach him. What happened today is entirely my fault. Don't we want an explanation? I'll give it to you. Bai Ziyuan glanced around and saw a guard holding a knife, so he took it directly. Fourth brother, what do you want to do?
Bai Zhenyu was so frightened that he took 2 steps back.
Patriarch, please don't do anything reckless.
Bai Zhantong's expression changed drastically. Fourth uncle, if you go berserk and hurt someone, don't blame me for being impolite.
Bai Yilong took a step forward, looking wary. What are you afraid of? I am utterly loyal to the Bai family, why would I harm you? This is my explanation. Bai Ziyuan reversed the blade and stabbed himself hard in the abdomen.
When he drew his sword, blood gushed out.
Dad, why are you so foolish?
Bai Zhihua was stunned and immediately pressed down hard on the wound.
Zihua, you're an adult now, you have to bear the consequences of your mistakes. You lost the key to the treasure vault today, and I take responsibility for that. I hope you'll be more careful in the future. Bai Ziyuan's face was pale.
Fresh blood dripped down, a horrifying sight.
520, Chapter 520. Who is the visitor? What a loving father and filial daughter. Bai Yufang said gloatingly, do you think this is enough to convince everyone? One of you, father and daughter, has embezzled from your past. In any case, you have already lost the right to be the head of the family. That's right, you're no longer fit to be the head of the family. Bai Zhenyu seized the opportunity to say. You're right.
From this moment forward, I resign from my position as head of the family.
And I voluntarily hand over all my assets and leave with nothing. Bai Ziyuan sighed and announced. Fourth brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate?
Bai Zhantong felt that things were getting out of control.
Eldest brother, you are now the oldest and most prestigious member of the family. Please temporarily take my place as the head of the family. As for who will become the head of the family in the future, you can decide that yourselves. Bai Ziyuan said helplessly.
Since things had come to this point, he had no other choice but to do this. Bai Zhihua suddenly realized that this conspiracy was aimed at her father. Their goal was not to make things difficult for her, but to seize the position of head of the family. Now, Bai Zhenyu has succeeded, becoming the temporary head of the Bai family without lifting a finger.
How cruel you are!
Bai Zhihua said indignantly.
How dare you, you are merely a disciple of the Bai family, how dare you slander the family head? Guards, slap him in the face. Bai Yufang immediately adopted the air of a future heir and gave the order.
But when the order was given, none of the guards moved.
After all, this is only a temporary decision, and the future is uncertain, so they don't want to take sides for the time being. If we make a mistake, we'll be in big trouble. Forget it, let's not argue with her for now. Bai Zhenyu knew he was powerless and his position was unstable, so he couldn't force others, but he didn't want to let Bai Zhihua off the hook either. He said coldly, Zhihua, you are no longer qualified to manage the family. Please step down immediately. You are not allowed to take any of the Bai group's finances with you. Don't push your luck. I've given so much to the company, and now I'm being kicked out?
Bai Zhihua was extremely unwilling.
Otherwise what? When you get back, will you embezzle all the company's assets? Bai Yufang said with great disdain.
Upon hearing this, the others couldn't sit still any longer.
Zihua, you are no longer qualified to be the president.
Let go, those are family assets. Your entire lineage must leave with nothing. The rest of the Bai family took advantage of the situation and kicked him while he was down. Damn it, remember your face today. If your family business ever runs into trouble, don't even think about coming back to me. Bai Zhihua sneered. She refused to believe that anyone else could manage this large company well. These people are all useless, they'll squander their family fortune sooner or later. You still want to regain power? Dream on. By the way, you also need to hand over the prescription for the Xian Tianhuayu pill. This is the family head's property, and you can't take it with you. Bai Yufang suddenly said coldly. You must be dreaming. This was developed by Su Hao, and he owns all the rights to the formula. Do you think he will hand it over to you? Bai Zhihua said disdainfully. Grass. It was that kid who did it. Bai Yufang felt a headache just thinking about Su Hao. If she really asked him for the formula, she knew without a doubt that she would be met with a cold shoulder. Fourth brother, you can leave now. As for Zhihua, I can overlook your crime of embezzlement. But stolen property must be handed over. If you don't cooperate, you're not leaving today. Bai Zhenyu roared angrily. Brother, you've already secured the position of family head, why are you still so persistent? Bai Ziyuan sighed. One thing at a time, who will compensate the family for losing so much money? What happened today was entirely your and your daughter's fault. If the deficit cannot be covered, I will have no choice but to resort to family discipline. Bai Zhenyu's face darkened at this moment. The guards began to move and stood on his side. Stop dreaming. I didn't steal anything, so how could I possibly cover the deficit? Uncle, I think you and your daughter are the thieves. Why are you catching a thief here? Bai Zhihua said, very displeased. Bai Zhihua. How dare you question the head of the family? Guards, seize her and interrogate her thoroughly. Bai Zhenyu immediately gave the order. Instantly, dozens of guards, with hostile eyes, walked towards Bai Zhihua. Yes, arrest her, I'm going to give her a good beating. Bai Yufang laughed arrogantly. Things change, and now she is the most powerful woman in the Bai family. She must take revenge on the spot. Stop. How could you aid and abet evil? Bai Ziyuan took a step forward and said with an imposing air. Bai Ziyuan, you are no longer the head of the family, and you have even left the Bai family. What right do you have to order us around? One of the guards was quite displeased and clenched his fist, ready to teach his former master a lesson. Bai Zhihua's expression changed drastically. She wanted to stop him, but realized that her strength was limited and she was no match for him, a weak woman. She couldn't even protect her family. She was so anxious that tears were about to stream down her face, but there was nothing she could do. Bai Yufang laughed heartily. Was this the arrogant young lady of the Bai family back then? Things were different now. She was the true young lady of the Bai family, while the other party was just a stray dog. In front of everyone, the guard walked up to Bai Ziyuan and was about to make a move to deal with him. Suddenly a figure appeared from behind and kicked him away, sending him crashing into the ceiling with a thud, knocking him unconscious. Just as the other guards were about to make their move, they noticed a figure beside them who swiftly attacked, knocking all the guards unconscious in the blink of an eye. Who goes there? Bai Yilong stepped forward and said in a deep voice. It's me. The newcomer had his back to him and said in a deep voice. Su Hao, you finally arrived. Bai Zhihua recognized the person who came and immediately threw. She nestled into his arms, tears of emotion streaming down her face. Sorry, I'm a little late. Su Hao patted her shoulder and coldly surveyed his surroundings. When he noticed the injury on Bai Ziyuan's abdomen, his face darkened, and he said menacingly, Uncle Bai, who hurt you? It was me. Bai Ziyuan said, his face pale. Su Hao didn't want to ask too many questions, so he simply touched the wound a few times to stop the bleeding. Then he glanced at Bai Yilong, suddenly stretched out a claw, and tore his clothes apart with a hiss. Obtaining a strip of cloth, he then took out some healing pills, crushed them, applied medicine to the wound, and wrapped it tightly. He did all of this so naturally. It's as if it was all planned in advance. Bai Ziyuan's expression immediately improved considerably. He looked at her with gratitude, thinking that Jiruo had good taste and had chosen a reliable man. Bai Yilong was furious that the other party treated him like air the whole time, and what angered him most was that his perfectly good clothes were now tattered. He was so angry that he immediately attacked. 521, Chapter 521 Embezzlement. Hey Su, this is the Bai family's place, not a place where you can act recklessly. Bai Yilong was furious and flew over bravely, ready to teach Su Hao a lesson. His actions were tantamount to a sneak attack. Thinking it over, he decided to strike first and teach Su Hao a lesson. Just then, Su Hao didn't move suddenly. Someone rushed in from outside and punched Bai Yilong in the back, forcing him to defend himself. Finally, with a loud bang, Bai Yilong and the newcomer fought to a standstill. Who are you? Bai Yilong looked at the person in front of him and found that his eyes were cold and sinister, like an angry lion. You don't need to know. The newcomer was Zhang Duwang. He couldn't stand being attacked and coldly said, if you want to deal with young Master Su, you'll have to get past me first. I thought he was some powerful figure, but he's just Su Hao's lackey. Wow, I never expected that someone like Su Hao would actually have followers. Bai Yilong appeared extremely disdainful. Young Master, don't you know that young Master Su is the leader of the Kunpeng gang? Zhang Duwang was stunned. Was this guy a frog in a well? Didn't he even know about the newly emerging Kunpeng gang? Using the Kunpeng gang to intimidate me? Who do you think you are? Compared to a real big family, it's a complete joke. Get out of my way now, I'm going to deal with Su Hao myself. Bai Yilong adopted an arrogant and condescending attitude. What if I don't allow it? Zhang Duwang said indifferently. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being polite. Bai Yilong's eyes flickered. He drew his long sword, assumed a fighting stance, and attacked his enemy using the basic swordsmanship of the Shu Mountain sect. At this moment, he still felt that Zhang Duwang's strength was quite average. He had only gained the initial advantage. Otherwise, how could he possibly be his opponent? Overestimating yourself. Zhang Duwang laughed. With such meager skills, he still wants to fight against young Master Su. How can he be so mediocre yet so arrogant? He charged forward, seemingly unconcerned about his opponent's swordsmanship. Just as the long sword was about to strike, he suddenly ducked, his entire body moving like a cannonball, and punched Bai Yilong in the chest. With a loud thud, Bai Yilong winced in pain, his grip on the long sword involuntarily loosening. Zhang Duwang swept his fist across, forcing his opponent to drop his weapon. He seized the weapon, and with a slight flick of his wrist, a flash of sword-light shot out. Puff! Just as Bai Yilong was about to engage in combat, he suddenly heard Bai Jiruo laugh. He looked down and his face turned ugly. The shirt had countless holes, which, when put together, formed two words, trash. It turned out that Zhang Duwang's sword speed was incredibly fast, unleashing dozens of swordlights in just a few breaths. Mean. Take my weapon. If you've got the guts, let's fight again, barehanded. Bai Yilong said, very displeased. Are you sure? Zhang Duwang threw down his weapon, maintaining his indifferent attitude, and said, don't forget my opinion of you. What evaluation? Bai Yilong asked subconsciously. Waste. Zhang Duwang held up two fingers and said disdainfully. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Duwang was a seasoned veteran, and he had a huge advantage in dealing with a hothead like Bai Yilong. Whether it was a physical confrontation or a verbal exchange, he held a significant advantage. You fucking want to die. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname. Bai Yilong was quite unhappy. He clenched his fists and charged over. Seeing this, everyone else was worried for him. When this person returned, everyone was quite excited upon discovering he was a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect. However, the further they progressed, the more mediocre he became. This was because he was merely a peripheral disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, and the gap between him and the core disciples was enormous. The previous duel had already demonstrated his inferiority, yet he still managed to try and turn the tide. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The bystander sees most of the game. Everyone felt that Bai Yilong had only brought trouble upon himself. Good timing. Zhang Duwang revealed a faint smile, his entire body pressing down like a mountain. The powerful clash of their punches sent Bai Yilong slamming heavily onto the floor, shaking the entire building. You dare to ambush young Master Su? Zhang Duwang angrily punched him in the head. Have mercy! Bai Zhihua suddenly shouted. Boom! Zhang Duwang, with great restraint, slammed his fist directly into the ground, instantly cracking the entire floor. Most surprisingly, the force of the punch even created a crack in the wall. Bai Yilong trembled with fear. If that blow had hit him, he would have been dead. While the Bai family members were amazed by Zhang Duwang's strength, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster Su Hao was. Zhang Duwang was extremely loyal to him and obeyed his every command, so his strength was definitely far inferior to that of his opponent. Su Hao's strength remains a mystery. Kid, my surname is Zhang. Are you really going to change your surname? Zhang Duwang couldn't resist sarcastically remarking at the end. I'll change you. He pretended to be angry, then closed his eyes as if he had fainted. Everyone who saw this was stunned. It has to be said that Bai Yilong's acting skills were really terrible. Anyone with eyes can see that this is an act. He simply didn't know how to face his earlier outrageous remarks, so he chose to faint. Old Zhang, you did a great job. Su Hao nodded at him, offering encouragement. This is my duty. Zhang Duwang is usually a man of few words, an excellent subordinate who does more and talks less. Su Hao glanced around, then fixed his gaze on Bai Zhenyu and said, I'm taking Bai Zhihua and a few others away today. Do you have any objections? Su Hao, don't go too far. Bai Zhihua embezzled funds, causing huge economic losses to our Bai family. How can you take it all away with just a few words? Bai Zhenyu said, quite displeased. So, are you going to hit me? Su Hao said calmly. Young Master Su, with just your order, our Kuanping gang can wipe out the entire Bai family within an hour. Zhang Duwang said coldly. Su Hao, don't push your luck. Do you know that I am already Nangong Yu's fiancé? If you offend us, be careful of the Nangong family's revenge. Bai Yufang threatened. Nangong Yu, is he very strong? Do you think I didn't get him? Su Hao said dismissively. Bai Yufang's face was grim that day. He had directly snatched Bai Zhihua away, offending Nangong Yu many times over. What use was this kind of threat? Alright, let's not pursue this matter for now. Bai Zhihua, starting today, you are expelled from the Bai family. Baek Jinwoo made the announcement directly. 522, Chapter 522. This tribulation. Dismissed from the family? Bai Zhihua was shocked. This was truly ridiculous. She was originally the future successor of the Bai family, but in the blink of an eye, she had no connection with the Bai family anymore. She looked at Bai Zhenyu with disappointment. What had happened to this uncle? How could he do something so shameless? It felt like an instant, and he suddenly seemed like a stranger. Bai Zhenyu was incompetent before, but he had no ambition. Could it be that Bai Wuji's death greatly stimulated him? She felt something was off, and there was a high probability that someone was up to no good behind her back. Even so, it seems that it has nothing to do with her for the time being. Okay, I'm leaving. I hope everyone is well. She was utterly disappointed. Zihua, don't be sad. It's not worth it for these people. Su Hao took her little hand and helped Bai Ziyuan leave. Bai Yufang looked at them again and again, but in the end she couldn't swallow her anger and said, You surname Su, remember what you did today. One day I will make young Master Nangong pay for it. Do you really think that joining the Nangong family will turn a chicken into a phoenix? He's just using you. You have to be strong yourself to succeed. An unequal marriage like yours won't bring any happiness. You're already showing he has some conscience by not letting him take advantage of you completely. Su Hao said dismissively. Nonsense. Young Master Nangong is definitely not the kind of person you describe. Bai Yufang was very unhappy and was about to say something more when Su Hao had already walked away. He's finished speaking, so why should we listen to this person rambling on and on? Feng Yun Manor. Inside the room, Su Hao was treating Bai Ziyuan's injuries. Initially, it was just a simple bandage, but after returning, the best Yunnan Baiyao, a traditional Chinese medicine, was used, along with other healing pills with both external application and internal treatment. Bai Ziyuan's injuries are rapidly healing.
Young Master Su, you are truly my benefactor. I've lost count of how many times you've saved me. Without you, I would have been a wandering ghost long ago. Bai Ziyuan said gratefully. Please don't be so polite. Ji Ruo and I are friends, so helping each other is only natural. Su Hao smiled faintly. Helping each other, I seem to remember always troubling you. Bai Zirua thought about it seriously and realized that the help she provided was really too little and somewhat insignificant. If you ask me, you two should get married soon. You could even consummate your marriage today. Bai Ziyuan exclaimed. Dad, we have nothing now, how can we burden them? Bai Zirua disagreed. This time they had been kicked out of the family, and now was indeed not the right time for them to get married. What exactly happened today? Su Hao still couldn't understand how the perfectly good head of the family could be gone. Bai Zirua angrily recounted what had happened that day. I see. I'm afraid Bai Jinyu has been provoked by someone with ulterior motives. There is something in your Bai family that many people have been eyeing. Su Hao analyzed the situation calmly. You mean a treasure map? Bai Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out that this was something only the head of the family could touch. Now that Bai Jinyu had become the head of the family, if he really did something against the ancestral teachings, then things would be troublesome. Dad, where's the treasure map now? Bai Zirua asked in surprise. This is the Bai family's 1,000-year-old foundation, far more valuable than anything in the treasure vault. If it falls into the hands of someone with malicious intent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course I hid it. Don't worry, something this important definitely won't be kept by the Bai family. Nobody knows the whereabouts of the treasure map right now. Bai Ziyuan said seriously. Very good, this thing must be hidden well. Bai Zirua said, sounding somewhat angry. It's just a pity that I have now lost control of the Bai family business, and I have to start all over again. Zirua, what are your plans? Su Hao asked calmly. There's no place for me in the eastern province anymore. I am going to take your prescription to Yanjing to develop my business. Only there will I find a vast market. Then, making a comeback will be no problem at all. Bai Zirua said confidently. Daughter, you must be careful. The situation in Yanjing is even more complicated. If you wander around alone, you could easily get into trouble. Bai Ziyuan said with concern. Dad, have you forgotten that Grandpa is in Yanjing? How can I be considered to have no connections? Bai Zirua has already made up her mind. Bai Ziyuan smiled helplessly. That's what he said, but he was still a little unhappy to learn that his daughter was going to live with her maternal grandfather. Zirua, I wish you a speedy rise to prominence. Su Hao said sincerely. Thank you. Come visit me in Yanjing when you have time, and don't forget me. Bai Zirua said softly. Wherever you are, I will get there as soon as possible. Su Hao made that promise. This promise seems so familiar. When Bai Zirua came to the provincial capital, wasn't that the same promise she made? Okay. Bai Zirua smiled sweetly. So what if she lost her wealth? She still has Su Hao's support, and that's what matters most. Medicine King Valley. The people from Yewa Palace didn't look too good. They stood guard outside, glancing into the room every now and then. Bai Yuxiu has been inside for some time now, and there's still no news of her recovery since leaving Fengyun Manor. Everyone has rushed over without stopping, regarding Medicine King Valley as their last hope. The current situation doesn't seem very optimistic. The Yewa Palace and the Medicine King Valley still have some connections this time. They were unlucky because the Medicine King happened to be away, but they still received attention from the Medicine King Valley, which directly sent 3 elders. This kind of treatment is not something ordinary people can enjoy. Even so, several hours have passed, and there are still no results. Could it be that Master is destined for this calamity? A disciple sighed, looking very sad. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Shui glared fiercely. Just then, the door opened and several elders came out, each with a rather grim expression. Elders, how is my master? Xiao Shui hurriedly went up and asked anxiously. The situation is not good. Elder Yang's expression was somewhat grim. We have done our best. Everyone has exhausted all their strength, but the White Palace Master's condition is really bad. She has suffered a severe chi deviation, and it seems that all her true chi is in a chaotic mess. It gives us the feeling that perhaps your cultivation method itself has a flaw? This Zhou Shuwei was extremely surprised. Could it be that there really was a problem with the Nebula Divine Skill? She asked nervously, is there really no way to cure it? There's nothing the three of us can do. It's basically impossible. Elder Yang sighed. I advise you to prepare yourselves mentally. Within 3 days, the White Palace Princess may perish. Find her a propitious burial site and give her a grand funeral. 523, Chapter 523 Concession. It's that serious? Elders, is there no other way to save the young lady? Granny Feng's expression changed, and she looked very sad. She had followed Bai Yuxiu for so many years, and she never imagined that she, an old woman, would outlive her young mistress, and that the maid would be the one to die behind her mistress. This was something she could not accept. Yes, as long as you have a way to revive Master. We can offer 6 billion. Zhou Shuwei was going all out, directly asking for an exorbitant fee for the materials. This is all the funds they have at the moment. It doesn't matter that the money is gone, as long as Bai Yufang recovers, they will definitely be able to earn it back. Why? This isn't about money. We've known the White House for a long time, so we can't just stand by and watch them die. There's really no other way. Elder Yang sighed. Grandma Feng, what should we do? Zhou Shuwei immediately became flustered. Once her master was gone, Yihua Palace would become a sofa, and none of them would have a good ending. Faced with competition from other senior and junior masters, their status will only plummet, and they will become the lineage that no one in the sect cares about. Elder Yang, I think there's someone else who might be able to save the White Palace Master. An elder suddenly remembered something and said directly. You mean that kid? Elder Yang's expression changed. He had also thought of someone. Who is this highly skilled doctor you're talking about? We'll definitely seek his help whenever we have the chance. Zhou Shuwei was overjoyed. This person's medical skills are quite remarkable. He once won first place in our tests, young and not very famous, yet he's an honorary elder of our Medicine King Valley, a medical prodigy recognized by the Medicine King. This person is Su Hao. The elder then made the announcement directly. Su Hao? Su Hao from the Kunpeng gang? Zhou Shuwei's expression changed. They had just left the Kunpeng gang and never expected to miss the best opportunity to heal their master. That's right, it's him. As long as he intervenes, the White House still has a glimmer of hope. The elder continued. Okay, leave this to me. Zhou Shuwei suddenly laughed, feeling that taking down Su Hao would be very easy. We just had a falling out with him. Do you have a way to persuade him? Grandma Wen frowned. They did some bad things at Fengyun Manor, and looking back, they felt a little regretful. Persuade him? Absolutely not. What is the greatest advantage of our Yihua Palace? Of course, it's his unparalleled beauty. As long as I use my charm a little, I don't believe he won't take the bait. Zhou Shuwei said confidently. I see. Granny Feng nodded. Zhou Shuwei was indeed the most beautiful among this year's disciples. If she were anywhere else, her appearance would definitely attract a lot of attention. Senior sister, I never imagined you would be willing to make such a great sacrifice. Senior sister, no wonder Master dotes on you so much. The others looked at Zhou Shuwei with admiration. Let's go, let's keep going. Destination, Fengyun Manor. Zhou Shuwei said seriously that the reason she was willing to make this sacrifice was to leave the best impression on Bai Yuxiu. Her ultimate goal was still the future position of Palace Master. Therefore, Bai Yufang must live until the day she grows up. Everyone set off again. Finally arriving at Fengyun Manor the next morning, Zhou Shuwei stood at the entrance and shouted, Where is Su Hao? Come out quickly. What kind of stray dogs are barking outside so early in the morning? Su Hao led Zhang Duwang out, looking very unhappy. I heard you're an honorary elder of Medicine King Valley? You've been hiding this for so long. Now I'm giving you a chance, cure your master's illness, and I'll reluctantly have a meal with you. Zhou Shuwei struck a proud pose, and even winked at him as she spoke. Su Hao frowned repeatedly as he watched. Her eyebrows and eyes were too stiff, not even a fraction as good as Xiao Mengyang's.
I have absolutely no interest in having dinner with you. Su Hao shook his head coldly. You brat, don't push your luck. Qiu Shuwei was very disappointed. Had her charm stopped working? Are you done talking? If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Su Hao said, turning to leave. Wait a moment. Qiu Shuwei's expression changed. Is there anything else? Su Hao asked coldly. I know, this is just you men playing hard to get. Even if people like something, they don't want to show it. I'm certain you've fallen in love with me. After Qiu Shuwei finished speaking, she crossed her arms over her chest and frantically displayed her beautiful figure. Su Hao frowned repeatedly. This woman was truly narcissistic. To be fair, she is indeed good-looking and has a great figure. But is that all there is to it? There are just too many beautiful women out there. This woman's moral character is questionable. Being with someone like that would definitely be very unpleasant. Stop dreaming, you look like a chicken. Su Hao gave a disdainful sneer. What the hell do you mean? Do I have to make even more concessions? Qiu Shuwei was very unhappy. It's no use, I'm not interested in you. Su Hao shook his head. Qiu Shuwei, are you even capable? Granny Feng was getting annoyed. She'd been dawdling and making no progress at all. Now everyone was being kept outside. Did this look like a place where one could expect to be healed? Grandma Wind, give me another chance, I can handle him right away. Qiu Shuwei's face darkened. She suddenly patted her face, flashed what she thought was a bright smile, and walked forward. During this time, she also pulled her collar down quite a bit, revealing her impressive cleavage. When she finally reached Su Hao, she blushed and said, If you save my master, I'm willing to sleep with you for one night. Upon hearing this, all the female students were stunned. This is the biggest concession they've made. Think back to when disciples from other sects pursued Qiu Shuwei relentlessly, only to receive no response. Why was it that Su Hao, without doing anything, could win the favor of his senior sister? You surnamed Su, you should be secretly happy. My senior sister is the most beautiful female martial artist in the martial arts world. If you agree, you'll be the husband of the Yihua Palace. You're really lucky a third-rate gang leader actually managed to get the senior sister's body. These people spoke with a hint of mockery and envy. What is that? Why should I sleep with you? Su Hao roared in anger. Man, I refuse to believe you can resist my personal charm. Qiu Shuwei also had a bit of a steamed bun attitude since he repeatedly denied it. She might as well be more proactive. She suddenly walked over, closed her eyes, and was about to offer her first kiss. Zhang Duwang, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He had no idea that the women of Yihua Palace were so promiscuous. 524, Chapter 524. Expelled from the sect. Smack! Su Hao's reaction surprised everyone. He had absolutely no interest in the woman and simply swung his right hand, slapping her away hard. Thump! Qiu Shuwei collapsed several meters away. When she got up, there were 5 finger marks on her face, and she was completely devastated. This was not just physical pain, it directly destroyed her self-confidence. She considered herself a favored daughter of heaven, capable of driving countless men mad with a mere glance. She never expected that her humble plea to Su Hao would result in such humiliation. Are you fucking out of your mind? I'm in this state, and you don't even react? Qiu Shuwei suddenly drew her long sword, as if she were about to fight him to the death. Stop! Granny Feng roared angrily. Su Hao is now the only hope to save Miss. How can we offend him? Grandma Wind, he's gone too far. Qiu Shuwei was very unhappy. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Not only did they humiliate me, they also slapped me. For the sake of your master, you have no choice but to endure it. Granny Feng said coldly. You surnamed Su, this isn't over. Next time I find a chance, I'll definitely turn you into a eunuch anyway. You're useless to me, keeping you around is just a waste. Qiu Shuwei said fiercely. She now suspects that Su Hao might not have the ability at all, otherwise why didn't he react at all to the seduction of such a beautiful woman? Su Hao frowned, his impression of her only worsened. Brother Su, what's going on? I think I heard senior sister and the others' voices. Yi Wanxia also woke up after coming out. She saw Bai Yufang on the stretcher and exclaimed in surprise, "Master, what happened to you? Get lost. You have been expelled from the sect and are no longer qualified to approach your master." Qiu Shui stepped forward directly and said coldly, "Grandma Wind, what are you doing back here? Why don't you go to Medicine King Valley to seek medical help?" Yi Wanxia said nervously. "It's no use, we just came back from Medicine King Valley, they have no way to save Miss. The only person who can save Miss is standing right in front of us." Grandma Wind gave her a wink. Qiu Shui is out of the question, but perhaps Yi Wanxia still has a chance to persuade Su Hao. "You mean Brother Su?" Yi Wanxia immediately realized what was happening and looked at Su Hao in a pleading tone. "Brother Su, if you really have the ability to save Master, please help me." Sunset Glow, are you sure you want to do this? Su Hao frowned. She had suffered so much injustice, yet she still cared about her sect. How foolish of her. "A teacher for a day is a father for life. I cannot repay kindness with enmity." Yi Wanxia sighed. "Grandma Wind, it's not impossible for me to help you. I have 3 conditions. I hope you'll agree. Otherwise, you should find someone else who is more capable." Su Hao said coldly. "Please speak." Grandma Wind was overjoyed. As long as he was willing to agree, that was a good thing. "The first condition. Yi Wanxia must return to the Yihua Palace. Retract the punishment against her and allow her to become a disciple of the Yihua Palace again." Su Hao glanced at her and shook his head slightly. "Okay, I can agree to that right away." Grandma Feng thought that since Yi Wanxia had done a good job today, she could accept this request. "Thank you, Brother Su." Yi Wanxia laughed happily. She was finally able to return to her sect. She was lucky. The second request. "I cannot provide treatment for free, you will need to pay me a fee." Su Hao said coldly. "How much?" Grandma Wind asked instinctively. 6 billion. Payment is required immediately, not a penny less. Su Hao said, enunciating each word clearly. Granny Feng's expression changed drastically. How did he know the amount of funds in the Yihua Palace? Could it be that Yi Wanxia leaked this information? A treatment cost of 6 billion is absolutely astronomical. Even in the entire martial arts world, it is absolutely unique. Su Hao, aren't you being a little too greedy? Grandma Wind was a little angry. 6 billion is the money that Yihua Palace has accumulated over decades. I never expected him to ask for such a huge sum. Either give us the money, or we'll watch Bai Yusho die of illness. It's that simple. Su Hao said coldly. Granny Feng's expression changed, and she said, "Alright, I promise you, but if you can't cure it, don't blame us for turning against you. Pay first." Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. "Guards, hand over all our assets." Grandma Wind was very unhappy, feeling like she was being extorted. But for Bai Yusho's sake, she has no choice but to endure it for now. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple stepped forward and handed over all of their 6 billion assets to Su Hao. Zhang Duwang's eyes lit. Upus expected of the gang leader, he's going to make a fortune now. After Su Hao finished taking inventory, he said calmly, "So your Yihua Palace is really that rich? It seems you've done quite a few bad things in the past. Don't make false accusations." The Wind sputtered angrily. Su Hao sneered disdainfully. This was definitely dirty money. Yihua Palace wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. It had probably done a lot of dirty things behind the scenes, but at this moment, he didn't want to criticize it too much. "You have one last condition," Qiu Shui reminded him. "Very good, I almost forgot about it if you hadn't said anything. My third condition is that Qiu Shui be expelled from the sect." Su Hao looked at her and said coldly. Qiu Shui was completely stunned. "I never imagined that my words would cause such a huge problem. Is she also going to become an outcast of her sect?" She looked at Granny Feng in a panic and pleaded, "Granny Feng, please think it over. I am Master's most valued disciple. How can you expel me from the sect?" "Su Hao, don't go too far." Grandma Wind was also momentarily speechless. The law decided that, having followed Bai Yuxiu for so many years, she certainly knew her mistress's intentions and absolutely did not want to drive Qiushui away.
I've stated my conditions, whether you can meet them or not is up to you.
Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, I've already accepted the money, and I absolutely will not return it. Su Hao acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. To deal with these scoundrels, you have to be even more scoundrel than them. Granny Feng was so angry she almost vomited blood. Of the three conditions, only the first one was somewhat reasonable, the latter two were increasingly difficult. She walked over to Bai Yuxiu and repeated the third condition in her ear. Qiushui's face was pale, and she trembled all over, almost able to foresee her fate. For the sake of the greater good, she would inevitably become a pawn to be sacrificed. Her eyes darted around as she considered a solution, and finally she shouted, "Grandma Feng, Master, please don't make things difficult for Mei. Will voluntarily withdraw from the Yihua Palace."
Senior sister, no.
The other disciples looked surprised.
It's alright, we'll definitely meet again in the future.
Su Hao, I will definitely avenge this.
Qiushui glared at him fiercely, then resolutely turned and left. 525, Chapter 525. Who are you?
Senior sister.
Yi Wanxiao looked in the direction she left and wanted to go after her.
Stop.
Su Hao immediately stopped her, saying, "Why do you always act like a pushover?"
Brother Su, I don't think senior sister is a bad person.
Yi Wanxiao insisted. Do you think she didn't hit you hard enough?
Su Hao frowned. She didn't mean it, and I was also at fault. Yi Wanxia shook her head, still explaining.
That's enough. You should find a chance to learn from your brother's character. Su Hao's expression changed. How long would Yi Wanxiao's naivety last?
If He Long hadn't sacrificed his life for the gang, he wouldn't have bothered with him at all.
Su Hao. You've got what you wanted, haven't you? You've kicked our sex genius disciple out.
Grandma Feng said unhappily.
She's a bad person, who can she blame?
Su Hao said disdainfully. All right, bring Bai Yuxiu in.
With that, Su Hao turned around and walked into Fengyun Manor.
Someone, be careful, carry the young lady inside.
Grandma Wind called out. Everyone followed Su Hao and finally arrived at the medical room.
There are various medicinal herbs here, and most importantly, a hospital bed. This was laid out according to the layout of Anshin Medical Clinic, but Fengyun Manor is too big, making this medical clinic seem somewhat insignificant.
Everyone outside, and don't make any loud noise. Su Hao's expression changed, and he didn't let anyone stay.
Everyone could only stand helplessly outside the clinic, looking at the closed doors with great anxiety.
Granny Feng kept circling, thinking that if this kid was lying, then things would be terrible. Bai Yuxiu's life was now in Su Hao's hands. She absolutely couldn't afford any mistakes. Yi Wanxiao was also somewhat skeptical. Was Su Hao's medical skill really that good? Why isn't he very famous in the martial arts world?
Even though she is an honorary elder of Medicine King Valley, only a portion of people know about her. She is not widely known.
Time passed slowly. It was afternoon before we knew it.
The clinic door opened, and Su Hao emerged, looking somewhat weary. He didn't seem to be in good condition. Ever since taking the life-saving pill, he hadn't dared to overuse his inner energy. However, Bai Yuxiu's condition was extremely bad. She had actually used 70% of her power this time. Now the toxins in my body are becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, and there are signs that they may be flaring up.
Brother Su, how is my master?
Yi Wanxiao asked nervously. She has recovered from the qi deviation and is generally fine. However, she is seriously injured and needs to rest for a while. She cannot exert her peak strength right now.
Su Hao said calmly. Thank you, Brother Su.
Yi Wanxiao said gratefully.
Alright, you can go in and take care of her now.
Su Hao spoke coldly to the others. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Duwang frowned. He could tell that Su Hao's own situation wasn't good either. However, the people from the Yihua Palace were rather indifferent, not a single one of them cared.
Even Yi Wanxia didn't ask a single question. He was a little annoyed. Is this woman truly naive and innocent, or is she, like the woman from Yihua Palace, a ruthless person?
In short, Zhang Duwang felt that Yi Wanxia was not as good as her brother.
Back at his residence, Su Hao quickly took a few antidote pills, which made him feel a little better. He then sat down to meditate and regulate his breathing. An hour later, his condition improved slightly. The deadly poison in his body has been temporarily suppressed. Su Zhenyu, where did you get this deadly pill from? It's so resilient. Su Hao sighed. The poison from the Northern Martial Arts Alliance leader was really potent, causing him a lot of suffering. Just then, his phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a call from Chen Hong. Su Hao, you're such a scumbag. When the call connected, Chen Hong launched into a tirade of abuse. What exactly happened? Su Hao frowned. Had Lin Yao gotten into trouble again? They hadn't been in contact much since that slap, so why was she blaming him again? It's all your fault. I can't forgive my cousin for what she said. She's confused. We just discovered she attempted suicide by cutting her wrists, and she's currently being resuscitated. If my cousin dies, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Chen Hong said angrily. Suicide by wrist cutting? What exactly is Lin Yao up to? After finding out which hospital it was, he immediately drove there. Upon arriving outside the operating room, they saw that the emergency treatment was still underway. Chen Chunhua was standing outside with several people. When she saw Su Hao, she walked up to him and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! Su Hao could easily dodge, but this time he didn't dodge. Even though Lin Yao was in this state, he still felt somewhat guilty. What are you doing here? Do you really want to kill my daughter before you're satisfied? Chen Chunhua said angrily. To be honest, this has nothing to do with me, it's just that she can't figure it out. Su Hao shook his head, opened the emergency room door, walked in, and said, Stop, everyone, I'll treat this patient. Are you crazy? You're delaying treatment, and the patient's life will be lost. The attending physician was very surprised. Leave it to me. Su Hao said coldly. Neuropathy. Seeing Su Hao's unfriendly expression, these people dared not disobey and could only stand aside. Su Hao examined Lin Yao and saw a deep wound on her right wrist, almost revealing the bone, with a ruptured vein. That's incredibly dangerous. Su Hao muttered to himself, then immediately took out healing pills and acupuncture equipment and got busy. Even Chen Chunhua dared not utter a sound at this moment. No matter how much she looked down on Su Hao, she understood that in the current situation, only he could save her. Su Hao's situation was not good to begin with. This treatment is undoubtedly a race against time. Large beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. A young nurse, feeling sorry for him, went over to help wipe away the sweat. After more than an hour of emergency treatment, Su Hao's inner energy was almost completely depleted, and black blood was seeping from his nose. Lin Yao finally woke up. To the delight of the medical staff, Lin Yao's wounds had almost completely healed. Is he human? The attending physician couldn't believe it. Was this a surgical miracle that even humans could perform? The wonders of acupuncture are something that surgery simply cannot achieve. Mom, what's wrong with me? When Lin Yao woke up, she looked around and finally her gaze fell on Chen Chunhua. She asked in confusion. Daughter, you were sick just now, but you're much better now and there's nothing serious going on. Chen Chunhua said carefully. She only had her most promising daughter left, and she couldn't afford for anything to happen to her. Lin Yao, you're so foolish, is it really worth it? Su Hao slowly reached out, preparing to touch her face and offer a few words of comfort. Who are you? Lin Yao slapped his hand away and said coldly. 526, Chapter 526 Lessons Learned. Daughter, don't you recognize him? Chen Chunhua was surprised. This suicide attempt was entirely because of this kid. Now that he's woken up, he doesn't even know who he is? Am I that familiar with him? Lin Yao scratched his head, thought about it seriously, but had no memory of this person in his mind. It's best if we don't know each other. Chen Chunhua was very happy. Since we don't know each other, there won't be so much trouble in the future. Su Hao frowned. He had risked so much to save her, and now she was a stranger. A bitter feeling welled up inside him. They had been through so much recently, and neither of them had expected things to turn out this way. Doctor, what exactly is going on? Su Hao asked casually. I need to check it first. The attending physician examined her eyelids and found nothing unusual. He then pulled Chen Hong aside, looked into the reasons for her suicide attempt, and after understanding the cause and effect, took Su Hao out and said earnestly, "This is still because your relationship has problems." Ms. Lin Yao has a self-protection mechanism. She subconsciously chose to seal this relationship away. Su Hao shuddered, recalling that she had acted similarly when Lin Hao had his accident, and then he understood a little. "Sigh, I'm leaving." Su Hao left dejectedly. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Since two people are destined not to be together, isn't it better for them to become strangers? All the grudges and grievances have become completely unclear by now. He didn't know if this outcome would end, but he just felt that he wasn't in a good mood. We drove slowly towards Fengyun Manor. Just as he was about to return to his cultivation, Zhang Duwang rushed over in a panic, saying, "Young Master Su, something terrible has happened, that woman is back." Woman? You mean Qiu Shui? Wasn't she already fired? Su Hao frowned. So it was all a disguise all along. Qiu Shui didn't leave at all after the young master rescued the White Palace master. She went back to the bustling city. Our people couldn't stand by and watch, so they argued with her, and now several people are injured. Zhang Duwang said unhappily. Let's go in and take a look. Just as Su Hao was about to lift his leg, he suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. My true energy is completely depleted today. The current situation is not suitable for taking action. Young Master Su, I'll take care of everything. Zhang Duwang said directly. Good. Su Hao nodded. He believed in Zhang Duwang's abilities. Dealing with a few troublemakers from the Yihua Palace shouldn't be a problem. Upon entering, he saw several Kunpeng gang disciples lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing this, Su Hao's face darkened, clearly displeased, as he stared at the Yihua Palace disciples in front of him. Where is Qiu Shui? Make her get out here. Su Hao said coldly. Hey, Su, why are you only coming back now? Are you scared of me? A group of people came out from inside. The leader was Qiu Shui, who held a long sword in her hand and wore a disdainful smile. Bai Yuxiu and Granny Feng followed behind her, seemingly there to support her. Princess Bai, how can you be so untrustworthy? You said you'd fire Qiu Shui, so why did you bring her back? Su Hao's face was grim. Did I agree? Su Hao, all's fair in war. This was all Qiu Shui's plan. She just deliberately withdrew, and I never agreed to it. It's all just an act. How could I abandon my top disciple whom I've nurtured for over a decade? Bai Yuxiu said coldly. You, surnamed Su, with your pathetic medical skills, you dared to extort 6 billion, now give us back all the money you got. And you have to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, Qiu Shui will have to go on a killing spree on our behalf today. Grandma Win said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the Kunpeng gang members trembled with anger. The Yihua Palace is utterly shameless. The 6 billion was just their medical fees. It wasn't stolen by the gang leader, but rather given voluntarily by them. Now they actually have the nerve to ask for it back. It's utterly unheard of. If you can't afford medical treatment, why not just bury yourself in a hole? Is it really necessary to make a fool of yourself? Here's a joke. The Yihua Palace is a major sect from Yanjing. I've never seen anything like this before. There are still such shameless people. That's understandable. After all, they're a group of women, so it's easy to see why they might be a little petty. The members of the Kunpeng gang were furious and immediately launched into a tirade. Qiu Shui didn't see anything wrong with this. Instead, he laughed and said, I'll give you 1 more minute if you don't hand over 6 billion, don't blame me for being impolite. After she finished speaking, 12 beautiful girls carrying long swords walked out from behind her, looking ready to fight head-on. You think you can cause trouble here? Xiao Meinyang led Huang Niu out and said angrily. Meinyang, don't cause trouble. Su Hao stopped her instead. After all, Yihua Palace was a righteous and powerful family, and her martial arts were too unorthodox. He absolutely could not make a move unless it was a last resort. Young master, with me here, I will definitely protect you. Huang Niu said. Men, teach this woman a lesson. I want to see what she's capable of protecting.
Xiao Shuwei was very unhappy, feeling that Huang Niu was somewhat arrogant. Two disciples from the Yihua Palace immediately stepped forward, ready to take action. Stop! We're all on the same side, why are we fighting? Yuanxia rushed out in a hurry and stopped everyone. Get out of my way! Xiao Shuwei slapped her away, coldly saying, Yuanxia, remember this, even if Granny Feng agreed before, without Master's approval, you are still not a disciple of Yihua Palace. You are not qualified to stand before us now. How so? Master, tell your disciple that this is not true. Yuanxia looked troubled, finding everything so unbelievable. I was unconscious at the time and didn't know what agreement you had made. If Xiao Shuwei deems the agreement invalid, then it remains invalid for the time being. Sunset Glow, don't be discouraged. As long as you perform well, you'll still have a chance to return to the Flower Palace in the future. But for now, you absolutely mustn't go against us. Bai Yuxiu said coldly. Su Hao spat out a mouthful of phlegm and disdain. Even though this person was a sect leader, he was still well versed in the rhetoric of Pua. His words gave Yuanxia hope, but he did not take any concrete action. To put it bluntly, it's just a verbal promise. Let's do it, teach this man a lesson. The autumn waters flowed coldly. Immediately, two disciples from the Yihua Palace approached Huang Niu with unfriendly expressions. They drew their long swords and attacked swiftly from the left and right, their attacks filled with cold killing intent, clearly showing no intention of showing mercy. 527, Chapter 527. No need to worry. Good thing you came. Huang Niu was not afraid at all. Her right hand moved incessantly, like a blooming flower, first snatching a long sword from one person, then slapping another away with a palm strike. She appeared calm and composed, confident and swiftly neutralizing all the attacks from the Yihua Palace disciples. Falling petals palm? Bai Yuxiu's expression changed. Wasn't this a palm technique that had been lost for a long time? It's amazing to see it again. Huang Niu's movements are light and agile, making her perfectly suited for this kind of martial arts. It's not unjust for the two disciples of the Yihua Palace to lose to her. 12 beauties, prepare for battle. Xiao Shuwei was very unhappy and said in a deep voice. Be careful. They are very strong. Yuanxia immediately shouted. Traitor! But these words only earned her an angry shout from Xiao Shuwei, who felt that she was siding with outsiders. 12 against 1? Huang Niu stuck out her tongue. She wasn't a newbie anymore, and immediately smiled and said to Zhang Duwang, Vice Leader, help me gather them. Good. Zhang Duwang walked forward, and the next moment a disciple from the disciplinary hall threw him a large sword. He grabbed it and immediately exuded an imposing aura. Girls, I don't like fighting with women. If you're still stubborn, then I won't be polite. How arrogant. You think you can defeat the 12 beauties of the Yihua Palace? Xiao Shuwei gave the order directly. 12 beautiful girls shifted positions and adopted an offensive stance, unleashing a sword formation instantly, its power multiplied. Huang Niu was stunned. Luckily, she didn't make a move, otherwise she would have been no match for them. The strength of the Yihua Palace is barely passable. Su Hao said calmly. Just barely, don't be so confident. Xiao Shuwei looked utterly disdainful. However, when the fight broke out, they discovered that Su Hao's words were completely without fault. Zhang Duwang's moves displayed the bearing of a grandmaster. His broadsword slashed out fiercely, the flimsy longswords offering no resistance. With a single strike, he cleaved 6 longswords in two while fending off his own attacks and blocking the enemy's assault. He simultaneously unleashed the Raging Sea battle technique, his momentum growing ever stronger. In less than a minute, he had sent all 12 beauties flying. Everyone carried wounds. Hey, are you even a man? How dare you hit a woman? If word gets out about your behavior, it will be a disgrace to the martial arts world. Xiao Shuwei's words were utterly unreasonable. I've said it before you make a move, you should first assess your own strength. The weak can only cry. Zhang Duwang said coldly. I refuse to believe you can be my match. Xiao Shuwei steeled her resolve and swung her long sword, unleashing the strongest sword technique of the Yihua Palace, the Nebula sword technique. This move appeared to be even more powerful than the 12 beauties. Zhang Duwang frowned, feeling some pressure. But it was just some pressure. All we saw was him gripping his broadsword and slashing forward.
Faced with a powerful and overwhelming offensive, all fancy attacks are futile. Click. Xiao Shui's longsword broke, but her greatsword, still brimming with power, cleaved her away. When this person landed, several deep wounds were visible on his body, exposing the bone. You filthy man, why did you attack so ruthlessly? Xiao Shui was stunned, this move almost cost her her life. This is your punishment. Anyone who lays a hand on the Kunpeng gang will not escape unscathed. Zhang Duwang said arrogantly, if you're not strong enough, you'd better keep a low profile. Hateful. Xiao Shui was so angry that he vomited blood. But now that he's injured, he can no longer fight. You're Zhang Duwang? You seem pretty arrogant. Bai Yuxiu finally took a step forward. Her aura was completely different from Xiao Shui's. With a calm smile on his face, he didn't take Zhang Duwang seriously at all. This disciple is incapable, now master has stepped in? Zhang Duwang frowned. What kind of sect is the Yihua Palace, how dare you humiliate them? I don't want people to gossip and say that I'm bullying the weak. Kneel down now and let Xiao Shui slap you twice as a gesture, and I'll let today's matter go. Bai Yuxiu said in a cold voice. Dream. How could Zhang Duwang possibly back down? His face was resolute, as if he had already made up his mind to fight with all his might, at least not to embarrass the Kunpeng gang. You filthy man, my master has made a move, and you still want to resist? It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Your master's strength is absolutely not something you can fool. I admire your courage, but if you get injured next, you can't blame anyone else. The disciples of Yihua Palace all spoke with disdain. Master Zhang, are you going to back down? Huang Yono's expression changed. The other party was Bai Yuxiu, a master who was almost a grandmaster. I'm afraid that the attack of such a person would be absolutely terrifying. Everyone can understand bowing down to the strong. Master, don't do anything rash. Our Kunpeng gang cannot afford to lose any more experts. Vice leader, please reconsider. The members of the Kunpeng gang couldn't help but speak up to offer reminders. Some were from the punishment hall, and some were from the Kunpeng gang. They were addressed differently, but their concerns were the same. Bai Yuxiu, you call yourselves a prestigious family, but I never expected you to act so despicably. Xiao Mengyang said indignantly. Shut up, you have no right to speak. I've given this person the choice. If he really insists on making a move, he can only blame himself for courting death. Bai Yuxiu struck a pose, holding a long sword. It looked like just a starting move, but it actually carried a murderous intent. A bead of sweat appeared on Zhang Duwang's forehead. Vice leader, don't worry. The White House is just a figurehead, he can't possibly be your match today. As long as we give it our all, we can definitely achieve a draw. Su Hao suddenly said. Impossible. None of those present are a match for Master. Autumn Waters, unwilling he believed it, but disdainfully said it. You mean the Peak White Palace Master? She is still recovering from her injuries. If she forces herself to use her martial arts, she can only unleash up to 70% of her strength and will suffer severe backlash. Do you think she still has a chance of winning? Su Hao said proudly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Duwang was immediately filled with confidence, and he placed unconditional trust in Su Hao. Bai Yuxiu's expression was rather unpleasant. She knew Su Hao was right. He knew better than anyone else how much strength she could unleash today without going all out. There was truly no guarantee of victory. Most importantly, she was afraid of the backlash from her own power. If this causes chaos in one's internal energy, it will worsen the injury. Miss, why don't we just give up? There's plenty of time. We'll have a chance to get revenge someday. Granny Feng advised. You're right. Su Hao, we're leaving for now, but don't be too happy yet. The feud we've started today is far from over. After Bai Yuxiu finished speaking, she left hastily with the people from Yihua Palace, her face cold. The Kunpeng gang breathed a sigh of relief. A crisis had been averted. 528, Chapter 528 Promise. Brother Su, does this count as being expelled from the sect for the second time? Yi Wanxiao was heartbroken. She thought she had successfully returned to her sect,
but Bai Yuxiu created some kind of probationary period, which was really a headache.
No. Is it because your second attempt to join the Yihua Palace failed, that you were expelled a second time?
What Su Hao said was very hurtful. Sai, if I had the chance, I would still like to join the Yihua Palace. Yi Wanxia had a deep affection for this sect. She had stayed there for so many years, and some of her fellow disciples cared about her. Unfortunately, Xiao Shui's appearance disrupted all order. She could understand why Bai Yuxiu was so protective of her senior sister. After all, she is the most talented disciple in the sect. If we don't protect her, who else can we protect? Yi Wanxia only regretted that she wasn't capable enough. If she were stronger than Xiao Shui and became the senior sister, things would be different.
You still want to join the Yihua Palace? Aren't you afraid of being hurt a second time by them?
Su Hao frowned. Why was this woman so stubborn?
Brother Su, I have nowhere else to go besides Yihua Palace.
Yi Wanxia asked blankly. If she still had her older brother and sister-in-law before, now she has nothing. After Yi Long passed away, her relationship with her sister-in-law became much more distant. There is a sense of helplessness in feeling like you've become all alone. You're a martial artist, and your strength is quite good. If you're willing, you can inherit your brother's position. Become the leader of Red Dragon Hall.
Su Hao said calmly. Can I really do it?
Yi Wanxia was overjoyed and murmured, my strength is not good enough, I'm afraid I won't be able to convince everyone.
It's simple, don't you want the full power version of the Nebula Divine Skill? I can write this down for you.
With this divine skill, and your own hard work, you will one day become a grandmaster.
Su Hao said.
Brother Su, why are you so good to me? Yi Wanxia was overjoyed. I have no use for this divine skill, I'm just giving it to those who need it. After Su Hao finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Duwang and said, Old Zhang, gather the other cadres together in an hour, we'll have a half-coronation party for Hall Master Yi.
Good. Zhang Duwang accepted the order and left. An hour later, in a side hall of Fengyun Manor,
Su Hao led Yi Wanxia in, and facing several core members of the Kunpeng gang, he revealed a faint smile.
Everyone, let's welcome Hall Master Yi Wanxia. He announced it loudly.
Welcome, Hall Master Yi.
Zhang Duwang immediately applauded.
The same applies to other cadres.
The Kunpeng gang has grown to a considerable size and influence.
Currently, the core of the Kunpeng gang is the Punishment Hall, whose leader, Zhang Duwang, is also the deputy leader of the Kunpeng gang. Next are the Crimson Dragon Hall, the Fierce Dragon Hall, the Mighty Dragon Hall, and the Owl Dragon Hall. All four components evolved from the old gangs. Since Yi Long's accident, the position of leader of the Crimson Dragon Hall has remained vacant. The appearance of Yi Wanxia has now filled this void. Thank you all for your trust, and thank you Brother Su for your support. I will definitely do my best for the Kunpeng gang. Yi Wanxia directly expressed her feelings.
Useless. Please don't say that. Master Yi, as long as you don't betray the Kunpeng gang, everything will be fine.
The other hall master's expressions changed. Such words were not allowed to be spoken. Yi Long was indeed devoted to his duties, which was truly admirable. Yi Wanxia smiled faintly, feeling that everyone was very kind to her. Distinguished hall masters, today marks our first formal gathering. I hope that by working together, we can eventually make the Kunpeng gang the strongest gang.
Su Hao said with anticipation.
Good. The 5 hall masters announced this with delight.
Cheers. Su Hao said calmly.
The party officially began, and it was practically a team-building event for the company's leadership. The group leaders toasted each other and drank heartily. Only Yi Wanxia was a woman, so no one made things difficult for her, she simply drank her beverage.
Master Yi, this is the Nebula Divine Skill. I hope you will cultivate it well.
Taking advantage of this moment, Su Hao directly taught this technique to Yi Wanxia.
Thank you, I will definitely live up to your expectations.
Yi Wanxia said gratefully. Hallmaster Yi, I have a feeling that you will be the strongest martial artist in the Kunpeng gang besides the gang leader in the future. Zhang Duwang was happy for her. Brother Zhang, no, my talent is limited. No matter how much I cultivate, I still won't be able to surpass you. Yi Wanxia said politely. Enough with the formalities, Hall Master Zhang, let's have a drink. The other hall masters didn't like these platitudes, they were simply interested in drinking. After the leader of the Fierce Dragon Hall finished speaking, he took a sip of baijiu, Chinese liquor, then swayed unsteadily and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Can't drink it, yet you're still showing off. The leader of the Weilong Hall said with a laugh. He took a big gulp of a cup, but just like the previous leader, he also collapsed. Seeing this, another leader also wanted to show off and got drunk as well. At this moment, Zhang Duwang sensed something was wrong and subconsciously said, "Boss, there's something wrong with this wine." "Oh no, someone has poisoned us." Su Hao frowned. How was the poison administered? Zhang Duwang was utterly baffled. He had personally arranged the gathering, and everything from the chef to the food had undergone multiple checks. How could a loophole still exist? What I'm curious about is, who ultimately benefits from being poisoned unconscious? Su Hao said calmly. Well said. The biggest beneficiaries are, of course, us. Bai Yuxiu led the people from Yihua Palace in, swaggering in. She glanced around and was very satisfied with the situation. 3 of the 5 hall masters have already fallen, Zhang Duwang is still struggling to hold on, and Yi Wanxia is basically her person. Master, this is the Nebula Divine skill you requested. Yi Wanxia directly handed over the handwritten cultivation method. Master Yi, why did you become a traitor? Zhang Duwang was furious. How can you do this to your brother? Brother Zhang, you've misunderstood. I am not a traitor at alley. Just put a little drug in the wine to temporarily incapacitate everyone. It won't endanger your lives. Yi Wanxia explained earnestly. Between the Kunping gang and the Yihua Palace, she ultimately chose the Yihua Palace. Sunset Glow, you've done exceptionally well. The test I'm giving you has now reached its final stage. Draw your sword and kill Su Hao. As long as you successfully deal with this man, you can not only return to the Yihua Palace, but also successfully replace Joshua and become the senior sister. Bai Yuxiu announced it directly. Congratulations, senior sister Wanxia. The disciples of Yihua Palace all cast envious glances their way. Yi Wanxia has finally made it, directly replacing Qiushui. It's truly not easy. She was completely bewildered. Kill Brother Su? This is completely different from what was promised before. 529, Chapter 529. What a pity. Yi Wanxia. You actually betrayed me? I trusted you so much, but I never expected you to be so different from Yi Long. If I had known this would happen, I would have let Zhou Shui beat you to death rather than make a move. Su Hao frowned. The most heartbreaking thing is being betrayed by those closest to you. Brother Su, please listen to me. I don't know why it turned out this way. My master made a promise to me that as long as I handed over the Nebula Divine skill, she would let me return to the Yihua Palace, but there were no other conditions. Yi Wanxia was somewhat at a loss. You actually believe that? If the only goal is to obtain the Nebula Divine skill, is it necessary to poison the wine? You can simply hand over the cultivation technique secretly. There's absolutely no need to harm the Kunping gang members. She's just using you as a pawn. Su Hao was disappointed in him. This stupid woman has been fooled so many times, yet she still doesn't learn her lesson. She is my master and the leader of a righteous sect. How could I have foreseen that things would turn out like this? Yi Wanxia said helplessly. It's not that I'm stupid, it's obvious that the other party has many tricks up their sleeve. Enough with the nonsense. Sunset Glow, you must seize this opportunity and kill Su Hao. Bai Yuxiu said in a deep voice. When she learned that Su Hao actually knew the Nebula Divine skill, she already had the idea of killing him. The Nebula Divine skill is a unique secret technique of the Yihua Palace. How could it fall into the hands of an outsider? Most importantly, this person wrote it down from memory. This means that he could give the Nebula Divine skill to any woman if he wanted to. Once everyone in the martial arts world possesses the Nebula Divine skill, what advantage will the Yihua Palace still have? In any case, this child must not be allowed to live. Getting rid of him through Yi Wanxia is definitely the best option. Senior sister, why aren't you making a move yet? Others urged. No. I would never hurt Brother Su. Yi Wanxia couldn't bring herself to do it, and pleaded, Master, Brother Su is a good man, please let him go. Kunpeng Gang has no grudge against us, why are you targeting him like this? Sunset Glow, you're so soft-hearted, you have no idea how dangerous the world can be. Do you really think Su Hao is a good person? The only reason he helped you was to make you the second Yi Long, so you could work for him. Why not trade a single secret manual for a loyal henchman? Remember this, in reality, only your master truly cares about you, everyone else is just trying to take advantage of you. Bai Yuxiu shouted loudly. She once again demonstrated her powerful PUA skills. Yi Wanxia subconsciously recalled Bai Yuxiu's many acts of kindness during her past cultivation, and she actually began to believe her gaze towards Su Hao held a hint of anger. She didn't want to be Su Hao's tool, and she strongly disagreed with her brother's blind loyalty. Master Yi, don't let her fool you. The gang leader is the best for you. Bai Yuxiu is the one who treats you like a tool. Zhang Duwang said angrily. A loud shout startled Yi Wanxia awake. Her gaze was resolute as she looked back at Bai Yuxiu, saying, Master, I will no longer believe your words today, no one will be able to harm Brother Sui will definitely protect his safety. Yi Wanxia, are you really going to go against me? Bai Yuxiu roared angrily. I had no choice. Yi Wanxia suddenly took out a long sword, assumed the starting stance of the nebula sword technique, and her face was full of determination. You bastard! You traitor, how dare you use the swordsmanship of the Yihua Palace against me? Bai Yuxiu sneered. This scene is utterly ironic. Master, please leave with the nebula divine skill. I believe Brother Su, he would never reveal this divine skill. Yi Wanxia pleaded. Even if he doesn't go public, what about you? Is it possible to obtain the second nebula divine skill? The rules of Yihua Palace, which have stood for thousands of years, must never be changed. Only the sect leader can cultivate the nebula divine skill, you are not qualified. Bai Yuxiu said coldly. A murderous aura gradually surfaced in her eyes. Senior sister, you need to think this through carefully, it concerns your future. Are you really willing to give up your status as the heir to the Yihua Palace for this man? Someone shouted a warning. Brother Su, I now realize that you were right. The Yihua Palace is truly a den of iniquity, from top to bottom, there are hardly any good people there. Yi Wanxia said sadly. It's not too late for you to realize this now. Su Hao nodded at her encouragingly. What a pity, I've gotten you into this mess. Tears streamed down Yi Wanxia's face, she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. It's all her fault. Yi Wanxia, I'm giving you one last chance. Either kill Su Hao, or I will cleanse this sect. Bai Yuxiu said coldly. Upon hearing this, countless people's expressions changed drastically. It's gotten this bad? Senior sister, think this through carefully. The world of martial arts is cruel, and people's hearts are treacherous. Of course, you should think of yourself. Why should you risk your life for others? By turning to the Kunpeng Gang, aren't you just courting death? The other disciples all tried to dissuade him. Master. I'll call you Master one last time. I will absolutely not lay a hand on Brother Su, no matter how much you try to persuade me, it won't work. Yi Wanxia gripped her longsword tightly, her legs trembling violently. At that moment, she felt Bai Yuxiu's unprecedented anger. She had no chance of winning against Bai Yuxiu. All the martial arts moves were derived from the opponent. It is far inferior to true qi and internal strength. If a real fight breaks out, there isn't just one outcome, death. Go to hell. Bai Yuxiu brandished her longsword, which flashed with starlight, and launched a fierce attack. This was the most basic move in the nebula sword technique, starlight point. A single move, contains 81 variations. The nebula sword technique is known for its complexity and unpredictability. Even this single move was completely beyond Yi Wanxia's comprehension. She instinctively swung her sword forward, attempting a defensive maneuver based on guesswork.
Suddenly, a powerful surge of true energy surged through her opponent's longsword, shattering the weapon in her hand into countless pieces, but Bai Yuxiu's attacks didn't stop there. Flashes of cold light, like starlight, threatened to take her life. It's over. Yi Wanxiao was stunned, completely at a loss for what to do. Stop. Zhang Dewang gritted his teeth, trying to stand up to help, but his limbs were too weak. After being poisoned, he was completely unable to use any internal energy. The fact that he hadn't fainted immediately already indicated his profound skill. Resisting the poison was utterly impossible. What a pity. The disciples of Yihua Palace side was Yi Wanxia destined to live until today. What a foolish woman, making so many wrong choices. Bai Yuxiu's eyes were cold. She felt that this person would surely die if she used this move. 530, Chapter 530 50% Strength. Just then, Su Hao suddenly moved. He leaped from the chair, forcefully blocking Yi Wanxia's path and shoving her aside. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed Bai Yuxiu's long sword, and with a sudden burst of strength, shattered it. Have you been poisoned? Bai Yuxiu was utterly astonished. The next moment, Su Hao made a forceful move, slapping her face twice. Bump! That wasn't enough. With one last kick, Bai Yuxiu was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Everyone fell silent. Su Hao made a powerful move and was able to suppress Bai Yuxiu, seemingly achieving a complete victory? You despicable man, taking advantage of my master's injury to launch a sneak attack. What kind of hero are you? Damn it, the Kuanping gang is a den of iniquity from the gang leader to the members. You are all scum of the martial arts world. I understand now. You are no match for master at all. You used Yi Wanxia as bait to launch a sneak attack. The disciples of Yihua Palace all voiced their criticism. Are you guys out of your minds? The gang leader was just saving people. Is he as bad as you all imagine? Zhang Dewang was so angry that he vomited blood and almost fainted. That's right, Brother Su, you didn't launch a sneak attack. He arrived late but arrived early, stopping Masterno. It was Lord Baigong's attack at the most critical moment. I think he's upright and honest. It's Bai Yuxiu who's the one who's shameful. Yi Wanxia said with great disdain. You surnamed Su, how dare you hit me? When Bai Yuxiu stood up, her face was burning with pain. She couldn't accept this outcome. As the palace master of Yihua Palace, she was actually beaten up by a junior. It would be so embarrassing if this got out. When she looked at Su Hao again, her eyes were filled with icy killing intent. She would never admit that she was inferior in skill. She would only comfort herself by saying that she hadn't shown her true strength just now. After all, he only used the most basic sword moves. If he had gone all out, he could have easily killed this person. So what if I hit you? Is this all the skill you're going to rely on to swindle and cheat people in the martial world? Su Hao said dismissively. How dare you look down on me? I am the palace master of Yihua Palace, who is almost a grandmaster. Everyone acknowledges this. How dare you look down on me like this? Bai Yuxiu was furious. Idiot! You are my defeated opponent, why should I respect you? Su Hao said dismissively. Very good. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Today is your death day. Bai Yuxiu's face darkened. She drew a long sword again, her demeanor shifting dramatically. She subtly abandoned any playful thoughts and became extremely serious. You're finished, my master is getting serious. Suddenly, Xiao Shuwei walked in, heavily injured, and said disdainfully. None of your business. Su Hao looked disdainful. Master, kill him. Xiao Shuwei grinned maliciously. She rushed back because she wanted to see Su Hao admit defeat, and now she finally saw it. Bai Yuxiu's full-force attack was far beyond his ability to withstand. Brother Su, Lord Bai, could you please stop fighting? Yi Wanxia became hesitant again. She didn't want to see Su Hao get into trouble, nor did she want to see Bai Yuxiu get hurt. Caught in the middle, she had mixed feelings. Shut up! Su Hao and Bai Yuxiu shouted at the same time. Su Hao gets a headache just looking at her now. This woman has no opinions of her own, is too much of a saint, and is disgusting. Bai Yuxiu regarded her as a traitor and did not want to listen to her. Prepare to die. The strongest move in the Nebula sword technique has finally been unleashed. Bai Yuxiu had cultivated for decades and practiced this move countless times. It was the brilliant Nebula. The dazzling moves were tinged with a cold-blooded killing intent. Su Hao faced the attack head-on, only to feel the sword beams around him transform into a nebula, carrying a chilling killing intent. Bang bang bang. Before he could even react, he had already been struck dozens of times. Fortunately, he had a strong defense and only suffered some impact without injury overall. It felt like a tickle. He sneered and said, "Bai Yuxiu, your strength has been greatly reduced. You can't even unleash half of your peak power." After saying that, Su Hao clenched his right fist and smashed the longsword with a single punch. The powerful true energy carried Bai Yuxiu directly as they crashed into the entire wall. Boom boom boom. The falling bricks left Bai Yuxiu with bruises and swelling on her face, and she also suffered multiple cuts and bruises. She was disheveled, like a defeated hen, and was caught in self-doubt. The strongest move couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? Who exactly is this kid? Is he merely the leader of the Kunping gang? Bai Yuxiu, whose death day is today? Su Hao smiled coldly and walked towards the man, exuding murderous intent. You dare to kill me? That means we're going to war against the Yihua Palace. Bai Yuxiu turned pale with fright. Is the Flower Palace very strong? So what if we go to war? Su Hao walked over and started hitting her. The fists fell swiftly like starlight, causing Bai Yuxiu's bones to crack all over her body, leaving her in a horrific state. Stop! Yuanxia suddenly rushed forward, blocking Su Hao's path, and knelt down, saying, "Brother Su, please have mercy, my master once saved my life, and I am willing to give my own life to ensure her safe departure." Yuanxia, you need to understand, I don't owe you anything. Enraged, Su Hao kicked her several meters away and glared at Bai Yuxiu with murderous intent once more. Brother Su, please spare master. Unexpectedly, Yuanxia returned again, still kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. In just a few strokes, his forehead was cut open, blood dripped down, and he looked both pitiful and hateful. Are you out of your mind? Su Hao was furious. Young Master Su, please spare my master. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shuwei immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Young Master Su, please spare my master. Other Yihua Palace's disciples all kneel down. This puts Su Hao in a somewhat difficult position. The most hateful members of the Yihua Palace are Bai Yuxiu and Zhou Shuwei. Most of the other disciples are innocent and had no choice in the matter. Now that these people are standing in his way, Su Hao can't possibly kill them all. Are you really willing to die in Bai Yuxiu's place? Su Hao said in a deep voice. Willing. Everyone answered in unison. You bastard Bai Yuxiu, what kind of bewitching drug did you use on them? Su Hao laughed in anger. The reason is simple. Most of the people here are people I took in without me. They would have been homeless and suffered a lot. Bai Yuxiu said coldly. Fine, I'll let it go for now, considering the good things you've done. Get out of Fengyun Manor now, and never let me see you again. Su Hao roared angrily. Guards, take the young lady away from this place of trouble. Granny Feng immediately ordered. Today, Yihua Palace has lost all face in the end. It was only through the disciples' pleas that the palace master's life was spared. It's truly a huge joke. 531, Chapter 531 Grandmaster. A stray dog? As Bai Yuxiu was carried out, those 4 words flashed through her mind, and her face turned pale. Losing to the younger generation is something she cannot accept. At this moment, all she hoped for was that someone would appear and teach him a lesson. But would there really be such a person? The people from Yihua Palace had barely stepped out when they saw a group of people rushing towards them menacingly. The leader was quite young, and filled with hatred. When he arrived at Fengyun Manor, he suddenly threw a punch, smashing the mountain gate to pieces. With a loud bang, the entire manor was shaken. Stop! Bai Yuxiu looked over with great interest. Something's happened. The others from Yihua Palace seemed very excited. Finally, someone was going to punish Su Hao? Su Hao! Get the hell out here! The young man roared and showed a crazed expression. Who goes there? Su Hao had just settled the hall masters and came out with a few gang members. His gaze swept across the area, and when he saw who it was, he revealed a disdainful smile. This person was Wu Junbao, a former top young talent from the Eastern Province. The two engaged in a direct ring duel, and Su Hao was the ultimate victor. After being injured, Wu Junbao disappeared for a period of time. Now he has returned to seek revenge. Su Hao, I never expected you to still be alive. Wu Junbao appeared quite disdainful. Thanks for your concern, I'm definitely living a better life than you. Su Hao said dismissively. Let's see how long you can keep being arrogant. I'm here today to issue you a challenge. Wu Junbao announced loudly. You? Su Hao sneered. Wu Junbao's strength has recovered considerably, but it is still far from his peak. Even if this person recovers to his peak level, he is still worthy of being his opponent. His challenge is a joke. He wants to issue the challenge himself? Bai Yuxiu muttered to herself, clearly not optimistic either. Master, if all these people attack together, is there a chance? Xiao Shui's heart-stirred. Wu Junbao brought out several experts, couldn't they all attack together? No chance. Su Hao's strength may already be very close to that of his master. Although this young Master Wu is quite capable, there is a huge gap between him and Su Hao. Simply relying on some makeshift helpers cannot bridge that gap. Bai Yuxiu shook her head and said seriously and earnestly. If he's not strong enough, why did he issue a challenge? Xiao Shui was stunned. Wasn't that foolish? Why fight when you can't win? Do you think you've lived too long and are looking for more excitement? Bai Yuxiu couldn't figure it out for a moment. Su Hao, don't be so arrogant. Keep a low profile. If you keep causing trouble, you'll eventually run into a brick wall. Wu Junbao lectured. Am I not low-key enough? Apart from provoking a piece of trash like you, all the other matches were forced upon me. Su Hao said dismissively. If you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Being low-key won't solve the problem. Only strength is the true path to success. Wu Junbao's face was very ugly. It turned out he had become the one being consulted. Enough with the nonsense. Do you dare accept the challenge from my master, Master Zhouyan? Wu Junbao said proudly. After saying that, he took out a challenge letter and flew over smoothly. Nine Yang Immortal? The moment this person appeared, even the members of the Kunping gang paled. This is one of the most powerful experts in the Eastern Province. Because his strength has reached the level of a grandmaster. He was once on par with Huang Shihu and the other four. If the elder Ouyangkou had already perished, he would have been worthy of being ranked among the 5 grandmasters. No one expected that Master Zhouyan was Wu Junbao's master. Even more unexpectedly, Master Zhouyan actually issued a challenge and declared war. I see. He was just a messenger, so that makes sense. For Master Zhouyan to make a move is truly an act of bullying the weak. Bai Yuxiu was overjoyed. It seemed there was about to be a good show. I hope this competition will be held soon. Ahaha, this kid's dead meat. Is there any chance of survival after offending a grandmaster? That's absolutely impossible. Xiao Shui was very happy. Although she couldn't take revenge herself, she was still very happy to see Su Hao die. Your master is actually willing to issue a challenge on your behalf? Su Hao expressed surprise. Generally speaking, it is very rare for a master to personally intervene when a disciple is defeated. To be honest, Master Zhouyan's actions were somewhat despicable and were despised by many. However, since this person was very strong, no one dared to say anything. Are you scared? Either accept the challenge or commit suicide now. The outcome is the same anyway, so the sooner you die, the sooner you'll be free. Wu Junbao laughed heartily, sounding somewhat like a fox borrowing the tiger's power. Is your master very strong? Su Hao was genuinely unaware of the Nine Yang master's strength and asked in surprise. Nonsense. My master was already a grandmaster 10 years ago. I could crush you with one hand. Wu Junbao said proudly. If that's the case, why challenge me?
are you just bored? Su Hao said calmly. Don't play dumb. You humiliated me severely last time, how could Master stand idly by? You're lucky to have been challenged today, it's enough to extend your life by a few days. Wu Junbao said dismissively. So you're convinced that I'm afraid to accept the challenge? Su Hao remained calm. It was even eerily calm. Wu Junbao noticed the changes in the expressions of the others when they heard the words Master Jiuyang. They showed expressions of worship. Only Su Hao seemed very relaxed, as if he didn't care at all. Could it be that he has already become a grandmaster? Wu Junbao had just entertained the idea when he immediately rejected it. That's impossible. He was just a young martial artist. How could someone possibly reach the grandmaster level? You're already doing well that you didn't wet your pants from fear. Wu Junbao said with a cold smile. Very well, I accept your challenge. Su Hao nodded. This is not my challenge. It's my master's challenge. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at Laojun Lake, do not be late. Wu Junbao announced coldly. Okay. I will be there on time. I hope Master Jiuyang will not be afraid of battle. Su Hao said calmly. He agreed immediately? And are you worried that Master Jiuyang might not dare to attend? This man's arrogance infuriated Wu Junbao, making him tremble. If he weren't outmatched, he would have charged over and given him a good beating. See you tomorrow. Wu Junbao had completed his mission for the day and left in a huff. As he passed by the Yihua Palace, he looked surprised. Which sect is this? Why are they all beautiful women? Bai Yuxiu glanced coldly at Su Hao, a bright smile spreading across her face. This man was already dead. His burial wouldn't begin until tomorrow. Having accepted the challenge from Master Jiuyang, how could he possibly have a chance to survive? That young man was incredibly arrogant, daring to accept a grandmaster's challenge. He deserved to die. 532, Chapter 532. Fleeing overnight. What? When Zhang Dewang woke up at night and heard his subordinates report, he was stunned. That was a grandmaster, someone dozens of times stronger than a Xiantian expert. Did he even have a chance of winning such a contest? He sighed. If he had been there, he would have done everything in his power to stop it. The challenge has been accepted, and there's no going back. Where is the gang leader? Zhang Dewang wondered, should we run away tonight? He's currently cultivating, do not disturb him. The subordinate said with a wry smile. Sigh. Zhang Dewang sighed, having absolutely no confidence in tomorrow's competition. The news of Su Hao's upcoming duel with Master Jiuyang spread like wildfire within just a few hours. It had reached the entire martial arts world of Dong Province. Everyone was astonished. Decades had passed since the last public duel between grandmasters. The name of Master Jiuyang is known to almost every martial artist. He is definitely a representative of grandmasters. The disciples trained by this person all enjoy considerable fame in the martial arts world. Even Wu Junbao, the latest recruit, was once regarded as a peerless genius. As for Master Jiuyang, his strength is extraordinary, and even Lei Wanyan, the current leader of the Eastern Province Alliance, might not be able to defeat him. It's truly baffling that Su Hao, a member of the younger generation, would dare to accept the challenge. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, some martial artists arrived at Laojun Lake and found it already packed with people. There were more people here this time than at the last martial arts tournament. Unlike the last competition, this time the competition will be held in Laojun Lake. A huge arena has been set up on the island in the middle of the lake. Both competitors must rely on their own abilities to cross a stretch of water before they can reach the arena. The island in the middle of the lake is 2 kilometers away from the nearest ground, and those who are weak cannot even see the arena clearly. After 8 o'clock, Lei Wanyan, the leader of the Southern Martial Alliance, arrived in a grand procession with some elders. They sat by the lake, in the best spot. I never expected that I would see Su Hao again in this kind of competition these past few days. Lei Wanyan sighed. Leader Lei, this man is arrogant and conceited, he deserves to die. Ouyang Tian said unhappily, still regarding Su Hao as his father's killer. The competition hasn't even started yet, so we might be premature to make a judgment. Lei Wannian said calmly. Does he still have a chance to win? Ouyang Tian said with disdain. The Nine Yang Master is not his old wife, he is in his prime, with no physical problems whatsoever. Dealing with someone like Su Hao would be a piece of cake for him. Lei Wannian merely frowned but didn't say anything. Suddenly, another group of people arrived. Surprisingly, it was Su Jinyu and his group from the Northern Martial Alliance who arrived with equally extraordinary bearing. Su Jinyu, you're really quite carefree. Don't you have anything to deal with in your martial arts world? Why have you come to Dong Province? Are you up to something? Lei Wannian said coldly. Alliance leader Lei, I'm just here to watch the show, please don't be hostile. I can't help but wonder, if the male martial arts world were to lose a young genius, would you see a look of disappointment on your face? That would certainly be quite a spectacle. Su Jinyu said gloatingly. Genius? He's a criminal suspect, how can we keep an eye on him? Ouyang Tian said indignantly. I don't know whether the Ouyang family thinks highly of him, but Alliance leader Lei definitely values talent and genuinely admires Su Hao. Su Jinyu directly fueled the fire. Lei Alliance leader, do you really think highly of Su Hao? Ouyang Tian was very unhappy. Don't be impulsive. Su Jinyu is a liar, don't be fooled by him. Lei Wannian shook his head, refusing to admit anything. Ouyang Tian snorted coldly, clearly more suspicious than before. Ha! Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on the newcomer. The next martial arts sect to arrive was none other than the Yihua Palace. After a night of rest and recuperation, Bai Yuxiu exuded an outstanding aura. Leading dozens of beautiful disciples, she became the center of attention wherever she went. Which sect's fairy is this? They are so pleasing to the eye, I would be willing to give up 10 years of my life if I could date any one of them. Could they be from the Yihua Palace? It must be true. The Flower Palace is definitely searching for some secret manual recently, there's no doubt about it. The admiration from the crowd made Xiao Shui very happy. This is the normal situation. She always gets a lot of attention whenever she appears. Which young disciple wouldn't cast admiring glances at him? Only someone like Su Hao looked down on her. Thinking back to when she tried to kiss Su Hao a couple of days ago and was slapped twice across the face, she still found it unbelievable. Humph, all you old perverts. What's so interesting about it? Haven't you ever seen a woman before? Want to date us? Dream on. The disciples of Yihua Palace all put on stern faces, appearing aloof and unapproachable. The White House? I never expected you to appear at Lao Jun Mountain. Lei Wannian suddenly stood up, made way for someone, and said, please take a seat, Master Bai. This is the best place to watch the game. Thank you. Bai Yuxiu sat down with an air of arrogance. Lei Wannian carefully stayed by his side, revealing a somewhat ingratiating smile, completely lacking the arrogance of an alliance leader. Master Bai, are you here to watch the competition as well? Su Jinyu asked in surprise. Yihua Palace is a sect in Yanjing. How can they find out about the competition here? That's right. We have some grudges against Su Hao, so we came here specifically to see if Master Zhou Yang has the strength to deal with this person. Bai Yuxiu said calmly. What? Su Hao actually offended Palace Master Bai. If Palace Master needs anything, we are willing to stand up for you. When even some of the Martial Arts Alliance elders were constantly trying to curry favor with him. Bai Yuxiu smiled contentedly. She had once been the most beautiful woman in the world, and even at this age, she still had many admirers. However, she glanced around and didn't see anyone from the Kunpeng gang, so she asked, where's Su Hao? Does he dare not accept the challenge? If I were him, I would have run 108,000 miles away by now. There is no chance of winning against Master Zhou Yang. Ouyang Jing said with great disdain. That's right, this person is overestimating himself. Xiao Shui said coldly. Don't be so sure of yourself. As far as I know, Su Hao isn't someone who's afraid of death. Since he's agreed, he'll definitely show up on time. Lei Wannian suddenly said. Yes, if he doesn't show up, wouldn't all of us here look like clowns? Su Zhenyu was always eager for a good show, since this was a problem for the southern martial arts world and had nothing to do with them. It looks like someone's coming. At 9 o'clock, a handsome figure appeared in front of everyone. The person who arrived was none other than Su Hao. 533, Chapter 5. Su Hao is here. Someone shouted something. Su Hao, accompanied by several members of the Kunpeng gang, walked out with an air of nonchalance. He actually dares to come and fight? Is this kid crazy? Does he really think that with the power of the Kunpeng gang, he can fight against a grandmaster? Today's competition is sure to be very exciting. I hope this person can withstand 3 moves from Master Zhou Yang. 3 moves? That might be too difficult. It's impossible for them to withstand it. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. When everyone looked at Su Hao, they all had a mocking attitude, as if they had already decided that he was doomed to lose. How could the younger generation compare to the strength of Master Zhou Yang? Even among his peers, few could defeat him. I didn't expect the scene to be so big. Su Hao glanced around and thought that the number of people present today was even more exaggerated than at the last martial arts tournament, probably tens of thousands. The lakeside was especially crowded, people were practically falling in. Young Master Su, if you withdraw now, there's still a chance of survival. Zhang Duwang said with concern. Stop trying to persuade me now that I'm here, I'm not going back. Su Hao shook his head calmly. Young Master Su, I have a question. What level of strength have you reached? Most people estimate that you are only at the peak of the innate realm, but you also give people the feeling that you are unfathomable. Zhang Duwang voiced his doubts. Master Zhang, is it really necessary to announce this to the public? Su Hao blinked. Zhang Duwang's heart skipped a beat. In the martial world, who would dare to speak of their true strength? Just like a person wouldn't reveal how much wealth they have. If they did, it would be more foolish than boastful. Seeing the confidence in Su Hao's eyes, Zhang Duwang felt a little more at ease. Perhaps this young gang leader really could create a miracle. Is Master Zhou Yang truly invincible? Brother Su. The first one to come up was actually Yi Wanxia. Her beautiful face was filled with embarrassment. What's up? Su Hao said coldly, having long been utterly disappointed in this woman. Why don't you just quit? There's nothing shameful about admitting defeat now. The other party only issued a challenge, and admitting defeat is in accordance with the rules of the martial arts world. Yi Wanxia kindly offered her advice. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's cowardly? Please move aside. A good dog doesn't block the way. Su Hao said coldly. Brother Su, I'm doing this for your own good. Even my master is no match for Master Zhou Yang's strength. If you participate in the competition so rashly, you could be in serious danger if you get hit by even one of your attacks. Don't you even value your life? Yi Wanxia was so anxious that tears were about to fall. My mind is made up. Su Hao shook his head and walked straight ahead. Just as the two were passing each other, Yi Wanxia suddenly said, Brother Su, since you won't listen to advice and insist on committing suicide, could I ask you for another favor? What? Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe how shameless this woman was. Did you steal the Nebula Divine skill back yesterday? Yi Wanxia suddenly asked coldly. When they returned, Bai Yuxiu discovered that the Nebula Divine Palace was missing. After searching, she couldn't find it at all. The people from the Yihua Palace immediately concluded that Su Hao must have used some underhanded means during their fight last night to take back the Nebula Divine skill. So, in the end, you were after that lousy secret manual all along. Su Hao gave a disdainful sneer. Has this woman finally revealed her true colors? All hypocrisy ultimately turns into selfishness. Certainly. This is a priceless treasure of our Yihua Palace, how can it be left to the public? Since you can't cultivate anyway, you might as well give yourself to me again. That way, when you die, people will still burn paper money for you. Yi Wanxia said calmly. Ridiculous. The Nebula Divine Skill was originally given to you by me, so how can it be considered a treasure of your Iwa Palace? Besides, even if I can't cultivate it, can't I just give it to someone else? Is it possible that, apart from your Iwa Palace, there are no other women in the entire world, in the martial arts world? Su Hao laughed in anger. Yi Wanxia has once again lowered the bar. My disappointment in her has no end. Hey Su, don't be unreasonable. First you killed my brother, then you stole the Nebula Divine Skill. You've done so many shameless things, and you still don't know how to repent? Can't I do something good before I die? If you keep doing this, you'll definitely go to the 18th level of hell. Yi Wanxia said angrily. The final curse was almost shouted out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Duwang and the others' expressions changed drastically. There are actually such ungrateful people? The gang leader treated her so well, yet instead of being grateful, she was filled with resentment? Shut up! Su Hao, unable to bear it any longer, slapped her across the face, sending her flying. You actually hit me? Yi Wanxia was stunned, covering her injured face with endless disappointment. Enough! You've already squandered all the credit your brother left behind. Don't bother me again. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother. Su Hao's anger had reached its peak. You stinky man! I hate you. When Yi Wanxia stood up, her eyes were filled with boundless anger. All she wanted to see now was for Master Zhou Yang to ruthlessly tear this person to pieces. Boss Su, aren't you good to her? Have you taken a liking to her? You regret it now, don't you? Someone like you could never possibly gain the favor of the disciples of the Flower Palace. The autumn waters flowed coldly. He had barely finished speaking when he met Su Hao's murderous gaze, which immediately sent chills down his spine. That look was truly terrifying, like that of a judge from hell. Meanwhile, when Yi Wanxia returned, Bai Yuxiu immediately questioned her, you didn't get your hands on the Nebula Divine Skill? He and I have become enemies. Yi Wanxia said helplessly. Sunset Glow, you're so naive. Can't you see that this man responds better to gentle persuasion than force? How can you possibly get what you want by constantly pressuring him? Now that you've completely broken ties, how are you going to get the Nebula Divine Skill back? Bai Yuxiu was very dissatisfied. Master, I think there's still a chance for this to turn around. Su Hao definitely won't be carrying the Nebula Divine Skill with him this time. In this way, the Nebula Divine Skill will only remain in Fengyun Manor. Yi Wanxia lowered her voice and revealed her plan. The other side was full of scoundrels. As long as Su Hao's death was confirmed, the entire Iwa Palace would be on the verge of collapse. How could the Kunping gang possibly withstand their offensive? Sunset Glow, you've changed, you've finally grown up. Bai Yuxiu smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. If you always act like a naive girl, how can you survive in the martial arts world? 534, Chapter 534. Overjoyed. Su Hao. Suddenly, an angry voice came from afar. Everyone looked over. Everyone recognized the person. Wu Junbao is here. Some people were overjoyed. This person was once a prodigy in the Eastern Province, recognized by countless people. Now he has reappeared with a confident smile on his face, and his previous injuries seem to have almost fully healed. Besides him, there were various important members of the Wu family around him. Not only was Wu Tianhao the head of the Wu family, there was also his sister, Wu Xiaocui. Where is your master? Su Hao glanced around but didn't see any Grandmaster-level experts, a faint disdain on his face. He'll be here soon. Hey Su, I have to say, you're really bold. In the entire Eastern Province, besides you, there is no one else who dares to challenge my master. Wu Junbao said dismissively. You're wrong. Su Hao shook his head. What's wrong? Do you want to withdraw from the competition? If we really do that, wouldn't we be trying to be cowards? If this happens, how will the disciples of the Kunping gang establish themselves in the martial arts world? Following a scoundrel like you is just another way out. Wu Juanbao's expression changed. Brother, it's only natural to be afraid of death. His choice to back down is understandable. But we certainly won't agree to that, he has to pay the price. Wu Xiaocui said coldly. Su Hao was the one who defeated her brother, no matter what, she couldn't let him get away unscathed. That's right. If he really wants to withdraw, he should at least hand over the Kunpeng gang. Wu Tianhao's eyes darted around, fixing their gaze on the gang founded by Su Hao. The Kunpeng gang has been developing rapidly recently, and its power is almost catching up with that of the Wu family. If they can take over the entire operation, the Wu family's power will double instantly, and they will soon become the most powerful family in the eastern province. Are you all idiots? When did I say I was withdrawing from the competition? Su Hao said dismissively. Then why did you say something wrong? Wu Junbao was very unhappy, as he had clearly said those words himself. What I mean is, the person who initiated this challenge is your master. I hope you won't distort the facts. Su Hao said proudly. What? Wu Juanbao's face turned ugly. The challenge was issued by them, but the meaning Su Hao conveyed seemed to be telling everyone that Master Zhou Yan was a subordinate who was provoking a stronger person. In reality, Master Zhou Yan only wanted to avenge his disciple. Isn't that right? If you're afraid of losing, you can withdraw your challenge now. I am a very magnanimous person and will not hold Master Zhou Yan responsible. Su Hao said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Wu family was stunned. This is truly turning the world upside down. You're really putting on airs with Master's strength. Why would he be afraid of you? Wu Junbao was so angry that he vomited blood. That's right. I think you're the one who's afraid of death. You actually used this to frame Master Zhou Yan. What a joke. Wu Xiaocui said dismissively. So, where exactly is Master Zhou Yan? The time has come, are you really too afraid to show yourself? Su Hao said loudly. As expected, everyone present searched around but found no trace of Master Zhou Yan. Although everyone felt that Master Zhou Yan would not back down from a fight. However, his failure to arrive on time aroused suspicion among some people. Could it be that young Master Wu is falsely claiming to be acting on imperial orders? He hasn't received authorization from the Nine Yang Immortal at all? Wu Junbao is no match for young Master Su at all. Bringing up his master is indeed a bit beneath him. So, if a kindergarten kid can't beat someone his own age, should we go home and call his parents? When the last person said that, everyone burst into laughter. All the mocking and questioning glances were directed at Wu Junbao. The man's face looked extremely unpleasant. He understood that Master Zhou Yan was just putting on airs. What grandmaster would arrive on time for a competition with a junior? Wouldn't that be beneath him? However, this behavior gave Su Hao a handle to use against him, and he severely humiliated him. Su Hao, are you tired of living? Wu Junbao was trembling with anger, his face contorted with rage. What, you want to bite someone? Su Hao said dismissively. Wu Junbao's face trembled with anger. He wanted to make a move, but found that he was no match for them at all. Having suffered a crushing defeat before, and without any improvement, launching another challenge will only result in him losing face. Alliance leader Lei, this young Master Wu was once a genius disciple of your southern martial arts world, wasn't he? Su Jinyu watched the show with glee and said. If I remember correctly, the other young Master Su defeated all the genius disciples of the northern martial arts world. Lei Wanyan said dismissively. Su Jinyu's face was grim as expected. Since losing the last competition, he had been relentlessly attacked, which infuriated him. His gaze towards Su Hao also carried a hint of murderous intent. If looks could kill, Su Hao would have died countless times in this situation. Su Hao, stop being so arrogant. Suddenly, an angry voice came from afar. The mere leader of the Kunpeng gang dares to bully our junior brother. Does he think he has no backing? Another voice, carrying a hint of aloofness. As soon as the words were spoken, two figures approached from afar and came directly in front of everyone. This is a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong, and the woman was beautiful and charming. Senior brother, senior sister, what brings you here? Wu Junbao was overjoyed and went straight up to greet him respectfully. Junbao, who are these two? Wu Tianhao asked in surprise. Patriarch, I forgot to introduce you. This is my senior brother Oyanghua, and next to him is my senior sister Morong Bing. Wu Junbao proudly introduced. Could it be Wu Tianhao was shocked? There seemed to be two people on the heavenly ranking, a place for people. They are the Ice and Fire couple, who are among the top 10 on the heavenly ranking. The two were the prized disciples of Master Joyoung, childhood sweethearts who joined his sect on the same day after falling in love. They got married and became an enviable couple in the martial arts world. The two made many contributions in fighting against evil and heresy, and were known as the Ice and Fire couple. Su Hao. You provoked your junior brother, you're no hero. Since Master has not yet arrived, let us spar with you for a few moves first. I just hope you're strong enough to not be unable to defeat the two of us. Oyanghua said dismissively. The martial arts practitioners around were immediately excited. Are these two going to make a move at the same time? Their combined strength must be formidable. Husband and wife teams are relatively rare in the business world. The disciples of Master Joyoung are truly full of talented people. That's for sure. After all, they were once the 5 grandmasters. Could Su Hao not even pass the disciple test? Facing two such formidable opponents at the same time, I have a feeling it's a bit risky. 535, Chapter 535, Half-Step Grandmaster. You also want to challenge me? Su Hao said coldly. Nonsense, you humiliated my junior brother, this grudge cannot go unavenged. Morong Bing shouted. Even so, you still have to wait in line. My opponent today is your master, not the two of you. Su Hao said coldly. Still dare to be arrogant? Oyangua's voice turned cold and deep, and in a fit of rage, he made his move instantly. His fist technique was incredibly astonishing, like a volcanic eruption with his true energy burning fiercely. He instantly struck towards Su Hao. The sudden attack caused many to scream. Wasn't this a sneak attack? They never expected that a disciple of the Nine Yang Master would be so lacking in martial ethics. Su Hao stood still, without moving an inch. Zhang Duwang, who was standing nearby, immediately took action. It's the same as throwing a punch. He didn't unleash any flames, only a pure white fist beam, which instantly clashed with the opponent's. Boom! Zhang Duwang stood still, completely motionless. Oyanghua staggered back a few steps, his blood and qi churning, feeling extremely uncomfortable. You are not qualified to oppose young Master Su. Because it's just too weak. Zhang Duwang said dismissively. Who are you? How dare you look down on the experts on the heavenly ranking? Oyanghua said angrily. A top-ranked expert? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Young Master Su once said that only those who seek fame and fortune would value this status. A true master would never care about rankings on the heavenly rankings. Zhang Duwang said coldly. Surprisingly, other martial arts practitioners found this statement reasonable. Zhang Duwang was virtually unknown in the Eastern Province. Although he is the vice leader of the Kunping gang and the head of the punishment hall, he is a low-key person who only takes action when necessary. He never shows off his abilities and can still gain the upper hand when facing experts on the heavenly ranking. Does this mean that the ranking of the heavenly ranking is a complete joke? He seems to have gotten stronger. Bai Yuxiu's expression changed. Zhang Duwang wasn't this powerful yesterday. Su Hao nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Duwang's strength was recovering, and he should now be at the half-step grandmaster level. Given time, he would definitely become a grandmaster. Brother Hua, you alone are no match for him. Morong Bing suddenly spoke. Yes, this man is something else. Oyanghua was angry, but he had to admit that his opponent was very strong. If we join forces, we can definitely beat him so badly he won't know which way is up. Morong Bing said confidently. The two were of one mind, and they were not afraid even if they faced a demon. We definitely have a good chance of defeating this person. Leader Lei, who is this person? Su Jianyu's expression changed. How did Zhang Dawang suddenly appear?
Before he made his move, no one realized that he was a master.
That move just now was enough to demonstrate his strength.
With such strength, it's truly baffling that she stays by Su Hao's side.
To be honest, I don't know either. Lei Wanyan shook his head. Zhang Dawang was too low-key.
Even if he were the leader of the martial arts alliance, he couldn't understand every martial artist.
Hey, I advise you not to be an accomplice to evil. As long as my senior brother and sister team up, you definitely have no chance. Leaving the Kunpeng gang now is your only chance to survive. Wu Junbao said aloofly. So noisy.
Zhang Dawang raised an eyebrow, clenched his right fist, and lunged directly at the man just as the punch was about to land. Wu Junbao suddenly realized that he seemed to have no way to resist at all.
This expert is far more powerful than him. Let's do it.
Ouyang Huo and Morong Bing immediately joined forces, one throwing a punch and the other a palm strike. Two different kinds of true energy miraculously merged together.
Suddenly, its power doubled.
Zhang Dawang smiled coldly. This was exactly the result he wanted. His attack on Wu Junbao was just a feint. His real target was these two. He swept his fist across, colliding with their attacks and creating a tremendous explosion. Powerful shockwaves scattered in all directions. The martial arts practitioners around him were caught off guard and fell into the water.
Thump thump.
As the man struggled to surface, he discovered that Zhang Dawang had vanished from his spot and suddenly appeared in front of Morong Bing, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen.
If it hits, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Ouyang Huo's expression changed drastically, and he had no choice but to abandon his attack and provide support. Just as his move was about to strike Zhang Dawang, he realized that the man had vanished. When he reappeared, he was right behind Zhang Dawang and threw a punch.
Bang!
Ouyang Huo had no time to parry. He barely managed to maintain a protective aura, but he couldn't withstand the full force of a half-step grandmaster's attack. He fell into Lao Jun Lake like a kite with a broken string.
Senior brother.
Morong Bing was so frightened that her face turned pale. When she came to her senses, Zhang Dawang's fist sent her into the water as well.
Thump!
When the two men surfaced from the water at the same time, they looked unwell and were clearly injured.
Is this the power of the ice and fire couple? Someone sighed.
When Ouyang Huo and Morong Bing scrambled out of the lake, they were soaked to the bone.
Ouyang Huo was seriously injured and vomited blood. I told you, you are not qualified to fight against young Master Su.
Zhang Dawang said dismissively. His strength is astonishing. More importantly, this person was experienced in combat. He used Wu Junbao as bait to gain the initiative, defeated them one by one, and finally won.
He is definitely a half-step grandmaster. Su Jianyu confirmed it, and his expression wasn't good. This was equivalent to strengthening the martial arts world in the South.
That's right, it seems that the martial arts world in the South is full of talented people.
Lei Wanyan smiled happily. Who dares to harm my disciple?
Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the horizon.
Who's speaking?
Zhang Dawang stood still, on guard.
Looking around, there was no one to speak to. Master Zhang, be careful. Su Hao couldn't help but speak up. Remind.
At that moment, a dazzling sword light streaked across the sky and instantly rushed towards Zhang Dawang. As he wondered how the sword light had appeared, he realized that he couldn't dodge it at all. He could only take a breath and punch out with both fists, creating two gusts of wind in an attempt to block it.
Laugh.
The sword light was incredibly sharp and powerful, instantly shattering his defenses. He coughed up blood, flew backward, and fell into Lao Jun Lake with a splash. When Zhang Dawang finally got up, everyone was shocked to find that he was pale and clearly seriously injured. He had barely made it ashore, but his limbs were trembling. It seemed filled with fear.
You're finished. My master has arrived.
Ouyang Huo said coldly.
That move just now, you've already experienced the master's strength, haven't you?
Morong Bing said coldly.
Could it be that the person who made the move just now was actually the Nine Yang master? Before the person even arrives, the sword moves have already appeared, killing people from 1,000 miles away? Stop playing tricks and just show yourself. Su Hao stared at Lao Jun Lake and said calmly. 536, Chapter 536 Peerless Master. Look, there are people on the lake. One person exclaimed in surprise. A white light suddenly appeared, flying rapidly from a distance. Those who approached were all stunned. An elderly man with white hair, riding a long sword, flew through the air. Every now and then, he would strike the lake with his palm, creating a powerful recoil, as if he could fly on a sword. Wherever it went, countless fish and shrimp died. Master Zhuoyang has arrived. Su Zhenyu laughed loudly. This is the true strength of a grandmaster. This entrance is indeed a bit shocking. Lei Wanyan shook his head helplessly. Grandmasters could not fly on swords, but Master Zhuoyan was very clever and used the lake water to create a breathtaking effect. His display of this skill was enough to make everyone present extremely envious. Who else but him could have come up with this kind of entrance? Su Hao, you and your lackeys are about to be finished. Wu Junbao laughed loudly. Is that so? Su Hao said dismissively. How could you possibly defeat my master? Wu Junbao said disdainfully. How do you know you can't win before we've even fought? The one who issued the challenge wasn't me, but your master. Su Hao said calmly. Let you be arrogant for now, but you'll be crying later. Wu Junbao said coldly. Master Zhang, don't you think this old man has a strong desire to perform? Su Hao suddenly said. Yes, a little. Zhang Duwang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly added, but his strength is indeed formidable. Without the strength of a grandmaster, one's true energy wouldn't be sufficient to support such a long leap. Zhang Duwang's assessment was accurate. Master Zhuoyang was indeed leaping, not flying on a sword. Watch how I punish him. Su Hao gave a cold laugh. He took out 12 silver needles and flung them towards Lao Jun Lake. The first 2 needles hit the water instantly with a loud bang, startling Master Zhuoyang so much that he swayed and almost fell in. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Master Zhuoyang smiled calmly, then struck out with 2 palms in quick succession to regain his footing. The next moment, he suddenly noticed the remaining 10 silver needles launching an attack directly at his upper, middle, and lower body. Seeing these tiny objects, he felt uneasy, fearing they might be poisoned, and had no choice but to knock them all away with a palm strike. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters from the shore, but because he couldn't catch his breath, he fell into the lake with his sword with a splash. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Is this all the grand entrance of Master Zhuoyang has to offer? Did this attempt to show off fail? Everyone was holding back their laughter, not daring to show it too obviously. Su Zhenyu turned his head and looked at Lei Wanyan with a smile on his face. What a pity, just a little bit short. Lei Wanyan lowered his head, not daring to laugh too obviously. Puff. Xiao Shui was the first to laugh. She had been holding it in until the 2 alliance leaders looked at each other, at which point she finally broke down. Ha 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 ha. With her taking the lead, the others couldn't hold back any longer. Laughter rose and fell, creating a continuous sound. Shut up. Wu Junbao glared angrily. Who's making that noise? Master Zhuoyang flew out of the water again and landed on the arena in the center of the lake. His expression was serious, and when he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. All the laughter vanished instantly. Faced with such a powerful master, no one dared to provoke him anymore. It was as if a single glance could truly kill someone. Old man, are you still going to pretend or not? Su Hao stood on the shore and said coldly. You're Su Hao? Master Zhuoyang looked him over and was somewhat surprised. He felt that the young man's aura was not very strong, so why did he have such a high chance of winning when facing Wu Junbao? That's right. Su Hao said calmly. You brat, you and your men have humiliated 3 of my disciples one after another. This score will be settled today. However, I am, after all, your senior in the martial arts world. To simply eliminate you would be bullying the weak, and I'm afraid others would not be satisfied. Now I'm giving you a chance, blind yourself and dissipate all your power, only then can you save your life. Otherwise, I'll throw your body to the bottom of the lake and feed it to the turtles. Although Master Zhuoyang was angry, he tried his best to restrain himself and maintain the demeanor of a senior master. Wow, you really got a great deal. Aren't you going to obey your master's orders? Opportunity knocks, but once I advise you to give up and stop this futile struggle. Wu Junbao said coldly. Kid, your master is magnanimous and won't hold it against you, so you should be secretly happy. Ouyang Hua said coldly. I'm only going to make you blind, I'll spare your life, what are you hesitating for? Morong Bing said dismissively. Hesitate? Absolutely not. Because I myself have no chance of losing to him. Su Hao spoke confidently. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Did everyone hear that wrong? Is he saying that he will never lose to Master Zhou Yang? How dare he speak so arrogantly in front of a grandmaster? Maybe he's given up on himself since he can't escape death anyway, he might as well say a few tough words and put on a show. That's right, 18 years from now, you'll be a hero again if you don't act like a coward in this life, maybe you can be reborn into a good family in the next. Some people expressed their understanding. Very good. I was worried you would refuse, but now it's all right. Since you insist on fighting, then die. Master Zhou Yang gave a cold laugh. He made a sword finger gesture with his right hand, and a shocking scene unfolded. The long sword that had fallen into the lake flew out on its own, transforming into a rainbow of light and slashing fiercely at Su Hao. His profound inner strength is evident. This move was exactly the same as the one used against Zheng Dewang. An aura of cataclysmic destruction swept over. Martial arts practitioners around they all ran away in panic, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. One move is enough. I hereby declare Su Hao dead. Wu Junbao laughed heartily, this is the move of a grandmaster. No matter what kind of innate master or half-step grandmaster they are no match for them. He had no regrets about dying at his master's hands. Ouyang Hua shook his head and said coldly. Wasn't someone very arrogant just now? After this move, let's see what you have to say. Morong Bing said disdainfully. At this moment, both Su Jinyu and Lei Wanyan were shocked. Master Zhou Yang is even stronger than before, he had once fallen out of the ranks of the 5 grandmasters after going into seclusion until now, he has reappeared with an even greater strength. Now he is ready to challenge other masters again and prove himself. Why? Lei Wanyan sighed. After all, Su Hao was a young man favored by his master. He never expected that Su Hao would face off against the Nine Yang master now. The southern martial arts world is about to lose a peerless genius. It was a pity to think about it. 537, Chapter 537 We won. The strength of Master Zhu Yanji's nothing special. As the sword light arrived, Su Hao stomped his feet on the ground, his aura suddenly increasing, causing the entire ground to crack. He soared into the air, his body radiating golden light that outshone even the blazing sun. He immediately took a step out of the air, as if he had the ability to shrink the distance to an inch, and instantly traversed hundreds of meters to reach the airspace above the arena. He turned his body upside down and threw a punch in anger. The world changed color instantly, and everyone's eyes fell on the fist. Master Zhou Yang frowned, realizing that something was amiss. He laboriously wielded his long sword, switching from offense to defense. However, it was still too late. Boom! The earth-shattering fist slammed down, shattering all his defenses. The most shocking scene unfolded. Su Hao's overwhelming power caused the entire arena to collapse. The vast island in the middle of the lake instantly split open, and Master Zhou Yang vanished from everyone's sight, falling back into the water. He shattered the island in the middle of the lake with a single punch? Everyone was completely stunned when they saw what was happening. Wasn't it said that Master Zhou Yang was very strong? Why did he have no advantage when facing Su Hao, and instead fell into the water twice? This grandmaster appears to be much weaker than anyone imagined. Impossible, right? Su Hao can withstand master's moves. Could he also be a grandmaster? Wu Junbao's expression changed drastically as he recalled how decisively he had lost that day. Now I finally understand that there is such a big gap between the two of them. Unexpectedly, the opponent, who was about the same age as me, turned out to be a martial arts master. This can't be real. Yi Wanxia instantly regretted it.
She missed her chance to curry favor with someone powerful. He thought returning to Iwa Palace was the right choice, but it turned out that Su Hao's strength had already surpassed his master's. If she had stayed with the Kuanpan gang, she would now be the head of the Crimson Dragon Hall. Isn't it a million times worse than going back to Iwa Palace and offending Su Hao? If God gave her another chance to choose, she would definitely choose to believe Su Hao without hesitation and completely sever ties with Iwa Palace. At the same time, Bai Yuxiu's face looked extremely ugly. Their Iwa Palace had offended Su Hao multiple times. If it weren't for Yi Wanxia acting as a buffer, they would probably have been wiped out by now. Such a young master is truly terrifying. I see. No wonder young Master Su is never afraid. Zhang Duwang understood that with such strength, Su Hao could accept the challenge from Master Zhou Yan without any problem. It's over. The revenge for my father can never be taken. Ouyang Tian was utterly desperate. Now that Su Hao has displayed such strength, what can the Ouyang family do to him? I'm afraid that even if everyone combined, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Su Zhenyu's expression wasn't much better. Su Hao was from the southern martial arts world, and the stronger he was, the greater the threat he posed. If Su Hao was already a thorn in their side before, he was now their mortal enemy. If such a young master is given more time to grow, who can keep him in check? Very good. Lei Wanyan was very happy. He didn't break ties with Su Hao. Listening to Ouyang Tian's slander and becoming his complete enemy would be the worst possible choice. Now that Su Hao has indeed reached the level of a grandmaster, it is absolutely fantastic news for the martial arts world in the south. Boom! Master Zhou Yang resurfaced from the water, completely soaked. The arrogance they had when they arrived is gone, replaced by endless despair. As he stared at Su Hao, he tried to save face, saying, "Young man, I was just unprepared. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have suffered a loss at your hands?" Upon hearing this, the martial arts practitioners could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Even after all this, you still dare to spout nonsense. To be honest, the Nine Yang master was only watchable in the first half of his appearance, the rest was completely disappointing. How dare he? What right does he have to oppose young Master Su? No one believed his nonsense anymore. The prestige of the veteran grandmasters has completely vanished, and they can no longer gain any respect. What do you mean? Do you really think that Master is no match for this brat? To tell you the truth, as long as Master uses his full strength, Su Hao will undoubtedly lose. Wu Junbao was also trying to save face for Master Zhou Yang. That's right, Master Zhou Yang has not lost yet. Xiao Shuwei also couldn't accept this outcome. She wanted to see Su Hao utterly disgraced. Now, the only hope rests on Master Zhou Yang. That's right. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Given your strength, my next attack will definitely be more serious and earnest. Prepare yourself to die. I am very proud of myself, said Master Zhou Yang. Oh? Su Hao answered with just one word, which was full of contempt. Prepare to die. Master Zhou Yan roared and launched a fierce attack. His attack did indeed intensify. He abandoned his underestimation of his opponent and became more serious than ever before. Su Hao fought him fiercely with his bare hands. The two masters fought fiercely, creating a chaotic and terrifying battle. Everyone cheered with excitement, feeling that the day had been an eye-opening experience and that the trip had been worthwhile. The expressions on Wu Junbao and the others gradually turned serious. They were shocked to discover that even with Master Zhou Yan going all out, he didn't seem to have gained any advantage. Su Hao's strength exceeded everyone's expectations through this battle. He proved that he possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Boom! The two collided again. Su Hao staggered and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, instantly returning to the shore, his face pale. Damn it, the deadly pill has worked. Lei Wanyan's expression changed. Was this young genius going to die? Master, did we win? Wu Junbao's eyes flickered as he looked at the Nine Yang immortal in the center of the lake. You won? Nine Yang Master stood precariously on the shattered island, a hint of doubt flashing across his face, when suddenly a powerful force surged within him. The force exploded, and before he could react, he was torn to pieces and fell into the water for the third time. This time, however, it signifies utter annihilation.
The Nine-Yang Immortal has cracked? How could such a powerful Grandmaster end up like this?
Even though everyone thought he was showing off, seeing this scene still made everyone feel quite sad. Alas, the martial arts world has lost another Grandmaster.
Lei Wanyuan sighed.
He shouldn't have made that move, he shouldn't have challenged Su Hao.
Su Jinyu sighed. Master.
Wu Junbao stood there, stunned he couldn't accept this outcome. If it weren't for avenging him, his master would have been fine.
Instead, he became the culprit who killed Master Zhou Yang? Young Master Su, you've won.
As one young man cheered, the others immediately erupted in cheers.
Although Master Zhou Yang has perished, a new powerhouse has risen.
The future belongs to young people, and Su Hao has brought hope to everyone.
We won.
Zhang Dewang finally grinned from ear to ear. So what if he was injured, Master Zhou Yang was dead, and young Master Su had already avenged him with his actions.
538, Chapter 538 is terrible. The death of Master Zhou Yang shocked everyone.
Su Hao, you killed my master, I will definitely avenge this.
Wu Junbao said coldly at the end. Do you have that ability?
Su Hao said coldly.
Wu Junbao's face immediately turned ugly. He only wanted to say something polite. The other party was already a grandmaster. What was the point of him seeking revenge? Old Zhang, let's go back. Su Hao said calmly.
Good. Zhang Dewang stood up, dragging his injured body, and chose to leave. Everyone watched the two walk further and further away, and they were all surprised.
I never expected this person to be so strong.
Su Jinyuan felt somewhat helpless. The addition of a grandmaster to the martial arts world in the south was truly troublesome. He was just glad that he hadn't offended this person yet, otherwise, if he were to face retaliation, things would be much more difficult.
Alliance leader Lei, I have a question. If Su Hao fails to find the murderer who killed my father within the stipulated time, can we still take his life? With a final hope, Ouyang Tian looked at Lei Wanyuan. Currently, the Ouyang family is no longer able to contend with Su Hao.
Their only hope lay in the life-taking pill. Only this poison can still exert a good effect.
Don't worry, we will definitely give everyone an explanation for Master's death. Lei Wanyuan gave an ambiguous answer.
He trusted Su Hao completely and believed that the man was not the murderer. But Su Hao himself promised to find the murderer, and if he fails to do so, it is indeed his own problem.
Are we really going to just stand by and watch Su Hao die from poison? Lei Wanyuan was also helpless.
Back at the Kunping gang, Su Hao chose to go into seclusion for 2 hours with the help of other antidotes. He temporarily suppressed the poison and recovered his strength.
This pill is really a headache.
He smiled helplessly. As the time drew nearer, he was starting to lose control. I used up too much internal energy today and almost lost control.
Just then, my phone rang. Su Hao picked up the receiver and left quickly. Half an hour later, he arrived at Tianxiangju. I sat in the lobby on the first floor and looked towards the entrance.
Before long, Bai Jiruo walked in with an elegant demeanor, and upon seeing him, she revealed a bright smile.
Honey, have you been waiting long?
Bai Jiruo took her arm and deliberately rubbed against her.
It's alright, I've only been here a little while. Su Hao looked down and saw that she was wearing a deep V-neck dress today, which was really a headache, as if she deliberately dressed it to make him look bad. He was a normal man. He glanced at it once and then a second time. Honey, why don't you marry me and I'll show you around every day?
Bai Jiruo said with a smile.
Alright, let's go upstairs for dinner.
They sat down at a window seat on the second floor, ordered some food, and then Su Hao asked curiously, Jiruo, what brings you here today?
Before we get down to business, I have a gift for you.
She suddenly took out an exquisite gift box, and inside were 2 beautiful pinky rings that looked like a pair. She picked up the men's ring and said, hold out your hand.
Su Hao nodded and placed his left hand in the air.
Bai Jiruo quickly put a ring on his pinky finger, while she herself wore a women's pinky ring. Finally, their hands were intertwined, and she said with satisfaction, husband, you're mine. Don't you dare cheat on me, or I won't let you off the hook.
Jiruo, I'm not exactly popular with women besides you, who else would pay attention to me? As they were talking, they saw several men and women walk in, and one of the girls was giving him a sweet smile. Look, they've already started trying to seduce you while I'm still here. Jiruo said, not very happily. Jiruo, you didn't come to see me today just to give me this ring, did you? Su Hao immediately changed the subject. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm going to Yanjing soon. I've already set up a company there, and I need to go there to take charge. Bai Jiruo said reluctantly. She didn't want to leave Dong province, because that would mean being separated from Su Hao for the time being. But there isn't a good way to make a comeback. Is there anything I can help you with? Su Hao asked directly. No need, I'll figure out how to handle things in the business world myself if all goes well. I should be back within 5 days, Bai Jiruo said calmly, then became serious. Husband, I need you to take good care of father. The situation in the Bai family is a bit complicated right now after Bai Jinya took power. He's been reorganizing the family and has overturned many of father's decisions. I'm a little worried about his safety. Keep an eye on things for me, make sure nothing goes wrong. In response to her request, Su Hao nodded and said, I will have someone keep an eye out as long as Uncle Bai needs help. We will definitely help. Bai Jiruo smiled with relief. His promise was more important than anything else. She seemed to be in a hurry after finishing her food. She immediately stood up and said, I have to go, goodbye. Do you need me to give you a ride? Su Hao asked with a smile. No need, after all, I am a CEO, and I have a personal driver. Bai Jiruo shook her head and left in her high heels. She was still somewhat proud. She was just temporarily down on her luck and didn't need the pity of her friends. No sooner had she walked away than a pretty young woman walked up behind her, smiling and looking him up and down, saying, Brother Su, it's been a long time, I never expected to meet you here. She was the girl who had just smiled in this direction. She was Shangguan Shui, whom we hadn't seen in a long time. Yes, it's been a long time. Su Hao sighed, realizing that Shangguan Shui possessed a special constitution, and it was he who helped her defy fate later. This beautiful young woman developed feelings for him, but he didn't reveal it. He thought they wouldn't see each other again after they parted ways. Who would have thought that fate could be so wondrous, actually happening here? We met again. Shangguan Shui was so captivated by him that she couldn't tear herself away, hoping to chat with him a little longer. Xiao Xue, come over here quickly. A beautiful woman called out from the doorway of the private room, then turned and went inside. Are you having a party? Su Hao asked casually. Yes, I went out to have dinner with some friends. Brother Su, I have some questions I need to ask you. Could you come with me? Shangguan Shui came up with a lame excuse. Her illness has actually improved a lot, she just doesn't want to separate so soon. Really? Su Hao said with some surprise. Yes, Brother Su, if you don't believe me, look at my hands, aren't they still ice cold? As Shangguan Shui spoke, she placed her small hand in front of him. Su Hao instinctively grasped it and found it soft and warm, just like a normal person. What was abnormal, at this moment, Shangguan Shui herself felt embarrassed. Such an excuse was really terrible. Okay, I'll go with you and take a look. Su Hao couldn't bear to expose her lie, so he went with her. 539, Chapter 539, Denying It. Shangguan Shui seemed very happy, finally seeing her beloved brother Su. She was actually kept under close watch by her family, but they were worried about her safety and didn't allow her to go out much. She was incredibly lucky to finally be able to meet up with friends today and even run into Su Hao. Brother Su, let's go inside. Shangguan Shui led him into the private room. As the two entered, several unfriendly gazes were cast their way, especially when everyone witnessed Shangguan Shui chatting and laughing with him. Several men revealed envious looks. Xiao Xue, who is he? Won't you introduce him to us? The woman who had just called her said with dissatisfaction. This gathering was a group of friends, not hosted by Shangguan Shui. It was actually a bit impolite for her to bring people in without permission. Oh, I almost forgot. This is Brother Su Hao, the miracle doctor I mentioned before who helped me cure my intractable illness. This beautiful woman is Lu Qingqing, a friend of mine. Shangguan Shui explained. So you're that miracle doctor?
Lu Qingqing had heard Shangguan Shui mention it a few times, and she looked at her with disdain. Su Hao was still dressed plainly, intending to keep a low profile, but in front of these young masters and ladies, he seemed too ordinary. She glanced at him a few times and thought Su Hao was nothing special. Aside from being a bit good-looking, she doesn't have the air of an aristocrat. She subconsciously believed that Su Hao only wanted to get close to Shangguan Shui in order to gain a chance for a promotion. Xiao Xue, is he really a miracle doctor? The speaker was the main character of the gathering, a man in a suit, who was scrutinizing Su Hao with cold eyes. He just saw that Shangguan Shui was leading Su Hao in. The sweet sight of the two made him feel unattainable, and he subconsciously felt hostility towards Su Hao. Yes, Brother Chu Hua, Brother Su's medical skills are unparalleled, surpassing any famous doctor, Shangguan Shui said proudly. Su Hao frowned. Although she meant no harm, she didn't understand human nature, saying that would definitely provoke resentment from others. As expected, Chu Hua frowned, looking very unhappy. Lu Qingqing asked disdainfully, Su Hao, you're so young, what school of medicine do you study? I don't belong to any faction, I just know a little bit about traditional Chinese medicine. Su Hao said, frowning. Traditional Chinese medicine, that's just fraud, making money by selling medicine? Lu Qingqing said with great disdain. She doesn't reject traditional Chinese medicine, but she feels that it requires a lot of experience, and Su Hao is too young to be considered a medical expert. Indeed, I make my money by selling medicine. Su Hao thought about it and felt there seemed to be no problem. The Xin Tian Hua Yuan, a traditional Chinese medicine, had made him a lot of money. However, he wasn't selling the medicinal material himself. He had authorized by Zhirua to do so, and now they were preparing to enter the Yanjing market. Turns out he's just a drug dealer. He puts on a nice front, even calling himself a miracle doctor. Chu Hua had a lackey who, seeing his boss's displeasure, spoke bluntly and without any politeness. Su Hao glanced at the man indifferently and noticed that he had a long face and his brows looked somewhat unhealthy. He then said coldly, I have never claimed to be a miracle doctor, but my medical skills are not that bad. Yeah? Let me test you. Who among those present has a hidden illness? If you're right, I'll give you $1,000. Do you dare to bet? The horse-faced man said arrogantly. 1,000 yuan? Su Hao frowned. Was this some kind of beggar's getaway? That's right. This is a lot for a swindler like you. The horse-faced man said unhappily. Hey, what gives you the right to question Brother Su? Shangguan Shui was very unhappy and said angrily. Miss Shangguan, I'm not questioning him, I'm just curious how about this. If he can take my pulse and tell me how to treat my insomnia, I'll give him 1,000 yuan. The horse-faced man said arrogantly. It's not a serious illness, there's no need to take my pulse. Su Hao said calmly. So, you just can't tell? The horse-faced man said smugly. Your insomnia must be very simple. Just 2 words. That's kidney deficiency. Su Hao only glanced at him a few times before discovering that the man had a lumbar dysfunction, which was causing his frequent insomnia. Don't talk nonsense. I have countless girlfriends, how could I possibly have kidney deficiency? The man with the long face was furious. No young man could possibly admit to having kidney deficiency. Your abilities cannot be proven by how many girlfriends you have. Whether you took your medication or not when you were with them, I believe you know better than anyone else. Su Hao seemed a bit disdainful, saying, if you can't do it, go see a doctor. Don't try to save face. You, surnamed Su, don't make false accusations. The horse-faced man said angrily. Not bad, you're still being stubborn. In that case, I can conduct an experiment for you. Any pretty ladies who know how to give massages, raise your hand. Su Hao said calmly. I can. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman raised her hand and looked at Su Hao with great curiosity. Hey, this is your last chance. Do you admit to having kidney deficiency? Su Hao said to the horse-faced man. Damn it, I'm perfectly fine, don't frame me. How could the man with the horse-like face possibly admit it? Hey beautiful, come here for a second. Su Hao waved to her, and she walked over and stood in front of him, receiving some simple instructions. She then returned to the man with the long face and said, "Handsome, young Master Su said that if he presses on you twice, he can verify whether your kidney function is intact."
Is it really that amazing? Do you really think you're a god?
The horse-faced man said with great disdain. Why don't you just have the pretty girl press it a couple of times?
Su Hao said dismissively.
Very fine, I'll see how you manage to lie, the horse-faced man shouted.
Alright, let's get started. Su Hao nodded to the beautiful woman. Excuse me.
The beautiful woman, still somewhat skeptical, pressed twice on the horse-faced man's lower abdomen. She used all her strength, appearing extremely attentive. The horse-faced man sneered, thinking the man was just faking it. Just as he was about to berate him, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He heard a dripping sound. He looked down and realized that he was urinating uncontrollably.
He actually lost control of his bladder?
His face was flushed with embarrassment. He wished he could disappear into the ground.
Handsome, what's wrong with you?
The beautiful woman immediately started shouting, seemingly surprised, but actually afraid that everyone wouldn't know. I have something to do and need to leave for a while. The horse-faced man was very embarrassed. He walked outside, faster and faster, and urinated more and more.
Seeing this, everyone understood that this person definitely had a kidney problem.
But his disheveled appearance was so funny that everyone was laughing hysterically. 540, Chapter 540 Unexpected Situation.
How about it? Does everyone understand now?
Brother Su's medical skills are excellent. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact him.
Shangguan Shui said proudly.
It was just a lucky break. If you ask me, it's just that the person Chu Hua brought is physically weak and unwilling to admit it. Actually, this doesn't prove how skilled he is in medicine. Lu Qingqing said with great disdain.
Oh? So what do you want in order for you to admit it? Su Hao said calmly. It's very simple.
I'll test you myself. I haven't been sleeping well lately, my palms are sweaty, and I occasionally experience heart palpitations. What do you think this might be?
Lu Qingqing asked earnestly. Your description is very inaccurate.
If you really want to know the answer, come over here and I'll take your pulse.
Su Hao nodded. Good. I hope you're not playing tricks.
Lu Qingqing walked directly towards him and extended her right hand. She was clearly someone who had lived a life of luxury. Her wrists were rounded, smooth, and fair. Su Hao didn't really look at her, choosing instead to take her pulse directly.
Anyone pretending to be a ghost or a fortune teller is definitely a fraud. Xiao Shui, how could you choose someone like this as a friend? Chu Hua was very unhappy and couldn't stand Su Hao no matter what.
Brother Su is amazing, don't you believe me? Just give him a chance to show his skills, and he'll amaze everyone.
Shangguan Shui said proudly, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Su Hao.
Chu Hua's expression changed when he began to pursue her. Shangguan Shui gave him a clear reason for rejection. She had no intention of dating at the moment.
Why is it that when it comes to Su Hao, it's all about him giving away money? He got angrier the more he thought about it. Your condition is quite serious.
Su Hao glanced at her front and noticed two prominent bulges, then sighed.
What do you mean?
You pervert, what are you staring at?
Lu Qingqing said angrily.
The look she had just received made her very unhappy.
Please don't overthink it, a doctor. What's on you is no different from what's on a sow.
I just feel sorry that you were so rich. Why did you get late-stage breast cancer? Now the cancer cells have spread, and the whole body is undergoing disease. Your current state is very poor. If you do anything, it will have far-reaching consequences, and all sorts of problems will definitely arise.
Su Hao sighed and announced. Late-stage breast cancer? Is this a critical condition? Notice?
Lu Qingqing, being so young, couldn't accept it at all, nor did she want to. She angrily retorted, you're just exaggerating, I have a full-body checkup every year, how could there be a problem? Sister Qing, you should take Brother Su's words seriously. This disease still has a chance of being cured. If it were another cancer, that would be a terminal illness.
Shangguan Shui comforted her.
But such comfort is itself frightening.
Although she meant well, she lacked social experience. Xiao Shui, this isn't real, don't scare me like he did. Lu Qingqing said unhappily. Believe it or not, I'm not going to treat you or earn a single penny from you. Su Hao said calmly. You, Lu Qingqing's face turned ugly, feeling that this kid was too arrogant. She couldn't understand why a poor man could remain arrogant in front of a rich kid. What strength did he have to stand up to the Lu family? What do you mean, me? You brought this upon yourself, and God will surely punish you. Su Hao said coldly. Qingqing, don't listen to his nonsense. That's how these people are. They keep saying they won't make a penny off you, but if you believe them, they'll definitely turn around and give you a doctor's phone number so they can make huge profits by referring clients. Otherwise, how could he possibly support himself, given his poor and destitute appearance? Chu Hua said disdainfully, feeling that all of this person's actions were aimed at swindling money. Say whatever you want. Su Hao didn't care about what these people thought at all. He held a slice of watermelon and ate it with relish. Seeing the man's nonchalant attitude, Lu Qingqing became extremely angry and said, if I go back and find out there's nothing wrong, I will never let you off the hook for the rest of my life. Didn't you say you didn't believe me? Why do you need to check? Su Hao countered with a question. Can't I even care about myself? Lu Qingqing said. Su Hao smiled noncommittally and prepared to continue eating, while Lu Qingqing was also preparing to cause trouble unexpectedly. At this moment, a bullet rushed in. Bang! It struck Lu Qingqing's shoulder directly, causing blood to splatter. There's an assassin! Su Hao shouted and rushed towards Shang Guanshui, bringing her to a safe corner. Soon, more and more bullets were fired, and several people who hadn't even had time to react were shot and fell to the ground, letting out painful cries. Immediately afterwards, several masked assassins, carrying submachine guns, walked in coldly. They scanned anyone they saw, making the entire private room a complete mess. Hateful. Chu Hua was very displeased upon seeing this. The man threw an ashtray, hitting one of them, and then charged forward like a cannonball. Once close, the gunmen were no match for his fists. Chu Hua knocked them all down with a single punch each. Young Master Chu, you're awesome. The others who were not injured spoke excitedly. Chu Hua's strength is actually quite good. Judging from his movements, he was agile and skillful, and had probably already reached the great perfection of the innate realm, making him a very powerful martial artist. Brother Su, please save them. Shang Guanshui said somewhat nervously. Good. Su Hao walked out and glanced around, seeing the two lying on the ground. One person suffered a scrape and bled quite a bit. Another person was shot in the abdomen and is in critical condition. Su Hao frowned and asked, do you have a dagger or a sharp knife? It's here. Shang Guanshui saw a dagger on the ground, picked it up immediately, handed it to Su Hao, and said, Brother Su, it's up to you. Su Hao nodded, rinsed the blade with baijiu, Chinese liquor, as a disinfectant, and then walked towards the injured person. Su Hao, what are you going to do? He sent you a gunshot wound, and you still won't let him go? Lu Qingqing said calmly. Shut up. I just wanted to save him. Su Hao walked over directly, his hands moving quickly. He quickly cut open the wound, exposing the bullet inside, and then took out 2 silver needles to remove it. After that, she started bleeding heavily, and the several beautiful women turned pale with fright at the sight. Su Hao remained calm, pressed a few acupoints near her injury to seal the vital points, and finally took a bottle of white powder, poured it on the wound, and performed the final treatment. Xiao Xue, grab whatever you can and wrap it up for him. After rescuing this person, Su Hao immediately went to rescue another one. Chapter 541 of the Verge of Collapse. How about it? Does everyone understand now? Brother Su's medical skills are excellent. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact him. Shang Guanshui said proudly. It was just a lucky break. If you ask me, it's just that the person Chu Hua brought is physically weak and unwilling to admit it. Actually, this doesn't prove how skilled he is in medicine. Lu Qingqing said with great disdain. Oh? So what do you want in order for you to admit it? Su Hao said calmly. It's very simple.
I'll test you myself. I haven't been sleeping well lately, my palms are sweaty, and I occasionally experience heart palpitations. What do you think this might be? Lu Qingqing asked earnestly. Your description is very inaccurate. If you really want to know the answer, come over here and I'll take your pulse. Su Hao nodded. Good. I hope you're not playing tricks. Lu Qingqing walked directly towards him and extended her right hand. She was clearly someone who had lived a life of luxury. Her wrists were rounded, smooth, and fair. Su Hao didn't really look at her, choosing instead to take her pulse directly. Anyone pretending to be a ghost or a fortune teller is definitely a fraud. Xiao Xue, how could you choose someone like this as a friend? Chu Hua was very unhappy and couldn't stand Su Hao no matter what. Brother Chu, Brother Su is amazing, don't you believe me? Just give him a chance to show his skills, and he'll amaze everyone. Shangwan Shui said proudly, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Su Hao. Chu Hua's expression changed when he began to pursue her. Shangwan Shui gave him a clear reason for rejection. She had no intention of dating at the moment. Why is it that when it comes to Su Hao, it's all about him giving away money? He got angrier the more he thought about it. Your condition is quite serious. Su Hao glanced at her front and noticed 2 prominent bulges, then sighed. What do you mean? You pervert, what are you staring at? Lu Qingqing said angrily. The look she had just received made her very unhappy. Please don't overthink it, a doctor. What's on you is no different from what's on a sow. I just feel sorry that you were so rich. Why did you get late-stage breast cancer? Now the cancer cells have spread, and the whole body is undergoing disease. Your current state is very poor. If you do anything, it will have far-reaching consequences, and all sorts of problems will definitely arise. Su Hao sighed and announced. Late-stage breast cancer? Is this a critical condition? Notice? Lu Qingqing, being so young, couldn't accept it at all, nor did she want to. She angrily retorted, you're just exaggerating, I have a full-body checkup every year, how could there be a problem? Sister Qing, you should take Brother Su's words seriously. This disease still has a chance of being cured. If it were another cancer, that would be a terminal illness. Shangwan Shui comforted her. But such comfort is itself frightening. Although she meant well, she lacked social experience. Xiao Xue, this isn't real, don't scare me like he did. Lu Qingqing said unhappily. Believe it or not, I'm not going to treat you or earn a single penny from you. Su Hao said calmly. You, Lu Qingqing's face turned ugly, feeling that this kid was too arrogant. She couldn't understand why a poor man could remain arrogant in front of a rich kid. What strength did he have to stand up to the Lu family? What do you mean, me? You brought this upon yourself, and God will surely punish you. Su Hao said coldly. Qingqing, don't listen to his nonsense. That's how these people are. They keep saying they won't make a penny off you, but if you believe them, they'll definitely turn around and give you a doctor's phone number so they can make huge profits by referring clients. Otherwise, how could he possibly support himself, given his poor and destitute appearance? Chu Hua said disdainfully, feeling that all of this person's actions were aimed at swindling money. Say whatever you want. Su Hao didn't care about what these people thought at all. He held a slice of watermelon and ate it with relish. Seeing the man's nonchalant attitude, Lu Qingqing became extremely angry and said, if I go back and find out there's nothing wrong, I will never let you off the hook for the rest of my life. Didn't you say you didn't believe me? Why do you need to check? Su Hao countered with a question. Can't I even care about myself? Lu Qingqing said. Su Hao smiled non-committally and prepared to continue eating, while Lu Qingqing was also preparing to cause trouble unexpectedly. At this moment, a bullet rushed in. Bang! It struck Lu Qingqing's shoulder directly, causing blood to splatter. There's an assassin! Su Hao shouted and rushed towards Shangwan Shui, bringing her to a safe corner. Soon, more and more bullets were fired, and several people who hadn't even had time to react were shot and fell to the ground, letting out painful cries. Immediately afterwards, several masked assassins, carrying submachine guns, walked in coldly. They scanned anyone they saw, making the entire private room a complete mess. Hateful. Chu Hua was very displeased upon seeing this. The man threw an ashtray, hitting one of them, and then charged forward like a cannonball. Once close, the gunmen were no match for his fists. Chu Hua knocked them all down with a single punch each. "Young Master Chu, you're awesome." The others who were not injured spoke excitedly. Chu Hua's strength is actually quite good. Judging from his movements, he was agile and skillful, and had probably already reached the great perfection of the innate realm, making him a very powerful martial artist. "Brother Su, please save them," Shangguan Shui said somewhat nervously. "Good." Su Hao walked out and glanced around, seeing the two lying on the ground. One person suffered a scrape and bled quite a bit. Another person was shot in the abdomen and is in critical condition. Su Hao frowned and asked, "Do you have a dagger or a sharp knife?" "It's here." Shangguan Shui saw a dagger on the ground, picked it up immediately, handed it to Su Hao, and said, "Brother Su, it's up to you." Su Hao nodded, rinsed the blade with baijiu, Chinese liquor, as a disinfectant, and then walked towards the injured person. "Su Hao, what are you going to do? He sent you a gunshot wound, and you still won't let him go?" Lu Qingqing said calmly. "Shut up. I just wanted to save him." Su Hao walked over directly, his hands moving quickly. He quickly cut open the wound, exposing the bullet inside, and then took out 2 silver needles to remove it. After that, she started bleeding heavily, and the several beautiful women turned pale with fright at the sight. Su Hao remained calm, pressed a few acupoints near her injury to seal the vital points, and finally took a bottle of white powder, poured it on the wound, and performed the final treatment. "Xiao Xue, grab whatever you can and wrap it up for him." After rescuing this person, Su Hao immediately went to rescue another one. 542, Chapter 542 The Golden List Assassin. A few minutes later, the 2 injured people received treatment and their conditions stabilized. "Hey, can you take a look at this for me too?" Lu Qingqing spoke in a condescending, commanding tone. "Who is speaking?" Su Hao's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Hurry up, can't you see how much blood I'm bleeding?" Lu Qingqing said angrily. "So what if you see it? So what if you can't see it? With your attitude, who would save you?" Su Hao said coldly. She didn't even have the attitude of asking for help. Su Hao was completely indifferent to her. "You surnamed Su, I've already spoken, what more do you want?" Lu Qingqing was furious, feeling that the fact that she lowered her proud head was already a favor to him. "Look, if you lower your voice a little, maybe I'll consider it," Su Hao said calmly. "Xiao Xue, you're talking about your friend like this?" Lu Qingqing was very unhappy. "Sister Qing, your attitude is indeed not very good," Shangguan Shui said calmly. Not to mention Su Hao, even she herself couldn't stand it. "What do you mean?" Lu Qingqing frowned. "Sister Qing, this is your own life, you can't joke about it," Shangguan Shui reminded her. "If this continues, the bleeding alone will be very painful." "Good. Young Master Su Hao, please do me a favor and save my life." Lu Qingqing lowered her stance and spoke in a humble tone. "Say something so I can hear you?" Su Hao had no intention of letting her go. "Don't go too far," Lu Qingqing said angrily. "No, then forget it." Su Hao turned to look at Chu Hua and said calmly, "I didn't expect you to be a martial arts expert. Who do you think you are, to be able to see my strength?" Chu Hua said arrogantly. "It's just the great perfection of the innate realm," Su Hao said calmly. "You can tell?" Chu Hua appeared surprised. He glanced at Su Hao a few times and found that there was no fluctuation of true energy within the other's body. This meant that Su Hao was either far more powerful than him, or he didn't know any martial arts at all. In comparison, he chose to believe the latter possibility. "I guessed." Su Hao followed his lead and said calmly. Waste. Chu Hua said coldly. "Brother Chu, how could you say that about Brother Su?" Shangguan Shui was very unhappy. "He's nothing special, really, compared to me. What else is he but a piece of trash?" Chu Hua said calmly. "You're wrong, Brother Su is much more capable than you." Shangguan Shui shook her head.
Really, let him find an opportunity to prove it. Otherwise, without proof, who would believe it? Chu Hua said, clearly displeased. Why should I prove it? If you think you're so great, someone's coming after you. Su Hao said meaningfully. Who dares to cause me trouble? Make him come out. Chu Hua shouted loudly.
Just then, a wall suddenly cracked open, and countless bricks scattered in all directions. Chu Hua's face darkened, knowing that a formidable enemy had arrived. He clenched his fist and smashed all the bricks, then coldly watched as a masked, burly man walked in from outside, looking menacing. When their eyes met, Chu Hua felt a chilling murderous aura.
This person's strength seems extraordinary. Who are you? State your name. Chu Hua said in a deep voice. Among you, who knocked down my men? The masked assassin seemed very unhappy.
These few good-for-nothings are all my defeated opponents.
Chu Hua said coldly. Oh, you're quite arrogant.
The masked assassin stared at him, a hint of disdain in his eyes.
State your name, I don't want to deal with nobody. Chu Hua said angrily again.
I am the Golden List assassin, Mad Dragon. The masked man said coldly.
A top scorer killer? Chu Hua's expression was rather unpleasant.
The Golden List is a ranking system recently introduced by unorthodox and unorthodox groups, used to compare with the heavenly list of the righteous path.
This also means that the man in front of you is equivalent to a master on the heavenly ranking.
He suddenly felt immense pressure.
Young Master Chu, don't be afraid, just talking, he's definitely bragging. In our hearts, young Master Chu is the strongest here. Defeat him, and we'll all look at you with new respect.
Several beautiful women shouted loudly.
To look at someone with new eyes?
Chu Hua's heart skipped a beat. This was the perfect opportunity. If he could defeat this person, he would definitely leave a good impression on Shangguan Shui. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto his lips, as if victory was already in his grasp.
Let's give it our all.
Chu Hua's heart stirred, realizing that he had to act quickly and decisively, and absolutely could not let the matter drag on. He unleashed his Vajra fist technique and charged towards the Mad Dragon.
Boom! When he struck the enemy in the abdomen, he was secretly pleased, thinking that the Mad Dragon was nothing special and didn't even know how to dodge.
But he immediately realized something was wrong. The other person just stood there, completely motionless. His punch felt like hitting cotton, having no effect whatsoever.
That's it? Your strength is terrifyingly weak.
After saying that, Guanglong stretched out his right hand.
What seemed like a slow movement actually eroded Chu Hua's confidence, leaving him rooted to the spot. Before he could react, he was lifted up by the neck. Young Master Chu is no match for him? Are the Golden List assassins really that strong? It's over. Even the strongest young Master Chu couldn't stop us. Are we going to die here today?
People started to panic. Things were developing in a way that exceeded expectations. Nonsense, my strength is on par with those on the heavenly ranking. How could you weaklings compare?
Crazy Dragon said disdainfully. The heavenly ranking?
While most people might not be familiar with the golden ranking, everyone has heard of the Massage Heaven ranking. With such strength, Mad Dragon is truly terrifying. Chu Hua's defeat was not unjust. However, his face had turned a deep liver color, clearly indicating that he was on the verge of death.
Several young people, they couldn't find a solution even after taking a look, so they could only sigh silently.
Lu Qingqing had not received any medical treatment and was now pale. She slowly closed her eyes and began to play dead.
Let him go. Only Shangguan Shui picked up the dagger from the ground and walked over shakily. You want to stand out too? Guanglong looked over, his eyes sharp.
At that moment, their eyes met, and Shangguan Shui was shocked to discover how terrifying the assassin's gaze was. She was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat, but she showed no sign of stopping. She continued walking forward, threatening with the dagger. Let go of Brother Chu.
You're such a useless man, you actually need a woman to plead for you.
Mad Dragon spat out a mouthful of phlegm and shouted dismissively.
I didn't ask her to plead for me, Chu Hua managed to squeeze out.
He was in a really awkward situation. Not only could he not beat Guanglong, but he also had to rely on a woman, which was unacceptable to him.
Release them, or I won't be polite. Shang Guanshui said angrily. Woman, you're courting death. Mad Dragon finally snapped. Is it possible for a mere weak woman to threaten the Golden List assassins? 543, Chapter 543 Hidden Talent. Mr. Su, please have some tea. Huang Sanxiang poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Su Hao. Mr. Huang, you're in high spirits, coming all the way here for tea so late at night. Su Hao didn't move, but just smiled and said. Life is short, so there's nothing wrong with enjoying it while you can. Huang Sanxiang said calmly. What a wonderful example of living for the moment. Su Hao smiled faintly. I heard that Mr. Su had a very glorious day today, actually defeating Master Zhou now, whose strength is among the best in the entire eastern province. Huang Sanxiang sighed. Master Zhou has come out to compete for the title of one of the 5 grandmasters. The fact that he lost to Su Hao shows that this person's strength may already be comparable to the 5 grandmasters. Is it in the top 5? At such a young age, his strength is quite formidable. Boss Huang, as expected of someone in charge of the evil path, your information network is truly impressive, Su Hao said calmly, then suddenly changed the subject. This afternoon I was meeting with Shang Guanshui when I was chased by your men. How should this be handled? His voice was flat, revealing no emotion whatsoever. That's precisely why it seems so terrifying. Mr. Su, you must be joking. Our target is definitely not you. As for Miss Shangguan, she was indeed the assassination target, but Quang Long's execution was not perfect. What happened today shouldn't have involved Mr. Su. All I can say is that someone paid us a large sum of money to assassinate Miss Shangguan. Huang Sanxiang admitted. Who is the mastermind behind this? Su Hao asked with great interest. Mr. Su, please don't ask any more questions. That's all I can say, Huang Sanxiang said awkwardly. Yeah? Su Hao tapped the table, clearly very unhappy. He and Shang Guanshui had some kind of connection, and since they had run into something like this today, he was bound to get involved. Mr. Su, that's all I can say about this matter. The rules of the underworld cannot be broken. Huang Sanxiang seemed helpless, but immediately revealed. In exchange, I have found out which organization was involved in the death of old Master Ouyang. Oh, such a good thing actually happened? Su Hao was overjoyed. This was the biggest problem troubling him at the moment. First of all, this matter is related to the Shadow Gate of Dongdo. I heard that a man named Miyamoto Goro escaped from there and has infiltrated Dong province. It is currently unclear what identity he is using as a disguise. However, this person is one of the Shadow Gate's experts, and he is very strong, already possessing the strength of a grandmaster. He should not be underestimated. Huang Sanxiang said with utmost seriousness. Oh? Su Hao nodded, somewhat pleased with this news. Does Miyamoto Goro have any helpers? Have. The Ouyang family has an inside man. I've only found out so far that this person is either Ouyang Tian or Ouyang Cheng. As to who it is, Mr. Su will have to find out himself. Huang Sanxiang said calmly. Su Hao frowned. This information was useful, but Huang Sanxiang was cunning and hadn't said it outright. He was a man of principle and didn't want to offend any powerful figures. Mr. Huang, your information is quite good. If I didn't know these things, what price would I be willing to sell them for? Su Hao said calmly. Mr. Su, you are someone I greatly admire. Consider this information a free gift. Let's be friends. Huang Sanxiang dared not accept the money today. Su Hao had not made any trouble, and he had already prepared his hands for the future. Really, that's wonderful. Keep your people in check from now on, and don't let them show up in front of Shang Guanshui again, or don't blame me for being impolite. Su Hao finished speaking calmly and then disappeared. Huang Sanxiang's expression turned slightly unpleasant. He had actually been threatened. He's still a young man. This feels really unpleasant. But what could he do? The other side was simply too powerful. This unorthodox manager has certainly lost face today. Aside from Su Hao, who else would dare disregard him? Back at the Kunping gang, Su Hao had a good night's sleep. I've been so busy lately, I hope I can get some rest. Mr. Su, you look better. Has the effect of the deadly pill disappeared? Zhang Dewang said happily. Don't be too happy yet.
The deadly pill is too potent, I have no way to detoxify it for the time being. Su Hao shook his head, he was simply trying to improve his mental state.
In that case, shouldn't we do everything in our power to find the real culprit?
Zhang Duwang was very nervous, tomorrow was the final agreed upon time.
If the murderer cannot be caught, will Mr. Su lose his life?
Time waits for no one, and everyone must give it their all.
Old Zhang, tell everyone to shrink the battle lines. Everyone return to the Kunpeng gang and cease investigating Ouyang Ke's cause of death. Su Hao said calmly. Mr. Su, are we going to give up?
Zhang Duwang was very surprised.
Of course not. Spread the word that we have found evidence of a traitor within the Ouyang family. As long as we preserve the evidence, the truth will definitely come out tomorrow. Su Hao said calmly. That's great, so Mr. Su has already figured it out. I'll do it right away.
Zhang Duwang happily obeyed the order and acted. On this day, everyone in the Kunpeng gang returned.
No one is left to roam the martial world anymore. Immediately, everyone felt strange. The Kunpeng gang currently has 10,000 to 20,000 members, yet they have all gone back?
The Ouyang family, in particular, paid close attention to this.
Through covert investigation, they quickly ascertained the Kunpeng gang's plans. What? They actually discovered the traitor's identity? Ouyang Tian's face was extremely ugly. Father, what do we do next? Ouyang Jing asked nervously. Our people can find out where they hid the information. Ouyang Tian asked with utmost seriousness.
It should be the disciplinary hall.
This is their largest power structure right now.
Yang Jing said seriously. Quickly, go and fetch the secret guards, have them all mobilize and find the evidence.
Ouyang Tian said coldly. Good. Ouyang Jing acted immediately.
The secret guards were assassins trained by their family, only obeying the orders of the direct line of authority within the family. After giving his instructions, Ouyang Jing chose to wait, believing that good news would arrive soon.
I heard you transferred the secret guards out? Ouyang Qing received the news and came over to question him directly. So what if it is? Don't you want to investigate for yourself what solid evidence your father left behind? Ouyang Tian retorted. That's true, but it would be extremely dangerous for us to rush into the Kunpeng gang's territory now. Do you think the secret guards are any stronger than Su Hao? Ouyang Qing sensed that something was wrong.
Don't worry, the secret guards are only investigating evidence, there's no need to have a direct confrontation with them.
Ouyang Tian said confidently. Really? Ouyang Qing was skeptical. 544, Chapter 544. Don't worry.
The Kunpeng gang was peaceful throughout the day. Everyone stayed at Fengyun Manor, either practicing their skills or playing around, and there was nothing unusual about it. Su Hao himself even instructed Huang Niao in martial arts training, and also took Xiao Mainyang along. The three of them spent a pleasant day together. Things only changed in the evening. A group of powerful secret guards infiltrated from the outside. They were a force cultivated by the Ouyang family, all possessing unfathomable strength. It was said that even the weakest among them had reached the innate realm, and their combined actions were quite astonishing. Looking across the entire eastern province, there are very few people who dare to confront them head-on. However, the secret guards were extremely cautious when they arrived at the Kunpeng gang, for fear of provoking that evil star.
These people are no match for Su Hao.
They slipped into the disciplinary hall and eventually made a quick escape with a safe.
Mr. Su, what's in the treasure chest?
Zhang Duwang watched them leave, somewhat displeased. It's just a smokescreen to lure the snake out of its hole.
Su Hao said coldly, let's go. If we follow these people, we're sure to see something interesting. Good. Zhang Duwang nodded.
It must be said that the bodyguards were very cautious, using many tricks along the way to evade their pursuers.
Unfortunately, their tricks were completely ineffective against Su Hao. He led Lao Zhang and tracked them all the way to their destination. Finally, the secret guards entered Ouyang Tian's room. Could he be the mole? Su Hao's expression changed. This was Ouyang Ke's son. Could it be that a scene of fratricide was unfolding? Father, the secret guards are back. They've found the evidence. Ouyang Jing said excitedly. Bring it here. Ouyang Tian's face darkened. All that could be seen was a bodyguard holding a mysterious envelope, which was handed to Ouyang Tian. The man held it in his hand and examined it eagerly. Ouyang Tian's expression was somewhat strange. It turned out that there were only 4 simple words on it: open the coffin and examine the body. Father, have we left behind some evidence against us? Ouyang Jing's expression changed drastically. It can't be that bad. I did it quite smoothly at the time. The old man didn't even have time to react before he was hit. How could he possibly leave any evidence on the body? Ouyang Tian said with a stern face. Father, it's better to believe it's true than not to believe it's not. Ouyang Jing said anxiously. Good. We'll destroy the body tonight and see what he can do then. Ouyang Tian said in a deep voice. On this dark and windy night, several people, carrying torches, stealthily made their way to the burial site of Ouyang Ku on the back mountain of the Ouyang family. Start digging. Ouyang Tian said in a deep voice. A secret guard was immediately dispatched to carry out the order. After working for a long time, they quickly dug out a complete coffin. Ouyang Tian stared at the coffin, looking at it again and again, and finally said helplessly, Father, you've been forcing me all along. Despite being in poor health, he still occupies a position in the family. If you don't relinquish power, how can I risk my life for the family? Since you won't give me a chance, don't blame me for wanting to kill you. He muttered to himself, as if he were confessing. However, the next action had nothing to do with repentance. He took out gasoline, poured it on the coffin, and finally took out a lighter, lit it, and threw it down onto the coffin. As he watched the coffin about to burst into flames, a maniacal smile spread across his face. But the next moment, everything changed. With a whoosh, a silver needle flew out, knocking the lighter several meters away and stopping its burning. Who's causing trouble? Where are the guards? Why haven't they made their move yet? Ouyang Tian gave the order loudly. Looking back, I found that it was pitch black all around. All the bodyguards were taken down? Ouyang Tian's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Suddenly, he sensed that someone was slowly approaching from ahead. He took out his phone and shone the flashlight ahead. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. It was Su Hao and Lao Zhang who arrived. Why are you here? Ouyang Tian said coldly. I never expected it to be you. You harmed the old man and then framed me? Su Hao said with grief and indignation. How can you blame me for this? Who isn't obsessed with power? The old man lived to be over 100 years old, stubbornly refusing to die and relinquish power. I assent that his own fault? Ouyang Tian became increasingly angry as he spoke, as if he were the most wronged son in the world. How dare you turn the tables and accuse me? Besides the old man, none of the members of your Ouyang family are capable. If we hand the family over to you, aren't we just watching it decline? Su Hao was furious. The old man was highly respected and deeply loved by everyone in the martial arts world. Unexpectedly, they ended up being betrayed by their own people. Su Hao, the victor is king, the loser is villain. This principle is very simple. Now that you've discovered my secret, the rest is simple. Let's cooperate. As long as you are willing to support me, half of the Ouyang family's assets will be yours in the future. Most importantly, it's the Ouyang family's connections. This is an intangible asset accumulated over thousands of years, which will definitely be of great help to your development and growth. Ouyang Tian kept offering conditions. In the end, I still think that money is the most important thing. You're really shameless. Su Hao said calmly. Shameless? This isn't shameless at all, it's called being a wise person who knows when to yield. Ouyang Tian is clearly using a fallacy of misrepresentation. Alas, Senior Ouyang must have died with regrets, having a child like you. Su Hao gave Zhang Duwang a wink. Wrong. Under my leadership, the Ouyang family will surely return to its former glory. He shouted loudly. Then, he quickly noticed Zhang Dewang approaching, kicking him away and slapping him twice more. Seeing this person, Zhang Dewang couldn't stand such shameless talk anymore.
Su Hao, didn't you agree to cooperate? Ouyang Tian was stunned. Why was he being beaten? When did I agree to cooperate?
A man like you, who murdered his father, is morally corrupt and there is no way anyone would cooperate with you.
Just you wait, tomorrow is your execution day. Su Hao said dismissively. Help, someone help me.
Ouyang Tian turned pale with fright, but he still cried out for help loudly. He had barely uttered those words when Zhang Dewang punched him unconscious. Zhang Dewang sneered, "Young Master Su, I want to kill him right now. There's no need to rush.
Tomorrow is the most important day."
Su Hao shook his head, sighed, and left with his men.
Keep a close watch on this man and absolutely do not let anyone rescue him.
After giving a cold order, Su Hao returned to his room and began to cultivate diligently, preparing for tomorrow. The agreed-upon 7-day deadline was fast approaching, and he was somewhat uncertain about what tomorrow would bring. He knew for sure it would be quite exciting.
545, Chapter 545. Agreeing to cooperation. The next morning.
Outside Fengyun Manor, more and more martial arts practitioners are approaching this area.
Everyone was just there to watch the spectacle. The 7-day deadline has passed. Will Su Hao be able to uncover the true culprit behind the old leader's death, or is he himself the real killer?
Su Hao is a completely different person now. After defeating Master Zhou Yang, he has become a promising young man in everyone's eyes, with a bright future ahead of him.
There were many people present today.
The first to arrive were the Ouyang family members, who came with grief and indignation, wanting Su Hao to pay a heavy price. Then came the Wu family. Wu Junbao seemed somewhat gloating, since seeing Su Hao's background was the best outcome for him. The disciples of Yihua Palace were also present once again. Bai Yuxiu revealed a faint smile. If she could see Su Hao die here today, that would be the best outcome.
He brought it all on himself. He murdered the old leader, he deserves to be despised by everyone.
Senior sister Qiu Shui said dismissively.
That's right.
This person is despicable and shameless, and deserves divine retribution.
Yi Wanxia said angrily. She's now the second senior sister, and her status is much higher than before.
But thinking about Su Hao's various actions, she was filled with resentment towards him.
Su Zhenyuan, what brings you here?
When Lei Wanyan arrived with his men, he was immediately displeased to find that the leader of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance had also arrived. He coldly said,
Alliance leader Lei, is it not allowed for me to come to such a lively occasion?
Su Zhenyuan smiled faintly. Of course, he was there to watch the show. It is extremely rare for a grandmaster of the Southern martial arts world to be criticized. If we miss this opportunity, we may never see it again. I hope you won't cause trouble here.
Lei Wanyan said coldly.
Don't worry, we're just here to watch the fun, we definitely won't cause any trouble. After all, the infighting ability of the Southern martial arts world is unmatched by any other place.
Su Zhenyuan said coldly. What do you mean? Lei Wanyan said, quite displeased. If this were our side, given Su Hao's status and position, we would have to declare him innocent. The Ouyang family is nothing now, we could just abandon them without any problem. Su Zhenyuan even kindly offered his opinion. However, the Ouyang family members' expressions suddenly changed drastically. What does this mean? Should we sacrifice the Ouyang family? Nonsense.
This is an internal matter of the martial arts world in the South, it's none of your business as an outsider.
Lei Wanyan was very unhappy. This man's advice was nothing more than stirring up internal conflicts.
Very well, I'll wait and see what kind of trouble the martial arts world in the South will cause.
Su Zhenyuan laughed heartily. The grating laughter left everyone angry but unable to speak out. Just then, the gates of Fengyun Manor finally opened.
Su Hao walked out slowly, followed by several trusted confidants.
Not bad, so many people have come.
Su Hao smiled as he faced the crowd.
Su Hao, you're finally out. Tell me honestly, have you actually found out who killed your father? Ouyang Cheng said angrily. Bring him up.
Su Hao said coldly.
As soon as an order was given, several people escorted a masked person forward and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, tied him directly to a wooden stake.
Just making a fuss over nothing. Did you just find someone to take your place? Ouyang Cheng said with great suspicion. This person is one of the murderers who attacked Senior Ouyang Ku. I believe you would never guess who this person is. Su Hao said coldly. Who is he? Someone blurted out, asking directly. Su Hao nodded, and the Kuanping gang members immediately removed their hoods. The final revelation of its true form was indeed astonishing. It was actually Ouyang Tian. How could it be him? Everyone was in an uproar. Ouyang Tian is one of Ouyang Ku's sons. Who would have thought that such a scene of fratricide would occur? Big Brother. Alliance Leader Lei. Heroes and warriors. I am innocent. This man arrested me yesterday and has been beating me ever since, all to make me take the blame. Ouyang Tian said loudly. This is the last chance. If I don't speak up now, I'm sure I'll die a violent death. Su Hao, what exactly do you mean? They actually made my brother take the blame. Is it because you're a grandmaster that you're bullying the weak? Ouyang Cheng said angrily. Bullying the weak? Who are you? Is the Ouyang family now considered weak? Su Hao said coldly. That's right, compared to you, I am weak. Ouyang Cheng said with shame. Anyone without the power of a grandmaster would be weak in the face of Su Hao. According to the rules of the martial arts world, does bullying the weak mean one can do whatever one wants? Su Hao sneered and walked up to Ouyang Tian at his signal. A disciple of the Kuanping gang immediately stepped forward with a sharp longsword. After getting his hands on it, he immediately placed it against Ouyang Tian's neck. Tell me, did you do the thing to Senior Ouyang? If you confess honestly, there might be a chance for you to live. I will not yield to the man surnamed Su. Ouyang Tian is now putting himself in a vulnerable position, hoping to gain everyone's approval. Very good. Leader Lei, according to the rules of the martial world, what should be done about the crime of patricide? Su Hao looked at Lei Wanyan. Death penalty. Lei Wanyan blurted out, but immediately added, Su Hao, if you can't produce evidence and impose punishment on your own, no martial arts sect can accept it. Capital offense? That's for the best. Su Hao seemed not to hear what was said afterward, and directly swung his longsword, severing Ouyang Tian's head. Blood suddenly appeared. Su Hao really carried out the execution in private. Ouyang Tian's eyes widened. Even on his deathbed, he never imagined that his opponent would actually dare to make a move. Facing numbers among tens of thousands of martial arts practitioners, he didn't engage in further combat, but instead made a swift and decisive move. Su Hao, you've gone mad. You actually killed my brother in public. Ouyang Cheng was furious. Father! You surnamed Su, I'll never let you get away with this. Ouyang Jing's eyes were bloodshot. The way things have developed to this point was something no one expected. For the first few seconds, everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. It took a while for everyone to realize what had happened. Su Hao, have you gone mad? First you killed Alliance Leader Ouyang, and now you've murdered his second son. Are you trying to wipe them all out? This really is doing whatever they want. His behavior is hardly that of a righteous person. How is it any different from that of a wicked person? Bullying others with their power is absolutely despicable. Everyone loudly condemned Su Hao, feeling that his actions were outrageous. Su Hao, you'd better have a good reason, otherwise, as the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance, you cannot accept this outcome. Lei Wanyan's face darkened, and he suddenly unleashed his aura, causing the entire Fengyun Manor to shake. The power of a grandmaster had been unleashed. 546, Chapter 546. You are not master. Alliance Leader Lei, please, you must do us justice. Ouyang Cheng knelt directly in front of Lei Wanyan. Alliance Leader Lei, please, you must do us justice. The rest of the Ouyang family also knelt down, pleading in unison. Alliance Leader Lei, everyone is watching. It seems you won't be able to protect Su Hao this time. Su Jinyuan fanned the flames. Shut up.
This is not your territory, you have no right to speak. Lei Wanyan's aura had already erupted, and it looked incredibly frightening.
All eyes turned to Su Hao once again. Of course I have evidence. Someone come here.
Su Hao said coldly. Several disciples immediately stepped forward, took out letters, and displayed them to the public.
Everyone, please look, these are all evidence of Ouyang Tian colluding with foreign enemies.
In order to become the head of the Ouyang family, this person had long been secretly communicating with the shadow sect of the Eastern Island, hoping to use their power to kill Senior Ouyang Ku. More importantly, he also helped the shadow sect infiltrate the martial arts world of the South. I believe that no martial artist with any sense of justice would let such behavior go unpunished.
Su Hao said righteously. Lei Wanyan's face turned very ugly when he saw these letters.
Colluding with foreign enemies is the most serious crime. No one wants anyone among their own people to betray them. Leader Lei, fellow martial artists.
Don't be fooled by his one-sided story. Letters alone are completely invalid.
Everyone knows that forging letters is too easy these days. Bai Yuxiu suddenly stood up and questioned him face to face.
Right.
These are all fake. You have no evidence whatsoever to prove that my brother is guilty.
Ouyang Qing denied it and angrily rebuked him on the spot. Su Hao, do you have any other evidence? Lei Wanyan said angrily. Ouyang Qing, who are you? This has nothing to do with your brother.
Su Hao said coldly.
Nonsense. Everything you've done is a frame-up. Ouyang Cheng said angrily. Su Hao glanced in the direction of the Ouyang family and spotted Ouyang Junhe, then sighed. I thought the Ouyang family only had one scoundrel, but I didn't expect they're all birds of a feather. Alliance leader Lei, there are still some letters here. After saying that, he flew smoothly to Lei Wanyan's side.
Lei Alliance leader, you must not believe these things.
Ouyang Qing's expression changed drastically.
His sudden remark immediately aroused everyone's suspicion.
Father, what exactly did you do? Ouyang Jun also began to have doubts. Bai Yuxiu's expression changed. Her questioning was originally valid, but if Ouyang Qing was also a traitor, then it was meaningless. Could it be that two scoundrels have really emerged from the Ouyang family? If that's the case, then that's what's truly infuriating.
Lei Wanyan examined the new letter and found that the handwriting was indeed different, and the signature had changed to Ouyang Qing.
Ouyang Qing, is this true? Lei Wanyan said angrily. Fake. It's all fake. Don't believe his one-sided story. Ouyang Qing said angrily. One side of the story? I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll show you what it means to come back from the dead.
Su Hao suddenly shouted. The next moment, a thin old man with white hair walked out of Fengyun Manor and looked very energetic.
Grandfather? Ouyang Jun immediately recognized him. Wasn't this Grandpa Ouyang Ku? Has he really come back to life? No. This can't be real. You cannot come back to life.
Ouyang Qing's face turned pale, he was almost scared out of his wits.
The traitor. You still won't confess?
Ouyang Ku said in a hoarse voice, his voice filled with anger.
Impossible. This can't be real. Mr. Miyamoto and I personally saw your neck slit. How could you possibly be alive now?
Ouyang Qing shouted loudly. He was terrified when he suddenly saw the living person. Unexpectedly, the corpse that had been lying on the back mountain for 7 days came back to life.
Without any mental preparation and under immense pressure, he confessed everything. Father, what exactly did you and second uncle do?
Ouyang Jun felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The Ouyang family became the biggest joke in the southern martial arts world. The two sons coveted their father's position as head of the family, colluded with external enemies, and carried out a brutal murder. In the end, they were publicly executed by an outsider. If this gets out, what face will the Ouyang family have left?
Xiao Jun.
You don't understand the pressure your uncle and I are under.
That old codger has been clinging to the position of family head. Other families' elders will choose a suitable person to step down, but he just refuses to give indos that mean we can't hold power for life? Ouyang Qing roared angrily. His reasons were exactly the same as Ouyang Tian's, which is why they were able to unite and become allies. Why? Lei Wanyan felt somewhat helpless. Witnessing this scene was heartbreaking. Ouyang Qing, your crimes are numerous and you have committed a capital offense. If you commit suicide now, you can still retain some dignity. Su Hao said indifferently. You surnamed Su, I'll fight you to the death. Ouyang Qing's gaze darkened, and he charged directly towards Su Hao. He held a sharp longsword in his hand, his eyes resolute. But to everyone else, what's the difference between this and a moth drawn to a flame? Ouyang Qing, how dare you commit such a violent act? Lei Wanyan was furious and about to make a move when he suddenly saw a figure who had completed the task first. The one who made the move was none other than Ouyang Jun. Holding a dagger, he plunged it directly into Ouyang Qing's back. Xiao Jun, you did a great job. You avenged the patriarch and cleansed the family of its filth. From today onwards, you are the future head of the Ouyang family. At last, before he could even finish saying the word master, Ouyang Jun was already in tears. He had no intention of rising to power through such means. Of the 3 generations of the Ouyang family, only he and Ouyang Jing remained, the two most useless. The power of the entire family was undoubtedly greatly diminished. Xiao Jun, don't be sad, you did nothing wrong. And your father is right, you can now temporarily take over as the head of the family. Lei Wanyan sighed. Ouyang Jing's face was grim. He hadn't expected that he would still end up with nothing. What a show! The Ouyang family is truly a family of loving fathers and filial sons. The martial arts world of the South has certainly brought us a lot of laughs. Su Zhenyuan laughed loudly and left with his men, satisfied. Everyone, please disperse. The others left one after another. Ouyang Jun also ordered that the bodies of the 2 elders be collected and taken back first, and then they would discuss how to deal with them. Before long, most of the people from other factions had left, leaving only Lei Wanyan with a few trusted men. He looked at Ouyang Ku and said coldly, show your true colors, you are definitely not master. 547, Chapter 547 Martial Arts Alliance Leader. That's right, I can't be Ouyang Ku. The person spoke, and it was a clear, crisp female voice. Her hands were fair and slender, completely different from those of male martial artists. When she removed her mask, she revealed a stunningly beautiful and alluring face. Who are you? Lei Wanyan asked in a deep voice. My name is Xiao Menyang, and I'm Su Hao's wife. Xiao Menyang gave an off-color reply, then walked over to Su Hao with a smile and gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek. Nonsense! Su Hao frowned, then looked at Lei Wanyan and said in surprise, Alliance Leader Lei, I didn't expect you to see through her flaw. That's so obvious. No matter how much she tries to disguise herself, she can't possibly have the aura of a grandmaster. Lei Wanyan said calmly. Su Hao smiled. Since the other party had seen through him but hadn't exposed him, it seemed they accepted that he wasn't the murderer. This matter was now considered closed. He smiled and said, Alliance Leader Lei, can you hand over the antidote now? Good. Lei Wanyan took out a jade bottle, carefully poured out the bright red antidote, and placed it in Su Hao's hand. Is this the antidote provided by Su Zhenyuan? Su Hao asked calmly. That's right. Lei Wanyan nodded. All right. Su Hao swallowed it directly. He's been suffering terribly from the deadly pill lately, so if there's an antidote, he should take it as soon as possible. Honey, we're finally going to be free from this misery. Xiao Menyang said happily. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Su Hao noticed something was wrong. Black blood started flowing from his nose, and his condition deteriorated significantly. Thump! The next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Master Zhang, quickly, take young Master Su back. Before Xiao Menyang could finish speaking, Zhang Duwang led Su Hao back immediately, appearing even more anxious than she was. Lei Alliance Leader, what do you mean? Why would you poison young Master Su? Xiao Menyang looked at Lei Wanyan with boundless anger. Miss Xiao, I'm innocent.
This means that if there's a problem with the pills provided by Su Jinyuan, it must be a problem on his end. Hateful. If young Master Su's life is in danger, I will never forgive him. Lei Wanyan said with extreme anger. Don't just say nice things. Now that young Master Su is in trouble, and Su Jinyuan hasn't gone far, why don't you go after him? Xiao Meinyang was not satisfied with this answer. Miss Xiao, please go and take care of young Master Su first. I'll split my forces into two groups, one to find the Medicine King, and the other to find Su Jinyuan. Lei Wanyan quickly calmed down and made a decision. Good. Xiao Meinyang had no choice but to rush back. The most urgent matter is Su Hao's safety. Upon arriving at Fengyun Manor, Xiao Meinyang entered the treatment room of the clinic that Su Hao had set up himself at that moment. He was lying on the bed with a dark complexion. In fact, his condition was very bad. It seemed that the poison had taken effect and his body was in a protective coma because the internal energy was fighting fiercely. Young master, you can't get hurt. Huang Nianyo burst into tears, extremely anxious. How is Elder Su? Upon hearing the news, Xiao Guan rushed over in a flurry. He rarely takes action, and even when others go to Medicine King Valley, he usually makes excuses to avoid it. But when Su Hao got into trouble, Xiao Guan put everything aside and rushed over as quickly as possible. Only 2 hours had passed since the accident. Medicine King, the gang leader is acting strangely. Please, you must save him. Zhang Duwang made the request. Medicine King, we're counting on you now, Huang Nianyo said, her eyes brimming with tears. Please calm down, everyone. I need a quiet treatment environment. After Xiao Guan finished speaking, he checked Su Hao's condition, his face grim, and said, I will do my best. Upon hearing this, everyone had a bad feeling. Is there really no way even the Medicine King can do it? Xiao Guan was also an acupuncture expert. He took out silver needles and placed them one by one on Su Hao's body. Not only that, during the treatment, he fed Su Hao antidote pills one after another as if they were free. Instead of being happy, people realized that the situation was very serious. As time passed, Xiao Guan's expression grew increasingly grim. No matter how he administered the needles, he couldn't bring Su Hao back to consciousness. The fact that the patient remained in a coma was itself a bad sign. Why? With a sigh, he collected all the silver needles and asked, who was in charge here? The group looked at each other, realizing that there really wasn't anyone who could make the decision. Whether it's Zhang Duwang or Huang Nianyo, they are both just Su Hao's subordinates. As for Xiao Meinyang, she may not even be able to gain Su Hao's trust. The Medicine King. Just then, Bai Zhihua, having received the news, rushed over from Yanjing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her. How is the situation now? Can Su Hao be saved? To tell you the truth, Elder Su's condition is extremely serious. First, there was the poison from the deadly pill, which was beyond his ability to resist. The antidote he took afterward was even more vicious, a forbidden martial arts pill. What is Elder Su's current situation? On one hand, he has to use his internal energy to resist the poison, and on the other hand, the dissolving pill is consuming his internal energy. If this continues, he will exhaust his power and die from the poison. Xiao Guan frowned. The person who poisoned the victim had made 2 preparations. If you're worried that the life-taking pill isn't powerful enough, then add the power-dissolving pill, and you'll be absolutely safe. Even if Su Hao were a god, taking both of these things at the same time would be difficult to save his life. That Su Jinyuan is absolutely despicable. He's actually qualified to be the leader of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance. Huang Nianyo said angrily. Is there absolutely no hope left? Bai Zhihua said in astonishment. Tears welled up in her eyes too. She had thought something bad was going to happen in Yanjing, and they needed his help. Who would have thought that it would be Su Hao who would be the one in trouble, now severely poisoned and on the verge of death? There's one last way. Xiao Guan said after a moment's hesitation. What method? Medicine King, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I am willing to bear any cost. Bai Zhihua said excitedly. Do you need money? The Kuanping gang is not short of money now. Is 6 billion enough? Zhang Duwang shouted, this is what Su Hao earned back himself last time. It's not about the money. Su Hao is an elder of Medicine King Valley,
one of our own, how could we possibly take his money? Xiao Guoan's expression changed. Who did he think he was to look down on?
Medicine King, please calm down. Bai Jiruo wiped away her tears and asked expectantly, what method is there? Most people probably don't know this, but our Medicine King Valley cultivates many rare and exotic flowers and herbs that are unknown to most. One of them is the resurrection herb, which has miraculous effects.
Xiao Guoan frowned and said. Chapter 548, A Life for a Life. Resurrection grass? Can this miraculous herb revive my husband?
Bai Jiruo seemed to see a glimmer of hope. This was something the Medicine King had said. He wouldn't have said it at this time if he wasn't confident.
The situation with the resurrection grass is somewhat special. The so-called resurrection is actually exchanging life for life.
By exchanging blood, all the poison and negative damage in the injured person's body are transferred to the recipient's body. This type of surgery carries extremely high risks, with a success rate of only 50%.
If successful, the injured will recover, but the one who sacrificed their life may fall into a permanent coma. Xiao Guoan said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. First, everyone marveled at the wonders of Medicine King Valley, that it actually possessed such a life-extending herb. Secondly, one has to wonder, who would be so foolish as to be willing to trade their life for another?
Senior Medicine King, I am willing to give my life for the young master. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Nianyo volunteered. The young master was too good to her, saving her life multiple times. Being grateful and repaying kindness is what a female warrior in the narrow sense should do.
No. No, only I can do this.
Bai Jiruo suddenly stood up and calmly said, Su Hao and I have already pledged our lives to each other. If he dies, there is no need for me to live. Let me take the place of exchanging my life for his.
Faced with the requests of these two women, Xiao Guoan couldn't help but sigh. Su Hao is so lucky to have found two such wonderful female confidants.
Miss Bai, you are of noble status. If anything were to happen to you, the young master would never forgive himself. Please step aside and give me the opportunity.
Huang Nianyo made a solemn request. Nianyo, I appreciate your kindness on behalf of Su Hao. But there's a problem with what you're saying. If something goes wrong during the blood transfusion, it means he won't survive either. What's the point of me living then?
Bai Jiruo said firmly.
Senior Medicine King, who do you think is more suitable? Xiao Mainyang suddenly asked. Miss Bai would be a more suitable person.
Miss Bai has no true qi in her body. She is not a martial artist. She is equivalent to the best furnace cauldron. As for Miss Huang, her advantage lies in her youth, but her chances of success are even smaller. Let me be frank, Miss Bai has a 50% chance of success, while Miss Huang has at most a 40% chance.
Xiao Guoan said helplessly.
In fact, a 50% success rate is already very low for him. He is the king of medicine. The success rate of their attacks is generally over 90%, almost effortless, with very few mistakes.
I see.
Huang Nianyo had no choice but to look at Bai Jiruo and say, Miss Bai, on behalf of the young master, I thank you for saving my life.
Little girl, you don't actually like Su Hao, do you?
Bai Jiruo changed the subject and said with some surprise.
No. I was simply repaying a debt of gratitude. Huang Nianyo immediately blushed and denied it.
In her opinion, Bai Jiruo might be considered the young master's official girlfriend now, so how could she admit to liking him?
Ha ha.
Little girl, you're quite adorable. When your husband wakes up, you must tell him for me. I will marry no one but him in this life, and I don't regret making this sacrifice. I just hope he can live on bravely. Bai Jiruo said resolutely. Miss Bai, I will definitely pass on your message, Huang Nianyo said, moved. Everyone, please wait a moment. I have already had someone bring the resurrection grass over. When the blood transfusion surgery is performed, I hope everyone will leave and not stay here to disturb me. Furthermore, we must be on high alert and absolutely not allow anyone to cause trouble.
Xiao Guoan emphasized one point.
Rest assured, Medicine King, as long as I have a breath left, I will absolutely not allow anyone to break into this place. Zhang Dewang assured him that while he couldn't exchange his life for Su Hao's, he could still act as a guard without any problem.
Xiao Guan nodded, looking pleased. Elder Su is truly a successful man, young and promising, and he has such friends and subordinates who are willing to give everything for him. It's really rare. An hour and a half later, everyone went outside. This is in Xiao Guan's hands. The blood transfusion surgery has officially begun. Everyone waited outside, but no one spoke. Everyone understood that this was an extremely dangerous surgery with a low chance of success, and they hoped nothing would go wrong. Su Hao had a very strange feeling. He was in dire straits, suffering from both poisonous gas attacks and the loss of his vital energy, making him extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, his unhappiness was rapidly disappearing. It felt as if new fluid was rapidly replacing what was inside my body. With the disappearance of the poisonous gas, the decline in vital energy is also decreasing. He carried no burden during this process. The surgery lasted a full 8 hours. When Su Hao opened his eyes, he found himself full of energy, as if he had fully recovered. However, after slightly circulating his inner energy, he discovered that he only had half of his peak strength. "What's wrong with me?" he muttered to himself. "Elder Su, the poison in you is gone now, and your internal energy will recover soon. I have a great rejuvenation pill here. After taking it and meditating for one more night, you will be fully recovered." Xiao Guan's voice caught his attention. Then he obtained a golden pill, which was the Great Rejuvenation Pill refined by Medicine King Valley. It was said to increase one's cultivation by 60 years, and was extremely precious. Medicine King, what ability do I possess to obtain such a supreme treasure? Su Hao was extremely excited. A fine sword is given to a hero, and a precious medicine is given to a master. This Great Rejuvenation Pill can restore your power, so it's making the best use of it. This thing would normally be excellent for breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, but it's useless for you. Xiao Guan said with a smile. What does it matter if he gives up some pills? Found in Medicine King Valley, a Grandmaster Honorary Elder, that's a huge windfall. Who will dare to mess with Medicine King Valley from now on? If any difficulties arise, simply call for help. That will be enough to preserve the millennia-old foundation of Medicine King Valley. A mere Great Rejuvenation Pill and a single Resurrection Grass are merely investments. Ha! Medicine King, why is Jiruo here? Su Hao quickly noticed that the person lying on the hospital bed next to him was Bai Jiruo. Her face was pale, and she was barely breathing, as if her life force had dropped to the extreme. It's basically equivalent to being in a vegetative state. Miss Bai became like this to save you. Xiao Guan stated the facts directly. Jiruo, you're so foolish. Your own life is the most important thing. How can you entrust your life to me? Su Hao trembled. Bai Jiruo had given so much in their relationship, and now she was in a vegetative state, which made him feel incredibly guilty. He kissed her face, but she didn't react at all. Normally, she would have been beaming with joy. I must save her. Su Hao muttered to himself, making a vow. 549, Chapter 549. The Secret in the Book. Medicine King, what did you use to save me? Su Hao asked directly. Resurrection Grass. Don't even think about reversing the surgery, it's impossible, because so far, only this one Resurrection Grass has been successfully cultivated. If it weren't for you, I would never have taken it out, even if someone else's life was in danger. The Medicine King said with utmost seriousness. Then what should we do? I can't let a woman die for me. Medicine King, you must have other ways to save Jiruo, right? Please, if Medicine King Valley ever needs me, I will go through fire and water for you. Su Hao made a solemn promise. Sigh, I knew you'd say that. You are a loyal and righteous person, you would never let Miss Bai suffer. There really are two ways to save Miss Bai, and each one is extremely difficult. Xiao Guan said seriously. Please speak. Su Hao asked simply, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The first method is to find the Phoenix Poison Goo. You should have heard of the Phoenix's ability to be reborn from the ashes, right? The strongest goo poison in the Poison Goo sect has this effect. It was developed by the Holy Maiden of the Poison Goo sect, and its power is astonishing. It can bring the dead back to life once. Xiao Guan said directly. Phoenix Poison Goo? Poison Goo cult?
Su Hao felt a headache just hearing those two names. They were definitely backup options. The Poison Gu cult is the most terrifying evil sect in the martial arts world, and no one wants to have any contact with them. Even if she managed to infiltrate, probably only the Holy Maiden could obtain the Phoenix Poison Gu wound that be pushing Huang Niu into a fire pit. Huang Shihu instructed that Huang Niu must never have any contact with the Poison Gu cult. He couldn't betray his maid to save Bai Jiruo. What's another way? Su Hao asked seriously. The second method is a bit far-fetched. Only by obtaining the 9-turn other shore flower from the flower shifting palace can we help Miss Bai escape danger. Xiao Guowen said. Yihua Palace? Su Hao frowned. This was indeed a difficult situation. His relationship with the Yihua Palace was extremely hostile, as bad as could be. But for Bai Jiruo, she was willing to give it a try. The 9-turn other shore flower is an extremely magical herb. Back then, Gu Qingmei, a senior expert from the flower shifting palace, once found this divine medicine in order to revive her lover and created a miracle. But Gu Qingmei has been missing for over 100 years, and no one knows her whereabouts now. Xiao Guowen said calmly. Medicine King, is this Gu Qingmei you mentioned, the predecessor who created the Nebula Divine Skill? Su Hao's heart stirred. That's right, it's this legendary heroine. Her strength is unfathomable. At her peak, she defeated countless masters in the south and was hailed as the strongest female grandmaster in the last 100 years. Xiao Guowen appeared very excited. She was a legendary figure from the previous generation. He was born at the wrong time and had no chance to see her face. Whether it's a myth or not, I'm determined to get my hands on the 9-turn other shore flower. Su Hao said in a deep voice. I trust you. Xiao Guowen nodded, hoping everything would go smoothly. After taking the Great Rejuvenation Pill, Su Hao quickly immersed himself in cultivation. Yihua Palace. Inside the palace master's room, Bai Yuxiu held the nearly destroyed Nebula Divine Skill, her complexion not looking too good. She found it strange. This is the secret manual that her master showed her when she was a child. It's absolutely foolproof. Why would practicing this lead to a chi deviation and demonic possession? If it really is useless, the Yihua Palace might still pass it down. Could there be some secret here? Master, are we really going to give up on obtaining the complete Nebula Divine Skill from Su Hao? Xiao Shuwei said unwillingly. You're still thinking about that secret manual? He's so strong, there's no way we can beat him. Even your seduction didn't work. What other methods do you have? Bai Yuxiu shook her head. Su Hao is so awful. My brother risked his life for him, finally obtaining the Nebula Divine Skill, and he actually took it back. What a despicable person. Yi Wanxia said, very displeased. That's enough. You've been completely useless lately, you're just dragging us down. Bai Yuxiu gets angry whenever she sees her. Master, I suddenly remembered that when Brother Su obtained the Nebula Divine Skill, he took a few deliberate glances at it, as if he felt there was some secret in it. Yi Wanxia suddenly remembered that Su Hao had acted somewhat strangely back then. Such a thing actually happened? Why didn't you say so sooner? Xiao Shuwei said unhappily. I just haven't had the chance yet, have I? Yi Wanxia felt wronged. Does the ancient book hold a secret? Bai Yuxiu's face darkened. She picked it up and examined it closely, trying to figure out something, but judging from the text, there was nothing unusual about it. There are no acrostic poems here, just normal records of the techniques. Could there be a secret hidden in these pages themselves? Yi Wanxia made a bold guess. Junior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the sect's most precious treasure, a secret manual meant to be passed down. If it's destroyed, can you bear the responsibility? Xiao Shuwei's expression changed drastically, and she looked very unhappy. Sunset Glow, do you think there's something wrong with these pages? Bai Yuxiu's heart stirred. Right. Yi Wanxia forced herself to speak, hoping that her suggestions would be approved by Bai Yuxiu. She gradually developed ambitions and decided to fight for some of her own interests. Okay, I believe you. Yi Wanxia, go and prepare the candles. Bai Yuxiu decided to take a chance and give it a shot. Master,
Master, this is made of paper, it will be gone if you burn it. Xiao Shuwei was stunned. Once it's gone, it's gone. Do you dare to cultivate this secret manual?
Now we have no choice but to take a gamble. It seems there might be a secret here. Bai Yuxiu said solemnly. Alright, Xiao Shuwei was a little helpless, but she understood that this was the only option, as the incomplete manual was completely useless.
When Yuanxia had everything ready, the entire manual instantly ignited, emitting golden flames. A thought struck the group, could there really be some secret hidden within?
After the flames died down, a mysterious gold leaf appeared on the ground.
Bai Yuxiu picked it up and saw that the front read ancient forest and the back read tomb of the ancestor. Master, what does this mean?
Xiao Shuwei's expression changed, and she asked in surprise.
Yes, what happened?
Yi Wanxia then asked with great curiosity. Sunset Glow, you have done a great service this time, and I will remember you, but please leave now, there is nothing for you here. Bai Yuxiu said with a stern face, very impolitely.
Master, you don't trust me?
Yi Wanxia was stunned. Trust you? After all, you have shady dealings with the Kunpeng gang. No normal person would trust you at all. Listen to me, get out of here now. Bai Yuxiu said coldly.
550, Chapter 550 Martial Arts Master.
Yes, sir. As Yi Wanxia turned around, a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. This was treating her like a thief. After she went outside, she took her phone, looked at a number, thought for a moment, and decided to dial it.
Inside the room, Xiao Shuwei was asking, who exactly is the patriarch? Xiao Shuwei, have you ever heard of Gu Qingmei?
Bai Yuxiu said mysteriously.
Never heard of her. Is she a martial arts master?
Xiao Shuwei said indifferently. Yes, she was a supreme martial arts master more than 100 years ago in our southern martial arts world. There was basically no one who could rival her, Bai Yuxiu said proudly.
Master, do you mean that Senior Gu Qingmei is our ancestor?
Xiao Shuwei's heart stirred. This was astonishing news. That's right, she is our ancestor. After the founding master's relationship went wrong, he became reluctant to see outsiders and eventually hid himself in a secluded place. Our Yihua Palace spent decades searching for the founding master's tomb.
I never imagined that this secret was hidden in an ancient book.
Bai Yuxiu laughed heartily. She believed that as long as she obtained the legacy of the founder, she would definitely have the opportunity to reach the Grandmaster realm, and one day create brilliance again, making the Yihua Palace the #1 sect.
Master, I see. As long as we obtain the treasure, the Yihua Palace will prosper.
Xiao Shuwei was overjoyed. After all, she was the senior disciple, and she would rise to prominence along with everyone else.
Xiao Shuwei, do you think the sunset saw this secret just now?
Bai Yuxiu's face suddenly darkened, filled with a chilling killing intent.
Probably not. Xiao Shuwei was a little soft-hearted. His junior sister hadn't done anything wrong. Was it really necessary to kill her?
Okay, I believe you. Bai Yuxiu stared at the gold foil, deep in thought for a long time, before channeling her inner energy to completely destroy it. She didn't want this news to spread, otherwise it would surely shock the entire martial arts world.
Taiyang Xiangju.
It was late at night, and Yi Wanxia was alone, sitting in a private room on the second floor.
She's waiting for someone.
Waiting for someone I don't want to see, but have to see anyway.
A few minutes later, footsteps could be heard in the corridor.
A handsome man pushed open the door and came in.
Brother Su, that's wonderful, you really came.
Yi Wanxia stood up and said happily.
Miss Yi, are we that familiar?
Su Hao sat down coldly. This visit wasn't to catch up, but because the other party mentioned news about Gu Qingmei.
Simply put, he's here to make a deal. Brother Su, do I really have no chance to inherit my brother's position as the head of the hall?
Yi Wanxia still wanted to try and win him over.
You ruined it all yourself. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm going back.
Su Hao said coldly.
This is the woman he hates the most right now. He simply doesn't know how to describe her. She's hopelessly stupid. Good. Then let's make a deal.
Yi Wanxia's last hope was gone, and she became incredibly realistic.
Your information had better be valuable. Su Hao said coldly. Master burned the ancient book and obtained the burial address of the ancestral master. Yi Wanxia said directly. Is this really true? Su Hao immediately became interested. This was exactly what he needed. That's right. If you want to know this information, you must hand over the complete manual of the Nebula Divine Skill. Yi Wanxia said calmly. Are you going to hand it over to Bai Yuxiu again this time? Su Hao frowned and asked. It's none of your business, are we that close? Yi Wanxia also turned cold after she finished speaking. She stretched out her hand, as if to say, hand over the secret manual first, then provide the information. Give. Su Hao took out a handwritten manual from his person and threw it over. This was something he prepared before leaving today, and it certainly came in handy. You're not going to try to scam me with counterfeit goods, are you? Yi Wanxia picked it up and carefully flipped through it, saying with some distrust. Woman, you have no right to question me. If I want to get information from you, there are over 100 ways to torture me. Either confess now, or I'll take you away. Su Hao said coldly. They're being very polite now, even going so far as to make a deal with her. If she really resorts to violence, what can she do to retaliate? Good. You win. I'll only say 4 words, ancient forest. Yi Wanxia said earnestly. That's all? Su Hao asked coldly. That's all. Even Master and the others don't know the exact location. If you go there soon, you might have a chance to get the treasure first. Yi Wanxia hurriedly explained. You'd better watch yourself. Su Hao got up and left immediately. Yi Wanxia stared at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with resentment. Even at the very end, he was still feigning innocence. This man was truly hypocritical. She muttered to herself, every man for himself, so I'll stir up trouble and watch the tigers fight from the sidelines. With a cold look in her eyes, she went to the next private room. There was a friendly middle-aged man inside, waiting with a smile. Mr. Huang, you really keep your word. Yi Wanxia went inside. Huang is an information seller. Since I have information about Gu Qingmei, how could I possibly miss it? Huang Sanxiang said with a smile. Mr. Huang, I know which area our ancestral master's tomb is in. How much would you like to sell it for? Yi Wanxia said with a smile. Don't know the exact location. In that case, the price will have to be lower. I'll offer 50 million, but you're not allowed to tell anyone else today. Huang Sanxiang hoped to monopolize the information gap during those few hours and make a fortune. Good. Yi Wanxia gave the address, successfully obtained 50 million, and left happily. Huang Sanxiang, meanwhile, remained in the private room, searching his contacts for anyone who might be interested, selling the information for 10 million and making a fortune. Even though these people knew it wasn't first-hand information, they have the resources, but they choose to give them. Getting the location of Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb for 10 million is an absolute steal. For martial artists, 10 million is nothing. The next day, the entire martial arts world was bustling with activity. The ancient forest is located in the Central Plains. Most of it remains undeveloped and is filled with miasma, poisonous insects, and other dangerous creatures, earning it the reputation of being one of the most dangerous forbidden areas. Now that everyone has heard about Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb, they've all decided to go and try their luck. Su Hao set off from the Kunpeng gang early in the morning, and on his way to Zhengzhou, he already had quite a few companions. Everyone rushed forward, one after another, all heading towards the same goal. That's insane. Su Hao sighed. With so many people of all kinds, some will inevitably become cannon fodder and objects of manipulation. Everyone will go to any lengths for profit, Xiao Meinyang remarked. Young master, are your injuries really healed? Huang Niao asked with some concern. She knew that given the young master's character, he would definitely start a fight once they arrived at the Tsangu Deep Forest. If his strength had not recovered, things would be terrible. 551, Chapter 551. Taking it by. Recovered, now at full health. Su Hao smiled faintly. That's great. Huang Niao kept laughing. It seemed that Miss Bai's efforts were worthwhile. Boss, I've received news that something's happened to the Ouyang family. Ouyang Jing has disappeared. According to some sources, it's very likely that Miyamoto Goro has appeared and taken him away. Zhang Dewang said seriously. What use is he? Su Hao subconsciously asked, isn't Ouyang Jing the head of the family? Could it be that the shadow sect is causing trouble again? It's not clear yet, but I'll keep a close eye on it. Zhang Dewang promised. Husband young Master Su, the scenery here is quite nice. Xiao Meinyang subconsciously changed her address, now only Bai Jiruo was qualified to call him husband, and everyone else was not quite right. Yes, there's also a forest hotel here, which will be our base. Su Hao nodded. The Central Plains are heavily commercialized, even on the edge of the ancient, deep forest, there are investments, with hotels and resorts galore, but if you venture deeper, there's nothing there, and the original forest landscape is preserved. So, we'll have to share a room? Xiao Meinyang asked with seductive eyes. Of course not, you and Nyo will stay in a double room, and Lao Zhang and I will stay in a single room. Su Hao said with a smile. Why should I? Are you short of money for 2 single rooms? Xiao Meinyang sighed. This man was a bit stingy. Of course, I'm very poor. Su Hao smiled faintly. Judging from his attire, some people might believe this nonsense. However, the people around him simply rolled their eyes. When he treated patients, his prices were absolutely outrageous. He is not poor at all, he is simply low-key. After checking into the hotel, Su Hao put his things away and then looked around the neighborhood, hoping to gather some useful information. Just then, he suddenly noticed several people acting suspiciously. He instinctively followed them and was shocked to find that these men had cornered a beautiful woman. The woman was dressed casually, possessing alluring long legs, a slender waist, and a stunningly beautiful bust that was hard to look away from. Even though Su Hao was a gentleman, he couldn't help but glance at her a few times. Hey girl, did you come alone? Want me to play with you for a bit? A man holding a large knife, with a protruding belly, was grinning lewdly. Get out of here, all of you. I am a disciple of the Huayue sect, someone you people can't compare to. The beautiful woman said coldly. Huayue sect? Isn't that a disciple of a prestigious family? To be able to kiss her, even death would be worth it. The man continued walking forward, reached out with his right hand, and with a hissing sound, tore a section of the woman's clothes, instantly exposing her underwear. Someone, please save me. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, and when she saw Su Hao, she immediately exclaimed excitedly, handsome, could you do me a favor? Could you chase all these hooligans away? The group turned around and looked at him coldly. They found that Su Hao was alone and not carrying any weapons. In addition, he looked very young, so they were very disdainful. Kid, we don't want to fight you if you're willing to stand by and watch. We'll let you have your turn after we've had our fun. You must feel really good looking at those beautiful, fresh-faced girls. The man grinned lewdly. I'm just passing by, so don't mess with me. Su Hao said calmly. See that? This kid is a coward and doesn't dare to make a move. I advise you to give up on that idea. Shut up, or I'll chop you up with this knife. The man spoke viciously, the weapon in his hand radiating a cold aura. Handsome, are you really afraid of them? The beautiful woman asked unwillingly. I'm not afraid. Just a few insects. Su Hao said coldly. Insect? These people were immediately displeased. They were martial arts masters who had come to search for treasure, and they were not afraid of dealing with the female disciples of the Huayue sect. How could they be insulted like this? Kid, do you even know your own last name? The man threatened. Your surname is Su, so what? Su Hao asked, unmoved by reason. You're playing dumb, I told you to get lost, I wasn't actually asking what your last name is. The man said angrily. Hey, you guys are so rude, I can't stand it anymore. I'm giving you 2 choices. Either apologize to the beautiful woman, or I'll beat them all to a pulp. Su Hao said coldly. You? The person who received the gift laughed heartily, appearing quite disdainful. Yes, I'm very strong. Su Hao emphasized this earnestly. Damn it, I'll kill you first. Men, let's attack together. The man rallied his henchmen, and together they charged forward fiercely. They exuded murderous intent and outnumbered the others. Run! The beautiful woman was startled. If something really happens, it will all be her fault. Run? No. Su Hao smiled confidently, clenched his fist, and punched the broadsword first. But with a crack, his true energy shattered the broadsword. He hurriedly reached out with both hands and, like catching chicks, threw them all into the forest outside the hotel. Ah! These people were terrified and turned pale. The forest was full of miasma and all kinds of poisonous insects. What difference would it make if they went in or died? In just 1 minute, Su Hao had no opponents at all, and he stood there unharmed. Brother Su, I didn't know you were this strong. The beautiful woman looked at him with admiration, as if he were her great hero. Well enough. Su Hao thought it was just a casual thing to do, but seeing the beautiful woman's disheveled appearance, he said helplessly, find something to cover yourself up. Ah. The beautiful woman was panicked. She was outside the hotel. Where could she find a way out? What can be used to block? Fine, you can have this one. Su Hao had no choice but to throw his coat over. After the beautiful woman took off her clothes, she wrapped them tightly and said, Brother Su, my name is Han Fei, and I come from the Huaihua sect. Su Hao nodded calmly. Are you here to search for an ancient tomb? If that's the case, we can unite. Han Fei said confidently. Joint? You can't even save yourself. Su Hao expressed his doubts. Just because I'm not good doesn't mean my senior brothers and sisters are weak. Han Fei said with a faint smile. Just then, a young man and woman walked over. Seeing that Han Fei was not in good condition, the man asked anxiously, Junior sister, what happened to you? Are you injured? Do you want your senior brother to help you get revenge? It's alright, it's all over now. I ran into some thugs, and Brother Su saved me. Han Fei took Su Hao's hand and began to introduce them. Young Master Su, thank you for your righteous help. We are disciples of the Huaihua sect, and we will certainly repay you if you ever ask for anything. The man said proudly. 552, chapter 552. So that's how it is. No need, it's just a small favor. Su Hao smiled faintly. Kid, do you look down on the Huaihua sect? You should know that we are one of the top 10 sects in Zhengzhou. Being able to get on our good side is better than you struggling your whole life. The man said proudly. Huaihua sect? Okay, I got it. Is there anything else? Su Hao wasn't very interested and said indifferently. Young Master Su, the one who spoke just now is my senior brother Yi Tsong. He was indeed a bit impolite. My name is Yi Yao. Our Huaihua sect is extremely grateful to you for helping Xiao Fei this time. The woman was very pretty and looked even better than Han Fei. You're welcome. As the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face. Since Yi Yao was being so polite, he managed to force a smile. Young Master Su, according to my junior sister, you were able to drive away so many villains, so it seems you are quite strong. Why don't we team up and go treasure hunting together? We can look out for each other. Don't worry, if you end up with the treasure, we won't ask to split it equally. Yi Yao was indeed very polite. She seemed to be saying that the Huaihua sect must repay this kindness. She had a lot of confidence in herself and her group, believing that Su Hao couldn't possibly get the treasure before them. Little sister, how can you do this? Yi Tsong was unhappy. Would he have been acting as Yi Tsong's bodyguard for nothing? Brother, our Huaihua sect is a renowned martial arts family. How can we forget our kindness and betray our principles? Yi Yao said with a sullen face and displeasure. Okay, whatever my sister says goes. You're lucky this time, surnamed Su, to have the opportunity to partner with us. Yi Tsong said dismissively. Su Hao ignored the man and looked at Yi Yao, unable to bring himself to refuse. He said, since that's the case, it's not convenient for us to decline. Let's join forces. His words made Yi Tsong very unhappy. Why does it sound like he's the one who suffered a loss? He wondered to himself, who is this person? He only mentioned the surname and didn't even dare to say the given name. Brother Su, how about we meet up later? How about the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel? Yi Yao said with a smile. Good. I'll be there in a bit. Su Hao agreed. Walk. Yi Tsong left with the two men, his face cold. Before leaving, Han Fei glanced at Su Hao, a blush creeping across her face. Junior sister, you don't like him, do you? Yi Yao's expression changed. They'd only known each other for a short time, but Han Fei's expression already seemed off, like she was falling in love. Senior sister, don't joke around, I am just grateful to Brother Su. Han Fei tightened her grip on the clothes, her eyes glazed over. These were clothes that carried the scent of Brother Su. Xiao Fei, what's so good about him? He's just a bit handsome. You should choose a skilled martial artist instead of a pretty boy. Yi Tsong immediately became jealous and said unhappily. He regrets it now. If his sister hadn't stopped him, he should have taught Su Hao a lesson. Now look what's happened, a love rival has appeared. He considered himself and Han Fei to be childhood sweethearts, never expecting that someone would steal her away. Senior, being handsome is definitely a plus. Secondly, Brother Su is very capable, we might be benefiting from following him. Han Fei said with a smile. He's very strong? Yi Tsong didn't believe it at all and said dismissively. You'll find out in time. Han Fei was full of confidence. The hotel restaurant was bustling with activity. The boss is ecstatic today, so many martial arts experts have suddenly appeared. The hotel is not only fully booked, but even the extra-priced rooms are all sold out. There are at least several hundred people eating here. At first, there were some tourists on vacation, but when they discovered that more and more martial arts practitioners were gathering around, they were frightened and left immediately. They wondered if there would be any conflict among so many martial arts practitioners. People who don't understand ancient martial arts might easily mistake everyone for slightly more civilized thugs. Su Hao walked in with Huang Nianniao on his left and Xiao Meiyang on his right, two beautiful women, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Some people even whistled at Xiao Meiyang and Huang Nianniao, which was quite impolite. Huang Nianniao blushed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Meiyang, however, smiled and didn't care at all. Brother Su, you've arrived. Han Fei, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and waved happily. Su Hao nodded and was about to walk over. Young Master Su, you're quite the ladies' man. It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've already snagged another stunning beauty. Xiao Meiyang could tell at a glance that Han Fei's mood was a bit off. She was clearly delighted. Don't talk nonsense, we're just friends. Su Hao led them to their seats and introduced them to their identities. Miss Huang, Miss Xiao, what is your relationship with Brother Su? Han Fei asked the two of them with a hint of wariness. Huang Nianniao is youthful and beautiful, and Xiao Meiyang is charming and alluring. They are both great beauties. I am young Master Su's maid, Huang Nianniao introduced herself. As for me, I am young Master Su's maid, doing all sorts of odd jobs, Xiao Meiyang replied casually. I see. Han Fei chuckled. As long as she wasn't a confirmed girlfriend, it didn't matter. Su Hao discovered that there were actually quite a few people from the Huaiyue sect. It turned out that it wasn't just the three of them at this time of day, everyone else had appeared and gathered together, forming a considerable force. It must be said that the disciples of the Huaiyue sect are quite talented, as all of them are young masters at the innate realm. This is already very rare, as grandmasters are few and far between, and young grandmasters are even rarer. The gathering of so many innate masters is befitting of a prestigious sect. Brother Su, is it really convenient for you to travel with two beautiful women? Han Fei asked in surprise. Xiao Fei, do you think they're weak? Su Hao said with a smile. I didn't mean to offend them, I just felt that this operation was very risky. Han Fei nodded, the meaning behind her words becoming clear. Did you see that? The surrounding area is full of prestigious sects. The bald men on the left are the wild monks from the Jihua sect, and the burly men on the right are from the Fumo sect. Each of them is a young master. You surnamed Su, with two burdens in your life, you're destined to go nowhere. Yi Tsong said dismissively. Who do you think you are? Huang Nianniao was very angry. She was also at the innate realm, she was just a latecomer to the field. Xiao Meiyang simply smiled faintly. There was no need to argue with such a person. You know what, there's one person we in the Huaiyue sect really admire. Yi Yao suddenly said. Who? Su Hao asked calmly. Do you know that a young genius defeated Master Zhou Yang a few days ago?
Yi Yao suddenly spoke mysteriously, as if she thought they came from somewhere else and had never heard this secret before.
553, Chapter 553 Scum of the Martial Arts World. Oh, who is this person? Xiao Meinyang was delighted. Was this Su Hao standing right in front of them? Unfortunately, these people had only heard of the name but didn't know the person at all. Su Hao.
I've heard that this person is not only incredibly powerful, but also has several stunningly beautiful female confidants, making countless men envious. Most importantly, he's handsome and charming, and very popular with girls.
Yi Yao spoke with a hint of excitement. I don't believe it. Is that Su Hao as powerful as Brother Su in front of us? Han Fei was displeased and said indifferently. Little sister, you can't think too highly of the people in the martial arts world. Maybe this Su Hao is just a lecherous scoundrel who deceives girls' feelings everywhere. Let me tell you, people's hearts are treacherous. You must protect yourself and never easily trust strangers. Yi Tsong was also unhappy, feeling that Yi Yao was new to the martial arts world and worried that his sister might be deceived by that guy named Su Hao. Yes, in my opinion, that Su Hao is a big bad guy. He's done all sorts of evil things. He should be tied up and made to face everyone's criticism. Xiao Meinyang added fuel to the fire. No, you're all wrong, young master. Su Hao is the best man in the world. Please don't misunderstand. Yi Yao was still saying nice things. Sister, he's just a fame seeker. The so-called youngest grandmaster is all a lie. Even if it's true, given some time, I'll surpass him sooner or later. Yi Tsong said with absolute certainty. How long is sooner or later? Huang Niu asked with a grin. 3 years. I only need 3 years to surpass this person and become the next grandmaster. Yi Tsong said proudly. Wow, you're so amazing, how come I didn't realize it? Huang Niu said sarcastically. Beautiful lady, you come from the countryside, so I can understand if you're a little ignorant. Now I solemnly introduce myself as the eldest disciple of the Huaiyue sect. I possess immense strength and am undoubtedly one of the most powerful disciples in Zhengzhou. Yi Tsong kept raising his own value. That's right, our senior brother is our idol. He's incredibly strong and has never been defeated. We're not bragging, but looking across the entire restaurant, there's simply no one who can withstand 3 moves from senior brother. Yes, our senior brother is the future #1 young grandmaster. Several disciples of the Huaiyue sect went on a rampage of praise. The first grandmaster? Wow! Amazing! Huang Niu clapped her hands, seemingly applauding, but actually treating him like a clown. Yi Yao shook her head. These fellow disciples were really something. They knew their older brother was vain, yet they still went along with him. It's fine to say these things at home, but if you actually brag about them outside, people will probably laugh their heads off. Of course. As long as I am here, you can travel freely in the Tsangu forest without worry. Absolutely no one will dare to stop you. Because no one dares to oppose me. Yi Tsong became more and more excited as he spoke, giving the impression that he didn't care about anyone else. Su Hao and Xiao Meinyang both shook their heads and smiled wryly. If this kid came from a circus, he would be very entertaining. Just as he was feeling smug, someone suddenly grabbed a folding chair from behind and smashed it hard against his head. Snap! His head was immediately broken and bleeding profusely. Damn it, who dares to hit me? Yi Tsong shouted angrily. He was just bragging when someone came up like this. Wasn't this undermining him? So what if I hit you? Who was bragging just now? Who said that no one here could rival you? A bald man with a disdainful smile stood up from the table next to him. Who the hell are you? State your name. Labor and management don't fight nobodies. Yi Tsong said angrily. Fine, keep being arrogant. Listen up, old man. I am Yan Hua, son of the leader of the demon subduing sect. The man said arrogantly. Who do we have here? It's young master Yan Hua. Yi Tsong forced a helpless smile onto his face. He believed his strength was no less than Yan Hua's, but the other party's status was different.
First of all, he is the son of the sect leader, which makes him much stronger than him. Secondly, Yan Hua's father, Yan Song, was extremely powerful, being the #1 expert in Zhengzhou. This person is even stronger than Yi Song's master. Weren't you very arrogant? I still prefer your defiant attitude from just now. Yan Hua revealed a cold smile. Young Master Yan, I was just bragging, please don't mind. Yi Song continued with a forced smile. Just moments ago they were so arrogant, now they are so humble. You say you don't mind, so you don't mind? Brothers, everyone come and be the judge. Would you want to be trampled underfoot by someone like that? As Yan Hua spoke, she slapped him hard across the face. I don't want to. Young Master Yan, help us vent our anger. This kid is too arrogant, he dares to talk nonsense without any real ability, it's simply unforgivable. The rest of the people were just there to watch the show. Since Yi Song had already been suppressed by young Master Yan, everyone naturally chose to watch the show. Yi Song's expression turned extremely ugly, he clenched his fists, wanting to fight back, but he was wary of his opponent's identity, making him look very awkward. Young Master Yan, what exactly do you want from me to let me go? Left with no other choice, he could only continue to speak in a humble tone. It's very simple. Have the 4 beauties here today play with me, and we'll call it even. As he spoke, Yan Xiao's gaze swept over Huang Niuniu, Xiao Meinyang, Han Fei, and Yi Yao, his eyes lewd and disgusting. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others changed drastically. Isn't this blatant kidnapping of women? Those who had just supported Yan Hua now showed expressions of grief and indignation. Such behavior is absolutely the act of a scoundrel in the martial arts world. However, everyone was wary of his identity and dared not speak out against him. Hey Yan, don't be so arrogant. Huang Niuniu was very unhappy and glared at her angrily. Arrogant? You're absolutely right, as long as we're within Zhengzhou's territory, no one dares to disobey what I say. Little beauty, you're the first one to dare to resist, so tonight I'll be the first to take your place. I guarantee you'll be so happy you won't be able to get out of bed. Yan Hua laughed lewdly. Beautiful lady, as long as you follow young Master Yan, I guarantee you'll have endless blessings. Stop trying to resist the pressure, just give in. From now on, we'll have to call you sister-in-law, and of course, there's more than one sister-in-law. The men who followed Yan Hua laughed arrogantly. You filthy scoundrel! Huang Niuniu was very unhappy, so she picked up the red wine on the table and coldly splashed it on him. Yan Hua was in the midst of excitement, feeling that he was about to get close to her this time. He was caught off guard and his face was covered in red wine. He was so angry that his face changed drastically. You filthy woman, I'll kill you. 554, Chapter 554 Arrogance. All we saw was Yan Hua pull out a large knife, revealing a fierce expression, and with a whoosh, he swung it directly at Huang Niuniu's head. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Yan Hua was indeed a beast, showing no mercy to women whatsoever. Anyone who offended him, whether beautiful or ugly, would be killed without hesitation. Huang Niuniu's expression changed. Her strength was not enough to contend with the young master of the #1 sect in Zhengzhou, but she was not panicked because she was confident that the man would definitely make a move. Bullying a woman? Su Hao took a step forward, raised his right hand, and firmly grabbed the man's arm. Let me go. Yan Hua tried to pull his arm out, only to find that the other person's arm strength far exceeded his own, and he couldn't budge it at all. I order you to apologize to Huang Niuniu. Su Hao said coldly. Are you fucking crazy? Where did this country bumpkin come from, that he actually made young Master Yan apologize? Let me tell you this, young Master Yan has never apologized once since he was born. Before Yan Hua could speak, his followers behind him couldn't stand it anymore and said disdainfully. Hey Su, you need to understand one thing, this isn't some small place for you. Within Zhengzhou, no one can make young Master Yan apologize. I advise you to release him quickly. Apologize yourself and you'll have a sliver of hope to live. Yi Song's expression changed drastically, and he immediately offered advice. Brother Su, don't confront him head-on, you can't fight him head-on. Yi Yao was also frightened and her face turned pale. Upon hearing this, Yanhua laughed even more arrogantly. You brat, just because you dared to make a move, you'll lose this right hand today. Now I'll give you a chance. I'll count to 3 as long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, and bring me 4 women. All I want today is your right hand. Oh? Su Hao's expression remained unchanged as he looked at him with a mocking gaze. 3. Yanhua's cold countdown. Young man, quickly admit your mistake. Survival is the most important thing. It's not worth making such a fuss over a moment of impulse. I have something to tell you. Yan Song is here too, but he's resting in his room. If things get out of hand, no one can save you. Others tried to dissuade him. If you offend this kind of person, you can only accept your fate. 2. Yanhua continued the countdown. Brother Su, why don't you just admit your mistake? We can protect ourselves. I believe young Master Yan is a disciple of a reputable sect, and he wouldn't actually do something so despicable. Han Fei also began to persuade her, clinging to the last glimmer of hope. Right. If anything goes wrong, our sect and our master will negotiate with them. You won't have to bear it all alone. Yi Yao continued to persuade her. 1. I'm sorry, you've lost your chance to live. My men will tear you to pieces. Yanhua grinned maliciously and was about to order the people next to him to make a move. Unexpectedly, Su Hao acted even faster. With a sudden burst of force, using a dislocating technique, he dislocated his arm. That wasn't enough. He raised his right hand and slapped his arrogant face hard. Bang! The slap was very powerful, sending him flying instantly. It crashed into a stone pillar in the distance and then came to a stop. You brat, you're asking for it, aren't you? Men, let's avenge young Master Yan. Attack, hack him to death. Yanhua's 3 henchmen, wielding gleaming broadswords, charged forward. It looked like a vicious dog released by its owner, with a repulsive expression. Nyo, these few insects are yours. Su Hao was too lazy to make a move and simply said, Alright. Huang Nyo was overjoyed. Her purpose in coming here was to fight. Only by constantly taking action can one accumulate experience. Opportunities to make a move are rare normally, but now they've come along, haven't they? Her opponents were, after all, members of the demon subduing sect, and there were 3 of them, definitely the best opponents for her trial. She still used the falling petals palm technique, demonstrating her rich combat experience, and held her own against 3 opponents. The others watched in amazement, wondering if Yanhua's lackeys were incompetent, or if Huang Nyo was simply too powerful. What was most surprising was that Huang Nyo actually won by a hair's breadth. In the end, with a mocking smile on her face, she said disdainfully, So this is all the demon subduing sect is like? Is the #1 sect in Central Plains here to be a joke? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged bewildered glances. As locals, we all know how powerful the demon subduing sect is. Only these few outsiders completely disregard them. You bitch, are you looking for death? Yanhua stood up again, his injured body radiating coldness as he walked towards Huang Nyo. What's wrong? You're no match for my young master. You'd better kneel down and admit your mistake. Bark like a dog a few times to entertain everyone. Huang Nyo said disdainfully. I'm no match for him? It was just an accident. Once I'm ready, I can beat him with one hand. Yanhua refused to admit defeat, a disdainful smile on his face. Yeah? Let me know when you're ready. Su Hao said calmly. Wait a moment. Yanhua took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and reattached his severed hand. Instantly regaining his peak aura, he gripped his broadsword tightly again and said, Ready. However, before he could even make a move, Su Hao appeared coldly in front of him and said disdainfully, One hand, is that it? As he spoke, he used his dislocated tendons and bones technique again, dislocating both arms. You have no sportsmanship, you launched a sneak attack. Yanhua said angrily. You call this a sneak attack? Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. Wasn't he attacking head-on just now? He can only blame himself for being too slow. Waste. Su Hao said coldly, as if he were defining him. Grass. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the demon-subduing sect. If you really offend me, you'll regret it.
Yan Hua once again resorted to his tried and true identity, attempting to exert pressure once more. However, he found that it didn't work at all.
Su Hao slapped him away, then chased after him and kicked him several more times in midair.
Boom!
When Yan Hua crashed to the ground, the injuries on his body were quite shocking.
His entire aura suddenly weakened. The arrogance has vanished, replaced only by fear. Who the hell are you? He was trembling with fear. At that moment, he sensed a murderous aura emanating from Su Hao. Someone, go and inform his father.
I want to see just how domineering the demon-subduing sect really is.
Su Hao kicked him unconscious and said disdainfully. You fucking wait, don't you dare run away.
Immediately, a disciple of the demon-subduing sect rushed out.
Everyone looked at Su Hao with utter astonishment.
When it comes to arrogance, look no further than this person. Yan Hua's level is far too low.
555, Chapter 555 Timely Intervention. Who exactly is this kid? How dare he directly provoke Yensong?
When it comes to arrogance, it has to be outsiders, because they don't know anything. I think all of these people are doomed. Yensong is extremely protective of his own son and would never allow anyone to hit him.
Others were talking about it. No one had any faith in Su Hao. They felt that his provocation was no different from courting death. Hey Su, what exactly do you want? If you don't want to live anymore, why are you dragging us down with you?
Offending the demon-subduing sect leader will bring disaster upon our entire Huaiyue sect.
Yitsong said nervously. That's not right of you. You're the one who caused this mess. You're not bragging, are you? You think you could cause something like this? Huang Niu was unhappy. Wasn't this just turning the tables on her?
Even if I offended young Master Yan, I would only suffer some physical pain, but he offended Yensong.
Yitsong practically shouted it out.
They had no idea just how terrifying Yensong was.
Brother Su, this time things have really gotten out of hand. Why don't you lay low for a while?
Han Fei reached out to pull him away, but found that Su Hao had no intention of leaving.
I can't leave.
One should take responsibility for one's own actions. Leaving would only implicate you.
Su Hao shook his head and said calmly.
After saying that, he sat down directly. He came here to eat, but he hasn't finished eating yet. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Hao picked up his chopsticks and ate fish and meat with a relaxed expression, seemingly oblivious to the impending crisis. Such composure, remaining unfazed even in the face of imminent collapse, commands respect from all who witness it. Meanwhile, the disciples of the demon-subduing sect were quickly trying to wake Yan Hua up.
Who hurt my son? A few minutes later, an angry roar echoed throughout the entire venue.
A middle-aged man arrived in a flurry of activity, accompanied by a group of young disciples. This man had thick eyebrows and large ears, and a dark complexion. Wherever his gaze swept, those present would avoid him.
Because the one who came was none other than Yensong. You surnamed Su. Su, are you never going to stop?
Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't save you this time. Yitsong was somewhat gloating. Who told him to show off? Now look what happened, he's about to get his comeuppance.
Yi Yao and Han Fei exchanged a glance. This was really bad.
The disciples of the demon-subduing sect laughed heartily, clearly full of confidence.
If you hadn't left earlier, it would have been too late now.
Since there are so many people here today, we're going to show everyone what happens when you offend the demon-subduing sect.
Weren't you so arrogant? Didn't you want to see the sect leader? Now that he's here, are you scared out of your wits?
Seeing that Su Hao remained silent, everyone sneered.
Just then, Yan Hua woke up and rushed over to his father, saying, Dad, you have to stand up for me. This kid not only hurt me, but he also broke my arm. Kill him. We absolutely cannot let him live to see tomorrow.
Seeing his son beaten like this, Yensong was filled with boundless rage. He first set Yan Hua's arms back up, then asked, Where is he?
That's him.
Today's events are all his fault. Yan Hua pointed directly at Su Hao and said coldly.
Yensong looked over with murderous intent, but his expression changed drastically when he realized that the person was Su Hao. Holy crap! How could it be him? Yensong once joined in the fun and went to watch the duel between him and the Nine Yang Master. At the time, I felt that with Master Zhou Yan's strength, defeating a junior would be no problem at all. Who would have thought that Su Hao would be the one to win in the end? From then on, Su Hao became famous overnight and became a taboo subject among the leaders of various martial arts sects. No one wanted to offend him. Dad, don't hesitate. I won't be able to quell my hatred until I kill him now. Yan Hua also urged. Smack! To everyone's surprise, Yensong made his move. It's not about dealing with Su Hao. Instead, he was dealing with his own son. This blow slapped Yan Hua so hard that his face swelled up like a pig's head. Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? The enemy is over there, why are they attacking me? Yan Hua opened his mouth, and two of his front teeth had fallen out. A mistake? It is the father's fault if he raises his son but does not teach him. I should have repeatedly warned you and given you the strictest guidance long ago. When you are out and about, you must be upright and honest, and do not steal or cheat, and do not bully women. Kneel down. Yensong was furious. He was terrified offending Su Hao was practically suicide. The only option now is to resort to a self-inflicted injury ruse. Give your son a good scolding, only then will he forgive you. Ah! Yan Hua was displeased. When did the demon subduing sect have such strict rules? Why aren't you kneeling? Yensong struck him twice on the legs with lightning speed, knocking him off his feet and forcing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. Huar, I hope you remember that I'm doing this for your own good. At the same time, it is also to tell everyone that as a prestigious sect, the demon subduing sect would never cover up a disciple who has made a mistake. As Yensong spoke, he launched into another brutal beating at Yan Hua. Judging from this, although it's not fatal, it's enough to make him suffer for many days. Before long, Yan Hua could no longer stand and collapsed in a pool of blood. Everyone stared wide-eyed, some in disbelief. Is this still Yensong? Is this the leader of the demon subduing sect? How did they become so righteous? Goodness, were they enemies in their past lives? Huang Niu exclaimed in surprise. Possibly Xiao Mainyang smiled calmly. Yensong's handling of the situation was quite brilliant, enough to avert a crisis that could wipe out an entire family. This is definitely fake. Yensong is a protective man, he would never lay a hand on his son. Yi Song couldn't believe it. Could it be that he was subjected to some kind of coercion? Yi Yao frowned. Had someone revealed their identity just now, using their greater power to force him to submit? That should be true. Han Fei nodded, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Yensong acted swiftly, inflicting physical pain on Yan Hua before knocking him unconscious with a final punch. In truth, he had exercised restraint. Although the injuries appeared severe, he should recover without much trouble after 10 to 15 days of rest. After doing all this, Yensong turned to Su Hao and said, Young master, it was our demon-subduing sect that was in the wrong just now. As the sect leader, I apologize to you and hope that you will be magnanimous and not hold it against them. Not bad, your attitude is alright. If everyone is like your son, then there is no need for the demon-subduing sect to exist. Su Hao said calmly. Understood, this will never happen again. Yensong understood the hidden warning and said with some lingering fear. Fortunately, the intervention was timely, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. 556, Chapter 556 Prestige. Is this a lesson for Yensong? People gradually stopped understanding it. No one could guess the reason why Yensong admitted his mistake. No one could guess the source of Su Hao's confidence in giving a lesson. Young master, I'll leave with the people from the demon-subduing sect. First, I wish you a successful treasure hunt. After admitting his mistake, Yensong immediately tucked his tail between his legs and led everyone away as quickly as possible. After they went out, some people were very puzzled. Sect leader, why should we bow down to this person? Lower your head? You should be grateful that the demon-subduing sect still exists today. You clueless bastard, keep your eyes peeled from now on. If you see this person, go around them, understand? Yensong reprimanded him loudly. Clear. Clear. All the disciples nodded, but they still only had a vague understanding. The next day, after everyone had rested, they left the hotel and headed towards the Tsungu forest. There was indeed a lot of miasma here, and it looked quite dangerous. Ah! Huang Niao saw a spider the size of her palm and was so frightened that her face changed drastically. She rushed to Su Hao's side as fast as she could, trembling with fear. "Miss, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Meinyang walked over with a smile, and using some unknown method, she tamed the poisonous spider. She brought it back and boasted, "Don't you all think this thing is beautiful?" "Is it beautiful?" Yi Tsong and the others immediately moved away from her. This woman was truly terrifying. "Brother Su, Miss Huang, Miss Yi, the miasma here is still quite strong. Let's take the antidote first." Yi Yao took some antidote pills and handed them to everyone one by one. After Su Hao and the others received it, they slowly took it. With the antidote pills available, everyone's breathing became easier, and they no longer had to worry about the miasma affecting them. "By the way, Miss Yi, do you know where the ancient tomb is located?" Su Hao asked casually. "To be honest, we don't know either. But our master will also arrive. As long as we travel smoothly, we will definitely receive reinforcements." Yi Yao shook her head. Even the local sects had no idea where Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb was located. Otherwise, how could the ancient tomb have been preserved to this day? "Young master, we need to hurry, there seem to be a lot of people today." Huang Niao saw wave after wave of people rushing forward. If she was late, she might not even get to drink the soup. Yes, traveling like this is too slow. Xiao Meinyang also felt that it was not quite right. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Su Hao looked around and, sure enough, found a cross carved on a stone. This was his agreement with Yi Wanxia, signifying that the people from Yihua Palace were heading in that direction. In any case, the Yihua Palace's understanding of the treasure location is definitely better than anyone else's, so following them will be absolutely no problem. "Let's go this way." Su Hao smiled faintly and walked over. "Why are we going this way? Isn't the main force moving forward?" Yi Tsong said with great dissatisfaction. "You can do whatever you want, no one is stopping you." Su Hao said coldly. "You brat, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you taught Yen Hua a lesson." "Who's serious? Yen Hua only has mediocre skills, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes." Yi Tsong said confidently. "Yeah? Who beat someone up like a dog yesterday?" Huang Niao laughed. How could he have the nerve to say something like that? "Brother, shut up. Loose lips sink ships, will it kill you to keep your mouth shut?" Yi Yao was unhappy and immediately launched into a tirade. "Little sister, I was just trying to scare him. If we really fought, I could take on 10 guys like him by myself." Yi Tsong said unwillingly. "Yes, the senior brother's strength is definitely greater than his. I advise you to stop pretending to be an expert and just follow your senior brother's instructions honestly, otherwise you'll definitely get lost in the end. In the Tsungu forest, it's best to listen to the local sects, otherwise your fate will definitely not be good." Several disciples of the Huaiyue sect still supported Yi Tsong and harbored some hostility towards Su Hao. "No, Meinyang, keep up." Su Hao ignored them. "Good." The two beautiful women chose to follow. "Senior sister, what should we do?" Han Fei was a little confused. "Never mind, I'll just follow along for now." Yi Yao thought about it and realized that there was no point in following the main group now, so she might as well try her luck this way. Good. Two more beautiful women followed. Yi Tsung's situation became somewhat awkward. He didn't agree to what he said. Was he supposed to take his junior brothers with him and go down? That was absolutely out of the question. There were 4 beautiful women here, and they couldn't give them up no matter what. I just want to protect everyone, not listen to you." Yi Tsong added another sentence. Little did he know, Su Hao simply ignored his words and treated them as nonsense. He was simply looking for the fork in the rock and hurried onward. The journey is becoming increasingly difficult, with the possibility of crossing mountains and valleys. There were many poisonous insects on the road, including poisonous spiders, snakes, and scorpions, which terrified Huang Niao. She held onto Su Hao's hand tightly, not daring to let go. Xiao Meinyang was speechless. She was the orthodox saintess of the Poison Gu sect, yet she was afraid of these things without having cultivated the Poison Gu sect's techniques. She really had no way to deal with poisons. The people of the Huaiyue sect weren't much better. Upon seeing the poisonous creature, they could only take action, either killing it or driving it away. As a result, their journey was delayed. Eventually, they arrived at a canyon, where there happened to be a dense forest. After passing through it, they could see a mysterious cave. At the entrance of the cave, this burly man was holding 2 disciples of the Yihua Palace captive. Is this the Divine Sword sect? Yi Yao was somewhat surprised when she recognized him. The Divine Sword sect is the second largest sect in Zhengzhou, second only to the demon subduing sect. It is also full of talented people and has great strength. Senior brother, what sect do these 2 beauties belong to? A disciple asked Yi Tsong for guidance. Yi Tsong wanted to say he didn't know, but seeing Su Hao present, he tentatively asked, Mr. Su, do you know their identities? A disciple of the Yihua Palace. Su Hao said calmly. Oh, no wonder they're so good looking, Yi Tsong said subconsciously. I know you're just making that inference based on their appearance, it's nothing. This person's attempt to save face was laughable. No one could compare to him, he was the only one who kept showing off. What a great day, there are quite a few experts here. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect said coldly. You were just lucky to be the first to discover this place. If we had come any later, we would have taken over. Then a man stepped forward, revealed his identity, and confidently said, I am from the Wulong Ganji. Advise you, weaklings, not to wade into these troubled waters. The mere Wulong gang has become so arrogant now. In our Zhengzhou, things must be done according to our rules. From another direction, a group of people emerged, each carrying a large sword, looking imposing. 557, Chapter 557. Accepting the challenge. Golden Saber sect? Yi Tsong noticed the gold trim on the hilts of their swords and immediately recognized them. The Golden Saber sect is a contender for second place with the Divine Sword sect, and its strength is equally impressive. The fact that these 3 major forces have gathered in one place is indeed quite frightening. Let's not fight each other too much, let's take care of the smaller fry first. The Golden Saber sect disciple replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the other forces, who had been watching the show, scattered like birds and beasts in fear. In the end, only Su Hao and his group remained. Gentlemen, I advise you not to be arrogant. The Huaiyue sect is no pushover either. If they really make a move, it's anyone's guess who will win. Yi Tsong walked out proudly. It would be quite embarrassing to be scared off like that. So it's the Huaiyue sect, and they're quite well known. The disciple of the Golden Saber sect wore a faint look of disdain. The reason he didn't make a move directly was simply because he was afraid that others would take advantage of the situation. 4 forces? Zhang Quan, a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, said calmly, there are still too many people here. What do you all think? That's right, there are a few small fry who are not qualified to participate in the treasure hunt at all. Wang Chen of the Wulong gang said disdainfully. If you ask me, we should take out the Wulong gang first, and there will be far fewer people left. Said Zhao Yu of the Golden Saber sect. Why us? Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. He had just said small fry, shouldn't it have been the Huayu sect and their group? Because we are a sect from Zhengzhou, how can we kill each other? Since you are the only ones from out of town, it's only right to deal with some of you first and have fewer people share the treasure. Zhang Quan also strongly agreed. I agree. Yi Song said with a smile. The 3 sects, temporarily allied, all glared at the disciples of the Wulong gang with hostile eyes. You guys are so despicable. Wang Chen was so angry he was trembling. Very well, so you look down on our righteous sects, huh? Now you have even more reasons to make a move. Zhang Quan laughed heartily. Junior brothers, listen to my command, attack immediately, leave no one alive. Zhao Yu sneered. The 2 righteous sects joined forces and launched a fierce attack on the Wulong gang. They have the advantage in both numbers and skill. Senior brother, shouldn't we make a move? Han Fei was puzzled. Didn't they just agree to form an alliance? Let them fight like dogs, we'll conserve our strength. Yi Tsong said smugly. Oh. Han Fei frowned, feeling that this was rather unethical. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, with Wang Chen's scream, the battle on this side came to an end. The Wulong gang was completely wiped out. The other two major sects only suffered minor injuries, which can be considered a complete victory. Hey, isn't it a bit unreasonable for you Huaiyue sect people to just stand by and do nothing? Zhang Quan looked over with an unfriendly gaze. I think they're doing this on purpose, trying to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Zhao Yu said with great disdain. Do we really need to attack multiple sects at once to deal with such a sect? We have complete trust in you. Yi Tsong argued forcefully. I see. In the Central Plains, only the Huaiyue sect is the righteous one, while we are just a bunch of bullies who have banded together. Zhang Quan deliberately sighed. This puts us in a difficult position. If they spread this news, wouldn't it affect the reputation of our two sects? Zhao Yu also sighed heavily. Yi Tsong sensed something was wrong. The two men's intentions were clear, to find a pretext to attack the Huaiyue sect. Forget about reputation, nowadays, the treasure is what everyone is really interested in. If anyone stands in their way, let alone the Huaiyue sect, they would probably have to give it a shot, even the Fumo sect. You are all so hypocritical. Yi Tsong said angrily. Hypocritical? Haha, it's hilarious that a weak sect like yours would say such things. Zhang Quan said dismissively. Stop talking nonsense, there's no way we're letting you go today. Zhao Yu was filled with cold-blooded murderous intent. I advise you not to act recklessly. The Huaiyue sect is powerful. If a fight really breaks out, the best case scenario is that both sides will be severely injured. Yi Tsong's aura surged, revealing a threatening look. Is that so? I'd like to see just how strong you really are. Zhang Quan said with great disdain. Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Zhao Yu called out. The next moment, the two sects joined forces again and charged towards everyone. Let's all charge. Don't be afraid. Yi Tsong was a little unhappy, they were bullying him too much. However, when the fight broke out, they discovered that there was a gap in strength. Even when the two sects joined forces, the Wulong gang couldn't defeat them, they were still a bit lacking. Several disciples were soon injured. Huang Niu was unarmed and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position as she fought the group. Suddenly, Zhao Yu saw a glimmer of hope and immediately slashed at Huang Niu with his knife. Young master, save me. Huang Niu's expression changed drastically, she was no match for this kind of person. With a whoosh, a silver light appeared. Su Hao's silver needle shattered the man's weapon and pierced through his chest. Who exactly are you? Zhao Yu's expression changed drastically, his breathing grew weaker and weaker, and he finally collapsed to the ground, powerless. Seeing this, the happiest person was actually Zhang Quan, who felt that since Zhao Yu had died a violent death, no one would be able to fight against them anymore. The other members of the Golden Saber sect continued to fight fiercely. Su Hao sighed, seeing that they had no intention of stopping. He picked up a golden knife and attacked fiercely, killing one person with each strike. In the end, only the disciples of the Divine Sword sect remained alive. In the chaotic battle among the three sects, the Golden Saber sect was the first to be eliminated. Very good, brother, you are truly my lucky charm. Who can stop our Divine Sword sect next? Zhang Quan haha laughing out loud. What are you being so arrogant about? I haven't even used my full power yet. Do you really think the Huaiyue sect is easy to bully? Seeing that everyone's numbers were about the same, Yi Tsong suddenly perked up, full of confidence. He looked at the enemy before him with disdain. Who are you? Zhang Quan was stunned. Had he misjudged someone today? Was there another hidden master here? I am Yi Tsong, the senior disciple of the Huaiyue sect. The man said arrogantly. He's truly a brilliant man. Zhang Quan smiled disdainfully, thinking he was some important figure, but it turned out he was just a disciple of the Huaiyue sect. Presumptuous. You actually look down on me? Do you dare to duel with me? Yi Tsong said angrily. Are you out of your mind? You think you can take on me one-on-one?
Zhang Quan looked at him like he was a complete idiot. Stop talking nonsense. If you lose, you have to bark like a dog 3 times.
Yi Tsung said confidently.
Senior brother, don't be ridiculous.
Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore. Wasn't this just asking for trouble?
Very well, I accept your challenge. Zhang Quan said coldly.
558, Chapter 558. Let's go.
Zhang Quan stood still, holding a long sword, appearing calm and composed. Yi Tsung also took out a long sword, looking very imposing.
Fellow disciples, this battle will be our moment of fame.
He announced it with pride.
Disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, all of them, will be trampled underfoot.
Senior brother, go all out, and you will become the strongest disciple in Zhongzhou.
Zhang Quan is nothing special.
The Divine Sword Sect is nothing special. If they were really that powerful, they wouldn't have been trampled on by the demon-subduing sect. The disciples of the Huaiyue sect cheered him on.
Ridiculous, does the Huaiyue sect dare to be arrogant in front of us?
Senior brother, don't let him go. Let him see the power of our Divine Sword Sect. The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect were all unconvinced. In their eyes, the Huaiyue sect was a second-rate sect. Although it was said to be one of the top 10 sects in Zhongzhou, it was far inferior to the top 3 and was not even worthy of carrying their shoes.
Make your move. Zhang Quan beckoned with his finger dismissively, as if he were teasing a dog. Court death.
Yi Tsung shouted, his longsword trembled, creating a whooshing sound as it struck Zhang Quan. His swordsmanship was the basic swordsmanship of the Huaiyue school, and it carried a hint of arrogance. Zhang Quan smiled coldly, his body swaying, instantly creating 2 afterimages, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Yi Tsung. A martial artist cannot possibly have a clone. Being able to do this proves that the sword strike speed is fast enough. As they approached, Yi Tsung, as his opponent, found it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. When he shattered the left clone with a single sword strike, he immediately realized the danger. Yi Tsung had solid fundamentals and quickly swung his sword to block the vital point, but even so, it was too late.
Laugh.
Zhang Quan struck his arm with his sword, sending up a cloud of blood. Then the second sword struck his lower abdomen. The strike was fast and the angle was tricky. In an instant, Yi Tsung seemed to become a human target. No matter how he blocked, wounds would appear on his body in less than a minute. He fell to the ground, his body bearing over 100 shocking wounds.
You think you're worthy to fight me one-on-one? Zhang Quan announced proudly. Are you trying to humiliate me?
Yi Tsung came over in the dark, but every move his opponent made could have ended his life.
The reason I didn't do that was simply to tease him. A quick kill isn't exciting enough, multiple humiliations are just as effective. If you're not strong enough, this is the only outcome you'll have.
As Zhang Quan spoke, he brandished his long sword, finally harboring murderous intent.
Stop.
The disciples of the Huaiyue sect united as one, took out their weapons, and launched an attack on Zhang Quan.
Bullying the weak with numbers? You think you're worthy? Zhang Quan was extremely disdainful.
His longsword flashed like a rainbow, transforming into a streak of light with a single move. He sent several Huaiyue sect disciples flying and injured them. Then, his aura exploded, and as he spun around, he struck again with ruthless ferocity. The disciples of the Huaiyue sect fell to the ground one after another. Everyone carries a fatal wound. Everyone was crying and wailing, in great pain.
Huaiyue sect, is that all?
Zhang Quan said coldly. Yi Tsung's face was extremely grim. The thing he feared most when boasting was being proven wrong. He had tried his best, but he was still no match for Zhang Quan.
Senior brother, there are a few beauties over there, how about we grab them and have some fun with them? Suddenly, some people's attention was drawn to Han Fei and the other 3 beauties.
You can play with it, but you can't take it back. Kill it on the spot and destroy the evidence.
Zhang Quan nodded in agreement.
Good. These disciples of the Divine Sword Sect rushed over one after another, afraid that if they arrived late, they wouldn't even get a sip of soup.
Yi Yao and Han Fei's expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected their beauty to become a burden now that all their fellow disciples had fallen. They were about to face more than a dozen disciples of the Divine Sword sect. Did they have any chance of winning this battle? Junior sister, younger sister, you two hurry up and go. I'll cover you. Yi Tsong tried to struggle to his feet, but his injuries were too severe, and he fell down. Elder brother. Yi Yao's expression changed drastically, and she burst into tears. Senior sister, go ask master for help. I can barely hold them off for a while, Han Fei said resolutely. No, if anyone's leaving, it has to be you first. Yi Yao disagreed. How could she abandon her brother and run away for her life? TSK, that's so touching. The separation of life and death among fellow disciples is heartbreaking. But who will pity you? Your fate was sealed long ago by opposing the Divine Sword sect. Zheng Quan laughed arrogantly. You're shameless. We haven't offended you at all, we're just here to find treasure. Yi Tsong was so angry he almost vomited blood. These words were somewhat unreasonable. Treasure hunting? This is your original sin. If you don't have the strength, why are you getting involved? Now look what's happened, even my own sister has to be dragged down with us. As Zheng Quan spoke, he kicked him again with disdain. Yi Tsong, like a dead dog, crashed hard into the boulder, his head bleeding profusely, his injuries compounded. Why? Why do you guys provoke women? Su Hao took a few steps forward and went straight to meet the disciples of the Divine Sword sect. Holy crap, there are actually people who want to be heroes? Kid, you'd better think about your own capabilities. Lust is a double-edged sword. Is it really worth risking your life to stand up for them? The disciples of the Divine Sword sect laughed heartily, their laughter filled with disdain. Brother Su, you should leave this as a feud between our sect and them. Han Fei's heart sank. Brother Su, you're from out of town. If you leave now, they definitely won't be able to find you. Yi Yao didn't want anything to happen to him either. The two shared the same view. How could Su Hao possibly win against more than a dozen members of the Divine Sword sect alone? This is destined to be like a moth drawn to a flame, with no chance of return. Xiao Fei, Brother Su will kill them all for you, okay? Su Hao suddenly winked at Han Fei and gave her a faint smile. Ah. Han Fei was a little hesitant. Believe. Just tell me, okay? Su Hao continued. Okay. Han Fei nodded. All right. Su Hao's smile vanished as he looked at the disciples of the Divine Sword sect and said indifferently, did you hear that? Offending the Huaiyue sect means their beautiful junior sister will take your lives. You might as well kill yourselves to save me the trouble. Presumptuous. Arrogant. Arrogant. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect were furious. They gripped their long swords and charged forward. Everyone was filled with icy killing intent, their swordsmanship intertwined, forming an impenetrable net, bringing Su Hao the most terrifying killing move. It's over. Yi Tsong exclaimed. Even he couldn't escape this kind of move. Brother Su, please don't let anything happen to you. Han Fei regretted her words a little. If she hadn't spoken up earlier, would she have been able to persuade him to stay calm? The disciples of the Divine Sword sect are still too strong. Yi Yao's face was pale. Although these people were ruthless, they were still quite capable. Zheng Quan looked disdainful. Someone like this dares to stand up for himself. It's true what they say, there are all sorts of birds in a big forest. 559, Chapter 559. Too strong. Bullying the weak with numbers? You think you're worthy? Su Hao returned Zheng Quan's words verbatim. He grabbed a handful of silver needles and, as the enemy charged forward, swiftly struck them down. Without exception, a silver needle was inserted into the dantian of each person. Boom! Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. All the disciples of the Divine Sword sect exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Ah! Han Fei was stunned. It turned out that Brother Su was serious. He said he would kill them, and he really did kill them all. Very good. Yi Yao was overjoyed. It turned out this was the real master. Divine Sword sect? They don't really think this sect is that powerful, do they? What do you think? You have to compete with the young master?
Huang Niu said arrogantly, she wouldn't miss any opportunity to mock someone. Yi Tsong and the other injured Huayue sect disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. What had just happened? So many Divine Sword sect disciples were gone just like that. Everything happened so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Damn it, he got away with it. This is exactly the kind of pretentious scene Yi Tsong was looking forward to. One person can defeat multiple masters instantly with a single move. Unfortunately, my abilities weren't sufficient to achieve that effect. He felt no admiration for Su Hao, only jealousy. Zhang Quan's face was extremely grim. These were all his fellow disciples, and in the blink of an eye, they had been wiped out by an outsider. How could he swallow this insult? Who exactly are you? Zhang Quan asked angrily. If you don't dare to act, asking won't help. If you act immediately, asking won't help either, because you'll die too. Su Hao said coldly. I refuse to believe you can defeat the senior disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Did you know that our sect ranks second in Zhengzhou? Zhang Quan said proudly. Why second? Is it because you don't want to be number one? Huang Niu suddenly interjected. None of your business. Zhang Quan blared angrily at Huang Niu. Oh, I see. Is the demon subduing sect ranked number one? What's their young sect leader's name again? Huang Niu tapped her head, unable to recall for a moment. Yan Hua. Zhang Quan kindly reminded him. That's right, it's Yan Hua. My young master just taught him a good lesson yesterday. If I kill you too, wouldn't that be suppressing the top two sects in Zhengzhou? It's a pity you took care of the Golden Saber sect's disciples, otherwise I could have crushed all the top 3 sects in Zhengzhou under my feet. Huang Niu said with disdain. What? You taught Yan Hua a lesson, and you're still alive? Zhang Quan couldn't believe it. Could Yan Song really let him go? Idiot, am I a ghost? Su Hao said dismissively. Grass. I don't care if you're human or ghost, as long as you killed someone from the Divine Sword sect, I will absolutely not let you go. Zhang Quan dared not think too much, lest his Taoist heart be shattered. Bring it on. Su Hao nodded at him, with a hint of impatience, as if he felt that a weakling like him was wasting too much time. Zhang Quan saw that disdainful look. Clearly he had always viewed other weaklings this way, but he never expected that someone would dare to be so presumptuous. He gripped his longsword tightly and shouted, I'll fight you to the death. Speak up, and unleash your full power. A blur of motion appeared instantly, attacking Su Hao from the left and right. Yi Tsong's expression changed. He still couldn't find a way to retaliate. Zhang Quan was far faster than him, their strengths were mismatched, and of course, he couldn't win. Niu, let me show you my palm technique. Faced with the enemy's powerful attack, Su Hao remained calm and even showed a faint smile, with a cunning mindset. Yay! Huang Niu stared wide-eyed, watching them fight without moving. As the enemy's attack drew near, Su Hao struck out with his right palm, the petals blooming like peach blossoms in an instant. A truly beautiful sight. Huang Niu watched with great excitement. This was the falling petals palm, the main move she was currently learning. Su Hao's palm strikes were effortless, seemingly light and airy, yet as fast as lightning. Zhang Quan's sword speed was already astonishing, but it still paled in comparison to Su Hao's. He felt the palm strikes flying endlessly before his eyes. At first, there were only a few peach blossoms, but in the end, peach blossoms filled the area in front of and behind him. Su Hao had already mastered this martial art at will. Zhang Quan, wielding his long sword, charged forward repeatedly, only to be blocked by the palm strikes. Gradually, the peach blossoms, like an impenetrable wall, surrounded him. Boom! The sword slashed out, seemingly powerful, but it couldn't budge the peach blossoms in the slightest. Receive! Su Hao shouted, his movements becoming faster and his range of motion expanding as he rapidly tightened the defensive line. The space left for Zhang Quan is getting smaller and smaller. No! He fought back fiercely, but ultimately became a laughingstock. He was gradually submerged by the rolling peach blossoms and eventually turned into minced meat. Even the long sword was reduced to fragments. Everyone in the Huayue sect was stunned. Do you think Zhang Quan isn't strong? He was able to defeat more than a dozen disciples of the Huayue sect by himself. You might say he's strong, but but he was completely powerless against Su Hao's attacks. The matter vanished without a trace amidst Su Hao's mockery.
Brother Su, I didn't know you were so amazing. Han Fei looked at him with a hint of admiration.
Yes, that's incredible. Yi Yao was also full of admiration. Only Yi Tsong looked unwilling to admit Su Hao's strength, muttering, "It was just a lucky break." Huang Niu was completely stunned. Is this still the falling petals palm? This palm technique, when used by Su Hao, was surprisingly effective. Upon closer examination, he was able to launch at least 10 attacks in almost a single second. His attacks were incredibly fast. Often, before the first palm strike had even subsided, the second or third palm strike had already arrived. In this way, as a result, a continuous stream of palm techniques will appear in front of the enemy. It's not that he was just quick to act. Most importantly, he is strong enough to take a person's life with any single blow. The reason we played for so long was purely for fun.
Niu, have you learned it? Su Hao asked with a faint smile.
Young master, how am I supposed to learn? Huang Niu smiled wryly. Without more than 10 years of training, she absolutely could not have completed the operation just now. I'm just teaching you a technique. No matter what move it is, it's not a dead end. You have to use it flexibly according to your own conditions to become a grandmaster.
Su Hao gave earnest guidance.
Yes, I understand. Huang Niu nodded. This kind of guidance broadened her horizons considerably. Although they were master and servant, their relationship was no different from that of a master and apprentice.
Grandmaster? You're even better at bragging than me. Are there really any grandmasters this young?
Yi Tsong said dismissively.
No? Su Hao said calmly.
Of course there are, but that person is named Su Hao. Not everyone with the surname Su can become a grandmaster.
Yi Tsong said coldly. 560, Chapter 560 True Qi. Indeed, not everyone is named Su Hao.
Su Hao looked at him with a cold expression, as if he were an idiot.
Who dares to lay a hand on us Huayue sect disciples?
Suddenly, a powerful figure flew rapidly from a distance, and upon landing, it shattered the entire ground. The newcomer glared angrily when he saw Yi Tsong and the other injured disciples. He was furious seeing Su Hao standing there. He didn't bother to ask any questions and just punched him.
Who is it? Su Hao also clenched his fist and exchanged blows. Bang!
Su Hao stood still, motionless.
The newcomer swayed slightly, his punch falling to the side of the opponent. He had a chiseled face, resolute eyes, and an aura of authority. Seeing this, he sneered. No wonder you could defeat the Huayue sect disciple. It turns out you could withstand 70% of my power.
Who are you?
Su Hao asked coldly.
Dad, don't do anything rash. Brother Su is our benefactor.
Han Fei was overjoyed and threw herself into the man's arms. Fei, what's wrong? Did he bully you?
This man was Han Tianzhang, the head of the Huayue sect and Han Fei's father.
No.
The ones who made the move were from the Divine Sword sect, but Brother Su has already taken care of them all. He saved his daughter's life, his senior sister's life, and the lives of his fellow disciples. He is a great benefactor of our sect.
Han Fei said, deeply moved. Such a thing really happened? You single-handedly dealt with so many disciples of the Divine Sword sect? Han Tian looked at him with a hint of suspicion.
That's right. Su Hao nodded, thinking it was nothing, just dealing with a few fools.
Good lad, what sect do you belong to?
Han Tianjing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that some sect in the martial arts world has produced a genius? I don't belong to any sect, Su Hao said calmly. Is that so? Very well then, now I'll give you a chance to join our Huayue sect. Han Tianjing said with burning eyes. Such a genius, yet he doesn't belong to any sect. It's a complete waste of his talent. Such a person, if he joins any sect, can bring about a qualitative leap for that sect.
Who wouldn't want to train a disciple who is a grandmaster?
Han Tianjing believed that this person was able to defeat Zheng Quan and definitely had a chance to break through to the grandmaster realm.
Not interested. Su Hao said calmly. What? You actually refused?
I'll say it again, as long as you join the Huayue sect, I can make an exception and let you become the senior disciple.
And I'm betrothing Han Fei to you. Han Tianzhang smiled confidently. The terms offered are already quite generous, aren't they? Han Fei is his precious daughter, he would never agree to marry someone he doesn't approve of. Nerve. Su Hao answered with just 2 words. Hey, don't be stubborn and ask for trouble. Yi Tsong suddenly flew into a rage. He had been offered such good treatment, yet the man still refused. Hey, are you even being reasonable? What right do you have to accept our young master as your disciple? Even if a fight really breaks out, your master will definitely be a match for my young master. Huang Niu said indignantly. What do you mean? Han Tianzhang was quite dissatisfied. How could he lose to a junior? Dad, calm down. Brother Su is our benefactor. We can't repay kindness with enmity. Han Fei quickly tried to stop her. Okay, for Fei Fei's sake, I won't hold it against you today. Han Tianzhang roared angrily. He. Su Hao smiled faintly. Alright, let's go into the cave and take a look. Han Tianzhang took the lead and went inside. Yi Tsong and the others dragged their injured bodies and followed behind. Then came Yi Yao and Han Fei. Finally, it was Su Hao and the other 2. Once inside the cave, we discovered it was quite spacious. However, there were quite a few footprints inside, indicating that the people from Yewa Palace had already explored the area. They followed the footprints and found many secret rooms inside. It's a pity that everything in the secret room had been taken away, leaving nothing behind. When they came to a 3-way intersection, everyone looked at each other, and then all looked at Han Tianzhang. Take the middle path. Han Tianzhang glanced at it and, with a try-it-and-see attitude, chose to take the direct route. Good. The others did not hesitate. Led by the head of the Huaiyue sect, everyone continued forward and finally arrived at an open space. In the middle was a black long sword, stuck in the ground. Upon closer inspection, one can discover that there are countless runes around the long sword, resembling an array. What kind of long sword did Gu Qingmei use? Han Tianzhang was thinking seriously, appearing cautious. His strength is far inferior to Gu Qingmei's. If you're not careful and accidentally fall into a trap, that would be terrible. What kind of weapon is this? Huang Niu asked in a low voice. I don't know. Su Hao stared at the long sword, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Master, should I scout ahead? One of the disciples volunteered. Be careful, if the direction is wrong, retreat immediately. Han Tianzhang gave instructions. Clear. The man walked over, gripped the sword hilt, and was about to exert force when suddenly a lightning-like sensation swept through his body. He actually took off his clothes, wrapped them around the sword hilt, and exerted force again. This disciple was a famous strongman of the Huaiyue sect, but after trying for a long time, the long sword simply wouldn't budge. You can't do it, let me do it. Yi Tsong walked forward confidently. Brother, you're injured, don't push yourself, Yi Yao said with concern. It's alright, a mere longsword can't affect me. Yi Tsong shook his head, showing no intention of giving up. He followed suit, also wrapping his longsword in his clothes. Just as he was about to unleash his power, he was suddenly struck by an electric current, which caused his eyes to turn white and he fell to the ground with a thud. Senior brother, are you alright? Han Fei dragged him out and, after a quick look, found him to be out of danger, and breathed a sigh of relief. Master, should we give up? Yi Yao felt that this sword was too strange. It had a defensive array and was not so easy to obtain. Why not try your luck somewhere else? Don't panic, everyone. If I take direct action, there will definitely be a chance. Han Tianzhang said confidently. Really? If that doesn't work, why not let young Master Su take action? Huang Niu questioned. What do you mean, our master is not as good as your young master? Don't make sarcastic remarks. I'll show you just how terrifying our master's strength really is. The Huaiyue sect disciple said unhappily. Su Hao simply smiled faintly and watched with an attitude of watching a show. Han Tianzhang walked solemnly to the center of the area, then suddenly roared and gripped his longsword. He was highly skilled and daring, and without any protective measures, he attacked directly. Rise! Energizing his powerful inner energy, Han Tianzhang exerted all his strength. 561, Chapter 561. The Divine Sword returns to its place. Boom! As Han Tianzhang channeled more and more true energy, the entire cave began to shake, giving the impression that it was about to collapse. Hey Su, did you see that? This is proof of my master's strength. Isn't he amazing? You refused to become my apprentice back then, and now it's too late to regret it. Yi Tsong said proudly. That's why we have to say something about this kid. This is the head of the Huaiyue sect. He didn't cherish the opportunity to become a disciple. Now it's too late to regret it. Just you wait, Master is about to draw the mysterious long sword. That's right. I believe that after obtaining this divine weapon, the Huaiyue sect's strength will reach a new level, surpassing the demon subduing sect will be just around the corner. The other disciples all exclaimed excitedly. Han Fei and Yi Yao exchanged a glance. These disciples were truly shameful. They hadn't even pulled out their weapons yet, and they were already boasting. What was the difference between them and popping champagne at the halfway point? If we are proven wrong later, the Huaiyue sect will become a laughingstock. Young master, can he pull it out? Huang Niu asked curiously. That probably won't work. This formation is rather strange. Only those who are in harmony with the longsword can gain its submission. Brute force alone will not work. Su Hao's research on formations was insufficient, but he could deduce a few things. All right. Huang Niu trusted him completely and watched with a spectator's attitude. Rumble. The cave was still shaking, but unfortunately, it was just shaking. There's a sense of disappointment in all the thunder and no rain. Han Tianzhang also realized that he was doing something futile, so he could only sigh and announce helplessly, it seems that no one can pull out this long sword. Otherwise, why would I stay here? After he finished speaking, Yi Tsong and the other disciples all agreed. Let me try. Su Hao walked towards the center. Kid, even my master can't do it. I advise you not to waste your time and energy. Yi Tsong said with great disdain. How will you know if it will work if you don't try? Su Hao said calmly. Han Tianzhang snorted coldly, thinking that it was impossible to succeed. Under everyone's gaze, Su Hao walked over, placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, and exerted force, causing the earth to shake as if an invisible, powerful force had appeared instantly. Call out. The black longsword suddenly flew out and landed in his hand by sheer coincidence. Su Hao was stunned. He had a vague feeling that the longsword was waiting for its master. It was only after his appearance that it was willing to be born. He looked down and saw the words Tsonggu written on the black sword, which was the same name as the Tsonggu forest. The Tsanggu sword was made of some unknown material. When it was drawn, it exuded boundless sharpness, giving the impression that if it were used at full power, it could split the entire cave in two. Young master, congratulations, the divine sword has recognized its master. Huang Niu said happily. Young master Su, congratulations. Xiao Mengyang was also happy for him. Brother Su, you are truly the chosen one. Han Fei looked at him with even more admiration in her eyes. Brother Su, perhaps you are the true master of the divine sword. Yi Yao guessed. What master? He's just lucky. Yi Tsong refused to admit defeat. Han Tianzhang's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, he stared at the divine sword, his expression gradually turning crazed, and said, Brother Su, this black sword has an unknown origin and is likely a very ominous subject. If it is taken out easily, it may endanger the entire martial arts world. Oh, what should we do then? Su Hao looked at him calmly. It's very simple. I'll keep it safe for you. Whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made calamity, let them all come at me. This is a divine sword. If you can't handle it, just hand it over to me, the sect leader. Han Tianzhang revealed a genuine, kind, and beautiful smile. Su Hao's expression changed. This kind of trick to fool children was completely ineffective. He immediately understood that Han Tianzhang had become greedy. Faced with the powerful divine sword, he had already lost all faith as a righteous sect, becoming incredibly greedy and revealing his true nature. Sect leader Han, I am still young. If there is any disaster, please come at me. The Huaihua sect is a large and powerful organization. If it suffers any losses, the consequences will be severe.
Su Hao smiled coldly.
Young man, you must heed the advice of your elders and not refuse it, understand? No matter what, the most important beauty is respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Han Tianzheng said coldly. Respect the elderly and care for the young? Why don't you say it was extortion or plunder?
Su Hao said disdainfully, even now, this person still wants to hide his ugly face.
Hey Su, hand over the sword right now, I don't have time to waste on your nonsense.
Seeing this, Han Tianzheng had no choice but to reveal his ugly claws.
Dad, how could you do this?
The divine sword belongs to Brother Su, outsiders should not try to take it.
Only by conforming to the will of heaven can a sect maintain its long-term stability.
Han Fei directly advised him.
Master, you are a senior, how can you snatch things from a junior? Yi Yao also tried to persuade him. How dare you two speak up for outsiders? What benefits did he give you? Han Tianzheng was very dissatisfied.
I'm only siding with reason, not with my own family. Han Fei was somewhat saddened her father, who had always been a righteous man, had actually been blinded by immediate interests.
Yes. Yi Yao nodded and earnestly offered her advice. Roll. Han Tianzheng was reluctant to hit Han Fei, but Yi Yao was different. She slapped Han Fei several meters away and said with a sneer, You surname Su, I advise you to hand over the divine sword, or you won't leave here alive today.
Is the Huaihua sect truly a righteous sect?
Su Hao said dismissively. Can you decide whether the path is righteous or evil? The winner takes all.
As long as the Huaihua sect exists, no matter what we do, we will always, these are all the right paths. Han Tianzheng's laughter grew increasingly wild, and his gaze toward Su Hao gradually turned cold, carrying a faint killing intent.
Young master, what do we do?
Huang Niu was reluctant to part with the longsword and said nervously. Why don't we fight them? As long as you can stop Han Tianzheng, I can wipe out all his disciples within 10 minutes.
Xiao Meinyang said murderously. Nonsense. If you take action, won't the righteous path never have peace?
Su Hao refused outright. Her cultivation techniques bore many traces of the Poison Gu sect. If she were to wipe out the prestigious sects of Zhengzhou, it would be tantamount to provoking a war between the Poison Gu sect and the righteous path.
Then what can we do? We can't just swallow our anger. Xiao Meinyang was somewhat unwilling. No way. I have a way.
As Su Hao spoke, he returned directly to the spot where he had drawn the ancient divine sword. Just as he took out a long sword, he was astonished to find that it had actually returned directly to the original pit, fitting perfectly inside. The divine sword has returned to its rightful place.
Everyone was stunned by what they saw. 562, Chapter 562 Collecting Treasures. Young master, that's amazing. Huang Niu was very happy. Didn't he really want the ancient divine sword? We just put it back and let him get it himself. Young master.